Hey everyone, welcome to the Web Developer Bootcamp 2.0, the only course you need to learn web development, at least according to my slides. Now I know that claim sounds like something out of a late night infomercial, but this course does have a long proven track record of helping people become developers. That is very different, however, from claiming to teach every single topic, language, framework under the sun. That is not the goal of this course. The goal is to teach you everything you need to become a developer so that you can continue to learn and pick up new languages and frameworks as they go in and out of style. Okay, so I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Colt, Colt Steele. I'm a in-person bootcamp instructor. I also have an online bootcamp, and then I teach on Udemy. I have a YouTube channel where I teach people how to code, and then, believe it or not, I actually have interests outside of that, including, but not limited to, gardening, photography, playing in a band, and raising my flock of chickens. So now that you know every detail of my personal life, let's talk a bit about my professional life. And I only bring this up because it's relevant to this course. My entire career so far has been based around helping people become web developers, helping people learn to code. I've been an instructor, a lead instructor, a director of curriculum for multiple boot camps, including Galvanize, Rhythm School. My curriculum continues to be used around the country at multiple campuses. And I've also created courses for Udacity, not to mention my courses on Udemy, including the one you're looking at right now. So I bring all of this up, not just to toot my own horn, I promise, but because this course is based directly on my experience teaching students in person. Now bear with me for a second, this is going to seem a little bit braggy, but it is relevant. So here are some numbers. Of my in-person bootcamp graduates, 94% of them find jobs within 6 months, developer jobs, of course. And the median salary of those graduates is $115,000. My graduates work at companies ranging from tiny startups that they've founded all the way up to tech giants like Amazon, Google, Apple, Salesforce, LinkedIn, Pinterest, and so on. But what really matters here is that this course is based directly on my experience teaching and crafting the curriculum that I've used to help my in-person students get jobs. This is what I spend all my time doing and thinking about and dreaming about, sometimes having nightmares about. Remember that, if my in-person students don't get jobs, I lose my job. The last thing that I'll mention in this video is that, for me, what's most important, obviously it's important to help students get jobs, but what's most important for my students is that they leave my courses being able to grow as developers and learn new technologies and new libraries. Just as an example, here's a subset of some of the tools that my last crop of graduates are now working with just a little while after graduating. So I didn't teach my students Ruby, Java, C#, Angular, Vue, just to name a couple, but they are working with those technologies, they're learning them, and they're confident to take on, whatever else they're expected to learn in their new roles. So that's a real sign of success, and that's my main goal with all of my courses, online or in person, a fancy $20,000 boot camp, or a relatively affordable Udemy course. The goal is always to help students become real web developers that aren't just dependent on, the 4 or 5 technologies I teach in my course, but instead can add on a whole bunch of new skills as needed. And that's exactly what this course offers. Okay, so that was a lot of talking about mainly myself. I apologize. Next up, I'm going to dive deeper into the curriculum if you'd like to know exactly what this course covers and in what order. Then we'll talk about whether you can get a job with this course and some tips and advice for succeeding. And I'm going to stop talking now. Welcome to the course if you are enrolled. And if you're just browsing, well, hello there. I hope you're doing great. All right, so let's talk about the curriculum and what this course covers. This course is quite large, both in terms of hours, but also just in terms of the number of topics we cover. But they're all pretty essential, they all fit together, and it's all structured in a very deliberate way. So here's just a rundown of some of the key topics. The course covers a lot more than this, but these are some of the most important topics. So we start by understanding how the web works, the internet, getting our developer environment set up, and then we talk about HTML. And we start understanding the very basics, HTML5, all the latest in semantic HTML. We talk about accessibility. Then we move on to CSS and styling our web pages, where we learn a lot of new modern CSS. We cover things like Flexbox and layouts, CSS animations, responsive design, media queries. We talk about CSS frameworks. I introduce different frameworks, including Bootstrap, another called Bulma. Then we talk about JavaScript. And this is really a big turning point in the course, where we spend a lot more time going very deep into JavaScript. For a lot of students, it's their very first time learning a programming language. So we cover all of the basics and all of the latest in JavaScript syntax. So if you've heard the terms like ES6, ES7, or ES 2016, 17, 18, all of that stuff is covered in this course. So let, const, arrow functions, async, await, promises, spread, destructuring. If none of that means anything to you, just ignore it. But we do cover that in this course. We also talk about DOM manipulation and how HTML, CSS, and JavaScript connect. We talk about asynchronous JavaScript, the pitfalls of async.js, but also the benefits potentially. We cover AJAX and making requests, working with third-party APIs. Then we start talking a bit about the backend. I introduce the terminal and different Unix commands. We talk about Node, a lot about Node and NPM. We work with a web framework called Express, and we start building servers and full web apps. We talk about templating and building RESTful APIs, routing, databases. We talk a bit about SQL versus NoSQL databases. We focus on MongoDB. We cover common security issues, cross-site scripting, SQL injection. We talk about deploying applications and working with cloud databases. I show you how to implement authentication from scratch. So we really dive into the concepts around cookies and sessions, hashing functions. We talk about password salting. And then we focus on some fancier features like adding geocoding and mapping, cluster maps. I should show you something on the screen right now so you have an idea of what I'm talking about. Image upload. So there's a lot in this course. And then there are topics like schema design and design patterns for JavaScript. We talk about, best practices as a developer, building a developer mindset, understanding how to get help, how to Google, how to research things and find answers to things you don't know. So it's exhausting just telling you all these topics. It's a lot. Now imagine having to record all of that. Oh, that was quite the undertaking. So maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by the volume of topics and maybe none of them make sense. Maybe you're very excited to get started. Either way, I promise, we start from the very, very beginning. You don't need to know anything coming into this other than, how to use your computer. With all that said, yes, this course covers lots of fancy modern technologies and tools and languages. But all that really matters, like the real takeaways from this course that I focus on the most, are learning how to learn new frameworks, languages, libraries, learning how to think like an engineer, learning how to ask questions or find answers to your questions online, how to unstuck yourself, how to build applications from scratch, and just how to become fluent in the world of web development. Those are the really important pieces of the curriculum. And unfortunately, those are the pieces that you can't pick up in a matter of 5 minutes or an hour of video. They really take the entire course to sink in. So that's a brief overview of the crazy curriculum for this course. This will be a quick video. I just want to talk about when this course was last updated and how you can find out what was changed and what the updates were. So on Udemy, sometimes it can be difficult to see, when a course was changed and specifically what was actually changed. Was it, a new section of content? Was something really overhauled? Or was it just a single link or a line of code? Or was something deleted, a single lecture? Those sort of things can count as updates. In this course, I've gone out of my way this time around to create a changelog, which you can see below this lecture. You can view the document, and it's a record of what has been added and removed or updated in the course, and it makes it clear exactly when those changes happened. So take a look at that. I'm trying to be very transparent about it. I published the original version of this course with no expectations. I had no clue it was going to take off, and so many students would be interested. And I also didn't anticipate how much web development would change. So in the beginning, I spent a lot of time patching the course, making tiny changes, trying to fix issues as they popped up. But then eventually I realized I just needed to just suck it up and redo the entire course from scratch. So I hunkered down for 8-9 months straight, recording, editing, creating exercises and projects, and outlining the whole thing took almost a couple of weeks. And that brings us to 2.0, the new version of this course. If you're seeing this video at all, it's part of the 2.0 update. It's really not an update, it's a complete overhaul. I redid everything in the course, over 500 new videos. I think it's closer to 600 now, actually. I added in 80 plus coding exercises that are interactive in the browser, plus a bunch of quizzes and challenges, projects, little do-it-yourself activities, and then one very large project at the end that we build together. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is the entire course has been overhauled. I somehow came out on the other side still alive and in one piece. It was a monumental undertaking, but I'm really excited about it. I'm happy with how it turned out. It's better than ever. It's incorporated everything I learned the first time around, plus everything I've learned from teaching my boot camps in person. So please enjoy, and remember, you can check out that changelog if you have any questions. Without a doubt, the most common question I get from brand new students or people who are considering this course is, if I take the course and finish it, will I get a job? Well, much like the beloved 2008 romantic comedy starring Ryan Reynolds, I tell those students, definitely, maybe. It really, really depends. Many students have gone on to get jobs from taking this course, but it's not at all guaranteed. Let's talk a little bit about the anatomy of an actual job-guaranteed boot camp, like the boot camps I teach in person. I have an online boot camp that comes with a job guarantee, but remember, we're talking about $12,000 to $24,000, I guess $22,000 boot camps. Why do people pay for them? What is there that costs that much? Well, the first bit's the curriculum, and this course is based upon my experience teaching in-person boot camps. So you've got the curriculum. This covers everything you need to know to go on to learn and become a web developer. But that's just one facet. The other pieces of a boot camp are a little bit trickier. Things like mentorship or being part of a community, a group of peers who can lean on each other and, stay up late studying and call each other panicked before the quiz tomorrow. Alongside that, accountability is a huge piece. In my boot camps, both the part-time online job guaranteed boot camp and the full-time in-person boot camp, what a mouthful, we assess students all the time. We have quizzes, we have planned quizzes, pop quizzes, we review their code and projects, we enforce, people have to come to class, they can't just keep skipping class and still just expect to get a job. So accountability plays a huge role in the decision to attend a boot camp. Now, with all that doom and gloomy negativity around what a boot camp has to offer versus this course, keep in mind that many students have taken just this course. Many students cannot afford to take a full-time boot camp. Obviously, they're very expensive. They're impractical, difficult for people to just quit their job for 6 months. And I hear from students every single day in my email or my LinkedIn or YouTube channel, students who have just gotten their first job or just got their first offer out of this course. So it is 100% possible. And I have some advice for how I would approach this course as a student to help you get the most out of it. The first thing, without a doubt, most important, do the work, do the exercises, do the quizzes. I can't enforce that you take the time to, fully build out the exercises when I ask you to, or to do the interactive coding exercises. I mean, I can't enforce anything. You're totally on your own, which is really, that whole accountability thing I mentioned with attending a boot camp. There's no accountability here. So try and add structure. Do the exercises, take it seriously. I mean, unless you're here for fun or just exploring things, you're your own person and I can't tell you what to do. But if I were in your shoes and I was trying to get a job, do every exercise. It's going to slow you down, but that's by design. The next piece of advice is don't just copy. What I mean by that is when I'm typing code and showing you solutions in this course, of which there are dozens, probably hundreds of different solutions, don't just open that up and copy the code, or don't just type exactly as I'm typing during the video. This is meant to be treated as a course. Just like, me watching a couple of Gordon Ramsay videos online does not make me a chef. I may have learned a little bit about cooking. I certainly learned something about cursing and how to create a television empire out of a fake grumpy persona when you're actually a lovable goofball. Oh, Gordon. Anyway, that's a piece of advice there, right? Can't become a chef by watching a YouTube video. You can't become a developer by watching my videos, right? You've got to do the work. You've got to stop, ask questions. This stuff takes practice. So that's the next piece of advice. After that, take your time, kind of retreading similar ground. The content here from an in-person boot camp, we're talking about a minimum of 10 to 12 weeks of full-time teaching, lectures, exercises, projects, 40 hours plus a week, right? So we're talking about hundreds of hours to go through the course, even though the course itself is, it's probably longer now, but 50 something hours, close to 60 hours. So that is not the amount of time this course should take you. That should be the amount of time, I guess, that you are watching videos. You may rewatch things too, but there's a lot more that goes into learning this stuff. So slow down, focus on learning things. Don't copy, as I've already mentioned, or don't exclusively copy. But also don't panic, because this is a very huge course, and you're almost certainly going to hit a rough patch somewhere. All my in-person students do. Even the ones who come in, they've done all the work, the pre-work, they feel very confident, they're top of the class for the first couple of weeks. There's always something that derails pretty much everyone. So that's normal. Okay, this is a lot to learn, and if it was, incredibly easy and obvious to learn, I don't think I would have a career. That doesn't mean it's hard. It just means you may get stuck at some point. So don't panic. It's normal. And if you do get stuck, don't spin your wheels in the mud. Take a break. I'm serious about taking a break. It seems like a very obvious thing to say, but I have seen the results of students not taking breaks in person. Okay, enough advice. Really, the main thing I would say is just do the projects and exercises. Take the course seriously if you want to get a job. Treat it as you would a real course where you're getting a grade and you're magically being held accountable, even though I can't hold you accountable. Okay, next up, we need to talk about how you get the code for this course, and then we can begin the actual course. The last quick topic I want to mention before we actually start on the content of the course is how you can get the code, the resources, the downloads, everything you need for this course, and just how it's structured. So the course is broken up into a bunch of different sections, and each section is grouped around some concept or topic. In the very first video of every section includes a download link if there's any code. Some sections don't have code that you really need. Some of them are more conceptual. But if there is any code from that section, you'll find the zip file attached to the very first lecture. So download that. And then on top of that, the slides are available. If you're somebody who likes to have access to the slides, I can't imagine you actually want this deck of slides, but I've included them in the first video of the course if you do want this deck. But for the technical stuff, if you do want to reference the slides, they're always available. First lecture, just like the code, first lecture of the section. And then there are specific resources, links to different downloads or links to websites I mention, tools that I showcase, interesting fonts and code pens. All of those links are included whenever I mention them in the course. So, if there's a video where I talk about Google Fonts, attached to that, there will be a link, a resource to the Google Fonts website. So that's really how things are structured. In addition, that first video of every section plays a really important role. I know a lot of students don't have much patience for the non-technical content where we're not actually coding, but if you're someone who wants to take the course seriously and really try to get a job or try to get the most out of it, watch the first video of every section. I walk through the goals, but specifically I walk through what's easy, medium, and what's challenging in each section, and how much time a section should take you or could take you relative to others. For example, when we get to JavaScript, I talk about how, an hour of JavaScript videos is probably a lot longer than an hour of CSS videos. The videos obviously are the same. It's an hour of each. But the amount of work on your end may be significantly more when you're learning JavaScript for the first time. So pay attention to those videos. I set your expectations as best I can in the very first video of every section. Speaking of which, it's time for the next section. Check out the very first video. Here we go. I'll see you shortly. Well, I won't see you, but you'll hear me shortly. Goodbye. Okay, one really quick thing I want to mention are the new coding exercises in this course. I'll show you a couple of them. They're interactive, built into Udemy, and they're all brand new. There's a bunch of them. And there's a couple things I want to highlight. First of all, I'm recording this video before any of the coding exercises have gone live, but I know for sure there are going to be some small bugs or kinks that need to be worked out because, it's a lot of code I have to write to actually test your code and to give you feedback. So please be patient if you're watching this video. It's still very early days of the coding exercises. Second, the editor here, the actual interface for the coding exercises can get a little bit cluttered when I have my instructions up top. And, you can resize some of this, but I also recommend going full screen. When some of the JavaScript stuff is really quick, like, 10 seconds worth of an exercise. Some of the others are a bit longer. Some of them have multiple files. And, sometimes I'll call certain things out and say, please, don't touch this line or put your code here. Don't put your code here. Just try and, respect those instructions. Also, you may need to scroll down at times to actually see the entire set of instructions. Just as an example, let's see this one here. Okay, this is one here where depending on your screen size, this could be hidden. So just make sure you scroll down to look at all of the instructions to have an understanding of what you're supposed to be doing. And then some of them are really short, like this is a JavaScript one. And I just am trying to be very clear. Don't touch any of this. Your job is to touch this and do something to make this code work. Now, of course, we haven't covered any of this content, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, so I don't expect you to understand exactly what it is at this point. All I'm saying is, try and respect those pieces of the exercise. If you do end up deleting some of the code that you weren't supposed to touch, or, if you screw something up, like, your cat walks across the keyboard, okay? This code, you can actually see it's updating live over here. If at any point you need to reset, you can click reset your code and it goes back to what it was before. And then also the feedback that you get, let me just show you, how it works. If you ever want to check your solution, I'm asking you to make this text look like this using CSS. It says, it should be styled in all caps. So, I could quickly update that. Again, we haven't learned any of this, but I can do something like text transform uppercase, and you can see it updates live. It's now all uppercase, and then I should get different feedback. It says it should be centered. So, I can then go do that. So that's kind of the workflow I imagine, or you can just do all of the work up front and then check your work here. But the feedback is supposed to be somewhat helpful. Sometimes you'll see some things that are a bit confusing, but buried in there should always be some feedback that I've written. Some of this is automatically generated by Udemy and the testing tools like this down here. It may not make a lot of sense to you, but this here hopefully explains what I'm expecting. Okay, so there's a lot of these exercises. They're sprinkled throughout the course, especially with the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript stuff. The first couple are coming up early on in the HTML sections. Hopefully they're a nice addition, and good luck. Hey everyone, this video is actually not for everyone. It's specifically for students who took part of the course or completed the original version of this course prior to the complete overhaul, the brand new version I'm releasing today on October 12th, 2020. So if you are enrolling now, if you're a brand new student, skip this video. There's nothing here for you. Don't waste your time. But if you're somebody who, whether it was 2 weeks ago or 2 years ago, if you're somebody who started the course, made it, a couple of sections in, you finished half of it, or you completed the whole thing, check out this video for information on how to migrate over to the new version and what's important, what you've missed, what's changed, and all of that. So I've put a document together to help explain the differences. You can find it attached to this lecture. I'm calling it the Web Developer Bootcamp 2.0 Migration Guide. And it covers every section in the course, bullet points about what's changed, or whether things have changed at all. Some things really haven't changed. I mean, every video is new, so everything has changed technically. But as far as the concepts and topics covered, some sections are pretty similar. So I've color-coded things. Red, orange, where am I getting orange? Red, yellow, and green. Anything in green is the most similar to the original version of the course. That doesn't mean nothing has changed, but for example, if we take a look at the course intro, nothing critical has changed here. It's all new, and I've highlighted, I use new slides. There's a video called Intro to Coding Exercises, which you might want to check out, but nothing critical. But then when we get to HTML, the second section on HTML, which, by the way, the name of these sections will probably change, which is why I give you this live document that you can, keep open, so I can make changes as, students report things that they've noticed are different or gotchas that I should point out. So don't use this video as your guide. Use the actual document as your resource for figuring out what to focus on. Anyway, the HTML second section, covers some stuff that was not at all mentioned in the original course, so it's in red. Things like entity codes, semantic elements, accessibility, working with screen readers. We keep going down. If you see something in yellow, it means there are things worth your time to check out, but they're not critical new sections or brand new topics that didn't exist in the original course. Keep going, around CSS, there's a bunch of new stuff that was not at all covered. Flexbox, responsive CSS, properties like the position property and transform, those are all new. Bootstrap, you can see, is in green because, yes, everything is new, but it's all pretty much the same. But then, some really big changes once we get to JavaScript. Things like even very basics of primitives and variables. that section now uses let and const. So even if you went through all the JavaScript content, I'm trying to single out, what you should go back and at least watch a video or two of. So certainly things like let and const, string template literals, keep going down, for of loops. This whole section on leveling up our functions, things like the keyword this, block level scope, lexical scoping, function expressions, higher order functions, returning functions, try and catch, all of that stuff was lacking in the original course. So definitely check that section out. Same thing with the array callback method section. It covers a lot of important stuff. Pretty much none of it, aside from for each, was in the original version. So map, filter, sum, every, reduce, arrow function, set timeout, set interval, very important stuff going forward, worth your time. Unfortunately, this chunk right here, these 3 red sections that are all new, pretty much brand new content, not at all covered in the original course, they're a bit dense, but they're important. So you might want to take your time and not try and rush through them, but they are important there. Further down, there's a whole new section on new JavaScript features, new modern syntax, not at all mentioned or not at all covered in the original course. Another big change is that jQuery has been removed, and instead the DOM content has been expanded. So if you made it through the original DOM content, I would go back and just watch some of these sections. I call out particular things, for example, class list, or the last 4 videos in this section around creating new elements from scratch. 2 other critical sections that are new, asynchronous JavaScript, where I cover promises and async await, and then Ajax. 2 topics not at all in the original course, definitely worth your time. They're in red. When we get to the backend section, if you made it to that point in the past, in this new version, I no longer use Cloud9. Everything is done locally. So I call that out. But otherwise, things are pretty much the same. There's a new video or 2, a couple new topics, but nothing critical. Then we get to Node and Express. Things are pretty similar, but there are certain topics I call out, or I explain certain things are expanded, or there's a new exercise. But then really where things change is with databases. There's a lot of new content around Mongo and making queries and connecting to databases using fancy operators. That has been definitely significantly expanded, as has the Mongoose section, where I now cover things like virtual properties and validations and schema constraints, adding static methods, adding middleware. Further down, there's a new section on Express errors, new sections on cookies and the Express router, working with sessions, authentication from scratch. All of that is in red because it's new. It was barely covered. It was kind of touched upon in the original version of the course. So absolutely worth checking out if you finish the original version. And then lastly, Yelp Camp is still in the course, but it's been completely redone. So a brand new app, all new code, nothing, no holdovers from the original course. And it's been expanded to include a lot of topics. Now, it's spread out through the course, but just to make it easier to follow in this migration guide, I've grouped it all together. And you can see a lot of it's pretty much the same, basic stuff, making basic routes and adding in, models and authentication. But then we get to some new features like image upload, adding maps with Mapbox and geocoding, adding a cluster map. We talk about security issues, cross-site scripting and Mongo injection, sanitizing HTML inputs. All of that is in red because it was not at all covered in the original course or the original version of Yelp Camp. So a lot of stuff here. Worth your time. I would, honestly, if you finish the entire course, I would just go through from the beginning and just read through this outline, figure out, what's changed in each section, and then spend a couple of minutes going through those topics. And then when you get to some of the bigger things like, Flexbox, or the new sections on array callback methods, or Ajax, or asynchronous JavaScript, then really dive into those sections. If you're somebody who went halfway through the course, you got to JavaScript and then you stopped, or you were at JavaScript when I launched the update today, I would do the same thing. Use this outline to help you sort of act as a guide for what you should focus on. So this is going to be a bit of a process. Fortunately, the topics are pretty much the same. The order is roughly the same. There's just a lot more detail, a lot of more modern code and, updated stuff that wasn't present in the original course. So it could be worse, right? I could switch this completely to, Java or Python or something, which would be a traumatic change. But with that said, it is a pretty significant overhaul. I mean, every single video is new. So take your time. There's going to be kinks and things that need to be worked out anyway. I wouldn't, rush through this in a matter of a couple of hours. And that's pretty much it. So good luck, everybody. I hope you enjoy the new content. Please be patient if there are any issues. Ask your questions on the discussion board. We are here to help, and good luck. Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining me. This video is the first of many to come that will follow this basic template, where at the beginning of every single section where I introduce new concepts, so not a project or an exercise, but anytime I'm teaching something new, the first video in that section will be me and this really large document going over what matters, what truly matters in the upcoming section, what's nice to have, what's important, and what is crucial to take away. So I've color-coded basically all the big topics we cover in the course. So these aren't each a video. Some of them might be 5 or 6 videos worth of content, but they're just the big standalone topics. And you can see that up front, there's a lot of green, which is generally quicker topics. It doesn't mean easier necessarily, but just quicker. Yellow is somewhere in the middle. And then as we make some progress, we get towards JavaScript, you'll see some more red show up. So this is just a quick high-level overview of the trajectory of the course, right? It starts off HTML, CSS, it's easier, quicker, and then it might slow down a bit as we get to JavaScript, but that's perfectly natural, and that's why I'm here to set your expectations. So I haven't decided what I'm going to name these videos, if it's, something stupid like goals, or, expectation setting, or what really matters, what to worry about and what not to worry about. It all sounds like conversations I had with my therapist as a kid. Anyway, my main reason for doing this is to mirror the experience that an in-person bootcamp student would have in one of my classes, where it's a lot easier in a given day to hammer home what matters, what's not important. On the whiteboard every morning, I like to write down the crucial goals, the main takeaways to focus on, and everything else is a nice to have. Well, I can't really do that in the middle of a video. I can't just leave it up in the middle of the screen, but at the beginning of every section, I'm going to do my best to tell you what truly matters in this section and what you should focus on, because there's just so much. This is a pretty unique course just in its scope and how much it covers, so it can get overwhelming. That's probably the first expectation I should set, is you're going to probably be overwhelmed at some point, but that's okay. That's totally normal. But this section in particular it's a pretty easy one, a quick one to start off with. We're just talking about a couple of basic concepts around the internet and the web, and then we're going to get some dev tools or some tools set up that we need for the rest of the course. So all the content around how the internet works, I'm going to say that's important but not crucial. It's something we'll revisit over and over in this course. So if you don't get it right away, don't panic. Same thing with HTTP requests and responses. We will get a lot of practice with that stuff. Intro to the web, all conceptual, important, but don't pull your hair out trying to, master it in this first section. What really is important is making sure you install VS Code in Chrome. 2 tools. They'll take 2 minutes total. It's at the end of the section. And also understanding the basic roles of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So not understanding the syntax and being able to write those 3 technologies, just being able to explain in a sentence or 2 for each one how they're different or what they each are responsible for. And then nice to have is the VS Code theme. I'm going to show you how to change the background color, the font color. It's not at all important, but a lot of students are interested in it, so I've included it here. But if you don't care, don't waste your time. Okay, so we've got a pretty quick section. Let's go ahead and get started. So let's begin with a quick and very high-level overview of how the internet works. And I mean very high level. We could easily spend, there are graduate programs just to study networking and the internet. It's a very, very complicated topic, especially when we get down to the lower level. But we are just going to ignore that and appreciate the miracle that is the internet, and we'll just chat about it at a high level. So the obvious question here is, what is it? Essentially, the internet's just a bunch of connected devices. And those devices are all sorts of things these days. Desktop machines, laptops, tablets, mobile devices. But then also there's, really fancy refrigerators that are internet enabled, wristwatches and thermostats and video game consoles and a whole bunch of other things. So there's billions of devices across the globe. How do they all communicate? How are they part of this network? Well, it's a very complicated question, but why don't we start with a much simpler example? What if there's just 2 computers? I'm at home and I have a friend over. We both have computers and we're too lazy to speak normally, by using our mouths and talking. So we decide, you know what we should do? We should connect our computers. So we set up a physical cable from my computer to my friend's computer, and now I can communicate through that computer. Okay, very silly, but now scale this up a bit. Imagine I have a raging party. 6 more people come over with laptops. I mean, can you believe that party? All of a sudden, I would need a lot of cable, a lot of connections in order to communicate with each of my friends' computers. And then you think about, what if we had 100 laptops and, each one is connected to 99 others? Or what about billions? Obviously, this idea does not work. Thankfully, the internet uses something called routing, where there are physical devices, there are other machines who have the job of connecting my information or my data to somebody else. It's kind of like an old school telephone network where you would dial, I guess you didn't even dial an operator back then. You would just pick up the phone and ask the operator to connect you to X person, and then the operator would patch you through. It's the same principle, just multiplied by a lot, exponentially. So the way that individual machines are identified is through IP addresses. You've probably heard the term before, Internet Protocol. We are not going to go into that at this point. All you need to know is that, my computer doesn't need to know anything about your computer or the billions of other machines out there. Now, this is one very small network here, but the internet in reality is a network of networks. This is still a very tiny, tiny network that I'm illustrating here. There aren't great illustrations of this online, but I'll show you a few. This is from about a decade or maybe 15 years ago. Somebody tried to map a small corner of the internet, not geographically, but just trying to map the connections. And again, this is very, very tiny, a minuscule portion of the internet, but we can see within this small networks that are connected to other networks. See these little starbursts? Each one of those is a network of computers, and they're all connected together to form a network of networks. Here's another example, a very tiny subset of the internet, and it shows that pattern, a network of networks. Okay, so I said the nitty-gritty details really don't matter for us. We don't need to care about IP addresses at this point or TCP. We don't need to really even care about how the data is sent over the internet. All that I'll say about it is that your data makes its way over cables at some point. From my house, I can tell you that, I've got a Wi-Fi network, but that Wi-Fi network is powered by an AT&T cable coming to my house. It's buried underground. It goes along my road. And then at some point that meets up with some other cables and they're joined together. And then there are a whole bunch of undersea cables that go all over the globe. You can actually see them here. And so they're buried underground or in very protective casings deep under the ocean. And that is really the most important piece of infrastructure in the internet to connect us globally. But anyway, my data makes its way along those cables as pulses of light. It's not quite a flashlight being turned on and off, but it's electrons going down this cable. It's really quite miraculous how it all works. Long story short, we don't have to care about it at all. We're going to be working with things at a much, much higher level. So to summarize, the internet is a global network of networks, just tons and tons of different devices that are able to communicate. And the internet's really the infrastructure that makes it all possible. It is the machines, the different computers and devices, the cables, the undersea cables, the fiber optic cables, the municipal networks, the home Wi-Fi networks, everything that's all connected to form this massive web. And it's what is able to carry things and services like email, the World Wide Web, which we're going to focus on, file sharing, online gaming, streaming services. So I kind of think of it as this massive network of highways or freeways around the entire globe, connecting all of our machines, where it's the massive piece of infrastructure. And then there's content that is sent along the internet or via the internet. And one of those pieces, one of those systems we're going to focus on is the web, which is coming up next. So if there's only one thing you take away from this video, just remember the fact that the internet is a bunch of connected computers, and it's what enables us to share websites and make the web work, which is what we care about. Okay, so if none of that stuck from the previous video, don't panic. This video is a little bit more important. We're going to talk about the concept of the web. This is a course on web development, so I guess naturally it matters a bit more. But this is also the first of many opportunities we have to discuss and learn what the web is. Still just very high-level intro. Okay, so the internet is this network of networks. It's the infrastructure that enables many things, including the World Wide Web. The World Wide Web, commonly known as the web, is an information system where we're able to share documents and resources over the internet. And those resources, those documents, are identified by URLs, Uniform Resource Locators. Basically, anytime you've gone to a URL or used a web browser to view some website, you are using the web, right? If I go to Reddit or Wikipedia, if I click a link on any of these pages, that's all the web, anything in a web browser. Well, I shouldn't say if it's the only thing that happens in a web browser, but that's really what web browsers allow us to do, is request and view web resources. So remember, the internet does more than just the web. It enables, streaming services and email, just as two examples. The web is one portion of what goes over those cables. So the web is this information system that allows us to share resources over the internet. And as I mentioned, those resources are identified by URLs. And the way that the information is transferred and the way that the web really works is there's this protocol, this thing called HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. You probably have come across that, or at least seen the letters HTTP or HTTPS in your browser. This is the foundation of how the World Wide Web works, how we communicate, and how we request and share resources or web pages. So HTTP is a protocol. It's a standardized sort of set of rules for how a form of communication should work. There are many other protocols involved in the internet. There's a TCP/IP protocol. There's this whole stack of protocols. We're not going to get into it. But HTTP is by far the most important for our purposes. So let's talk about how it works at a high level. When I go to some web page, let's say I'm going to Reddit, and I click a link to Reddit or a bookmark I have, or I just refresh the page like I'll do right now. I'm going to refresh. I am generating a request to this URL specifically. So what happens there, there's a very, very long journey that my request undergoes before it actually makes it to one of Reddit's servers. But it is a request asking for this particular resource. And then at some point, hopefully, I get a response back from one of Reddit's servers back to my machine saying, here you go, this is what you asked for. And then my browser's job is to display the information for me in a beautiful web page. Not always beautiful, but in some sort of page that makes sense to me and my human eyes. So it happens very, very quickly. But when I hit enter here, right, my request is going all the way to Reddit servers and then all the way back to me with the response. And then my browser makes sense of it, and then I make sense of it. So that all happens relatively quickly, at least depending on the speed of your internet and assuming that you're requesting a resource that exists. I said the term server. Specifically, I'm referring to a web server when I say that. There are different types of servers in general. They don't really matter for the purposes of this course, but there are video game servers, just as an example. We're talking about web servers, where they are machines connected to the internet, where their entire job is to satisfy requests coming in via the web. So web requests. We will be writing our own server code in this course eventually so that we can satisfy requests. We can have an incoming request asking for some page, and we can respond with information. Now there's a lot more to it. We need to often make sure somebody has permission to do something. Are they logged in? Do they own this? Is this a real resource they're asking for? Those are all things we will learn to implement. But at its core, the web is this system of sharing resources over the internet, and it's all built on this thing called HTTP. We will dive way deeper into HTTP in a bit. More than a bit. Later on in this course, we'll be making requests at a much lower level. We'll look at requests and what a response looks like. But for now, you just need to know that they exist. HTTP is a thing. So here's another example of the job of a server. If I request from Reddit server, reddit.com, some subreddit that just doesn't exist, the job of that Reddit server is to tell me, I don't know what that is. So if I try and go to a subreddit like that, chickens, blah, 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 I'm requesting that. Reddit server is going to analyze that request and figure out, I don't know what the heck he's on about. And then it sends me back a different resource, a different page. So another term you'll hear is client, and that is just a way of referring to the machine, the computer, the device that is requesting something from a server. So in this case, I'm the client, or the browser is the client, my machine is the client. I am requesting a resource from Reddit's server or Wikipedia's server. Basically, anything that's happening here in the browser is happening on the client side, which is like a very common term. And then anything that happens on Reddit servers or Wikipedia servers, or eventually when we write our own server logic, all that code happens on the server side. Okay, so that's just a very, very quick intro. In the next video, I'm going to dive a bit more into what actually comes back from one of these requests that I send. What does my browser receive and what does it do with it? Next up, let's talk about what actually happens when that server responds with something. So when I go to Reddit/chickens or /r/chickens, I'll hit enter again. My web browser is sending an HTTP request. It finds its way eventually to Reddit servers. Reddit servers respond with a web page, and then I see the web page here magically. But that's not exactly how it works. Once I send that request and it makes its way to Reddit servers, what happens? Well, Reddit servers don't respond with a complete web page looking like what we see right here, right? It doesn't look like this web page immediately. Instead, they respond with instructions, or the server responds with instructions with code that my browser can understand and then display for me. So the job of my browser is essentially to display or to render content for me, for humans, for human eyes, or if somebody's using a screen reader, for human ears, but to take code that comes from a server or from some HTTP response and render it in some way. So I like to imagine IKEA instructions. If you've ever been to IKEA and bought furniture, it's kind of what the server is responding with, is the instructions and the pieces to make a sofa. But it's not a sofa itself, it's the instructions and the pieces, and then you have to take it home and actually build the sofa. It's kind of like the same idea. When I ask for this webpage, reddit.com/r/chicken/top, I'm sending a request. I get a response that is the instructions for the web page, and then my browser takes those instructions and builds the web page. So what do these instructions actually look like? What are they? Well, on any page, if you're in Chrome, you can right-click and go to View Page Source. You don't need to do this, but it's good to know that you can. This is the underlying page, the actual content that results in this web page right here. So this is what the actual response includes. This is coming back from the server. These are the IKEA instructions for the web page. And then the browser, in this case Chrome, but whatever browser you're using, is set up. Its main job is to understand these instructions and turn them into something that makes sense to us as humans. Assuming you are a human as well, I think most of you students are, we can understand this web page. So this is turned into this. Every single web page you look at, whether it's this here or Wikipedia's, I'll right-click, View Page Source. This is the underlying code, the source for this web page that comes back from Wikipedia's servers in this case, and this is what we see once the browser gets its hands on it, once the browser actually renders it. So this code here all consists of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Those are the three core technologies that my browser understands and that web pages are made up of. So here's another diagram I spent a little too long making to illustrate this. If we search on Google for anything, in this case, Silkie chickens, it's the breed of chickens, one of the breeds of chickens that I have at home. If we search, we hit Google search there, I'm sending an HTTP request, and that request eventually makes its way to Google servers. And one of those Google servers, wherever it is going to receive this incoming request. I'm asking for google.com/search, blah, 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 Silkie chickens. That server has the task of figuring out what I'm asking for based off of the incoming request and the URL I'm asking for. It will build me a web page, which in the case of Google takes a lot of work. Whatever it does, that magic to build that web page and figure out the ranking and the different results and ads and all that fun stuff. And then it responds back with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, that little box in the middle here, writing that rainbow. Those three technologies, what we saw over here. This is the underlying code, and then the browser takes that and turns it into this web page. We can see our beautiful Silkie chickens. They're very funny looking chickens, although that one looks like it's being cooked, so not as funny. Okay, so two terms that you'll run into quite a bit are front end and back end in reference to web development, different roles, different portions of the stack, which we haven't even covered the term stack. But for now, I just want to really quickly define those terms and explain why they matter or why there's a distinction. So we talked about this general process. You ask for a web page via an HTTP request, even if we don't consciously make that request. Our browser sends an HTTP request for us. A server then has the task of responding with an HTTP response. But it's not that simple. There's code that has to run on the server itself to figure out what to respond with. And this is where the term front end and back end, or the terms, come in. So I like to kind of think of it or picture it as going to a restaurant where we've got a kitchen and then we've got the front of house where our customers sit. They are two separate locations, but they are both super critical to the restaurant succeeding, or the restaurant being a restaurant. So to help clarify what I mean, here's another diagram. Once again, I'm going to Google in this diagram and I'm searching for something. Silky chickens, the best type of chickens. Not for eating, but the best type of chickens for looking. They're very cute. So when I send that request, a request is sent off, it hits Google's servers at some point. Google has to do some work. It needs to figure out, well, what are the search results? How do I rank them? How many are there? How many pages do I need to make? What about the ads? Who is asking for this? Oh, it's cold. Let me put some ads about, chicken feed and, whatever else they want to try and sell me. A page has to be constructed first. So there's a lot of logic that goes into figuring out who I am, what do I want, what do I have permission to view, am I logged in? All of that code, that's all happening on Google's servers before it even sends anything back to me. So that's the back end. That's the kitchen, if you will, in a restaurant, constructing the response. Then it sends back a response to me in the form of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that code that it sends back runs in my browser. And that is all client-side or front-end code, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So the stuff that happens over here could be one of any, well, not any language, but lots of different languages, Python, C, Java, as you'll learn, and it's kind of confusing. We can also use JavaScript over here on the server side. There are lots and lots of different back-end languages or server-side languages, but there's only 3 tools that every web page is constructed of, or at most 3 tools, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So front-end development focuses on these tools, the stuff that runs in the browser, and back-end development focuses on the stuff that runs on a server, not in the browser. So they're connected, and in this course, we will be working with both sides of this equation. We start off understanding these 3, and then we focus on creating servers and connecting to databases and handling requests and responding and all of that fun stuff. And I think I have one more slide. There we go. The final piece of the puzzle is that the response is sent back, our browser receives it, and it displays it. So there's work that goes in on both sides of this dotted line, and people spend their whole lives, their whole careers focused on often just one small piece of back-end code or one small portion of front-end. So I'm showing this to you now just to give you an overview of the sort of flow, the process, how these pieces fit together, but I don't want to give you the impression that you're going to be expected to know every single piece of this massive puzzle. In the next video, we'll talk a little bit more about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and what they each do before we start learning them. So that's coming up. All right, so the last thing we need to do here before we actually install tools and get going with code is a quick rundown of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and what they each are responsible for, what they each do, and how they work together. So these are 3 tools we'll spend a ton of time on in this course. Pretty much everything we do from here on out will involve at least one of these 3, if most likely all 3 at the same time, once we learn them all. Let's begin by just understanding what they are. So those 3 technologies are responsible for making web pages. They're the only thing that your browser understands. They're the only 3 languages. They're not really all programming languages, but they're the only technologies that our browser expects web pages to utilize. And they each have a different responsibility. Here I have a sentence. A purple dinosaur danced. It was too long to fit dinosaur, so the purple dino danced. We have 3 pieces if we ignore the article. We've got dinosaur. The thing is a dinosaur. It's the nouns here. And that's what I like to imagine as the HTML. HTML on a web page describes the what, the things on the page. Then we have purple, which is adjectives, or it's an adjective. The purple dino, it describes the dinosaur. That is what CSS does. It helps us describe HTML elements, things on the page. Make this purple, make this, much wider, change the font size, give it a border, give it a shadow. And then we have the JavaScript, the verbs here, danced. The purple dinosaur danced. It's the action, the things that it's doing, the verbs. JavaScript is one we'll focus on in just a moment, but let's start with HTML and CSS. So here I have a web page. This is a website called CodePen. We'll learn more about it later on, but all you need to know for now is that it's a way in the browser of sharing code and of writing and tweaking code using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So we have 3 windows. These are the 3 technologies, and then this is the end result. So we have a calculator down here, so I can do some simple math. 98 times 6 equals 588. Okay, so if I get rid of the JavaScript and I get rid of the CSS and we just focus on the HTML, let's do that to start. So I'm just going to get rid of them here. You'll see that we have the underlying things on the page. We have buttons. They're very ugly and they don't do anything. So the formatting, very different. The action, the interaction is non-existent, but the what of the page, the nouns, are all here. That is HTML, the stuff, the content. So we've got buttons, we've got some text, we've got a clear button, we've got the display. Right now it just says 0. We have a reset button. Now if I add my CSS back in, it's going to look radically different. The same content, now totally spaced differently, colored differently, different fonts, background colors, you've got a gradient, so everything's centered. This is now orangish, different font sizes, so lots and lots of changes. I mean, the layout now, we've got a grid going on, but the calculator doesn't actually work. So I can click on a button, but nothing is actually being added together. We can't do any math. I can't reset. Where even is the reset button? Nothing happens. Now, if I add in the JavaScript, this is the action, the verbs. So we have HTML, the stuff on the page, the what. It's ugly, but the content is there. Then we have CSS, which describes that content. So take each button and make it a square and give it this background color and give it this font size and this font color. All that stuff is CSS. JavaScript is the action. I'll add that back in. It doesn't look like much changes, but as I click now, you'll see the display updates, and I can actually do math. 985 plus 2 equals 987, divided by 3 equals 329. Really? It evenly divided by 3? Let's see. Let's divide by, 7. Anyway, we can clear. We actually have interactions in here. We are doing things. It's not just looking pretty, but it actually does something. Now, JavaScript does a lot more than just adding numbers together or multiplying them and displaying them here. JavaScript is responsible for anytime you have a live notification pop up or any sort of chat, any sort of autocomplete and search, and there's so many features that JavaScript is responsible for. If you ever have played a game in the browser, Sudoku or a crossword or really anything, 2048, those are all built with JavaScript as well as HTML and CSS. So to recap, HTML, it's the what of the page, it's the content even if it's hideous. It's the underlying structure. CSS describes that structure and how it should look, and basically that's it. It doesn't really do anything other than making it look good, but that's obviously very important. And then we have JavaScript, which does a lot. Here it's kind of limited. It's just adding logic for a calculator, but it's building the actual logic, the action, the verbs of the web page. Those 3 tools work together, and we'll be learning them so that we can use them together in the rest of the course. So we've got to begin with HTML, but before we can do that, we need to set up our environment. So that's next. Alrighty, so we've made it to the end of this section or unit, and it's now time for us to get set up so we can actually move on and start doing stuff with code. So there are just a couple of tools that I'll be using in the course, and I definitely recommend that you use as well. They're cross-platform, whether you're on a Windows machine or a Mac or something else, and they are free. You don't have to use these, but the first one is going to be Chrome. the web browser Google Chrome. I highly recommend that you use it. If you are comfortable using another browser, like you prefer Edge or Internet Explorer or Firefox or Safari or something else, that's totally fine, but the tools that I'll be using later on, the developer tools specifically that we use to inspect and understand and debug code, are specific to Chrome. Now, there are analogs in other browsers, but I definitely recommend you use Chrome or Firefox as a backup option, but definitely Chrome is going to be the smoothest experience. So go ahead and download that. It's nice and easy. Just google.com/Chrome, download Chrome. I'll allow that to open up, verify, and all of that stuff. And again, the reason we're using Chrome is that it's pretty much the standard with developers these days. You can definitely use other browsers. Firefox, as I mentioned, is popular too, but Chrome is the most popular, let's put it that way. All right, so we'll open it up, make sure it works. Yes, open. And there we go. We've got Chrome open. Congratulations, us. So the next tool that I definitely recommend you install is VS Code, which is a text editor, Visual Studio Code. It's put out by Microsoft of all companies. Over the years, I have changed the editor that I recommend a couple of times. I used to use Sublime Text in my courses. These days, VS Code is far and away the best free option. It is very powerful, especially given the community built around it. Lots of updates, lots of fun extensions and useful extensions. VS Code is just an editor. It's where we'll be writing our code throughout the course. So we could write, text documents in VS Code if you wanted to. You could write Python code, JavaScript code, HTML, CSS, and so on. That's exactly how we'll be using it. So go ahead and download this. You can use another editor if you have one you prefer, but once again, some of the shortcuts and the extensions I'll be using are specific to VS Code. So for the best experience, use VS Code. So I'm going to download that as well. And I actually am on a brand new computer here, so I don't have any of these installed. Usually I have to fake it and pretend that I'm installing things that I already have installed, but I'm actually going through the process just like you might be as I'm recording this. Okay, so here's VS Code, or Visual Studio Code. And in the next video, I'll talk a bit about customizing the appearance. If you're interested, I will change these, change some of the settings at least, and I get a lot of questions about it usually, so I'll cover that in the next video. But for now, I'll just show you the basic workflow. It's pretty straightforward. Make a new file. You can just click here. I use shortcuts, usually Command N. Here's a new empty file. I'll save it. You could do File, Save, or Command S, or if you're on a Windows machine, I believe it's just Control S. Basic text editor, at least so far, right? And as we learn HTML and CSS and JavaScript and other languages, we will see some of the specific features that are really nice for writing code. But just to show you the basics, make a new file. I'll save it. Let's call this one hello.txt. Just a text file, I guess. And I can start typing my text, and that's honestly all you need to do for now. So shortly, we'll pick up with HTML, and we'll talk about making HTML files. But just make sure you have the editor installed. You can make the font size larger, smaller. I'll make mine pretty large so you can see it. And in the next video, I'll show you how you can change colors and all of that in fonts. One last tool that I recommend, but definitely is not mandatory, is something called Spectacle. Now, this is mainly if you're on a Mac. Well, specifically, Spectacle only works on Macs. It doesn't exist on Windows machines. But on Windows machines, I don't think you even need to install something for this feature. What Spectacle does is it helps me rearrange windows. So if I wanted to, split the screen, which I do frequently, I want my text editor to take up half the screen. I could do it the very clumsy way, and let's see if I can even get this. There we go. Do something like this and put it over here, then put Chrome over here, especially if I have an app I'm developing and then I want to see the actual web page that I'm working on over here. It's a lot of work and really annoying. So what I like to do is use Spectacle. I think on a PC it's called just Snap or Snap to Windows. It's just I think you hold the Windows key and an arrow. Anyway, here's Spectacle. It's spectacleapp.com. It's no longer under active development, meaning no new features and things are being added. There are competitors or replacements. Spectacle has worked fine for me at this point, so I'm just going to open that up and install you. And that finished up, and I now can use the Spectacle shortcuts. The defaults are listed here. There are different shortcuts. The ones I typically use are, let's see, moving to the right and the left, 50%, top and bottom, not as much. Some people like that, but I prefer split screen left and right. So this allows me to just really easily move things around. And if I want full screen, I can do Command Option F on a Mac. But again, there are equivalents for other platforms, but I just recommend something like this because we will have multiple windows to manage, and a lot of developers like this tool. Okay, so next up, I'll show you quickly how to change the theme if you want. Not at all important, but a lot of people care about it. All right, so we're going to talk a bit more about VS Code, specifically setting up a nice color scheme and font and all of that if you care about it. Surprisingly, well, maybe it's not surprising, but a large number of students ask me about this, so I'll just get it out of the way up front, but totally optional. So VS Code lets you change pretty much everything about it. You can open up the preferences in a couple different ways. I think you can just click Settings here. So click that icon, or you can use that shortcut that it displays. For me, that's a Command comma. And then I can change a bunch of settings around things like the page size, the font specifically here, font size, a lot of technical settings once we get into code around how it should autocomplete and different features and copying and pasting and things we don't really need to get into. And to find the theme in here, there's so many settings. I usually just search for it. I'll type theme. It's under appearance, I think. And we can change to one of the built-in themes, for example, Solarized Light, Solarized Dark, Tomorrow Night Blue, all these different ones. But we can also download and install custom extensions where you can actually make your own theme from scratch. We also have themes for the icons. If you notice the icons up here, see if you can see much there. Those icons versus if I change to this one here, it's a really slight difference, honestly, but you can install different sets of icons or you can get rid of them entirely. But what I'm going to do is install the one that I like to use. It is an extension, and there are two ways of browsing extensions. You can go here. This little tab here is the extensions tab, and we can search for things. We'll be installing quite a few over the next, long time in the course. You can also search here. So the one that I want, you could just do theme if you wanted to browse different themes. Or in the browser, if we go over here, if you go to extensions at the visualstudio.com website, or code.visualstudio.com extensions, we can browse them here, trending, extensions most popular, and you can filter by themes if that's what you want. So we're focusing on themes for now. You can click on one. Let's see what this looks like. This is Atom 1 Dark Theme. So you can install it. Usually what I do is just hop over here. If I find one that I like, search for it, and then install. But I know the one I want is Material Theme. It's right here. And you can view, do they have a preview on this? It doesn't look like they have a preview right here. Well, I know that I like this one. That's what I use on my other machines. So I'm going to click Install. There are many different ways, lots of install buttons, but I'll click one of them. And it appears to just be using it. And I can now select one of the themes. It comes with, 10 or so different variations. And I think the one I like is Pale Night High Contrast. I'm not positive if that's exactly the one, but we can play around with it. If you go back to your settings, for me it's Command comma rather, or once again down here. And I go back to appearance. Here's my color theme. I've got quite a few of them now. Material theme, all these different ones. Let's see, Pale Night versus Pale Night High Contrast. I'm not even sure if I noticed much of a difference. And we can also do things like setting our icon theme here. We now get these Material UI icons. So I'm going to go with that, I believe. So now we have slightly different icons showing up, nothing major. So that's all I'm going to show here for now, so we can just keep moving. But if you're someone who wants to customize things further, there are lots of resources out there. There are so many extensions for VS Code, and I'll highlight some of the ones that I use as we learn different skills and different technologies. If you want to jump ahead, though, I do have a YouTube video I've published. It's called My Favorite VS Code Extensions. It's about 20 minutes. It covers, 10 or so extensions that I recommend. Some of them are not going to make a lot of sense if you're a beginner. For example, the React snippets, not going to be very helpful, but something like Emmet and Live Server and Color Highlight, those will be very nice in the next couple of sections, but I'll point them out as we go. So there's this video. I'll include a link in the resources for this video if you want to check it out. Otherwise, we are done and we can move on to HTML and finally write some code that's coming up. Welcome back, everyone. We've got a new section here, our first of a handful of sections on HTML. So in this section, we're going to go over the very basics, and for that reason, there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to consider very crucial that will pop up throughout the rest of the course. So in no particular order, paragraph elements, HTML headings, HTML lists, anchor tags, which is how we make a link in HTML to link to another web page, images. These are things that we use all the time. I mean, this web page I'm on right now consists of, well, let's see, I've got headings here. I've got an image, a horrible image of myself right there. There are anchor tags, links that I can click to go to other places. And that's just, in 10 seconds what I spotted. So these are crucial elements, things that you'll use all the time. We haven't actually learned any HTML, so I can't really say much more than that. Now, I'm also going to spend a little bit of time talking about a resource called Mozilla Developer Network. I believe it's very important, but it's not crucial. There are other resources that you could use in place of MDN. I just like to teach it. HTML boilerplate is the only yellow card in this stack. Again, I can't really go into what boilerplate is at this point. It's yellow just because it involves a little bit more work and explanation than some of these other things. But overall, this section, doesn't have any super complex ideas and no single topic that takes a huge amount of time. Next up, we've got the Chrome Inspector, which I'm going to put under important, but not critical or crucial. We're using Chrome in the course, so it's important for the course, but other developers favor things like Firefox, where the Chrome Inspector doesn't really come into play at all. And then lastly, in nice to have, I'll show you a little, a trick or just a nice feature of VS Code. It has nothing to do with HTML or even web development. It's just something that I'm putting in this section. You can skip the whole video if you'd like. But yeah, it's there for a reason. It's nice to have. So let's go ahead and get started with HTML. As we saw, most things in this section are pretty important. Fortunately, they're pretty short, relatively easy to understand topics. So here we go. Okay, so let's begin with HTML. To recap what we talked about previously, HTML it's like the nouns of a web page. It is the structure of the content. It's the what is on the page. This is a button, this is a form, this is a link, but it is not the style. That's CSS. It's not the behavior. That would be JavaScript. So we're going to start with HTML, then we'll add on some CSS, and we'll add on JavaScript, and they'll all be happy together, and everything will be lovely. But first, let's talk about HTML. So HTML is an example of something called a markup language. It stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTML is not a full-blown programming language, or what most people would consider a programming language, where we implement complex logic, and we don't have anything like that. With HTML, it's just about marking up a document. So if you think of that term, marking up, on the right side of the slide here, I've got a poem, a William Blake poem, one of my favorites, being marked up, let's say by my middle school teacher or something in red ink. So there are notes, there are, in this case, there's a little circle of a misspelled word. It's being annotated. Additional information is being added onto the pure content. That's exactly what HTML does. HTML is a language or a syntax that we use to mark up documents, web pages. So if you think of something like a scientific research paper, which is actually exactly where HTML came from, back in 1989/1990, HTML was created to help describe the structure of academic research papers and share them across the very early internet. For those of you who haven't seen many research papers, they have some particular formatting where we have things like bolded text and numbered lists and bulleted lists. We have, in this case, links between different pages and different sections. We have italicized text. We have paragraphs of text where they're separated out with some space between them. Just, a paragraph like you would have in any other paper. But under all this, if we remove that, if we strip it away, it's just text content. And the goal of HTML is to take text content like this and somehow mark it up with some structure so that we could say something like, this part, if we take a look here, the questions you investigated, that's italicized and bolded, and it's in a bullet point. But if we look at the content, it's literally just text. So how would we indicate to somebody, this is supposed to be bolded, This is supposed to be italicized, and there should be a bullet point here. And when I say indicate to somebody, really the goal of HTML is to indicate to your web browser that this should be a bullet point and bolded and italicized. Remember back to our discussion around HTTP requests. When we load a web page, or specifically when our browser loads a web page, it gets a response from a server somewhere that includes HTML, as well as CSS and JavaScript. It's just information, it's text. Think of it as, it is ones and zeros at some point along the way, but by the time it makes it to our browser, it looks like this, right? It's just text. But that text has to include all of the structure for the page, and your browser needs to know the rules, in this case of HTML, it knows the rules so that it can display this. It knows how to make something bold, and it knows the HTML syntax that indicates something is bold, or a link, or a bulleted list, or whatever it is. So that is where HTML came from originally, was the same issue, but with academic research papers and sharing research papers and sharing the structure. So there are many different ways we could mark this up. In person, when I'm teaching this at boot camps in San Francisco, I actually have students break out and come up with their own strategies for how you would do that. If I wanted to say that this was italicized, or this right here is italicized, one option would be something like, italics, and then whatever you want, pointing an arrow to the italics. But then the problem there is, well, how do you know where that ends? Where does the italics end? Is it based off of the lines? So this entire line is italicized? Okay. But then what if we also have bold? This is bolded, the entire line is bolded, or just a portion of this is bolded. It gets difficult to come up with a better approach than what we have with HTML. So what is that approach? Well, to write HTML, we use what are called HTML elements. And there are quite a few of them, things like image elements or form elements or link elements or heading elements, bold things, italicized. There's lots and lots of things that we can do, but we define them using this syntax here, this general pattern, where we wrap a tag, an opening tag, this right here, and a closing tag around some content. So in the next video, we'll start writing some HTML, but the general recipe looks like this. If I wanted to indicate this is supposed to be italicized, there is an actual italics element called the I element. We'll actually talk about it. It's a bit it's not controversial. It's a bit confusing. But if I wanted this whole thing to be italicized, I could write this right here. Now, I'm not technically writing HTML right now. I'm not running this or opening this in my browser. I'm just showing you the general idea. We wrap this syntax, in this case the I tags, around some content to indicate that it's italicized. So not that different from that approach that I showed you here where we had, what did we do, italics like this and an arrow. It's kind of the same principle. It's just more concise and a lot more angle brackets. But there we go. We are marking up this document to indicate this is italicized. But the reality of HTML is that we often end up with a whole bunch of different elements. There are quite a few of them, and we often nest them together. So we could have this portion be bolded, and to do that, it's as simple as I want a bold tag, opening and closing around investigated for whatever reason. I don't think that's what we're actually trying to do. We wanted this to be italicized and bolded and on a bullet point. We're ignoring that. But the key concept here is that we are marking up some document, just like this here where we're marking up an essay or a plagiarized poem. We're going to be marking up web documents, actual content to be displayed on a page. So we'll be able to do things like make this a paragraph of text, or make this an image, make this a link to Facebook, make this a bold element or a bold piece of text, make this a heading. That's all stuff we can do with HTML, hypertext markup language. So now that we've set the stage for what it is, it's time for us to actually play around with it and learn some of those elements I discussed. All right, so let's begin by creating our very first HTML document. We'll keep it very simple, and we'll add on to it in the next couple of videos. So I'm going to be recreating a portion of a Wikipedia page on chickens. You can follow along with the same text. You can just write gibberish. You can come up with your own content. But what really matters here is not what goes between these tags, but the tags themselves. That's what we're covering right now. So you could just type gibberish if you want. So I'm going to start by making an HTML file inside of VS Code. So I'm in VS Code here. You can do this really in any editor. I'm going to make a new file, so you can do File, New, or I just use a shortcut, Command N on a Mac. and then I'm going to save this file. So I'm going to name this file something like chickens dot, and it has to end with the .html extension. So that part is very important. It will do two things. One, when I save this, VS Code will recognize that it's HTML, and it will treat it like an HTML page and highlight it and give it the nice syntax coloring. And when I open it in my browser, it will be recognized as HTML and run as HTML or rendered. So you can see I already get this nice little icon that's coming from the Material UI theme that I set up, my VS Code theme. If you don't have that, it's not a big deal at all. You can go back and check out that video if you want. I'm going to begin by just putting some text in here. So why don't I just take the word chicken and then maybe this first paragraph, but you could put whatever you want in there. Really, anything. Just type some stuff in there. So I'll do chicken like that. So I've got my 2 lines here. It doesn't matter what we have in here. This is not really HTML we're typing at the moment. It's just text. But now I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to open it in my browser. So I'm using Chrome, and there are many ways of doing this. One is just to navigate in Finder or whatever the file chooser thing is called on Windows, find the file and double-click it. Or you could right-click, open with Chrome. You could also open it with Safari or something else. Or you can drag it and open it in Chrome like that. And there we go. I'm viewing my HTML file in the browser, in this case in Chrome. Now I didn't do anything specific to HTML, it's just text, but it does end in .html. And you can see I'm viewing it as a file here. So this is not hosted somewhere. I'm not going to some website or hitting a server to view this contents or the contents of this file. I'm the only one who can see this on this machine. So it's not online or anything like that. So now we're going to start writing some actual HTML. Let's take a look at the Wikipedia page. Chicken right here is bolded, the chicken. So if you're not following exactly with this text, just pick some word to bold. So I'm going to do it here. So I'm going to start with the opening B part of the tag, and there's a couple things that happen right away. First of all, we get colors, the syntax highlighting from VS Code. It recognizes this as HTML, and it auto-completed that bold tag closing portion. I did not type that myself. I just did this. And it automatically added that in, and it put my cursor right there. Now there's another way of creating a bold tag even quicker, which is if you type the letter B and you hit tab, it expands that for you. Now I already have the text written here, so it's kind of annoying. I need to put chicken inside of the B tag, so opening and closing, and I need to make sure I have that N right there. Okay, and this is telling the browser to bold the text in between the opening and closing tags. So I'm going to save, go back to my browser, and refresh the page. It's not automatically updated. So I can navigate, or I can click here and hit enter. You can see it updates. Or I can use a shortcut, which is what I usually do, or you could click here. But I use the shortcut Command R on a Mac. Okay, so we've got our first HTML element, the bold element. We'll actually learn more about the bold element and when you should and shouldn't use it. There are certain situations where it actually doesn't make sense, and there's a different way to bold something. But I want to mention, if I leave off that closing tag, what do you think will happen? Well, let's refresh. Everything is bolded after that opening tag. The browser doesn't know that we wanted it to close anywhere. It just assumes, all right, you open the bold tag, now everything's going to be bold until I hit the ending closing tag. Did I find it? Is there a closing tag? No? Okay, maybe the next character. And it never finds it. So everything will be rendered as bold. So we need that opening and that closing tag. And it actually, VS Code will autocomplete that for me too. If I just start with a slash, it figures out that I want to close that bold tag because I had it open, now it's closed. So that's our first example of a very simple element, the bold element. The browser knows what to do with it. And if I open this in Safari or Internet Explorer, we would see bolded text for that one character, that one word, chicken. This should work across all browsers. That's the main idea of HTML. It's a standard. I can mark up my document and indicate that this is supposed to be bolded, and when I open it or view it in a browser, it will be. So now that we have that basic idea, we're now going to go crazy learning a bunch of different elements, not just bold tags, but how do we make headings, how do we make links and images and forms and buttons. So that's all coming up in the next couple of videos. Next up, I'd like to quickly introduce you to one of the most useful resources that you'll see me use all the time in this course, and I recommend you use all the time. It's called Mozilla Developer Network, or MDN. Again, it's a lifesaver. It is a resource that covers the basics and more, not just the basics, of web technologies. So resources for developers written by developers. Think of it as Wikipedia for HTML and CSS and JavaScript and browsers and a whole bunch of other stuff. It explains the rules of HTML. It's full of tutorials and references and guides, and I'll be using it a lot. Again, I use it a lot in my real life as a teacher, as a developer. A couple times a day at least, I'm on MDN. So it is documentation. It's resources that help you understand and help you learn about these technologies. Keep in mind that Mozilla is not the creator of HTML and CSS and JavaScript. There are other resources that are similar to MDN. This is just one sort of encyclopedia of knowledge, but it's not an official document or anything. It's created, it's open source, it's created by developers. We'll talk more about how HTML is created and how it changes and who's in charge and all of that later on. Right now, it doesn't really matter. So just really quickly, a couple things that I like to highlight. Under references here, we're focusing on HTML for now, but eventually we'll be doing CSS and JavaScript. On HTML, there are some tutorials, learn HTML, but what I want to show you is the element reference. And this shows us all of the valid HTML elements that we could be using. So we just use the bold tag, which I believe would be under, is it right here? Here it is, B. Technically, these days, they call it the bring attention to element. We'll discuss why later on. But we've got an introduction to it, a paragraph that explains what it does. We've got some examples here, and we can see what it looks like rendered by the browser. You can change this, and it will automatically be updated. We have some other information. We'll talk about attributes later. We have more examples. So it's just an explanation of how things work. So MDN, great resource, and when you're Googling something, if you're stuck, if you're trying to figure out something around, let's say you don't know how to make a form in HTML. Well, we haven't covered that. What I like to do is just search HTML form MDN for Mozilla Developer Network. I favor them so much, I want to find those results. And there we go. But don't worry, we'll learn about forms later on. You don't need to read that for now. Okay, so that is MDN, an invaluable resource. Keep that in mind. Use it all the time. Okay, so now we're going to dive into a bunch of elements. And the first one we'll talk about here is the paragraph element, or the P tag. So I'll scroll down on here. You can also just search for it. It's just the letter P. And it represents a paragraph. That does not necessarily mean a paragraph of text, although that is often the case. In HTML, a paragraph can actually contain any sort of related content that you want to group together. So that could be images, it could be different pieces of a form, like different inputs and labels and stuff. But for now, we're going to do textual paragraphs. So here we go. We can see on my Wikipedia page, it's not mine, but on this page of 4 chickens, we've got a paragraph of text here and a separate paragraph of text here. Now, if I were to just copy this text over, I already have the first half into my document, and I save, and I could add some space in there. Let's go back to my browser and refresh. That spacing is not respected at all. It's just pushed together into one giant chunk of text. So if I wanted to indicate clearly that there's a division, that this is a separate standalone paragraph of text from this, I can use the paragraph element using the P tags, opening P and closing P tags. So I'm going to do that right now. So first of all, let's do the second paragraph to start. I can do this on a separate line like this, and close it after the fact, like that. Things get a little bit crazy with this super long line. You can also turn on text wrapping. You could add in your own returns in here, but if you did something like this, that's fine. And if I refresh, you'll see that those returns aren't really respected. So we had genetic, Africa, had, according. Here, it's not at all the same. So it doesn't really respect those line breaks. But by wrapping everything in a P tag, or P tags, we end up with a standalone paragraph. So this indicates here's a paragraph. Now this is not a paragraph here, but it should be. Specifically, I want this to be another paragraph. So this here is the title, the heading of my page. This, though, is a paragraph, and it's totally fine to nest elements. In fact, we do that nonstop. I can have a bold element inside of a paragraph. So I'm going to make my paragraph there and just move the closing tag to the very end. By the way, to move to the end of a line or the beginning of a line in VS Code on a Mac, I can hold Command and then the right arrow or the left arrow, or down to go to the end of my document, or up to go to the top. And I believe that's Control and arrows on a PC. I'm not entirely sure, but it's something involving the arrows. So now I've got two paragraphs. I'm going to save and then refresh my page. And there we go. Two different paragraphs. So again, doesn't seem like they do a whole lot, but they do add that space here, that line break. They're something called a block level element. We'll learn more about that and what it means, but they take up a block of space. So this paragraph is going to take up its own block and force everything that comes after it to start on a separate line. Okay, so that's a paragraph element. Pretty simple. Next up, we're going to talk about headings. Next up, I'm going to introduce 6 very similar elements. They are all heading or section heading elements. They are the H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6 elements. So they all indicate headings. If we go to this Wikipedia article, we have a bunch of examples actually of these H elements. We've got our main heading here, which would be an H1. This is the top level heading for the entire page. But then we have subheadings like terminology, general biology, and habitat. Those would be the next level down. Think of an outline of your document. This is the main topic and then 2 subtopics. And then within one of those, so if this is an H2, we could have an H3. And then we've got a couple of H3s. Behavior, is there another one down here? Hatching and, embryology, there we go. And then within one of those sections, we can have an H4. And we could keep going. So do not use these for the size of the text that they generate. They have a default size. So an H1 by default is a little bit larger than normal. An H2 is slightly smaller, an H3 is slightly smaller than that. But we can change all of that after the fact using CSS. I could make an H1 really tiny and an H6 very large. It's not a great idea, but I could. So that is not why we use them. And in fact, there's a very important method or an important structure that we need to follow. We should always only have one H1 at most on a page, and it should always be the top level main heading. So let's do that. I've got chicken right here. Whatever you want the heading of your page to be, we'll wrap it in an H1. So we've got the opening and the closing. And you'll notice a couple of things. First of all, it's going to be larger, but it also takes up its own line, just like a paragraph does. It's a heading. It stands on its own. So if I have some other text after it, save and refresh, it's pushed onto its own line. Okay, so it is made larger, but again, that's not really the point. We can change the font, we can change the size, the color, all of that later on. So we should have one H1 at most. You should not have 2 topics that are the top level thing of your page, the top section heading. You just have one. And then we could have subtopics or subheadings. So for example, let's just copy this, terminology and general biology and habitat. So I'm just going to make a couple of H2s here. We've got our little intro here, and then I'll do an H2, and I'm going to use a shortcut, H2 tab. And then I'll paste in terminology, and then H2 tab again, and this time I was going to do general biology and habitat. Sure. Let's take a look. Okay, so they're smaller. And why don't I add maybe a paragraph of text inside of that? I'm not going to copy all of this. I'm going to use just some dummy text. Inside of VS Code, there's a shortcut called lorem, where I can type lorem and hit tab, and it just makes me some lorem ipsum placeholder text. So if I refresh, there we go. I've got a paragraph. Let's maybe make it a little larger. I'll do it again, lorem. I think I can even do something like lorem times, how about 5, and hit tab. I don't know if you could see that there. I'll do one more example. Down below this H2, let's do another paragraph. So P tab, you don't have to do it that way. You could also just type out P with your brackets. And then inside, I'm going to type lorem, but this time I'm going to multiply it by, how about 3? And then I'll hit tab. And this will make me 3 times lorem ipsum placeholder text. So just placeholder, nothing important. Now it's trying to translate from Latin. No, thank you, Chrome. And now I've got a couple of sections of content, if you will. And let's put an H3 in there. So under general biology and habitat, I'll do behavior. So that will be an H3, just like that. And then I could have different sections for behavior. So social behavior, and that could be an H4. And these are all meaningful, right? If something is an H4, that indicates that it's a level below an H3. If something is an H1, it's the top thing on the page. It's the main subject or the main heading. If something is an H2, it's a subsection. So keep that in mind. You should never have an H3 without an H2 and an H1. You should never have an H6 without an H5 and a 4 and a 3 and a 2 and a 1. They mean something. So the sizes you can control and change independently, but that number has some meaning associated with it. So if I wanted to have another heading below behavior, we've got behavior, social behavior, and then broodiness. Oh, I've been dealing with some broodiness in my hens for the first time. Let me tell you, it's not very fun. It's when they insist upon raising one of their eggs and laying on it and not laying new eggs, and they get very angry when their egg doesn't hatch and they won't move and eat. It's a little, honestly, it's kind of messed up that we've bred chickens to just not raise their young and just keep laying eggs. But anyway, getting off topic here. So those should both be H4s if they are on the same level, if that makes sense. They'd be like 2 bullet points next to each other if this was an outline of the page. So we also have an H5. I am H5. I'll just cheat here and just type that. And an H6. I am H6. And you'll see that, yeah, they are smaller, but again, not the point. These headings exist to add structure to the page and to indicate the main topic, subtopics. And on a Wikipedia article, that's pretty straightforward, right? We know that it's broken up into sections and there's main topics and all of that. But if we look at something like this article on MDN, this would be an H1 right here. And then this probably is an H2. So is that. So is this. And then I would assume this is an H3. So is this here. These are subsection headings for this H2 section. And that is part of the larger main topic of the page, which we would indicate with an H1. So those headings are important. We use them all the time. Don't use them for size, remember that. And make sure that you are using them correctly. So one H1 at most on a page. Only have an H2 if you already have an H1, and so on with all the others. Only have a 3 if you have a 2 and a 1, etc. Okay, so that's headings. So next, I'd like to show you a little bit about the Chrome developer tools. There are a bunch of different tools that Chrome comes with to help you debug and work with HTML and CSS and JavaScript. For now, we're going to look at one called the Inspector. So if you're in Chrome on any web page, you can right-click anywhere and select Inspect. And that's going to open up this new window. It may be on the right side of the screen. It might be on the bottom. You can actually move this around, that little icon there. So I could put it on the bottom of the screen. I like mine on the right side though. So let's go back. And you can increase the font size and all of that and make it a smaller or larger window. So what I'm looking at here is all of the underlying HTML on this page. So all of the elements. So there's a lot of elements we haven't covered, but what we can do is click this button and select something. So let's say I want to know what this element right here is. Well, we know that it's an H1, or we assume it is, but if I click, you can see over here that H1 is actually highlighted. I can do that again if I wanted to know what is this element about the bolded element right there. It says chicken. It's in a B, or a, what do they call it now? Bring attention to element. It's not a bold element, but a B. Anyway, there it is. So that's kind of all I want to show you, is that you can select this, go anywhere, and if you have a question about what something is, for example, here's a paragraph. And we can see there's tons of paragraphs. Paragraph, paragraph, H4. We haven't talked about divs yet. Paragraph, div, H4, paragraph, and so on. And you can expand things. So for example, this paragraph here has nested stuff inside of it, right? It has a bold tag or a B, so I can open that and see it here. So we can expand things. You can also tweak things here if you really wanted to. I could change the name of this web page from chicken. If I open that up, and I could put something else in there like chicken, I don't know, what would I want to do? Exclamation points, hit enter, and I've changed it. Now, as soon as I reload the page or go back, this is lost. I'm not changing the actual web page for everyone. It's just on my machine in this one window for now. So you can X out of here. Again, you can get here by right-clicking on anything. You can also select something, right-click, inspect, and it will be automatically highlighted. can close it. There's also, what is it? If you go to, is it Window? No, View, Developer, and then Inspect Elements, and you'll also see the shortcut there. So for me, it is Command Option C. So Command Option C, and that opens it up too. Okay, so that's the developer tools. Now, you may have noticed, I should say that's one tiny piece of the developer tools. You may have noticed that there are quite a few elements here that we have not covered, excluding divs and all the content that we see here. What is this? This body and this head and this HTML and this doc type? That's what we're going to answer and talk about in the very next video. So that's coming up. So unfortunately, all of the HTML we've written so far is technically invalid. Well, the document itself is invalid. These are correct tags and we're using them in the right way, but the overall document is flawed. We are missing some essential structure that is supposed to be there for every HTML document. If we look at any web page, our trusty Wikipedia chicken entry, in the Inspector tab of the Chrome DevTools, you'll see that we have this HTML element opening and closing, then a head, and then a body. We need to talk about what these are and add these elements to every document we create. So in this video, we're talking about this HTML skeleton. People also refer to this as boilerplate. It's standardized markup that needs to go in every document you create, every single HTML page. So even though our browser is letting us slide without it, we need to have it. Okay, so I'm going to step through it one piece at a time. The very first thing you'll see here at the top is this weird exclamation point docs type HTML. This is an important piece, but we're not going to go into a lot of detail right now. Think of it as a flag to your browser that indicates we're using HTML5. Now, we haven't talked about what exactly HTML5 is. That is something we'll cover when we talk about semantic HTML, but it's basically saying I want to use the latest features in HTML. So we put that at the very beginning. So I'm going to add that here. You can see it actually gives me a suggestion, VS Code does. So if I want that, I can just hit enter, or I could type that all out myself, although honestly, I rarely do type it out. So we're not going to see a difference at all right now. If I tried to run this or refresh the page, nothing really changes. Next up, we need to add in our HTML element. So we could read about this element on MDN. The HTML element, also called the root element, represents the entire top level element of our document. So everything else on our page, every other element is supposed to be a descendant of this element. So it's pretty simple. We can just add our HTML opening and closing tag, or like always, you can do this, HTML tab, and then everything should go in here. So doc type is weird. It does not have a closing tag. It's just a flag. It's a thing that says, hey, this is HTML5. But everything else that we're going to see right now has an opening and closing tag. So HTML. Then we don't just put our code inside of that. If we actually read the docs on MDN, there's this one little point that says permitted content, or permitted, whatever. One head element followed by one body element. So if we go back to Wikipedia here and we inspect, here's our HTML element, one head, one body. So these are always going to be there for us. Let's start with what the head is. The head, also called the document metadata element, contains basically things that don't show up on the page. So not any of these elements that we've created so far. None of these go in the head. Instead, it's all metadata, information about your web page, any scripts that you're loading. Once we get to CSS, this is where we'll include our style sheets and our CSS. So nothing that actually shows up in the document itself. It's all meta information. So we're going to add that in right here inside of our HTML element head, just like that. Okay? You don't have to indent or anything like that. I like to, but you'll see some people who just do it all like this. Anyway, we have our head, and we don't really have a lot that goes in there yet. Eventually, we'll learn how to include CSS and JavaScript and different fonts and icons and other assets that we need to do, or we need to include in the head. For now, I'm going to show you one other thing, which is the title element. So the title element is going to define the title of our document, which is not, it might not be what you're expecting. You might think this is the title of a page, or this is the title. That is not the case. The title element is actually going to change what we see displayed in the tab in our browser, and it's also used by websites like Google. When we search Google, if I just search for MDN title, Notice right here what this link says, title-html colon blah, 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 blah. If I click that, that is the exact title we see specified in the tab here. So Google uses that title element. It looks for that element in the head, and it uses that to create the links in the search results. So the title is an important element that you should have on every page. Right now, if we don't have it, it just defaults in this case to chickens.html, the name of our file. But we should come up with something. It could even just be chickens. Let's see what Wikipedia does. Yep, chicken-Wikipedia. So why don't we do chicken- I'm going to go with Cultipedia, but you can call this whatever you want there. Let's see. Refresh. There we go. There is our title. So it doesn't show up in the page itself. It shows up in the browser, but not in the page. That is the title. It should be on every single document that you create inside of the head, inside of the HTML elements. Then we get to the second piece that goes inside of an HTML element, which is the body. So we have one head and one body. And the body represents all of the content of our document. There can only be one, and it includes, or it can include, any of the elements we've learned so far. It's where we would put everything we've typed. So our H1, our paragraphs, everything. If we go look at Wikipedia, expand the body, this is all of the content of the page. All of the text, all of the sidebar, all of the navbar, everything is in the body. So I'm going to add that in here below the head. Once again, I can type it out, or I can just type body tab, same thing. Then I'm just going to cut all of my content right there and put it inside of the body. Perfect. All right. So I could indent this and make it look nice. I'm actually going to show you a trick in the next video, but it doesn't really matter right now. This is valid HTML at this point. And if I refresh my page, everything looks exactly the same. But if we inspect, we see now that we've got our HTML, our head, and our body. We've got our title showing up. And this is something you'll do for every single page you create. In fact, it's done so often that there's a shortcut to generate this basic skeleton, this boilerplate, inside of VS Code. If I just cut all of this out for a moment, if I type exclamation point and hit tab, look at what it gives me. Doc type, it gives me HTML, my head, my title, my body. Yes, it also gives us these meta tags we have not discussed, and it also gives us this language English thing. Don't worry about that for now. It's not going to hurt. It's good to have. So you can access that once again, just exclamation point tab anytime you're in an HTML document. So that's not going to work in a JavaScript document or something. But it's a very nice shortcut anytime you open up or create a new HTML document. All right, so that's our basic document structure. We will always follow that. You'll get lots of practice. I've got a quick tip for you in VS Code that some of you will find useful. It has to do with formatting our HTML, automatically formatting it and indenting it and making it look nice, basically making it pretty. So I copy and pasted my contents of the body into the body, as you can see here, and the spacing is kind of messed up. So I could indent everything myself, hit tab a couple of times and move it over, or I can let VS Code do it for me. So to do this, there's a couple of options. I need to launch the command palette, which is on a Mac, Command-Shift-P. I believe it's Control-Shift-P on a Windows machine. And then I need to search for what I want to do. Format document. And I also can see there's a shortcut for that. So it looks like Shift Option F for me. And if I click this, or if I just hit enter, I don't know if you noticed that, but my document changed. It was automatically formatted. It's easier to read. Things are indented nicely. So I could totally mess things up. Right? I can indent that a whole bunch, outdent that, put these two on the same line. And then if I use that shortcut, which was on my machine, Option Shift F, there we go. It formats it nicely. So this will work in other languages as well. It's not just HTML, but that's all we've learned so far. Another thing you can do is set it up to auto format whenever you save. So here we go. If you go to the settings, which we've seen early on, but if you don't remember, you can open it either by clicking right there and going to settings, or by using the shortcut it shows you, which for me is Command, comma. And then if you search for format, there's so many settings, it's important to search most of the time. Format on save. So this will format every file on save. So whenever I save, you don't have to enable this, and you can specifically select for HTML if you want that format to happen or not, versus for JavaScript or CSS when we get there. So now if I mess things up a bit, like let's say I indent this a lot and I indent that a lot, now if I save, it goes back to being formatted. Some of you may like this, others may not. Totally up to you. It does not have an impact on the rendered result in the browser. It's purely about keeping your code clean and somewhat organized. So once again, there's a shortcut to formatting, or you can open up the command palette and look for format, or you can have auto format whenever you save your document. Cool. Next up, we're going to cover a few elements that have to do with lists. So two different types of lists. We can make a numbered list and a bulleted list, or an unordered list. So let's see if I can find any examples here on Wikipedia. There we go. This right here is an unordered list, just bullet points. And then down here, we've got a numbered list. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. And if we inspect this right here, you'll see that if we open things up, there's an element. Let me make this a bit larger for you, called an OL. That stands for ordered list. And there's another element for the unordered list, and surprise, surprise, that element is a UL. So we have UL for bullet points and OL for numbered lists. And if we open them up, they both share this in common. They both consist of nested elements. So we have a parent, a list, and then the actual elements inside are a special element called LI, list item. So let me show you how it works. Let's make our own simple list. What should we do for chickens? Maybe we'll just, we're going to make up our own list for different breeds of chickens. So let's see, why don't we do maybe down here after that paragraph? Sure, right about here. Let's add in, what do we want? Let's do a H, I think this will be an H3 maybe, or maybe an H2, breeds. Okay, and then below that I'll add in a UL, which is an unordered list, and it consists only of LIs inside of it. So if we actually go to MDN and we look at one of those, a UL, under permitted content, you'll see that, well, okay, I was technically not right. We can include scripts and templates. We have not covered that. Other than that, only LIs are valid children. So that means we can directly, instead of a UL, only put LIs. And an LI is used to represent a single item in a list. So that could be a bulleted list, an unordered list, or it could be an ordered list. So this is, let's do breeds of chickens. Let's do Silky, and then I could make a new LI manually. There's another shortcut I like to use, which is if you are on a line and you want to duplicate that line. On a Mac, it is Shift Option down arrow or up arrow, depending on where you want to duplicate it to. But I'm going to do down. So that will make me, every time I press down, it makes me a new copy. So we'll have a couple different breeds. How about Silky, and then Polish chicken, and then we've got our Easter Egger chickens, and then Rhode Island Reds. Okay, or just Rhode Island Red. Save. I'm going to refresh, and there we go. We've got a bulleted list of elements. We've got a bulleted list, unordered. And if I change that UL to instead be an OL, it's now an ordered list. And I'll save and refresh. We now get those numbers. So just one tiny change makes a big difference. But the contents, still just LIs. So LIs are versatile. They work within OLs and ULs, but they do need to be inside one of those. So you're either writing an ordered list or an unordered list. And for the record, you can change how these are numbered. Once we get to CSS, you'll see that we can do things like Roman numerals, for example. Or we could change the bullet point to style it and make it look different. But the main idea is your list ordered or is it unordered? So if this was, top breeds of chickens or my favorite breeds of chickens, then maybe this would make more sense to have it be ordered. But it's not. So I'm going to go back to an unordered list and refresh. And there we go, back to bullet points. Now we can also nest other elements inside of an LI. So a UL and an OL are only supposed to have LIs as their direct children. but the LIs themselves can have whatever we want inside of them. Well, I guess not whatever we want, but we can put in, bold elements, or we could put in italicized text, or do something inside of each LI. In fact, one of the things we can do is actually add in another list. So I've got my bulleted list, and maybe I want a nested bulleted list. And I'm going to go off into the weeds a bit and tell you about chickens. If you're not familiar with chickens, there are different sizes of chickens. There are standard chickens and then bantam chickens, which are just small, generally much smaller breeds. Anyway, Silkies and Polish generally are considered bantams, and then Easter Eggers and Rhode Island Reds are larger or standard chickens. So what I'd like to do is have my outline sort of look like this: bantam, and then underneath that I want Silky and Polish. And then same thing for these two. I want them grouped in a separate bullet point. So I want nested lists is what I'm trying to say. And to do that, we can actually put a list inside of an LI. So I could have something like this right here: LI, bantam, which is the text I want. And then after that, or inside of that same LI, I can add another unordered list and put my Silky and Polish LIs in there. So I've got my unordered list with the first item, which itself has a nested unordered list with 2 items. And I'll refresh. There we go. Bantam breeds, Silky and Polish. And then I'll do the same thing here, an LI that just says standard, and then a UL, and then I'll put my 2 standard breeds in there. Save, refresh, there we go, a nested list. And I could keep going with this. I can also do, I could mix it up, and if for some reason I wanted an ordered list instead, I can mix that, and there we go, unordered, ordered. And if we look at Wikipedia, this is how the table of contents up here is done. Nested lists. Ordered, in this case, ordered. It's all ordered, but it's all nested a couple levels deep. And if we were to inspect, we would see we have a list and then a nested list and a bunch of LIs. They're all nested inside of one another. Okay, so that's the basics of lists: ordered, unordered, 2 different elements, UL and OL, and the LI that goes in either. Next up, we're going to talk about one of the most important elements and one of the most commonly used elements, the anchor element, the A tag, which is what we use to create a hyperlink. So this is how we can link to another web page, an email address, a file, or even just a location on the same page that we're currently on. You may have seen that before, where you can click and you'll scroll down to some other place on the page. But most frequently, these are used to create hyperlinks to go to another page. So the syntax is very similar to what we've already seen before: opening tag, closing tag, this time the letter A, and then we put some content inside. So if I wanted to make some link, let's just do it up top so we can see it. Sure, we'll just do it right here. Anchor tag A, I am a link. Okay, so let's save and refresh our page. It doesn't appear to be a link. It's not clickable. It's not quite there. And that's because we're missing one very important, one crucial piece of every anchor tag, which is where the link goes to. What is the destination? So we need to use something called an attribute. Attributes in HTML are like little pieces of information we can pass in to a tag. So not in between an opening and closing tag, but actually inside one of the tags. And the particular attribute that we want here is called href. Every single time we make a link with an anchor tag, we will use href. I can't even remember what it stands for. Is it hyper reference? I don't know. Okay, close enough. Hypertext reference. It doesn't matter though. This will be on every single anchor tag you make, and it follows this pattern. So href equals and then quotes. And notice I'm putting this once again inside of that A tag. So after the A, but before the closing bracket there. So href equals. And then in here, I put a URL or a destination. So I could do something like, well, you might think google.com. Let's see what happens there. Google.com. I'm going to refresh the page, and first off, hallelujah, we've got a clickable link now. So that's working. What happens when I click? Not quite. If you notice what URL it tried to take me to, I'll copy this and blow this up over here so you can see it. It tried to go to the current URL I was on, /google.com. That's not what I want, probably. most likely I want to actually go to google.com, which I need to explicitly reference using www to say that this is on the World Wide Web. This is not a file that I have called google.com. What I need to do here is actually specify I want http://www.google.com. The reason for this is that technically right now, if you notice right here, it says I'm viewing a local or shared file. I am actually not using the HTTP protocol. This is a bit above what you need to know right now. I'm on the file protocol. So if I link to google.com, it just thinks there's a file called google.com relative to where I am right now. But if I want to actually go to a website, HTTP is what I need. And there we go. It takes me to Google. So that's one option. I can link like that to a URL or a website that is owned by somebody else. But another thing that I can do is actually link to another HTML document that I've created. So I could make another new file. I'll call this one, how about just about.html. And I'll put it in the same folder with my chickens file. And I'm just going to very quickly add some basic markup in here. So I use that exclamation point shortcut to get my skeleton. And then I'll change the title just to about page. And then in the body, I'll put an H1, about me. And then maybe a paragraph, I am a human. Something very, very simple. Okay? So I have about.html and chickens.html, and they're in the same folder. You can see them right there in the same folder together. If I wanted to link from this page, chickens, to my about page, which exists, I could actually visit it myself if I just go to /about.html, assuming that it's in the correct place. Users, cold steel, code, HTML intro, about.html. There we go. But what I want to do is actually set up a link. So I'll go with I'm a link to Google, and then I'll do another anchor tag. And if I do a tab, you'll see that it actually gives me the href attribute automatically. So I'm going to put in, instead of a HTTP URL, I'm just going to go to about.html. Relative to where I am right now in chickens.html. Is this what I want? Well, let's see. Let's go with about page as the link text. Okay, here it is. And it took me to about.html. Awesome. So Google and about. And on the about page, if I wanted, I could add an anchor tag to go to chickens.html. So I'll add an anchor tag down here, chickens.html. Go home. Refresh the page. Now I have a link here on the chickens, on the about.html to go back to chickens. Okay, so that's kind of all there is to anchor tags. They're really, really commonly used. Notice that they are inline, something we will continue to learn more about, but what I mean is that they don't take up their own line, like an H1 does, or an H2, an H3, or a paragraph. They just fit in with the flow of the rest of the content, like a bold element does. So if I wanted to make a link, let's just do one from Wikipedia. We've got domesticated. How about fowl? We will make that fowl a link just like it is on Wikipedia. So I'm going to copy that URL right there. And then find on my chickens.html, find the piece that I want to make into the link. It's right there. I'll make my anchor tag. Whoops. A tab. And then I'll put fowl in the middle as the text that should show up. And the href, where'd you go? The href will be the link I copied. Okay, so I just put it in there inside of those quotation marks. Let's refresh the page. Stop trying to translate my lorem ipsum from Latin. And here we go. We have a link now. I click it, and it takes me to that Wikipedia entry. So I'm not going to waste your time doing every single link on this Wikipedia page. There's hundreds of them, but they all follow the same pattern. If we look at one of them, like the cockfighting link, if I inspect it, what do you know? It's an anchor tag with an href. So that's all for anchor tags, and that's our first example of using an attribute. We will see another example in the following video when we create image elements. Next up, the image element, which, surprise, surprise, allows us to embed images in an HTML document. So the image element is actually the first instance of an element that we've seen so far that does not have an opening and closing tag. There's just one tag, image, img, and there is no content in between. There's no closing tag. It's just image. And it kind of makes sense if you think about it. All the elements we've seen so far are filled with text or other content. We put stuff inside of a paragraph. We put stuff inside of a B tag or an anchor tag. We have the text. But with an image, all that we do is we provide a URL, a location for the image we want. We want the browser to render for us, but we don't have text or anything inside that image. So all we do is we write img like this. No closing tag. You'll notice that VS Code didn't close it for me like it would with any other element I create that has a closing tag. It's just img on its own. And then we have to add an attribute. And this attribute is called source, SRC. And it follows the same pattern as href and almost every other attribute. Something equals something in quotes. Source equals, and then in quotes, we need to add in the location of an image. So we have a few options. I actually have an image that I have added of one of my chickens named Stevie Chicks, and I've put this image in the same folder as my chickens.html. So if you want, you can download this code and use this exact image, or you can use any image you have on your computer. Just pay attention to the title of the image, the extension, if it's a JPEG or a PNG or something else, and the location. And it's easiest if you put it in the same folder, but you don't have to. I'll show you some other options. So for me, all I need to do is reference the exact name, steviechicks.jpg, just like that. Let's refresh the page. Hey, and there's my hilarious Stevie. Looks like a Muppet there. Stevie is also a rooster, it turns out. Unfortunately, we're going to keep him, but not the hen I was hoping for. Anyway, so I've got this image showing up. If you're worried about the size of the image, we can change that. Technically, you can do it through HTML. I can do things like width equals 200 pixels. However, this is bad practice, and it's way better to do it using CSS. But this does work. It's an attribute you can pass in, but I'm not going to do that. So that is the basic idea of adding an image. Let's add a second image, but this time, let's use an image that is hosted on Wikipedia. It's online somewhere. It's not an image I have locally on my computer. It's not one I took. Oh, look at this adorable chick. Sure. So we'll copy this URL of any one of these images. Let's take this one, copy image address, and then here, maybe down at the bottom for this example, maybe down here, we want our image source equals, wow, long URL coming from Wikipedia. Let's refresh the page, scroll down, and there is that image. Thank you to Wikipedia. So just like with an anchor tag, where we could link to a local page or something on our machine versus linking to Google, which is an external website, same idea here. A local image I have on my computer and an image that I don't have on my computer, it's on the web. So I also, just to show you this, I could move that folder or this file around. Let's say I had a folder called pictures. I could put steviechicks.jpg in there, but now my link is going to be broken, or my image tag rather is broken, and you can see I get this icon here. Is there a way to get this to stop? There we go. Okay. So I've got this logo, this icon telling me my image didn't load. You may have seen that before. That's because it didn't find it. There's no steviechicks.jpg in this folder anymore. It's now in pictures. So I can reference pictures/steviechicks.jpg and refresh. Great. The other thing I'll show you is that in the event your image does not load, whether it can't be found or somehow your internet's messed up, or if you're relying on an image from Wikipedia, it might be gone. The URL might have changed. We can provide a special attribute called alt, A-L-T. We can read about alt right here. It holds a text description of the image, which isn't mandatory, but it's very useful for accessibility. This is a topic we have yet to really cover at all. Accessibility refers to making our websites accessible to all users, and often that means making our websites accessible to people using screen readers. So images are very horrible for your typical screen reader. They don't make sense at all, right? There's nothing to be read out. But if we add an alt attribute, we can specify what this is an image of. So I can do something like alt equals my pet chicken Stevie Chicks. or we could do image of my pet chicken or whatever. There's actually some rules around when you should use the alt attribute and not. It's something we'll cover when we talk about accessibility. But anyway, we won't see anything here. But if that image does not load, so if I did an invalid image name and I refresh, we now see that. My pet chicken Stevie Chicks. But more importantly, if someone was using a screen reader, the screen reader would know to look for the alt attribute and read this part out loud. Okay, so I'm probably, I guess I'll leave it in the pictures folder just to show you that we can. You can structure this however you'd like. I probably wouldn't do this with just one image, but if I had multiple, I'd put them in here. And that's pretty much it for the image element. So IMG, a couple of important things to remember: no closing tag, no content in between. It's just IMG. And then the most important part, the source attribute, SRC. And like every attribute we've seen, it's some attribute name equals and then some value in quotes. And in this case, it is the location of an image on our machine or a URL to find an image hosted somewhere else. And there we go. Refresh. There we go. 2 images, both very adorable. To wrap up this unit, we've got a quick video on comments in HTML. So comments are not an element. They're nothing that you will see rendered in the browser. It's really just a way of adding notes or text to your HTML document that will be ignored by the browser. So usually I use this for notes or feedback or reminders. I don't use it much in HTML. Other languages like JavaScript, other tools, CSS, they all have their own form of comments. It's the same idea. So right now, if I wanted to add a little note in here explaining what the alt attribute does, alt attribute will be read by screen reader. I guess that's passive voice, but whatever. If I leave that there, of course, it's just going to show up, right? Now, if I wanted that to be there for me to see in the code, but not for the browser to render and for users to see, I can turn it into a comment. And the syntax for this is kind of weird and clunky to remember, but it's a bracket, so less than, exclamation point, dash, dash. And then you can see everything after this just went gray. That's how VS Code shows me that I'm commenting something out. And then to close the comment, it's dash, dash, and then the, greater than bracket, the closing bracket. You can see it's treated differently. It's italicized. It's grayed out. I'm going to save and refresh, and it's not there anymore. We don't see anything rendered. Now, this syntax is clunky enough that I never remember it. Truth be told, I had to refresh my memory before, like 10 seconds ago when I just showed it to you, because usually what I do is I use a shortcut inside of VS Code, which is on a Mac, command and then /. You can see I just commented that line out, and I can uncomment it by doing the same thing. I can toggle it back and forth, command / on a Mac. If you're not sure what the shortcut is on your platform, if you open that command palette we saw earlier, and if you type comment, you can actually access the different commands from here, but the one I'm using is toggle line comment, and it will show you the keyboard or the keys you need. So for me, it's command /. Okay, so I can toggle things on and off, and this is generally what I do. So if I wanted to add another note in here, I don't know what else I would do, like, oh, we can nest lists. I would do something like right here, comment, we can nest lists. And I use that command / to make that work. Okay, refresh. We don't see any of that stuff. It's all been commented out. That's all there is to it. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is our second HTML section with the horribly uncreative title, Next Steps, or at least that's the working title. It may change because it's so uncreative, but it is accurate. These are the next steps in HTML. So we've got a decent mix of concepts that are crucial and then things that are nice to have. And as you can see, most topics in this stack of cards are green. They're relatively short or easy topics to pick up. The first thing that is definitely crucial are really just 2 conceptual topics. The first one is understanding what HTML5 actually is or what it isn't. That won't take a whole lot of time. It's just something we get out of the way right up front at the top of this section. Same goes for block versus inline elements. This is just a concept about HTML elements that you need to understand. Crucial. And then span and div elements, 2 very commonly used elements, easy to pick up. They go in the crucial category as well. But then we've got a decent chunk of nice to have elements that you really do not need to stress or panic about, that you probably won't use all that often. Sub for subscript, sup for superscript, HR for a horizontal rule, and break elements for a line break. So nice to have, I'm going to show them to you, but I just don't want them to be the main takeaway from this section. Now, in contrast, this yellow card, semantic elements, is a group of multiple elements, and they're all very straightforward, very easy to understand. The only reason I made that card yellow is because there's a decent number of these elements. Just off the top of my head, you'll see header, footer, main, nav, section, article, and there are others I'm forgetting. They're all very similar, and we'll talk about this idea of semantics and accessibility. It's all important stuff, so it's in crucial, but again, it's only yellow because there's just multiple elements I'll introduce. And then lastly, we have another VS Code tip. This is for a tool that's built into VS Code. It's called Emmet, and I'll put this in nice to have as well. I really like using Emmet. It can save you a lot of time, but it can be a little bit, the syntax can be odd or difficult to remember at first. So it's 100% nice to have. Don't let it slow you down or hold you back from moving on with more HTML. Okay, so that's the breakdown of this section. Just a couple of key concepts and quite a few nice to haves. Let's go. All right, so in this video, I'd like to talk about the shadowy group in charge of HTML. They're not shadowy at all, and how HTML changes and what HTML5 actually means. I see a lot of confusion around this with students, and with good reason. HTML5 sounds like it's a version that you download or you install or you upgrade to. Just like, I don't know, if you ever play video games, Civilization 5 is a discrete, separate thing from Civilization 4 or Halo 3 versus, you get what I'm saying, hopefully. HTML5 is a little bit different. If we actually go to MDN, this is their little blurb about it. HTML5 is the latest evolution of the standard that defines HTML. The term represents two different concepts. It is a new version of the language of HTML with new elements, attributes, and behaviors, and HTML5 also refers to a larger set of technologies. This is nothing you really need to care about right now, but it includes different technologies that help us build websites with 3D graphics and storing information in the browser, things that are technically not HTML. But we still call them HTML5, or people in the past have called them HTML5. This whole new set of things was called HTML5 or HTML5 and friends. So this makes it kind of confusing. The term HTML5 refers to new stuff in HTML, and it also refers to this big bundle of stuff for the browser that does include new HTML elements, but it also includes all of this stuff here. New stuff for CSS, new stuff around 3D graphics, upgrades for performance and enhancements. It's a lot of stuff, and it's not all HTML, so that can be very confusing. So when I say HTML5, I'm referring to just the latest evolution of the standard that defines HTML. So what am I saying standard? What does that mean? Why is it a standard that defines HTML? Well, the way that HTML works is that there is not one official copy that you download. We never install HTML. Instead, HTML is defined basically as a set of instructions for how HTML should work. There's a document called the standard, the HTML standard, that says, here is how HTML should work. Now, your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to take these plans and actually implement HTML in a browser. So Google goes and looks at those plans, and they build HTML in their browser in Chrome. That's the house we see here. Mozilla does the same thing, and they build HTML, or they build Firefox, which is built on top of that HTML standard. Internet Explorer, all these different browsers and these companies are going to implement HTML based off of that standard. And we can actually see this standard. If you go to html.spec.whatwg, I usually just Google HTML spec, although frankly, you probably don't need to ever come here, but I like to show this when I'm teaching. This is a document that just explains, among other things, it details how HTML should work. So if we look at something like, let's scroll down a bit and look at the anchor element right there. What we get here is a bunch of details about how it should work. So there should be an attribute called href. It's the address of the hyperlink. There should be, what else? Here's some rules about it. If an A element has an href attribute, then it represents a hyperlink labeled by its contents inside the opening and closing tag. It even details what should happen when it's activated. When you click on it, follow the hyperlink or download the hyperlink created by that A element, blah, blah, blah. You don't really need to care about any of this, but my point in showing you this is to hopefully have you understand that this is just a document that explains how these elements should work and how HTML should work. Browsers then have to go and implement this. So when we say HTML5, it is not a version of something you download or install. It's just a version of this document. And this document includes new elements. As an example, the video element, the audio element, we have not seen those, but those are new-ish. They weren't around 15 years ago in HTML. And they're part of this document. So browsers then take that and implement it. They make it work in Chrome or in Firefox or in Edge or whatever browser you're using. So I think that's enough for now. You could have gotten along just fine without knowing any of this, but I do like to clear this up because I hear students talking about upgrading to HTML5 and things like that. That's not really at all what you do. Your browser and the company behind it, or the organization behind it, is going to implement features based upon the latest version of the spec, this HTML standard. And the other thing you should know is this doc type tag that we put at the top, this declaration. What this does is it indicates to browsers that this document uses HTML5 syntax, or it uses that version of the standard. But what's really confusing is that you could leave this off, or you can actually specify that nobody really does this, but you could specify that you want to use an older version, that this document does not contain HTML5. Maybe it's older. That will still be ignored. If you include elements in here like an audio or a video element, the browser's just going to recognize it. So this actually doesn't do a whole lot for us most of the time. It's just a way to flag to browsers that, yes, I'm using the latest and greatest in HTML in this document. So it's kind of confusing, right? It's not something that we can control as a user. There's this Quora post that I thought was interesting. How do you disable HTML5 in Chrome? You don't. There is no way to disable it. This is kind of what I was talking about, these other doc types that we can include. HTML 4.0.1 or 4.01 transitional, if you add this doc type to the top of your HTML document, it does not really change anything. It tells the browser what it should be expecting, but it won't turn anything off. It's just telling the browser what it should expect. So just keep that in mind. If you have room in there, this is not essential information. What is essential is this idea of the standard, of a specification that browsers then implement. All right, so next up, we'll get back to writing some code. Next up, I'm going to introduce two new elements, divs and spans. But first, two important keywords, inline and block elements. These terms refer to how a given element actually fits in with the flow of content in a document. So we've already seen this before, just with this example website, or I don't want to call it a website, this example document we created. We have something like an H1 or an H2, which automatically takes up the entire line of content. It doesn't matter if there's something after it that could fit here, it's booted onto the next line. Versus something like an anchor tag, we have two of them right here, and an image actually. They share that space. This anchor tag is not forced onto its own line, this one's not. They are happy to coexist together. So we have two different types of elements here. We have block level elements, like a H1 or H2, all the heading elements. Also a paragraph is another example of what we've seen so far, where if we added a paragraph anywhere, let's just do it up top though to start. Let's do an anchor tag. I'm just going to type some gibberish in here. Let's do two anchor tags. I'm going to delete this anyway. Those are not block level. They are inline elements. They share the space. You can see them there. As soon as I add a paragraph or an H1 in here, in between the two, it doesn't matter that VS Code is going to put that paragraph on its own line. That doesn't make a difference in terms of behavior. Now you can see what happens. We have our first anchor tag, then we have this paragraph, and this paragraph wants to exist on its own line, its own block. So it takes up an entire block. And if we actually inspect this element, right click, inspect, and I hover over that paragraph or the P element, you can see how it goes all the way across the screen. All that blue stuff, even if it's empty, there's not enough content to fill it, it does take up that whole block. Compare that to this anchor tag. Its blue highlight around it is really just the content, and that's it. Or if we look at one of these anchor tags down here, they share the space. Okay, so that's the basic idea between a block element and an inline element. We can change this behavior using CSS later on, but it's an important distinction. And it now leads us to two elements I'm going to introduce, the span and the div, both of which are kind of generic containers, generic elements that may not seem that useful right now, but it's important to cover them. So let's begin with divs. I would bet if you asked the majority of developers who use HTML, most of them would not know what div means or why it's called a div. Apparently, it's the content division element, so division, divider. Most people don't know that, at least in my experience, at least. It could totally be completely wrong, but that's just my personal experience. It's kind of a weird term, but div is just a generic container to hold things or to group elements together. And it is a block level element. So if I add a div around some content, that div is going to take up a whole block and force content above and below it. Now, why would you do this? Right now, we don't really have a good reason to do it. But once we get to CSS, we can use divs as a way to group content together. You can see this example right here. There's actually, if I just get rid of all of this CSS for a moment, there's an image and there's a paragraph all the way down here. It says, beware of the leopard. And then there's a div wrapping them so that they are grouped together. And then we can style them. We can add CSS to add a border around the div. So it's just a way to group content together to treat it similarly or to do something with it. So for example, can you see this background here, this slight grayish light blue background? Well, there's a bunch of elements in here. We haven't talked about buttons, but there's a button. There's probably more buttons here, an image here for that logo. This is probably some some heading element. But there's a border and a background around everything. They're grouped together, most likely using a div or one of the more modern alternatives that we'll see shortly. So for now, divs are not going to seem useful, but I'm just going to show them to you briefly. I've got my two anchor tags right here. You can see them right there. I am a link to Google and about page. Now, if I wrap them in a div, just like that, I now have put them inside of a block level element. So they are going to take up their own block. Well, the div is, and they happen to be inside that div. So I'm going to refresh, and there you go. So if we inspect now, you'll see that right here, I've still got my two anchor tags. They are still just inline elements. They take up the minimum amount of space they need, but the div that I'm highlighting right now goes all the way across. It takes up a full block. So again, divs won't seem very useful at the moment, but when we get to CSS, they allow us to group content together and style it all at once. Here's another simple example. We've got an image and then some sort of description, a paragraph, and then a button here. And then there's a border around all of that. So there's not just a border around the image or a border around this or a border around the this other image or the button or whatever this is. It's around everything. So they're grouped in some sort of container. Same thing over here, or this right here. All of these examples happen to be with a border, which is not the only thing you would do with a div, but they're just convenient to show right now, since we haven't actually seen any CSS. Okay, so the next element that I'm going to show you kind of serves a similar purpose. It's called a span. And the span is another generic container, but it is an inline element. So we would wrap this around any sort of text or content that we want to single out later on to style with CSS or to do something with, and it's just a generic element. So here, using CSS, all the ingredients, it looks like basil, pine nuts, garlic. Ooh, sounds like pesto. I love pesto. Basil, pine nuts, garlic, and olive oil are red. So there's not a red element that we could use, and we don't want to make them bold, so we're not going to use like a B element or something like that. A span is just a generic element that we can wrap around, in this case, each ingredient. So there's a bunch of spans, and then using CSS, we can add some styles to those spans. So again, we're not doing that now. We will eventually. It's pretty soon, honestly. But that's the point of a span. So same idea as a div, except for that main big difference. A span is inline. So it does not take up its own block of content. It's just a way to call something out so we could style it differently. So here's an example. I'm on Reddit, the chickens subreddit. And if you notice, some of these titles have these tags. Roasted chicken, and then it says media here. It looks like there's some other options. Here's more media. It says we can do media, discussion, and question. So anyway, This right here is just text, just regular old text inside of, if we inspect it, this is one of the reasons the DevTools, or the reasons I showed you the DevTools is so we can do things like this. If I inspect it, it looks like it's an H3, and then this right here is a span. If you can see that, there's a bunch of other stuff, but it is a span, and it's singled out so it can be treated differently. It can be styled. It's given that rounded corners there, sort of a pill shape. It's given a background color. So that is done using a span. It's just a generic thing, right? We don't need to make this, I guess it could be a button, which we haven't covered, but it's just a piece of text. So it doesn't make sense to make it a heading or to make it an anchor tag or something. It is just a piece of text, so we single it out using a span. So once again, spans are inline, so I could add a span around something like, let's do it around Google. The word Google there. We won't see anything change whatsoever. I'm going to refresh. Nothing happens, but if I inspect, there now is this generic, let me make that a bit larger, this generic span wrapping around the word Google. So I could then go style it differently once we talk about CSS. So those are divs and spans. Again, not that useful for now, but there's a reason I'm introducing them this early on. Next up, I'm going to run through an assortment, a small assortment of unrelated elements that are just quick and easy for us to talk about. And the first one is the HR, the horizontal rule element. Not something you'll use very often, most likely, but you may encounter it. I'll just show it to you. It is an element that does not have a closing tag. So it's just HR. There's no content, no attribute that we need to provide, and it just makes by default at least, a line going across the screen horizontally. It's kind of like a divider. They describe it on MDN as a thematic break, or it represents a thematic break between paragraph level elements. So this could be a change of scenery in a story or a shift of topic. Usually it's just a line, but you can style it and you can change how it appears. But I'll just show you it right now. How about after our H1, we'll write HR. Just like that. Refresh. And there it is. Stunning, right? Remember, you can change that. You can make it look however you want. You can even get this effect without an HR. You can add a border to the bottom of an H1 or some other element. But that's an HR. While we're here, another option or another element, definitely not commonly used, is the BR or the break, line break element. This just makes a break. It makes a break in your content, a line break. And really the one situation where I do think it can be useful is something like this here, where we have a poem and we want to control the line breaks specifically. We could just make a bunch of paragraphs. So this could be a paragraph, that could be a paragraph, that could be a paragraph. But that kind of defeats the purpose of what a paragraph is supposed to represent. A paragraph is a chunk of content that is kind of grouped together. So you could use the break, the BR elements, to make your little poem here and have your lines break exactly where you want them to. So I have a poem on my clipboard that I'm going to paste in here somewhere. Let's do maybe just an H2, auguries. How do you spell augury? Jeez. Of innocence. Okay. And then I'm going to make a paragraph, and here's my poem in there. I'll paste that in. And if I just left it like this and refreshed, well, we end up with one massive line of text. Those breaks are ignored. But if I use a BR, wherever I put that, it will create a line break. So it's a way of saying I explicitly want a line break here. I still want this content to be grouped together, so I'm not going to just use a bunch of paragraphs or some other option. I want this whole thing to be a paragraph, but I want to control the spacing or the lines. So there we go. That's one option. BR for break, HR for horizontal rule. Now the next two elements are kind of a pair. They're not that commonly used, but you will see them, especially on things like Wikipedia. They are the superscript and subscript elements. So we use them to designate text as superscript. So superscript is text that is elevated off of the baseline, like an exponent here, a squared plus b squared is c squared. Or if we go to Wikipedia, the citations, I don't know what you call that there, but that link, that is superscript, right? It's elevated off the baseline. And I'm sure if we actually inspect, well, I hope that's what we'll see. There we go. It's a sup element for superscript, SUP. So I'll show that very briefly. Why don't we do a fake citation? Actually, I think we have, sure, let's do one of these right here. So we've got that 2 in brackets. All I need to do is SUP and then put my content inside. This might be a little hard to see because it is such a tiny change, but if I pay close attention, there it is. It's now treated as superscript. So I could also nest other content in there. I could make an anchor tag, which is exactly what Wikipedia does. Give it an href and set that equal to, I don't know, source, some source.com or something. And now we've got our link that is superscript. So we nested content inside of it. And then we have subscript, which is the element sub, sub, and this will create text that is rendered below the baseline and sometimes smaller as well. So things like this here, where we've got chemical formulas in chemistry. I'm sure there are other examples. I don't use it very often, but you'll see it. Let's just do a simple example of maybe H2O or something. Let's do, how about, we'll go down to the bottom here. And after our image, we'll do an H2 again. I like H2O. And I'm going to make that 2 on the baseline. So H, and then I want to sub around the 2. Just like that. And there we go. I like H2O. You could also do fractions with this. So we could have another example. Let's just do, I don't know, a paragraph. How about 1/2? So we would have something like 1/2 plus 1/2 equals 1. Well, if I wanted to try and make this a bit more fraction-y, I could do 1 over and then make 2 subscript. And let's see how that looks. I think it might look a little odd. It's okay. What if we make this part superscript? Put the 1 right there. Okay, yeah, that looks better. That looks like a nice little fraction. So, yeah, I guess I can duplicate that twice. That's a good example now. We've got superscript and subscript working together to make our fraction. All right, so we covered HR, BR, sup, and sub, a collection of quick assorted elements. Next up, we're going to talk about HTML entities. So on this slide, in blue text, there is an ampersand and then a pound sign 9824 semicolon. Does anyone have any idea what that is? I don't know why I'm asking because I can't tell if any of you are raising your hand or not, but this is basically what I would do in person if I was teaching this. This is an example of an HTML entity or an entity code, or there's different ways of referring to it, but basically it's an HTML entity. So what are these? Well, they are special codes or special sequences that we can use inside of our HTML that will result in different characters. So these characters could be something that is reserved in HTML. I'll show you some examples of that. Or it could be something that's tricky to type, like a copyright symbol, or maybe a diamond, or a cross, or an arrow. There are different characters that are just not really easy to type on a keyboard. So these HTML entities allow us to add those characters in. I kind of regret making this little animated slide. Thought it would be cool, but it's just very distracting at this point. So they all start with an ampersand. They all end with a semicolon. That's what I was trying to show here. Ampersand, semicolon. And then in between, we put some string of characters. So there are quite a few of them. I'll show you, let's see. Here's a reference. I believe this is all of them. These are all different symbols, characters, entities, different things that we could add in to our document. For example, there's copyright. We've got a whole bunch of accents and different letters from different alphabets, international alphabets, like this numero thing, a trademark symbol, arrows, lots of things. So I'll show you a few examples to start. One thing that is pretty common that you may need at times is to use a reserved character. So in HTML, there are a couple of characters that you just are not supposed to use because they are significant to the syntax of HTML. First of all, the less than and greater than brackets. So if I wanted to have, for some reason, I don't know, an H1 where I was writing, how about 1 is less than 6? I don't know why I want to write that, but that's what I want to write. That's what I want to show up in the document. Well, as soon as I save here, first of all, VS Code is unhappy with me, or it's confused because its algorithm to auto-format this document sees this less than sign, and it assumes that this whole thing is some sort of tag, that this is a tag that has been opened but not closed. It gets confused. This is reserved in HTML. Now, my browser actually is okay. It works past it, and it's able to still display everything the way it should. But this is a reserved character, and it could cause problems. And if you do need a less than or a greater than, you should not add them like this. Instead, we use entity codes, and we can find them. It's easiest, in my opinion, just to search for the exact one you need. So something like HTML entity less than. And then you'll see right away, actually, the solution or the code that we need, ampersand LT semicolon, so less than. So we just replace it with ampersand LT semicolon. Now that one is very easy to remember, as is greater than. So we don't really see a difference, but now you can see that VS Code has forgiven me. It doesn't get all freaked out. Let's do one more. Here we'll do greater than, so ampersand and then GT semicolon, and then how about just another number? Actually, that would be a lie. 6 greater than, I don't know, 6 greater than 5, sure. And there we go. So less than and greater than signs. The other character, at least one more reserved character that you should not use, is the ampersand itself. So if I put an ampersand in there, I don't think we'll have any problems. In VS Code, we won't see any issues, but this is a reserved character. The browser thinks that this represents the start of an entity code. So there is an ampersand character, or an entity code. It's amp. So ampersand amp semicolon, and that will give it to us. So ampersand amp semicolon. We shouldn't really see anything different. All right, so I'll show you a few other examples. Every entity also has a number that you can use. So there's an entity name. For example, we had less than, which was LT. See if I can find that on this cheat sheet. But we could also have done ampersand and then this hash sign, also called the octothorpe, 60 semicolon. But obviously this is easier to remember. So we also have less than or equal, greater than or equal to, all these other mathematical symbols. And then we've also got things like the suits for a card deck. So let's just add one of those quickly. Ampersand spade, or spades, that's actually what I had on the slides when I was asking you if you knew what that was. Right here, 9824. It's the same thing, but it's just easier to do it this way. So we could put a spade in there if we want. Refresh. There it is. We could put a heart in there. Ampersand. I think it's just hearts. Is that right? Yep. And that's kind of all there is to these entity codes. So if you ever see something like this in your markup, don't panic. Or if you see something like this, or even if you see something with these numbers, just remember if it starts with an ampersand and it ends in a semicolon, it's going to be replaced when it's rendered in the browser. So it is not exactly what it seems. It's just a special code that the browser can recognize to display either things that are difficult to type. How would you type spades, or this character, or things that are reserved like less than and greater than and the ampersand. All right, so that's entities. So next up, we're going to talk about one of the more recent developments or trends or just important ideas in the world of HTML, something called semantic markup. So this is something we'll expand upon in the next few videos. It's nothing crazy or hopefully not very difficult to understand. This visualization here is a huge waste of my time. I don't know why I made it. It's a C-man with a tick. Semantic. Yep. You can tell I sometimes struggle just making these slides alone and then recording these videos alone and editing them alone. I'm all alone, so I entertain myself with horrible slides. I regret it. So here we go. Semantic markup. The term semantic itself, independent of code or HTML, just means something relating to meaning. So semantic markup is meaningful markup, or markup that relates or pertains to the meaning of the content of that element. So I'm going to start by showing you the older non-semantic approach to writing documents. Here is a website that I actually really like. It's medium.com, great blog And I don't know, is that what you'd call it? Just a blog, sort of writing publication. I don't know. It's a platform for people to write. Now, if we look at it, it looks nice and modern and clean and easy to understand, nice design. But if I open up the DevTools, and I'll make this a bit larger so you can read it better. If we look at what the actual elements are that are being used here, look at that, div, h2, and then div, okay, and then let's keep going down. Let's look at something. I mean, it's not fair if each one of these is a div. Sure, that's all of these right here. But let's look at another part. How about this right here, this section of content? Let's inspect it. Well, if we look at that, we've got a div with a div with a div with another div and a div and a div and an h2 and then a div. This is meaningless markup. Looking at the actual elements here, how would you know what this is supposed to be or what this is or what this is? It's just meaningless. It's just generic divs or just containers. Of course, it's styled and it looks nice and it's easy to understand here, but the markup itself is just a whole bunch of divs. Now let's compare that to another website. This is Stripe's website. And I'm going to open this up here. It's got a kind of similar layout in the sense that we have these chunks of content, like a section there, right? We've got this section here. Here's another group of stuff. It's kind of similar. There's some sort of footer at the bottom. There's a navigation thing at the top. And if we look at what Stripe does, we open up the DevTools, we'll inspect. There's still going to be divs, but let's start at the very top. We've got an element here called main. This is a new element we haven't seen. And this element is exactly the same as a div in how it works or what it does, except it just has a different name. And it just means that this is the main content of the page. If we go to Medium, what do we have? Well, just a div. Div. So this is a very simple change, but main indicates this is the main content. Now, we'll talk about why this matters in just a bit, but let's keep going. What do we have next? Oh, we've got a header element. So this also functions exactly like a div, and it's just the header of the page. And if we open that up, what do we have? All right, we've got a div, and then we've got a section of content, a section element, another new element we have not seen. It's exactly the same as a div, but a different name. And then if we open this up, we've got more stuff in here, right? I expanded a couple of other things. Right here, we have nav elements. So navs for navigation, just like divs, but they are called navs. And they tell us what they do. They are meaningful. Compare that to what we have on Medium. I feel bad for ragging on Medium. Obviously, these are very talented developers. What do we have? Div with a div with an h4 with more divs. There's no nav here, but a nav would be perfect. This is navigation. That's all that it's there for. These are navigation links. Why not use an element like a nav? Well, the main reason is that these elements are newer. They're not brand new by any means, but they haven't always been part of HTML. Things like navs and mains and headers and footers. Speaking of footer, if we go down to the bottom of this page, we look at the footer here. It is a footer element. It's an actual footer. That's what it's called. Again, just like a div, but it tells us a bit about what it is. Now, if we look at the footer on Medium, it might be a footer element. Nope, it's just a div. So just looking at this markup, we really can't tell anything about what the content is. Versus over here, we at least have an overview of, all right, we've got a footer at the bottom, we've got a header, we've got a bunch of different sections, so we didn't really hit those yet, but if we look at one of these sections right here, whoops, click that, hover, that's a section of content. Scroll down, we've got another section right there. So instead of just using a generic div, a section makes sense. It's a grouping of content. It's a section of the page. So there are a bunch of these elements that I'm just going to cover pretty quickly because honestly, there's nothing to them except for their different names. Header, footer, nav, section, article, main, they all behave just like divs except they have some meaning. So now the question is, why? Why does it matter? So there are a couple of reasons. It all comes down to adding meaning to our markup, and that meaning could be meaning for other computers or for an application or a crawler like Google. If Google is writing code that's going to come across all of our markup, or let's say it comes across this markup here for Medium, it's very difficult for that code to quickly figure out, all right, what's navigation content? Where are all the links on this page? If a crawler is trying to find navigation links, often that's what they do. One of the strategies for crawling is just finding all the links in a nav bar or all the links in a footer and crawling those and continuing to visit those pages and do the same thing over and over. Now on this document, it's not immediately clear where the navigation content is, versus here, well, I closed it, but as we saw, it was very easy because it's just called out with the actual element nav. Here's a nav for navigation content. So that's a simple example. The same thing goes for categorizing other pieces of your markup. There are semantic elements for things like even times and dates. There are elements. There's a time element. Code can understand what that is very easily. Instead of if you just had a generic span or a paragraph or something, it doesn't have any meaning. It doesn't explain anything about what it contains. So that's one reason, making your code more crawlable, more friendly to other applications or to other code. The second reason has to do with accessibility and making your code more accessible to people using screen readers, to people who cannot see the rendered content or may not be able to fully see it or might elect to use a screen reader. Those screen readers can look for things like a nav element or a header or a footer or an article, a main, a section. It can use those as hooks. They act as sort of signposts, which is really important because if you're reading this content, that's what a screen reader looks at or is reading out loud, it's just all of this stuff here. How is it going to know where the navigation links are? How will it know where the footer is? So if you're using a screen reader and you want to quickly go to the sign in or you want to go to the about page or you want to go to the careers page, if you're using a screen reader, you would hopefully be able to ask for the footer or the header, or you'd be able to quickly navigate there. And if you use these semantic elements, it makes that far easier. And I'll actually demonstrate that as a little bonus video in this section. And then the third reason that's important is that it just makes your own code, your markup, more navigable for yourself and for other developers. If I'm scrolling through this and I need to figure out, I need to update, the nav links, it's not immediately clear where to do that. Or if I need to update the footer, I've got to open up all these divs and try and figure it out. Versus here, if I need to update the footer, it's pretty obvious. I just look for the footer element, and there we go. So that one's not as important, but it is worth considering. So adding meaning into our markup is the idea behind writing semantic markup. There are a whole subset of elements in HTML which don't do anything that you couldn't do before. So they don't add new features or any new visual, I don't know. There's nothing new about them except that they add meaning to the markup. You use an article or a section or a main instead of div, div, div. So we'll play around with some of these elements up next. Okay, so we're going to take a look at some of these semantic elements and try using them. This will be quick, even though we're going to talk about quite a few elements, because, as I mentioned earlier, they don't really do anything different. They just have different names. Okay, so here are some of the examples of elements you could use in place of a div or just a generic container. We're going to begin with a main, or the main element, which is supposed to represent the dominant content of the body of a document. Basically, it should be the main content of your page, and it should exclude any content that would be repeated across the page. So things like, or that would be repeated across different pages, sidebars, nav links, copyright information, logos, search forms. That does not really pertain to the main content of a page. So, for example, on Wikipedia here, if we were to have a main, I would put it around the main content here. So not this navbar, not this search, not this sidebar, but everything that has to do with the chicken main content, all this stuff. So you don't have to do this, right? It could just be divs, but that's where I would use a main. So I'll do the same thing here. Let's add a main element, and our website right now is just sort of garbage and doesn't have much meaning anyway, but let's say it ends all the way at the bottom. We don't have any sort of navbar or anything yet, but we will shortly. Okay, so nothing changes, but we have now highlighted or written an element that explains, here's the main content. The next semantic element we'll look at is the nav. So the nav is supposed to represent anything on the page that provides navigation links. So that could be links to other parts on the same page, like we have on Wikipedia, right? These aren't links to go somewhere else. They're just taking me to a different part of the page, or it could be links to completely different resources. Both are just navigation links. So a nav is very simple. You just fill it with whatever content you want. It should contain links. For now, we haven't seen how to actually create, nice looking nav bars or anything like that. But if we wanted to just fake it and add a nice little nav here with some links, I would probably do an unordered list with some LIs and then an anchor tag. Let's just make this up. We'll do home, and let's do a couple of them. I just used that shortcut I mentioned a while back. And then we'll do what else? Instead of home, let's do about. So these won't actually go anywhere. Actually, I think we do have an about.html, don't we? And then, do we? Yep. So we could link to that. And then we could have a contact or something, which won't do anything either. But the point is here just to show you how we would use a nav element. So if I refresh, it looks just like LIs instead of a UL because that's all that it is. But now we have this wrapping nav that explains this is for navigational content. So it doesn't just have to be the top nav of a page. It could be any navigational links, as we saw in Wikipedia. It could be the sidebar, or here on MDN, I would assume this is a nav, and probably this breadcrumb right here that just shows us how we arrived where we are. If we actually inspect, we'll probably find that out. Let's see. Yep, so there's a nav right there, and I think there's a nav right here. Is there? Yep. So doesn't have to be there, but they make sense to use. So that's all there is to nav elements. Screen readers will look for these and call them out, just like a web crawler would as well. Next up, we have the section element. The section element is still quite generic. It's just supposed to represent a standalone section of an application or of a website. It doesn't really say anything other than that, but it's still far better than a div. A div is just a generic container. You could use a div for anything. As we saw on that Medium website, a div was used to make a button. A div was used, this could be a div right here. This could be a div here. This whole thing could be a div. These could each be divs, but a section is really supposed to be a section of content, a standalone section of your website. And MDN says that it represents a standalone section which does not have a more specific semantic element. So you could use a section in place of a nav, just like you could use a div in place of everything. But a nav makes more sense. It's more meaningful or more specific. So what I would use a section for is probably on this markup, something like this right here might be a single section. I mean, it's kind of hideous, but that could be a section. And then this could be a section where we have a standalone section of content. We've got our heading, and then we've got a paragraph or two. And this could be a section, you know, you'd have to figure out where you break it up. But if we go back to Wikipedia, I think it's a little clearer. This could be a section of content. And then this right here, maybe you do it for each chunk. So that's a section there. You don't have to, but it's just one option for dividing up your markup. And I'll do one example. Why don't we put a section in right around this H2? So section. And this paragraph just to here. So just keep it simple. I won't waste your time, but I would add these around every section of content if we want to section things off. Nothing looks different, but now this is grouped together as a section of our larger document. So you don't have to do that, but if you were going to group it in some way, like if I wanted to add a border or a different color, I would have used a div, but a section makes more sense. Next up, we have the article element, which represents a self-contained composition in a document. So this does not have to be reserved only for, a newspaper article or a blog article. So you can see in the demo here, they consider this an article on MDN. And in fact, there's actually multiple sub-articles. So you can have more than one article on a page. It's really just supposed to be any self-contained composition. So anything that should be independently distributable or reusable. So this could be something, this little weather widget that you might use across different websites. You've probably seen something similar before, where at least I see it all the time, where I get like on the newspaper or on a blog, I'll get a weather in my zip code widget from, I don't know if it's weather.com or Google Weather or whatever it is. So articles are just another element that we use to group content together. There are a couple of notes. There should be a heading that explains what the article is or what it's about. So you could have something like a film review article, and inside of that you could have a bunch of sections or even sub-articles. This can be a little confusing, and one of the hardest things about these semantic elements is that people use them differently. So I'm not trying to show you one way or one set of rules that you must follow. I just want to expose you to the fact that there is an article element, and you could use it, and I might use it on if I was making Wikipedia, I might wrap all of this in an article. not the sidebar, not the navbar or any of that, but the actual main content here. Another element is the aside. So an aside is supposed to be something that is not really part of the document. Well, it could be part of it, but it's not essential. It's indirectly related. It's tangential. It is not essential. So they're often presented as sidebars, call-out boxes. I would not be surprised if this was an aside. Let's inspect. Yeah, it is an aside. Well, when I open up, you probably saw that. When I open up the DevTools, there we go. It comes back. Okay. So it's a responsive site. It changes and reorders and resizes as the window changes. But there you go. We can see that is an aside. It's pretty much just like any of these other elements we've seen. You use them instead of a generic container. So the example on MDN is an article about salamanders. And then there's this little aside here that's just a note, a little bonus topic about the rough-skinned newt and its deadly neurotoxin. They actually live with me around here. They don't live with me in my house, but I see them all the time on my driveway. Very interesting creatures and very toxic. Then we've got header and footer, two of the more commonly used ones. They are kind of self-explanatory, I guess. The header element is supposed to be any sort of introductory content. It often will include navigational content as well, as we saw on Stripe, or if we go to Wikipedia. This whole thing up here could be a header. I don't think they use semantic elements, but if we look at Stripe again, you can see that up top, we do have the navigation area. I really like this little menu, by the way. It's very fancy JavaScript. But the header itself actually includes all of this. This is all introductory content. So it doesn't have to. It's totally up to you or up to the developers, but I think, yeah, it does include all of that content. And then we move on to our first main section of the site, and then another section and another section. So the header is the introductory content, and the footer is this whole thing down here. And both of them often will include links and navigations and navs that are nested. And along those lines, you can also put a header inside of other elements. So you could have an article element with a header inside of it and a footer. So you can have more than one footer on a page. Here's an example of a footer located inside of an article. It would look like this. Here's our footer for the article. And this could be on a web page. It actually is right now, where we have an actual footer, a typical footer at the very bottom. So there's a lot of flexibility. This isn't super rigid. Just keep in mind the general intent, the semantics of each of these elements. So we've got header and footer. If we wanted to put a footer in, I'll just do that for now. On this example, we don't really have much, but maybe at the bottom after our main, we can put our footer, and in here, I don't know, a paragraph. This is my website, and maybe a UL with an LI and an anchor tag, just gibberish, contact. And is there anything else we should put here? I don't know. How about help? So there's our footer at the bottom. Doesn't look like anything, but that is a footer element, and that's the sort of content we would put in a footer. And then we could put a header up top. It works exactly the same. So header, footer, and then I won't show examples of these, but there are a couple more elements. There are things like a time element. Now this one is actually a bit different. It is an inline element. You wrap it around some piece of content that represents a time or a date time or just a date. So you can see here there's a time element being wrapped around this July 7. There's another time around 2000, around 20 here. And it's being made bold through CSS, but that's not actually what the time element does. It's purely there to call something out as time in a machine-readable format, and you are supposed to specify this date time attribute. Not super important for now, but just know this is another semantic element. We've also got a figure element, which represents apparently a self-contained piece of content with an optional caption. So here is a figure, and it contains another element called a fig caption. So you could just use a div, as always, but a figure calls out some special meaning to this. It's usually an illustration, a diagram, something that you want to call attention to, and may often have a caption alongside it. So something like this could be a figure over here, or certainly that would. Now, I don't think Wikipedia does this, but it's just another element that you have at your disposal. So there are still others we have not talked about, the abbreviation element, the data element, but they're not that essential for now. Just keep in mind this concept of semantic elements, semantic markup. where instead of using generic containers, we can use things like a main and a nav. We can use a section. We can use a header and a footer to call out or to add meaning to the actual markup itself. This is useful for us as developers just to look at our code and immediately understand what's going on. It's important for screen readers and improving accessibility, and it's also essential for SEO. So I'd like to take a quick moment to talk about screen readers and actually demo one to you. I am in no way qualified to show you much. Screen readers are actually pretty complicated tools, and with good reason, right? People use them to navigate the web exclusively, or at least some people do. So they have a lot of features, tons of keyboard shortcuts. I can never remember them. And some of the people who use them a lot, I have a friend who uses a screen reader who turns the speed up so insanely fast that I cannot understand. Maybe I can get 1 out of every 20 words that the screen reader says when he's really going and using it. It's crazy. Anyway, I just want to show you the difference between using semantic elements and not using semantic elements. So I'm going to open up the screen reader. This is a built-in screen reader on a Mac. It's called VoiceOver. There's one that's built into Windows machines. There's also software you can download and pay for. But on a Mac, it is Command and then F5. Should pop up. Okay.
Heading level 4 link. Subscribe. No items in WebSpots menu. You are currently in the VoiceOver menu. Chrome has new window.
Okay. So now I've opened up the WebSpots menu, which is just going to show me the different elements on this page that sort of jump out, things that I could look at easily. And there's nothing
Articles
here.
Menu.
There are articles that are listed
Auto
here.
WebSpots menu.
Auto WebSpots, however this utility has decided on that.
Window spots menu, links menu.
And then all of the links on the page, of which there are quite a few. But what if I just wanted to get to this top nav or the bottom nav, or I wanted to get to the main content? It's not clear how to do that at all. Now let's compare that to Stripe's website, which, if you recall, does use semantic elements. It uses nav elements for navigation links. And it uses, what else? Header and footer. It uses a main element. Well, now I've got this new menu called
Landmarks.
Landmarks has navigation. So 3 different nav elements were used on this page, and I can quickly get to them. It also has the main element. So if I quickly wanted to get to the main content.
Navigation main link. NEW issuing is now available to all U.S. businesses.
If we look at all of the links on this page, which is what I was doing on the previous website on Medium, there are so many, it's just kind of overwhelming.
Visited.
I could scroll through them all. Wow. I mean, there's a lot of links on here. So seeing them all at once doesn't really help me. But if I go to the landmarks menu, I now can quickly jump. Do I want the navigation on the top or the bottom of the page? And then I can't even remember the shortcut to actually, is it enter?
Group. You are currently on a group. To interact with items in this group, press Control, Option, Shift, down arrow.
Control, Option, Shift, down arrow. No? Oh, come on.
Navigation.
Well, anyway, I'm already lost. You can see, though, hopefully you can see the difference. Just the fact that the VoiceOver utility can tell where navigation is on this page, where the main content is a huge improvement over what we had on Medium, where, as much as I love Medium, it just wasn't clear. Now, there probably are other tools and tips and tricks that real users of screen readers know, and maybe Medium is friendlier than I'm giving it credit for, or more accessible, but to me, with my very limited skill set using the screen reader, you can see that the semantic elements make a difference on a website like Stripe. So next up, we've got a little bit of an interlude. I'm going to focus on one of my favorite parts or features of VS Code. It's something called Emmet. I'm going to do my best to spread out some of these tips and tricks for VS Code throughout the course where they make the most sense. Emmet is a tool that works, or it helps us write HTML, so I'm introducing it now. Okay, so what does Emmet do? Emmet is an extension. It's actually built into VS Code, but it's something for other editors that you can download that helps us very quickly write HTML markup, where we don't have to type everything from scratch. We can use shortcuts. It does come bundled in with VS Code, so you don't have to install anything. And if you watch this demo on their website, we can actually see some pretty cool stuff. Something like this. This is quite complicated, and I don't know all of the syntax, but if you just run this, it will be expanded into a bunch of markup. So there is a lot of this syntax, this shortened syntax that you can use to create HTML elements quickly. There's a cheat sheet on the Emmet documentation. I'll show you a couple of examples. So if you wanted to make this structure right here, where we have a nav with a UL as a child and then an LI as a child of that UL, we use this right here, nav, and then that greater than UL, greater than LI, and then you hit tab. So this little piece of syntax makes a child element. So let's try it out. Why don't we make a new document or a new file here? I'll just call it Emmet demo.html. And let's use my little snippet there. This is actually from Emmet. You can see it tells me that. To get my basic structure, I'll change the title, Emmet demo. Okay, and then in here, why don't we try something like, let's say I want a main, and then I want a header inside of that, or maybe I want, how about a section with an H1 inside of that, and I'll hit tab. There we go. So that is the first little bit of Emmet syntax we've seen. You use that bracket there. Technically, doing something like this is also coming from Emmet, just making an H1. But using that bracket is a nice little feature that makes child elements. Next up, we have the sibling plus sign. We can make two elements or more elements that are not nested, but they're siblings. So if I really quickly wanted, I don't know, what would we want here? How about an H1 and then an H2 after that, and then another H2? I could do this, and it makes them together. They're not nested. They are adjacent. They're siblings. We also have this thing called climb up. I'm going to ignore that for now, but it allows you to navigate. So you could make a div with a sibling of a div, and then a paragraph inside of that div with a span inside of that paragraph with an adjacent EM element. We have yet to discuss that. And then you can climb up to escape, sort of to go back to where you were and do a block quote. Anyway, you don't need to worry about that for now. This is, honestly, in my opinion, it's harder for me to remember all of the syntax. I most commonly use this, and this one over here, multiplication. So multiplication helps us make a bunch of things that are similar at once. If I needed to make a bunch of LIs inside of a UL, I could have my UL, and then inside I could have LI, and that will make a single one, or I can multiply it if I want 4 of them, just like that. So that's extremely useful, and I also find this numbering very useful. This one uses the $sign syntax, and it's going to create numbers for us. So it will add them dynamically in. So I could do something like, maybe I'll make a nav, and inside of this nav, we have a UL. Inside of that, there's a bunch of LIs. And then I want 5 of those LIs, so I'll multiply by 5. And inside of each one, we want an anchor tag. So let's see what we end up with there. Okay, hopefully no surprises. Nav, UL, 5 LIs, each with an anchor tag. I just undid that. But now if I use the $sign here, I could do something like, well, if I just type the $sign, you'll see what I end up with. Not really a valid element, but we end up with our numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I could use that somewhere. The syntax to set an attribute like href looks like this right here. Href equals, and I could put $sign there. And now we have href equals 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of odd to do that, but it's possible. We could do something like href equals www.$sign.com. And there we go, www.1.com, .2.com, .3. Maybe you won't need this right away, but it can be nice if you need those numbers. And once we talk about things like classes, you'll see that used here, class attribute. We have not discussed that. This is sometimes useful. So there's a lot you can do with these numbers, but that's all I'll show you for now. If you want to add text inside of something, a new element, you could do these curly braces. So you could do something like an anchor tag with click me inside. Well, that seems kind of easy to do. But what if you wanted something like, I want each one of these anchor tags to have something inside of it that says, I don't know, click me. Well, all I need is those curly braces, click me, and then expand that. And there we go. So this is what we end up with here. Click me is inside of each one of those anchor tags. Kind of a lot of syntax, and if you don't know what you're doing and you look at this, it's absolutely overwhelming. So what I think I'm going to do is actually write a comment so you can see what I expanded into that. And I'll do that for each of these. But definitely the most frequently used, at least for me, the most frequently used shortcuts are the, what is that, greater than bracket. So I can do, a UL with an LI inside. And then using the multiplication to make multiple elements. and then using the plus sign to make adjacent elements. Some of this stuff is nice, but you really have to, I at least have to work to remember it, and sometimes it's just not worth it. Okay, so that's Emmet. It has to do with HTML, but it's not part of HTML. It's just a nice little tool that comes with VS Code. Hey everybody, welcome to the next section. This is our final section on HTML. HTML is a topic that will resurface throughout the entire course, but this is the final designated HTML section. We're really just talking about two important concepts, or two groups of elements. The elements that help us make tables. When I say a table, I'm talking about a data table, a two-dimensional table, and then the elements that help us make forms. So you might notice there's a decent chunk of yellow topics here, things that I have labeled or I've called out as taking a bit more time to understand, or a bit more time to fully explain to you. And they all have to do with tables, the first three. Tables consist of a lot of HTML elements. As you can see, table, tr, td, th,thead, tfoot, tbody. First of all, the names just kind of suck in my opinion, and they're hard to remember, easy to mix up. So that's why I've labeled them yellow. What is crucial out of the table elements is understanding the basics of making a table. I'll say that T-head, T-foot, and T-body are straightforward and easy, but they're not as crucial as the basics of a table. And then these two things that will make no sense at this point in time, but call span and row span are nice to haves, and I wouldn't spend 1 second worrying about them if they confuse you in any way. Then we move on to forms. Forms consist of a lot of different elements working together, and obviously forms are important when we're making web apps. Any website you go to, almost every website, it's going to have some form of a form. Here's one right there, right? So these are important, and that's why it's under crucial. And like tables, they can take a bit more time to get comfortable working with, so I've made them yellow, or I've at least made this topic yellow here. Then for some of the other form-related topics, we have buttons. Those will be crucial. It's green, very easy to pick up. Labels, very important as well to understand. We'll talk more about accessibility and why labels are so important, but they go under crucial. Range and text areas, I'm going to say, honestly, somewhere between important and nice to have. Not a big deal. Two different types of inputs we can add to a form. They're important to know about, but they're not a deal breaker that will stop you from moving forward. Common input types, definitely important or crucial. And then form validations, for now I'll put under important. So the main takeaways that I would like for you to focus on in this section are the basic table elements. So don't worry about all this other stuff. And then the form basics. How do we make an HTML form and populate it with some common inputs? How do we label things? And how do we add buttons? So that's all coming up in this section. And it's the only thing that stands between us and the beautiful world of CSS. Okay, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. This is our last unit on exclusively HTML. We'll continue to use HTML, but this is really the last there's two big pieces here that are essential. The first thing we're going to talk about are tables, HTML tables, and then the most important thing we'll cover are HTML forms and a bunch of inputs and how we create modern accessible forms. So we're going to start with tables. We'll talk about when you should and shouldn't use tables, how they've been used historically, and a bunch of elements that we use to create tables. It can be a little crazy. Fortunately, tables aren't used all that often. But then we're going to spend the bulk of our time on the form element and a bunch of associated elements, different inputs and form controls and labels, so that we can define modern, complex HTML forms with validations and that are accessible. They'll include things like labels and they'll follow best practices. Obviously, forms come up quite a bit in applications, whether it's an e-commerce website or a store, or even just anything with authentication, or even just a mailing list you want somebody to sign up for. Forms are everywhere. So we're going to cover them in this unit. But first, tables. So here we go. So we'll kick things off with HTML tables. So when we say table, we're referring to a data table, two-dimensional rows and column structure, right? Tabular data, usually a nice, clear way of displaying some data. Not everything lends itself to a table. Here's a very simple one. We've got, one row and two columns. I'm sure on MDN they have some slightly more complicated examples. Here's a much larger one on Wikipedia. This is a table, a tabular structure. We've got rows and columns. We have headers, and it's actually more complicated than just having headers. We have subheaders, or I'm not sure how you would want to call what you would call this, but we've got a header city proper that then has 3 types or 3 pieces of information within that one category. Same thing with urban area and metro area. Anyway, it's a much more complicated table. We have links inside. We've got a nice hover effect. That's all CSS there. We've got images. This is one example of a table. Still, it looks very tabular, table-y, not that attractive, in my opinion. But here's something that you might see. I was actually looking for a mattress recently, and I always try and find examples like this when I'm teaching. Here's an example of an actual table. This is, if we inspect, it's a table element to compare different mattresses on Casper in this case. And this is not an endorsement of Casper. I haven't gotten my mattress yet. I have no idea if it's any good or not. But anyway, you can see we have rows and columns. It's just been styled very differently, so it looks nicer, but it still is a table. And I can actually inspect and prove that. Here we are, table. Now, what goes in a table is a much longer topic. That's what we'll talk about in the next video, because there are quite a few elements. But before we do that, let's talk a bit about the history of tables. So back in the day, in the 90s, and probably into the early 2000s, tables were actually used to lay out websites. So when I say layout, I mean to move content or position content around, which is still honestly a little bit trickier than you might hope, but it's way better now than it used to be. So back in the 90s, it was difficult to move something to the top, or to have 3 elements, split space, or to have text over here and 2 buttons next to each other, and then a bunch of this text down on the bottom. Whatever the layout is, it was not that easy. So tables were used, and there are a few examples of this still. This is the old Bob Dole 96 campaign website. I'm amazed some of these things are still up. And if you look at it, this right here, actually I think all of this might be a table. This is not a great use of a table anymore, and it's not something that you really should do. Tables should be reserved for tabular data, for rows and columns of information that you're trying to display in a tabular format, not just to lay out your content. But here we go. This whole thing is a table. Same thing with this lovely old Space Jam website. This whole thing right there, that is a table. And then within that table, we have a bunch of elements that we have yet to discuss, but developers like to use them back in the early days of web design, because you could make a bunch of cells and make them take up dead space in between. As you can see here, right, there are some empty cells and space in each cell. Each one has a width and a height, and it's very janky, but it did work and still works. It's just not best practice these days. So these days we should use tables for things like this or this here, where we're actually showing information that lends itself to the tabular format. So that about wraps it up for this intro. Tables, rows and columns, they used to be used to lay websites out. You shouldn't do that anymore. And the last point that you'll soon see is that there are quite a few different elements that can go into a table. We're going to go over them. You don't need to memorize or remember all of them, but I'm just going to show them all to you. That's coming up next. All right, so we're going to begin by defining our very first table. Now, remember what I mentioned previously. There are quite a few elements that go into a table, or that we can use in a table. But don't panic. You don't need to know them all at once. We'll introduce them as we go. So you can see some of them here. We've got the table element, which is where we'll start. And then in this video, we'll focus on the first 3, or the first 4, TD, TR, and TH. So we're going to make a table that displays the heaviest living bird species, basically just some of this information from Wikipedia. I'm not going to copy every single piece because it's kind of annoying, but we'll just do probably the animal name, the average mass in kilograms and pounds, and then maybe if it's a flighted bird or not. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is actually add a table element. And here's the MDN page for the table elements. It represents our tabular data, but itself, the element itself, does very little unless we put something inside of it. So I'm going to make a new document here. I'm going to make this one called, how about just birds, heaviest birds.html. And then I'll do my shortcut here with Emmet, the exclamation points. Then we'll do heaviest birds table. And then in here, why don't we put a little heading in here, heaviest birds, and then a table, just like that. So I'll open this up in my browser. I'm working in a new folder now. right? I've broken up into different sections. So we're in this one right here, and heaviestbirds.html, or you could just double click on your file, drag it to the browser, and here we are. There is a table element here, but there's nothing to see. So now we need to cover the elements that go inside of a table. And there are three we're going to focus on for now, the TD, TR, and TH. I personally hate the naming there. That's one of the worst parts of working with tables and teaching them, is that it just is a little confusing at the beginning. So a TD, that's where we're going to begin. It stands for table data cell or table data. I don't really know what the D is for. It represents a single cell. I would have called it a TC or just maybe a cell, just 2 extra characters. So TD defines a single cell in a table that contains data. So this could be a TD, that one could be one, this could be one, this can be one, and hopefully you get the picture. Let's see how it works. Let's go look at our list of largest birds or heaviest living birds. And let's just do a single, how about ostrich for one of our cells, and then I'm not going to copy this exactly, so I'll do average mass of 104 kilograms, 230. Okay, so let's just do a TD for now that says ostrich, and then we'll come back and worry about the headings in a moment. So then we'll do another TD, and what was it, 104 kilograms and 230 for pounds. Okay, so we have 2 table cells, or TDs. If I refresh, this is what we see. Not particularly spectacular, but it is working. We don't have borders turned on. We don't style anything, so it doesn't look great, but it is valid. So if I wanted to add in, how about just flighted as our final column, and I'll just have no. Refresh, we now have 3 cells. So now if I want to add in the next entry, which we have a Somali ostrich, 90 and 200, no, I'm just trying to remember that for myself. So I could do another TD, Somali ostrich, and then would we have 90 kilograms and 400? No, 200, okay. 200 pounds. That's pretty massive. 230 pounds is the average ostrich weight. And then one more, it's not a flighted bird. Well, if I refresh this, not quite what I wanted. We just ended up with a bunch of cells. Each one is a cell, but they're all on the same line. They're all in the same row. So what we need to do is actually use another element called a TR. A TR stands for table row, and it's a pretty easy one. It represents a row of cells in our table. So then we establish the cells with a TD, or soon we'll see TH. But the row is what groups elements or groups cells into a row. So this is one row here, this is one row there, and that's another row. And this is technically a row up top too. It's a row of headers. So all we need to do is wrap each one of these in a TR. And if we actually take a look right now, the browser went ahead and automatically added in a TR. They're all in a single row. We don't want to rely on that. It's not a very good table. So we will group our things together. Here's our first row. And then here is our second row, if I can format this correctly, right there. Okay, so we've got a table with 2 rows, and each row has 3 cells right now at least. Refresh, and now they're each their own row. Looks pretty good. Well, I shouldn't say it looks good, but it works. Let's see what happens if I add in, how about maximum mass for one of them, which is, I'm just going to copy this. So for the ostrich, not the Somali ostrich, if I just added another TD right there in the middle and I refresh, okay, well now we have 4 elements, 4 rows up top, or 4 cells up top and 3 down below, but now things don't align anymore. So we have name, we have average mass, and then this is maximum, and then we have flighted, if it's a flighted bird or not, but these don't align anymore. So there are a few things I could do if I wanted to have this no line up over here, or I want them to be part of the same column. Really what I could do is just add in another empty TD if I needed to. And there we go. We just don't have a value here, but usually we'll just want a value anyway for maximum mass. So I'm just going to copy that over. So that's 130,287. Okay. So now the biggest problem we have is that it's really unclear what the heck this is and what this is and why we're just saying no and no. What's going on? We need to add in some table headings or headers. And that is where our next element comes in, the TH. So the TH element defines a header. And that's all we need to know for now. We do put our headers inside of a row still. We still need to say, all right, here are 3 headers if we're going to have 3 columns. So for our example, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different cells across each row. And then we're going to want 4 THs. So I'm going to do this right here, TR, because we want a row. And then our first header will just be, is it name? Yeah, we're going to ignore rank. So just animal. And if I just start with that, you'll see we get our header. Animal. It's by default, it's bolded. You can change all of that, just like pretty much anything with CSS. We can alter background color, sizes, fonts, spacing, borders, everything. So we have animal, and then average mass. I'm just going to copy this. And then maximum mass, so another TH. And this one right here, maximum mass. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so it spreads out quite a bit now. And then we've also got, what was our last one? Flighted. So let's do that. A TH. Is the bird flighted or not? And now we have our 4 table headers in a row, and then our 2 rows below that, where each one has 4 table data cells or TDs. So it's definitely a bit cluttered because of just how long these headers are and how tight everything is. But this is a valid table. Let's quickly add in one more row at the bottom. So TR, and do we have a flighted bird that I could include? I do like cassowaries, but where's the first flighted bird? Domestic turkey or wild turkey? Okay, so I'm just going to copy these. This is not in order necessarily. So wild turkey is our name, and then the average mass, the maximum mass, and they are flighted, barely. But there are wild turkeys that live in my yard, and they live in a tree up there, and it shocks me, but they can fly up there. They're pretty big. Nothing compared to an ostrich, but still pretty big. 30 pounds, 90 pounds. Okay, so there's our table. We've got our table element. We've got TRs. Here's a TR, another one, and another one. And then our top row consists of 4 THs for the headers. And then our bottom 3 rows are a bunch of table data cells, TDs. So this video is just the basic intro to tables. Next up, we have a couple other elements to add into this mess, and then we'll move on to forms. In this video, I'm going to introduce 3 pretty straightforward elements that we add to section off our table. We have T-head, T-foot, and T-body. So these don't really do much except break up your table into logical sections where we can tell this is the header, this is the footer, and this is the body of the table. This is the main data of the table in the case of the body. This would be the set of headers. And you often won't have footers on a table, but you might, for example, if you have totals or other information at the bottom that is not really part of the main data set, but it's cumulative or an average or something at the bottom. So all we do is wrap our rows with a T-head or T-body or T-foot. So I don't think we have a good use for a T-foot on this table, but we do have T-head right here. Wrap that around our row of headers. And we could have more than one row of headers. For example, this table I showed earlier of the largest cities in the world, we've got 2 rows of headers, if you can see that here. Definition, population, area, that all is under city proper, and then we have population and area for metropolitan area and urban area. So these over here are actually 2 rows tall. City, country, skyline, the UN 2018 population estimate, and then this is one row, and so on. So this all should be wrapped in a T-head element to make it clear that this is all the header of the table, or headers, and then this is the body of the table all the way down to the bottom. I don't think there's a foot. So let's go add our table body. I guess before, let's just refresh and you'll see nothing changes. And then I can add my T body right there. I will cut that and paste it down after my last row. So this is important both just to write nice semantic markup and easy to understand tables, also for accessibility purposes, especially if you have complicated tables. Tables are just not very accessible in the first place. They are a pain to access using a screen reader, but in general, you want to follow best practices, and if you do have a table, especially a more complicated one, designate the table head and the table body, and the foot if you have one. The last thing we'll see with tables for now is how we can create these headers, or any cells really, that span multiple columns or multiple rows. So in this table, we've got some of these headers that are 2 rows tall: city, country, skyline, population estimate, and then here we've got one row, but we've got elements, we've got headers that are 2 columns, or in this case, 3 columns wide. So I'd like to make a second table, probably slim it down. So I'm just going to copy our table here. And down here, maybe I'll just put an H2 or something to separate them. For now, I'll just write V2. And we're just going to bother with the animal name, the average mass, and the maximum mass. We'll get rid of maximum mass. So it'll just be those 3. But I am going to need to remove the maximum mass cell from each one of these. Okay, so here's our beginner first step of this table. And I'd like to have 2 columns, one for kilograms and one for pounds, instead of combining them. So I want kilograms and then pounds, and I want them both to have a shared header like we have here. So I want it to say average mass and then kilograms, pounds. So to do this, I'm going to start by making 4 TDs in each one of these. So we had 104 here for kilograms and then 230 for pounds. And then I'm going to do the same thing. So 200 here, and then 29.8 will go right there. Okay. Now we only have 3 headers at this point. So I'm going to redo my headers now so that we just have kilograms, and then below that we'll have pounds. But what I want to do is have a header above them that says average mass. And if I'm losing you, we're following this pattern here. So we'll have kilograms, pounds, average mass on top. So to make this work, we need to use 2 attributes we have not yet seen, called col span and row span. Okay, so all that we need to do is make 2 rows of headers. So we're going to have 2 TRs. And in our top row, we're going to have animal. We'll have a new header that's not there yet, and flighted. So I'm going to move things around. We've got animal. I'm going to move these 2 THs down here. And this should start making sense in a bit. And then I'm going to add a new TH in here that just says average mass. So right now this is a problem. We have 5 equally sized THs. This is not really what we want, right? What I want here is to have animal take up 2 full rows in height. So this whole thing would be animal. I want average mass to take up 1 row in height, but I want it to go 2 columns across. So let me show you how this works. On animal, we can set row span to be 2. So now animal should take up 2 rows, and there we go. Its height is 2 rows. 1 row here, 1 row there. So I can do the same thing for flighted, which is what I want. Okay, still a little bit messed up because we need to say that average mass is spanning 2 columns. So col span equals 2. Refresh, and there we go. So it's still pretty ugly, but now what we've done is created 2 rows of headers. Some of the headers here, like animal, if I actually inspect, it might be easier to see. It takes up 2 full rows. This takes 2 full columns going horizontally, and that takes up 2 full rows. And then down below we have another row, and it really is just kg and lb, kilograms and pounds. They each are sort of 1 by 1, 1 row by 1 column, like a typical header. So we can use those attributes to manipulate things, to resize, and to have different headers or even different cells that span across, not just a single row or a single column. It can be a little confusing, so just play around with them, but honestly, you're not going to need to do that very often. It's more important that we move on to forms, so don't get hung up on those 2 attributes. Okay, here we go, forms. Next up, we get to talk about one of the most important and useful elements. It's really a collection of elements in HTML, which is forms. Forms are all over the place, and in the next few videos, we'll learn how to create them. In this video, we're going to focus on the form element. So the form element itself doesn't really show up as anything at all. It's more of a shell or a container that will contain a bunch of individual form controls like text inputs and password inputs and buttons and checkboxes, but we group them together in a form. You can kind of see this on the diagram on the left side. The thick red border would be the form. It is a container. By the way, this border is not supposed to actually be on the website. I added that in after the fact. Anyway, that would be the form, and then the pink boxes represent individual controls or individual inputs. So, here's an example of a form, a nice looking form. We've got different inputs to type in an email, a full name, a password, right? And this is a different type of input. We get these dots. You've almost certainly seen that before, versus this input here where we get text and you can see what I'm typing. We've got a button as well, although it's disabled right now. Here's another example of a form. This is a website called The Athletic. Very good sports journalism. Anyway, we've got a form here with a collection of inputs. Text input, text. This is an email input, which is very similar to text. We'll learn more about that. And then a password input where you can't see what you're typing. And then we also have this right here. This is something called a radio button, where I can select one from a group of things, in this case, just 2 different subscription plans. But forms are also simpler. Here's a simple form on Reddit, the search form up top. If I want to search for something, like my favorite type of silky chickens, I type it into this element here. This is a text input, but there is a form that surrounds it. There's a container. And if I inspect, you'll actually see that. There's a lot of stuff here, but I'll try and highlight it for you. Form, right there. This form element is what makes, it's one of the things that makes this all work. So the form element is what we're going to focus on for now. It's the container, the box, the thing that all of your inputs are put inside of. They're grouped together. But it's not just about grouping content together just to have it grouped for no reason. The form element also dictates where the form data should be sent when the form is submitted. So we can specify, send this data from the form to my server, or send it to, I'll show you a demo. We could send data to Reddit server if we wanted to. We can send data, I won't say wherever, but we have a lot of flexibility. And that form element, the parent form element we define that we wrap around everything else, that element is where we specify how the data should be sent and where. So before we go on, I will make a new form or a new HTML page called forms.html. I'll do my standard exclamation point tab. Let's go with forms demo here, and I'll put an H1 that just says forms or forms demo or something like that. And I'm going to open this up in my browser if I can get there. So I'll just hit back here, forms.html. I'm just viewing the folder that it's inside of. But again, double click the file on your desktop or wherever it is, or drag it into the browser. And I'm going to add my first form. So if I just type form and hit tab with Emmet, we get our opening and closing tag, and we get this empty attribute called action. We're going to focus on that pretty much right now. But first, I just want to show you, if I make this empty form and I refresh, we don't see anything at all. It's an empty container. But this action attribute is very important. It specifies where the data should be sent when the form is submitted. So this diagram on the left is my best attempt at illustrating this. It is a box. That's the form itself is the container, and it has a label on it that says send this data to myserver.com, or send it to /search, or whatever the URL is, some destination to send the information to. At this point, all we know is basic HTML. We don't know how to create a server and how to deal with form data and JavaScript and all of that. But we have to start by just explaining this so that when we get to those topics, it will make a bit more sense. So what we can do is piggyback off of somebody else's server. For example, on Reddit, this form, this search form here that I showed you, has an action attribute already set, /search. So if you look at the URL we're currently on, it's reddit.com/r/chickens. Now, when I submit this form, and let me just hit enter to do that, watch the URL. Notice here it says /search. That is the destination for this form data. It is this label. Send this data to /search. So I'm going to hit enter. I have Silky typed in here. And notice where we went, where we are, reddit.com/search. Now, there's also this thing at the end. We'll learn more about how or what this is. It says Q equals Silky, which is exactly what I typed in here. If I type something else, like a different type of chicken, let's do Polish chicken, and I hit enter, you can see that's showing up in the URL as well. Polish chickens, by the way, are very funny looking, adorable. Anyway, you can see though that that action /search is where the form took us to. And it also submitted the information, the form data. In this case, it's a very simple form. There's one input, just this one text input, and it takes that piece of information and sends it. But there are more complicated forms that have definitely far more inputs, and all that data will be sent together via an HTTP request. So even though we haven't learned a ton about HTTP requests, let's go through this process one more time and talk about what's actually happening behind the scenes. So we've got that form. We already have seen it has this action set to /search. And if I type something in, let's just go with Silky again, and I hit enter to submit that form, an HTTP request will be fired off to /search. Now, /search is not a website I can just go to, right? This is relative to where we currently are, which is reddit.com. So it's going to go to reddit.com/search. It's basically sending a request to a Reddit endpoint to /search, and then it's passing in our data right there. Q equals Silky. So Reddit server realizes, this is the job of a server, oh, you're asking for /search and you provided me the query of Silky. Well, let me go search my database, or probably a bunch of databases. Let me go find the images and the results and all the posts that I need to combine into this web page. And then I'll send the web page back to you, which is what it did. It sent this web page back, and we're viewing it here. So it's just sending a request in the same way that I could forego this form entirely. I could go to this URL myself and say, instead of Q equals Silky, how about Q equals, I don't know, chocolate. And what will I see here? I just searched Reddit for chocolate without actually typing into the form myself. It's not a very UI or a user-friendly way of doing it, but it's the exact same mechanism. The form is just a way to get here, at least in this situation. So we'll learn a lot more about forms and submitting them once we actually have somewhere to submit them to. Right now, we don't really. We're just using Reddit as an example. So we haven't learned a whole lot about HTTP and how these forms work and how we handle them, but remember that when you submit a form, a HTTP request will be sent. And we control where that request goes to using this attribute called action, and we control which type of HTTP method. You really don't need to care about that right now, but I need to mention it. We control that using an attribute called method. So if we look at this form, it has action search, method equals get. So the two terms you may hear are get and post. Those are two values for an HTTP method. But for now, let's just do the Men in Black memory erase thing. Don't worry about that. I just wanted to mention it. Once we get to handling forms, that will make more sense. Okay, so we can make our form. I can give it an action. Let's say anything really, but I could do /tacos. We're not going to see anything at all until I put some stuff in here, which is what the next video will be about. What goes in a form, or what can go in a form. There are lots of options, but all you need to remember for now is that the form acts as this thing that groups together inputs and then submits them together to some specified destination with a little shipping label. Okay, so next up, we'll start with some inputs. Okay, so now that we've seen the form container element, the wrapper element, let's talk about what goes inside, or what can go inside a form. The most common element, the most common form control, though there are some others we'll cover, is the input element. So the input element is extremely versatile. We can use it to make 20 plus different inputs. So that could range from a checkbox to a color picker to a date picker to a password input to just a plain old text input. And the way that this works, it's the exact same elements, input, but we change one attribute called type. And type is going to dramatically alter how it behaves. So I'll show you some examples. Here is the input documentation on MDN. The first thing you should know is that input is another example of an element that does not have a closing tag. There's no content between two tags. So if you look at how we use it, scroll down a bit more. It's quite the long page. Here you go. Here's an example. Just input. There's no closing tag. There's no content in between. And the most important attribute, as I've mentioned, is this one called type. But before we do that, let's head over to our HTML document, forms.html. I think my cat stepped all over my keyboard. Let's delete all of that. We've got our empty form, and let's add a single input, just like that. So technically this is a valid input, even though we didn't specify what type. I believe it defaults to a text input. As you can see here, I've got a text input, and that's part of my form. Now, what I'm usually going to do is specify type equals text. It's a lot clearer what we're working with. We won't really notice a difference at all. It's still a text input. But now let's play around with a couple different types. So I'm just going to duplicate this a couple different times. We have text as our first one. Why don't we try, how about password? That's another very common input where the text inside is actually obscured. So password, we'll refresh. And this second one is our password input. This one is our text input. So I'm sure you've seen these quite a bit in the wild. We just took a look at one earlier. It's exactly the same element, just one difference in the type attribute. Even more different, how about let's go with a color input. So let's do that here, type equals color. Probably won't use this one very often, but this gives us a color picker. Look at that. By the way, the color picker itself and the inputs will probably look different depending on the browser you're using. You can style these, you can change them, but the browser has some defaults for what they look like. So there's a color picker. What else? We're not going to deal with file pickers at the moment. We've got a month input. Don't use that very often. A number input. So this is just like a regular, it looks like a text input, except I can't type letters in here. I can type numbers, and I can use the arrow keys. I'm hitting up and down arrow to increment and decrement my number, and I can click on this right there, do the same thing. So let's get one of those going here. Number, refresh, there's our number inputs. And let's also do, how about time? You can do that. So time picker, you can also type the time in there yourself. We've got a week input. I don't think I've ever used that in my life. And we'll come back and talk about some of these odder ones like a radio and a range and a checkbox. Not that they're odd in a bad way, they're just different. I'm going to cover those in a separate video. I'll group them together. So that's the basic idea of input. Very versatile. I mean, 4 pretty different types of inputs already, and that's just a small subset of them. But there are other attributes aside from this type attribute that we should cover. And one of the most important is something called placeholder. Placeholder is an attribute that will specify the placeholder text for an input, which is the text that shows up before we've typed anything or while it's empty. So for my text input, what is this input supposed to be? Let's say it's a username. I want you to type your username in. I'll refresh, and we see username, but then as soon as I type, my content wins, and we don't see the placeholder. So it's just a placeholder. Now, it doesn't work for every single input. For example, a color input, I don't think you can add a placeholder. On a password input, it is helpful just to specify this is password, or you can do something like enter your password. It just shows up there until you start typing. And we've got a number input, same thing, placeholder equals, enter a number. And there you go. Okay. So placeholder, very important just in terms of making sure people know what to type into your inputs. However, it's still not super accessible, and we don't have something that we definitely need, which are labels. We will talk about that in the next video, how we properly label these inputs, and there's a couple of reasons why that's important. But for now, what we've seen is that using just one input element and changing that one type attribute, we can get quite a variety of different types of inputs or different form controls. Okay. So the next essential HTML form element is the label. Now the label is easy to write off. I've seen a lot of beginners say, it seems like it's not super necessary, but labels are really, really important in terms of accessibility and making your forms just easier to use. So here we have a checkbox, which we actually haven't seen how to create just yet. And then we have a label. Now this label does more than just visually give us some text. It also is associated with this checkbox. So they are linked behind the scenes. So if someone's using a screen reader, the screen reader knows exactly what text belongs with this. Otherwise, if a label was not used and we just had a paragraph or a span or some other text, it would be basically impossible for the screen reader to know, does this text go with that checkbox, or does this text, or how is it organized? So the label element actually associates. There's a direct connection between some input or some form control and some piece of text. Also, it's not just about enhancing this for screen readers or making a better experience for people using screen readers. It also makes the label itself clickable when we associate two elements. So I can click here to select the checkbox or to uncheck it. And that can be nice for everyone, but especially on smaller screens or people with poorer vision. It's just easier. So those are some of the reasons to use labels. We need to usually have some sort of label for our inputs, even if it's not an actual label element. You might be able to get away with, something else, a span or a paragraph, but you shouldn't, because a label gives you additional benefits. So the way we make this connection from a label to an input is by using two attributes we have not seen. One is called ID. So on an input, we give it an ID. It could be anything. It should be short and simple, but in this case, it's cheese for this one checkbox. Then we use that exact same value and we set it for the for attribute on the label. So what does this label, or what is it for? It's labeling something called cheese. And that basically matches anything that has the ID of cheese. IDs are something we'll come back to when we learn CSS in just a bit. But what you should know now is that only one element on a page should have a given ID. So cheese is supposed to be unique for this one input. We could have cheese 2 or peas or some other ID. We can do whatever we want, but we should not reuse cheese. And that's important because this is labeling exactly one input. There's one connection, cheese and cheese. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a label for this form. Let's see, what should we do? Let's pretend that this is a, I guess, what do we have? A username, a password, a color, and a number. Well, let's just go with enter a username, enter your password, or something like that. So let's do that here. We'll add our first label. So a label has an opening and closing tag. Inside, we put the text that we want to label the input with. So let's go with enter a username. Okay. And then we need to associate that label with this input. So why don't we let's do the ID first on our input. So what should the ID be? ID will be, how about just username? That's exactly what it is. It's a username input. Then here on the label, we set for equals username, and those need to match. Let's refresh. So now we have our text. Notice the label is an inline element. So if we want to break our form up, that's totally up to us. I mean, we could use divs or paragraphs or anything really to structure this. But now, as I click here, can you see that my input was focused automatically for me? That tells us they are associated. And if I change that, if I got rid of, or I just slightly misspelled something, I got rid of an E, they're no longer connected. And I click here, nothing happens. So that proves to us that they are connected. There is that link behind the scenes. So we should add a label in for each one of these. You can do that quickly. And if you use Emmet, you do label tab, it automatically adds the for attribute. So we could do password, and then let's just go with enter a password. And why don't we wrap these guys in a paragraph? So we want that to be a paragraph to start. Let's see how that looks. It looks pretty awful, but it's good enough for now. Let's do another paragraph for the password and the password label. Okay, and then let's connect them. So for equals password, we need ID equals password. That should be good enough. Let's see if they're connected. There we go. And it is a password input. Now we've got our color. Could do that too. Probably not that common to need this, but let's label it. Color will be the for attribute. ID needs to be color, and enter a color. Refresh. I click on this label, and it is associated. It opens up the color picker. And finally, we've got our number. We'll just do a label here. For will be number. ID will be number. And lastly, our text will be enter a number. I have no idea what this form is where we need, let me associate them. Not associate them, let me group them together in this paragraph. Okay, There we go. And now we've got a lovely form that you can't submit because we don't have a button, but all the labels are set up correctly. And this is super important that you follow this pattern. So if you're just making a form quickly on your own, I can understand it's easy to skip labels, but if you're ever going to have something released to the world and deployed and you want people to use it, it's going to be in your portfolio, whatever it is, make sure your inputs are labeled correctly. Now there is one other way to label an input using the label element. It's less common, but you can do this where you actually will nest the input inside of the label. Like this right here, the input is nested inside of the label. Technically, you don't have to have the for and the ID if you do it this way. So this is a valid approach, but for some reason, it's far more standard and common to do it this way, to not nest them. And I guess it makes it easier to style things separately. This way, they're kind of implicitly linked. It's better, in my opinion, to go with this route, even though this is easier and a bit shorter. This is what I'll be using. So we use an ID and the for attribute labels. Very important. I'll leave off at that. Let's move on. We got to talk about buttons. Next up, let's talk about buttons. So buttons are pretty important to your typical web page, whether they're in a form, which is super common, right? We've got a button here to create an account, a PayPal button, a Google button, an email button. Those are all buttons. But also, we often will just have buttons that don't necessarily exist inside of some form. This login button, a sign up button, join, these may actually be links masquerading as buttons thanks to CSS, but it's pretty common to have buttons, right? Up arrow, down arrow, those are all some form of a button, or they look like a button at least. So there's an element, surprise, surprise, called button. And button has an opening and closing tag, and whatever text we put inside of it will be used to label the button. And just like all of these other inputs that we've seen, these different form controls, each browser has some default styling, but you can change that. So the button that you're going to see right now is not the permanent button that you'll be stuck with. You can change it once we get to CSS. So why don't we add a button at the end of the form that says, submit or something. That's all we need. Button, closing tag, and then some text inside. Refresh, and there's my button. It says submit. Okay, so now let's talk about what this button does. If I click this button, what's going to happen here? Oh, what happened? It took me to /tacos. Why am I at /tacos? Well, that is the action of my form, and /tacos just does not exist at the moment. It's not being found. File was not found. It's looking for a file called /tacos. It doesn't exist, but it's taking me there. It's sending a request because I am submitting the form. When I have a button in a form and I don't explicitly say this should not submit the form, it is going to submit the form. So I could make a couple of buttons. I'll put one up here and it says, please do not submit the form. I'll put one in the middle. Submit, how about I'll just say in the middle. So I've got 3 different buttons. One has the text of submit, and it submits the form. One says, please do not submit. It also submits the form. And then the middle one says in the middle, and it submits the form. Now, if I move these outside of a form, or if I just make a button up top, outside form, if I can spell correctly, outside form, this is not in the form, it does nothing. I can use JavaScript to make it do something once we get there, but at the moment, it's not submitting a form, it doesn't do anything. So if you have a button inside of a form, the default behavior will be to submit that form. But we have an option. We can pass in an attribute called type, just like the type attribute for input, but we have different options or different values. So what I can do is set type equal to button. And this tells the browser, I want this button to behave just like a button. I don't want it to be a submit button, but just a regular old button that won't do anything. So I'm clicking it and it no longer submits the form. The default when a button is inside of a form is for it to submit. So if I change it back to that, it submits the form. Or I could just leave it off. But if you want a button inside of a form that does not actually submit the form, you can set its type to button. But that's not that common, at least not until we get to JavaScript. There are times you may want this. Okay, so that is one option. One other thing that you will see sometimes, although I'm not a big fan of it, is an input with the type of submit. And this is kind of it's not a bad way at all, but it's an odder way to make a submit button like we have here. Just going to comment that button out. You'll see we have two buttons and they both look identical, at least right now they do. This one came from the input type submit. This one came from button. And the reason I don't like this is that it's an input, which means there's no closing tag. And if I want to change that text on the regular button, I could change it very easily. I can add 3 exclamation points. It's right there. With this input, I didn't decide on this text, but I can change it. I just have to use an attribute called value, and I could do something like click me. But it's an attribute this time instead of quotes, and it's just a little clunkier, but it does work. So that's another option. I'll go ahead and write up some comments here so you can see the different types. All right, so I added some comments. We've got this button with type of button. It won't submit even though it's in the form. We've got this button with no type, but the default is to submit the form when it's inside of a form. And then we have input type equals submit. It also submits the form, but I don't like the syntax as much. And then lastly, I added a button outside of the form just to show you that there's no default behavior. It's acting just like a regular type equals button, not type equals submit. It won't submit any form. It does nothing. Okay, so that's buttons. Obviously very important to be able to submit a form. So next up, we're going to talk a bit more about what happens when we do submit. What's happening here and where's our data going? Next up, a really important attribute for inputs called name. So when we send data, when we submit a form, like this search form here that says Silky, that's what I'm searching for, and I hit enter, we've already seen what happens. It submits the form. By the way, there's no button here, but we'll talk about how the submission works in a little bit without that. But when I do submit it, it sends an HTTP request to the form action, which is /search, as we already discussed, and then it sends the data, and it says Q equals Silky. Where is Q coming from? Why does it put Q equals Silky right there? Well, that's coming from the name of the input. If we look at it closely, here's the input. It has, ignore the class and the ID, it's got a placeholder, it says search, although my text is in there, but it has this right here, name equals Q. So that Q is simply a name or a label, although I guess the term label is confusing because we have an actual label too. But this is just a way of referring to the value, whatever is in this input, when the data is sent to the server. So often these are short, they don't have spaces, they're just simple things that your server will look for. In this case, Reddit is looking for something called Q. But they could have been looking for something called query or term or search term or anything else. And then they would change this name. So let me show you how this works on our own inputs. Right now we are submitting to /tacos, which is problematic because it doesn't exist. But if I do add a name to any of these inputs, but let's do the username input, just set name equals, and this can be really anything we want. I usually just go with username if that fits. If that's what this is, why not? Let's do the same thing here. I guess we can just start with username actually. So now if I put something in there like Chicken Man and I submit the form, I don't know if this is going to show up very well in the screencast. I'll paste it over here so you can see it. This is what we submitted, or this is the request that was made. Tacos, okay. And then this question mark thing, username equals Chicken Man. Whatever this is right here, that is the name that will be used to send the data to the server. So think of it as a pair. We've got the name and then a value. Something equals something. So if I change that name to instead be password, which would make no sense, it would be very confusing for some eventual server if we had something expecting a username and a password, and I entered my username, Colt, and I submit, well, it's saying password equals Colt, and it's just going off of that name. So those names are important, and you'll see them all the time on forms if you look at them. For example, if we look at one of these, what do we have here? The Stripe form, if I inspect it, I'm sure there's a name attribute. Geez, a lot of stuff going on, but here's name set to email. And for full name, what do they have? Name equals name. They just call it name instead of full name. Same thing for password. I assume they just call it password. Name equals password. So this attribute is easy to add, but it plays a very, very important role. At the moment, it may not seem that important because we're not doing anything with our form data. but eventually we will be. And this name attribute will be used when our data is sent. It will be labeled under this name. So username, let's do one here. Name equals password. Here we could do name equals color. And name, what is this input supposed to be? I don't know. For a number, name equals, how about just num? Okay, so now if I go back and I submit my form, I'll put something in here. Username is Colt. Password will just be 1234. Color, we'll just go with some reddish color. And a number will be 76. I'm going to submit. And there's quite a lot going on up here. I'm going to copy this. And we really don't need to understand what this is exactly right now. But we've got /tacos. That's coming from the action. Then we have username equals Colt. That was exactly what we had for our name here, and the value was Colt in the input. Then we have this ampersand. This is how the different pairs are connected into one URL. And then we have password equals 1234, color equals, you might be wondering what this is here. Well, technically the color looks like this. This is getting a little bit into the weeds, but it looks something like this, where it has a hash symbol or an octothorpe, but instead of that, it's using an encoded version. Let's not even go into it. And then we have num equals 76. Long story short, name is important. You should put it on every single input that you use, and it will be used when you send your data to a server eventually. And the last thing I'll mention is, yes, right now our data is showing up in the URL, which could be problematic, right? We don't want our password to be in the URL. But that's because we're sending what's known as a GET request, and later on we'll see that there's different types of requests, HTTP requests, including a POST request, where that data will not be in the URL, and it will be sent, it's not necessarily in a secret way, but in a less obvious or less visually obvious way, which is a much better approach. So for now, we're not dealing with that, and this just allows us to see all of our data is sent using that name. Okay. So next up, we're going to take what we just learned and do a bit of a fun little demo where we're going to build our own search form for Reddit and for Google and probably YouTube, where we can send data to their server from our form and then end up actually getting a search page. So the process here is really simple. All we need to do is take advantage of the form attribute for action, where the form submits, and make sure we're following the correct pattern and using the correct name for our search query or whatever the input will be that we're sending, that value. So I'm just going to make a search on Reddit like I did here for silky chickens, or just silky, and copy that URL. So from our form, we will submit to that exact URL right there, except I'm not going to hard code in q equals silky and all of that. We're just going to go to /search. And then as we saw, if we have an input, and that input has a name, whatever that name is, I could do something like query, and then I can put a button in here just to submit or search Reddit, something like that. Whatever value is in this input will be sent to reddit.com/search. So let's check it out, refresh my page. It says search Reddit. So I'm going to search for dog. But the problem is, if I hit search, you'll see what our URL is. We got a Reddit page, but this URL has query equals dog. But the actual Reddit server is expecting, as we saw, q equals dog. So we have to match that pattern. Reddit servers are set up to expect q for that search query, not query or whatever we decided on. So just go back to q, and now we're following the pattern. So let's try it. Let's go back to our form, and I'll search for, how about puppy? Search Reddit. And moment of truth here. There we go. We're getting puppy results. Look at our URL. Q equals puppy. Great. So we can do the exact same thing for Google. Here is how Google is set up. It's a little confusing. If you go do a search like for pizza, the URL is absolutely massive, and it includes a whole bunch of stuff that we don't really need to care about. I'm going to get rid of pretty much all of it. I'm just looking for pizza in here. Where can I find the term pizza? Somewhere. Right. Okay, there it is. Can you see that? Q equals pizza. It follows the exact same pattern. So if I went to this URL, it's just worth checking. If I paste that in, does it work? Yes, we're searching for pizza. So I could make a form to search on YouTube. Or no, geez, on Google. Oh boy. And I'll paste that URL in there. but we don't want to set Q to be pizza always. I want to be able to have an input. Same idea here, and it's going to be a text input, and we'll give it a name of Q as well. Button, search Google, and this one's very similar, right? They both have a name of Q. I'm going to refresh my page wherever it was. Here we are. I'll search Google. How about we did pizza? We'll do tacos. Search Google, and there we go. We're getting tacos. Cool. So the last one that we'll do is a little bit different. It's YouTube, and YouTube search. Finally, we have one that doesn't follow the exact same pattern. If I search for dog on here, let's look at the URL. It's /results, first of all, and the name is search_query. It is not Q. So remember, I said it's totally up to the server, basically the company or whoever's developing this to decide on what that search term name will be. It could be anything, but we want to follow it. Now, what we're doing anyway is kind of silly and stupid and not something you would really ever do, but it does demonstrate this principle. So let's make one more form, and this one we'll submit to YouTube. So action youtube.com/results, and then we'll add in our input, and type will be text, and then we'll have name equals search_query. And add our button, search YouTube. Okay, let's see if it works. Go back. I'm going to search YouTube for, how about origami? Search. There we go. Search query equals origami. If that was anything else, it doesn't work. And it looks like we don't get a 404 or a bad error. It just takes us back to YouTube. It doesn't recognize what we asked the server for. The last thing I'll mention here is that technically if you have an input, if you don't have a button, but you do have an input in a form, and let me go back to my form here, and the user hits enter, like if I hit enter right now, I'm not clicking submit, this will submit the form. So remember my form, there's really 3 forms here. Here's 1, here's 2, and here's the 3rd form. They each submit somewhere different. I like to put the button in there, and if we do put the button back in there, you can still just hit enter to submit the form. So it works. Wow, I'm amazed there are results for that, but I guess it's not that surprising. Pretty commonly typed letters together, A, S, and D. That's kind of all I wanted to show you. I think what I would do lastly is probably add in maybe some headings. So we'll have maybe an H2 here that says hijacking searches maybe, and then an H3 search Reddit, and then another H3 here, search Google, and then our final one down here, search YouTube. Sure, there we go. Slightly easier to read, still hideous, but we haven't gotten to styling yet. We're almost there. So that's really just a demo of name and action, those 2 crucial attributes, and we're conforming, in this case, to standards or to rules set out by Reddit, Google, YouTube. It's totally up to the companies on how they want to structure things, and we're just playing by those rules once we figure them out. In this video, we'll cover some of the other inputs we have not yet seen, including things like checkboxes, radio buttons, selects or drop-downs, and text areas. So if we go back to the MDN page for the input element, as we already know, there are quite a few different types, and the ones I'm going to focus on right now are checkboxes, which, just like every other input, we create using the type attribute. So type equals checkbox. So why don't we start there? And if you look at how this works, it's input, type equals checkbox, no surprise there. We can give it a name, give it an ID so we can label it. You definitely need to label your checkboxes, otherwise it's very confusing and difficult to know what this is actually pertaining to. What am I checking? But then we can specify if the checkbox is checked to begin with or not. So we have control over that. And there are times you may want it to already be checked. For example, if this is an edit form, so I'm editing something that's already been saved once, and you want to display what I previously decided, you would need this to be checked. Anyway, let's try it out. So let's make a new form down at the bottom here. Write an H2. We'll just call this more inputs. Inputs. And then down below, we'll do a form, and our action will just, it doesn't really matter, but /birds. And then in here, an input, type equals checkbox. Refresh our page. There's our single checkbox. And then we can add in a name. So what should this checkbox be for? Maybe I agree. So agree to the terms or something. How about just agree will be the names, or agree underscore terms of service, TOS. And then we can give it an ID. We'll just go with agree. And then a label. And you can put the label before or after. It really depends on what you prefer and if you're working with a designer and all of that. But we can move them around. But let's just do our label afterwards. And this will be a label for agree. And this will say, I agree to everything. Sure. Refresh. And now we've got our checkbox. And the label is connected so that I can click on the label to check it. That makes a big difference, especially on mobile. These checkboxes can be pretty tiny. And then the last thing I would do is just show you that we can have it begin as checked if we want it to. So now I refresh and it begins checked off rather than what we had before where it just starts off unchecked. Okay, so other than that, if I do submit this form, so why don't we add a button at the bottom? This is going to take us to /birds. Is that what I did? If I check it, what you probably, hopefully can see up here is that it sets agree terms of service to be on. And then if I just don't check it, so I'll refresh and I'll uncheck it and click submit, it doesn't send anything. It's just missing. So that's how checkboxes work. Again, we're not handling that data anyway, so it doesn't matter much right now. The next input type we'll take a look at is a radio button. Radio buttons are pretty similar to checkboxes, except for one key difference, which is that in a group of radio buttons, you can only select one. So one of these choices and only one. So they're connected, and the browser knows if you click Louis, it's going to have to make sure Huey and Dewey are unclicked or unchecked. So it's still a yes, no, right? Is this yes or no, yes or no, yes or no, but we only have one option. We can only pick one in that group. Compared to a checkbox, we can have both of these checked or none of them checked. So to do this, it's a little bit more complicated. It's just input type equals radio, so that part's not bad. Let's do that down here. Let's maybe add a paragraph, and then we'll add an input type equals radio. Also, I don't know if you just saw that. I did INP tab, and it gave me type, name, and ID all ready to go. So type is going to be radio here, and on its own, a radio button is just that right there. So I could make a couple of radio buttons. I could make 3 of them like this, but at the moment, they're completely individual. They're on their own. They're not connected, and I want them to be a group. I want you to pick one or the other one, however many I have. To do that, I need to associate them by giving them the same exact name. So name, name, name. So why don't I give them each a name? What should my radio buttons be for? How about maybe shirt size or something? So we'll go with size, size, and size. We don't have any values or anything to look at just yet, but you'll see if I click, I can only have one of them selected now because they all are grouped together. They all have the same name. So in the browser's mind, they all point to the same thing. So the next thing we should do is label each one of these. It's up to you where you want to put the label. Once again, if it's before, if it's after, if each one of these is on their own line. But for now, let's just do a label here that just says extra small. And here I'm going to go with XS as my 4, and then an ID of XS. So they should now be paired up. I click here. I've toggled that radio button. And then I'm just going to duplicate that. So label for small, which will just be S, ID of S, label for medium, and ID of M as well. Okay, so now I have these 3. I can click the label or the button, and they're grouped together. I can only click one. Now, I gave them a name of size, and if I select medium and I click submit, take a look at what was sent through. This is important. It sent size, but it said size is just on. Well, that's not really helpful, right? We want to know which one of these was selected. And to do that, we have to add on a particular attribute called value. So whatever we have in this value is not going to be displayed to a user. Instead, it's just what is sent through when the form is submitted. So as an example, here I could put value of LOLOL like that. I refresh this page. We don't see that anywhere. But if I select extra small and I submit, can you see that? I hope it's showing up. I'll just paste it here for good measure. Size is LOLOL. So whatever that value is what will be sent to the server, what will be submitted. So we want each of these to have a value as well, and they should be unique. So I'm just going to go with extra small there. Usually we want something small and self-explanatory. So for sizes, extra small, small, and medium makes perfect sense. Value equals M. Okay, so that looks good to me. Now if I select one of them and submit my form, let's agree to that. And let's go with medium, submit. And now you can see up top, we've got agree terms of service is on. That makes sense. It's just a checkbox, yes or no, on or it's not present. And then size is set to M because that's the one option out of those three I had selected. Okay, so that's radio buttons. A couple of new things there. The value attribute, very important in order to actually send a value, which still we're not using, but eventually we will. And also making sure that we add in name to group those elements together. Name, size, size, size. This way we can only select one of each. Cool. Next up, we have the select element, which is essentially a drop-down menu. And it actually is the product of two elements working together, a select element and then option elements. So the select is the parent. It groups together a bunch of options. And each option is pretty straightforward. It has some text in between the opening and closing tags. That's what we actually see here. Capital H hamster, for example. And then we have a value attribute, just like we did with our radio buttons. And this is what will be sent through when this information is submitted. So the select is where we put the name and an ID if we wanted to label it. And then we have options. So honestly, it probably would have been a better example to do a select for your shirt size, but let's just come up with something else. So let's do a select here. What should we select? What sort of drop down? How about, I don't know, let's say that this is a wedding reception or something, and we want you to pick please select a meal type, something like that, an entree. I don't know. Okay, so we're going to have steak and chicken and vegetarian and fish or something like that. So we'll add in a name in here. We'll call it meal. ID will be meal. 4 on the label is meal. So they're now associated. And if I refresh, we've got our select, but there is nothing in there. So let's add in our options. Option, and this first one will be fish maybe, and the value will be fish. But we could have something else like, vegetarian. Is that how you spell that? And then this could just be veg. If we wanted to have a shorter value that is sent to the server, it doesn't really matter though. And then we'll have, how about steak? And that could be steak as well. Okay, so let's see what we end up with here. Great, please select an entree. We've got fish, vegetarian, and steak. Let's submit that. Submit. And you'll see meal is set to steak. Whatever that value was, not the text we see here, but whatever that value is here. So this could be something entirely different. Something you'll see sometimes is the first option being sort of a dummy or placeholder option. The value is just nothing, empty quotes, and then something to distinguish it or to make it clear that we're asking you to please choose an option. You don't have to do this, but this is something you will see. And the other thing that we can do is actually have something pre-selected like this with the attribute selected on any option. Now vegetarian is pre-selected when you load the page, but you can change it. Okay, so that is the basics of a select and the option elements. They work together. You use option inside of a select, and that's kind of it for that. In this video, I'm just going to wrap up our discussion around inputs and different form controls. There are plenty of elements or different form controls we have not yet covered and probably won't. For example, it's pretty uncommon to use a week picker or a month picker, a date time local, all of these are here, but we're not going to spend much time on them. But there are a couple that I do want to highlight, and they don't really have a lot to do with one another, but I'm just going to make this quick. So the first one is range. A range input creates a little slider where a user can select some value on a sliding range. And we can control the minimum and maximum values. So this could be going from 0 to 100, or it could be going from 500 to 520. It's totally up to us using different attributes. But the way that we create this slider and this range input, surprise, surprise, is input type equals range. So why don't I do that here? I'll do a paragraph, an input type equals range. And what should our range input be for? How about, we'll do a label here. How about amount of cheese? Sure. And this will be a label for cheese. ID needs to be cheese. Great. So now we've got our label connected to our range input. And let's also figure out what the minimum and maximum values are. We can set that using min and max attributes. So let's do that right here. Let's do min equals, what should our cheese go to or go from? How about just 1 to 10? Max equals 10. So you're not going to notice a huge difference here. It is a little bit different because now I can only step 10 times. It's not as smooth. And if I submit this, let's say it's, let's go to 9 right there. Submit. Oh, I never gave it a name. That's my fault. Let's give it a name. Cheese level, maybe. Try that again. Let's set it up to 9. Submit. Cheese level equals 9. If I go all the way down to the bottom, it should equal 1, and the top should be 10. Now I could also change that. I could make that 100. And now my cheese level goes to 1, or from 1 to 100. And I can also give it a step. So that step could be, I don't know, 7, which is a bit odd. But now I'm going from 0 or 1 or whatever we started at, and then up by 7. So if I go all the way to the top and then go down one little notch, it should be, 92? We're going down by 7. So if I go all the way down to the bottom and then go up by 1, we're at 8. Because it started at 1, then it adds 7, so, we get to 8. So we're jumping up by 7 each time. Very bizarre. So I'll get rid of that. And we can also give it an initial value. So we're going from 1 to 100. I could give it a value at the beginning of, how about 75? Refresh, and there we are. It always starts there, but we can move it. Okay, so that's range inputs. These are relatively commonly used, not on every single form, but I figured you should know about them. The next one I'll show you, along these same lines, we actually have already seen this. It's the number input from way early all the way up here. I just wanted to show you we can do the same thing with a min and a max. So if I go back to my number, where are you? Input type equals number. I can give it a min. So this is supposed to be any number. How about min will be 1, max will be 10. Now, it shrinks down quite a bit. We can use CSS to change that, but maybe let's go max of 1,000. And you'll see that I can't go down below 1, and I couldn't go above 1,000. I'm not going to, well, I guess I could do this. And I can't go above 1,000. So we also have a step here if we wanted, step equals 2. This is going to give us, odd numbers? 1, 3, 5, and so on. Okay. So that is the same principle, but this time it's with a number input. The other one was a range input. Now, the next thing we'll take a look at is completely unrelated. It's not even an input, actually. It is a completely separate element called a text area. A text area you definitely have seen before online or just using websites. It is basically a multi-line text input. So it's where you can type and hit enter and actually type a paragraph, an essay, all sorts of things. And these are not an input, right? They are a text area element where you have an opening and closing tag. So here, maybe down at the bottom, we'll do a paragraph, maybe with a label that says something like any special requests, ? And we'll add in a text area just like that. And we could just leave it at that, but we should label it definitely. So ID will be maybe requests, for requests. Okay, let's refresh. And here is our text area, and I can start typing. Now, there are a couple of things that we can do. We can control the initial number of rows. I don't remember, I guess it just defaults to 2 rows, so you can see there. But I can give it more. I can set rows to be 10. And we'll get a much longer, much taller text area. The thing is, though, I can go past that still, right? I just get a scroll bar. So we're setting that initial height, the number of rows. What else can we do? We can set the width using columns. We should give it a name. Should definitely do that. So let's give it a name. Probably just requests as well. I guess I'll give it a calls, just so you have this as a reference. How about calls of 20? How does that look? Is that the default? Is it really? How about 40? Yep, it was the default. And we could just, this is kind of hacky, but put a break in there for now. There we go. You can also set a placeholder. So placeholder special, I don't know, type something here. How about that? And there we go. That's pretty much it for a text area. So we can control the height and the width using rows and columns. We can give it placeholder text, but remember, it is not an input. Almost everything we've seen is an input with a type, except for select, which we saw, where we have options and select, and then here, text area is its own standalone element as well. Okay, that's pretty much it for the most important, most commonly used form controls. There are others, as we've seen, but those are the essentials. We've got one more important topic around forms for now, which are validations. So the term validations generally refers to adding constraints or validating user input or data. For example, requiring that some fields can't be empty, or that a password has to be between, 7 and 12 or 20 characters, or whatever it is. There are these different constraints, and they can get more complex, like your password must have a special character and a number and a lowercase letter and an uppercase letter and no spaces, and there are these different things that we can validate. Now, we're not going to go into all of that right now. I'm going to show you the built-in browser validations that we can add into our forms and our inputs, but the smoother experience is things like this here on Stripe, where as I'm typing, and it just tells me immediately before I did anything, it's not a valid email, or as I type my password, I get this nice sort of security bar gauge, and I get this text down here telling me what's wrong, or what it needs to do, and it's showing and hiding, and it turns green. That is all done with JavaScript. So this is all in the browser or client-side validation, just like what I'm going to show you, but this is in addition to what I'm going to show you, and we'll learn how to do this sort of thing later on. This is definitely a nice experience. But what I will say is there's something else called server-side validation, which is when I actually submit this data. Right now it won't even let me submit, but if I did submit it, there could also be validations on the server, on, in this case, Stripe server, to make sure that my data meets their expectations. It's possible that somebody could get past this. There might be a bug, their email. It would be hard here, but somebody could directly send data to Stripe server, and it might not conform to this pattern. This is purely through the browser, making sure that the data you enter into these fields matches some pattern, but somebody could go around it. Somebody could send their own request or, use a terminal or something to send data to Stripe, and they likely also have validations on the server side. So those are two different terms, and in the past, server-side validation was pretty common. In the earlier days of, it's still around, where you would type something, fill everything out, then you hit submit, the page refreshes, and then it tells you if there's any problems, because it's hitting a server first and then coming back and telling you here are the issues. Anyway, we're going to focus on the basics of the built-in validations, and the first thing we need to know is a particular attribute called required. So I can require any of the inputs so far that we've learned just by adding that attribute, required. So I'm going to add in a new, how about an H2 here, validations demo. We'll add in a form. This will go to / dummy, and inside of that, let's add in a couple of inputs. The first one, type equals text. We'll give it a name of, should we just do first name? Let's do first, like that. We'll give it a label. Enter first name. 4 will be first, so ID needs to be first. Okay, So a lot of attributes there just to get set up. But now I should have this enter first name, and then I need a way, let's add a button to submit the form. Right now, I can leave that blank. So as you can see, first is set to nothing. It's totally blank. If I want to require a value here, I can add on this required attribute, and now I can't submit. The browser is telling me, please fill this out first, and then I can submit. So this is coming from Chrome. You might see a different looking error message here, depending on the browser you're in. And this may not be fully implemented, by the way, across every browser. These days it's pretty standard and common, but it's not a guarantee. So we also have validations for the min and maximum length of text. So I could do this for a password, for example, or I could do this, how about a username? So let's do a label for username. We'll put a paragraph around it, and then in here an input, it will be text, and ID will be username, name is username, okay, and then we can give it a min length. How about your username has to be between 5 and a max length of 20 characters, okay? So now if I have a 1 character or 3 character username, it's going to yell at me that this is required. Now it tells me, please lengthen this to 5 characters or more. You currently have 3. So I'll lengthen it too much, and you'll see it actually doesn't let me type anymore. I've hit the maximum length, and there we go. So I also should add required. Right? I did not require that input at the bottom, so you can leave it blank, which maybe there's a situation where something should be optional, but in this case, I'll also make it required. So it has to be there, and it has to be between 5 and 20 characters. So min length, max length. There's also min and max, which are for numeric values. So this could be used for things like in a date, a month, a week, a time, or in a range or number input. As we've already seen, min and max play an important role there. If I go to one of these inputs, like this number input all the way up here, we did from 1 to 1,000. But if I were to enter in something like -1, which is not valid, it still lets me type it. But when I submit, it will yell at me, value must be greater than or equal to 1. So if I use the arrows, it won't let me go down there. But if I type something in, it lets me do it, but it won't let me submit. So those validations are still there as well. So that's required, min length, max length, min and max, which are for the range inputs and for number inputs, as well as these others that we're not going to worry about for now. But we also have some inputs that actually have a default validation built in. They are matching a pattern. So pattern is actually an attribute we can add to elements, and we can define something called a regular expression. We're not going to go into it now. All you need to know is that regular expressions are incredibly useful. We'll touch on them later on, but they are quite dense and crazy to try and understand. I think I have one on my clipboard here. Yes, this is a regular expression here. It's a pattern that is being defined. I think this one is, let's see, 1 or more lowercase letters, uppercase letters. It's got to be at least 8 for the password, special characters. Basically, it's saying there's got to be a number, uppercase letter, lowercase letter, and a couple of other things. And there's got to be at least 8 of them. So it's complicated to explain. It takes a lot of time, and we don't need to care about it right now. What we can do is set our own regular expression using this pattern attribute. We're not going to do that, but you can. Another thing that we can do, though, is use some of the existing elements that have pattern matching already built in. For example, if we have an input, so I'll just do a paragraph here, input where type is set to email. If I refresh, I'm going to have to fill these guys out so it doesn't yell at me. If I submit right now, I didn't require it. So let's make that required. Try again. Enter something in here. Okay, submits. It will tell me, please fill this out. So I'll enter something in, and it's not a valid email, and it tells me, please include an @ in the email address. So it's just matching a pattern. It's not checking to see if this is a real email. It's really just seeing if there's an @ sign and then something afterwards. If I leave that off, it asks me to, please enter a part following the @ sign. It's incomplete. But once again, this still could be a completely fake email, and it doesn't matter. It's just the pattern. But it's still better than nothing. And the other type, the other option I'll show you for now is a URL. input. So type equals URL. I'm going to comment this one out just to make this easier. And if I type something like that, just the letter D, it's going to tell me, please enter a URL. And you can control, I believe you can control how this URL is validating what the pattern is. We're not going to go into it, but I just want to show you that it exists. It looks like it's looking for this pattern. So some URL scheme like HTTP or HTTPS : something else. So let's verify. If I just do D, it doesn't like that. If I do HTTP : DDDD, that's fine. But if I leave off some of that, it gets mad at me and it wants a valid URL. Again, not checking to see if it's a real URL, but just the pattern. So we also have an input type of telephone, TEL. I think there's a couple others, but we're not going to worry about them for now. I just wanted to show a few, give you sort of an overview of built-in validations for HTML forms. I will wrap up by just cleaning this up a little bit, adding labels when appropriate, adding comments, so you don't have to look at this mess. And that about wraps it up for validations for now. So next up, it's time for a bit of a larger exercise around forms. I'm going to ask you to build a form for a marathon, a running, foot race, registration, where we've got, a couple of different inputs of different types, and they are all correctly labeled. Obviously, it looks like complete garbage, but we can't do anything about that at the moment without CSS, so we're just going to make do. So it's just about the underlying mechanics, the structure of the form. So I'll walk you through, what it is and the different inputs I'm expecting. I'll also have a code along if you just want to build it with me. Definitely do whatever you feel comfortable with. But there is a form element here wrapping everything. I've got a first name input. It's just text. Last name, also text. They're both required. So if I try and submit the form, it's going to yell at me about that. Also, they're correctly labeled. So I can click on that label. That's just one way to tell. And then I have focus in that input. Then I have this here, select a race, fun run, 5K, half marathon, or full marathon. 3 radio buttons, and they're connected, meaning I can only select one. And they are labeled as well, so I can click the label in order to select each one. This is just a paragraph. It's just text. I wouldn't worry about that. If you're trying to recreate this, just focus on the inputs. Then we have email. So email is going to be an email type input. If I try and register, it's going to tell me right now, I specified this is an email input, and this is not following the correct pattern to be an email. Then our password. Then we've got this age group drop down where there's a label, and I would like you to pick, some set of age groups. It really doesn't matter. You could just have 2 in here, 3. You don't need to copy exactly what I have, but there should be a drop down here with some options. And that's pretty much it. There's a button to submit. It doesn't matter where the form submits to. As we briefly talked about, forms are going to send data somewhere else. We don't have anywhere to send it. So it's just about creating the form itself. Also, I did use a couple of divs, and there's a paragraph here just to break things up. You'll notice like first name and last name are grouped together. You do not need to do that, but this is what it looks like if you don't use some sort of div or paragraphs or something to break your content up. We get a very long horizontal form. So I elected to not do that and to instead group certain things with divs to just add some extra space. So in the next video, we'll go ahead and create this. I recommend, as always, that you attempt this on your own. I know it's not the most riveting thing ever, but we will be building quite a few forms. They all follow a very similar pattern. Even if they look nicer than this form, they still have the same underlying bones. So go ahead, give it a shot. In the next video, I'll code it up from scratch. All right, let's go ahead and build this from scratch. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. The first thing we'll do is create my basic skeleton. So I'm in a file called marathonform.html. There we go. Thank you to VS Code. And then in here, we'll just do, register form. Great. And then I'm going to create an H1 up top that just says race registration. And then I'll open it up in the browser and just make sure I have it. By the way, I'm way zoomed in here because, it looks a little scrawny to have all this empty white space. So I figure might as well make it as large as possible for students to see. Okay, so there we go, our H1. Then we need our form element. And recall that this action is going to determine where the form submits data to, but we don't care about it for now. It will be very important when we're submitting data somewhere, but we're not doing that. So I'll just leave it blank for now. Then we're going to add in our first set of elements. We're going to work on the first name and last name. Those are both just text inputs. So let's do our first input. Type is text, and then I'll also do a label, and this one will say first name. And I'll call this first. The for attribute will be first, which means I need an ID with the matching text of first, and they should now be connected. Click, and then we're focused. All right, I didn't specify that you needed to add placeholder text, but you can if you'd like. Always a good idea, but it should never take the place of a label. Labels are accessible, placeholders are not, or at least they're not as accessible. Okay, so I'm also going to give each input a name, which again is not going to make an impact for us, but it is good to have when we do submit data. This will be the name used to submit that data under. Now I'm just going to duplicate this and do the same thing for last name. So our ID will be last, and then this will say last name. Easy enough. There we go. Click here. Okay, so that part is done. Next up, we have this chunk. So these are 3 radio buttons. We can start there. If you recall how radio buttons work, it's just an input where type is radio. And if I use Emmet in VS Code, right, I can just type input, I'll do it one more time, colon, radio, or colon color, or whatever that value after colon is will be used for the type. So I want radio. And then each one of these needs a label. So I'm going to make a label for now for this one radio button that's going to say, what I do, fun run 5K. I think I put the label after the radio button. So if we're going to be consistent, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that as long as I connect them. So this one will be 5K. Now I'm spelling 5K out, or maybe I'll do fun run. You're not supposed to have an ID that starts with a number, so I'm not going to do that. We'll do fun run. And yes, this isn't an ID, but here it is, right? ID fun run. And then fun run 5K. Let's make sure they're connected. If I click, we do select it. Great. And then the name here is the value that will be sent, the name of the value. We'll call it race. And we need that name to be the same for all 3 of our radio buttons if we want them to be connected, if we want the browser to consider them as part of the same piece of data, right? You can only pick one out of these 3. So keep that as race. This one, though, will be half as the ID, half marathon, and then this one will just be full marathon. Okay, let's see how that looks. Label, not quite. So I screwed up that label. Oh, duh, I didn't change this to full. Okay, so half and half, full and full, fun run, fun run. Now I click and it works. Click here, click there, and I can only have one of the 3 selected. Now, I did break this up into multiple lines. So what I did is I put a div around these 2 first, just to group them together anyway. You could also use, I debated using a section, but I didn't know. I didn't think it was the best use of a section, just a section of a form. You could do that. And then I did a paragraph here that said select a race, like that. And then I just did a div around each pair to force them onto their own line, right? So we end up with this for that first one, and then just duplicate that again for the second pair, and then again for the third pair. Now this really is not important compared to the labels and the inputs. That's what matters. But there we are. Well, this is Colt from the future. A couple, 2 months after I originally recorded this video and uploaded it, the course has been live. And multiple people pointed out an issue that I am here to fix, or at least address. So far, in our form, this is the completed version, by the way, so it's not going to match up exactly with where I interrupted this video, but what I want to call your attention to are the radio buttons. In my code, in the radio buttons, each one has type, attribute set to radio, a name set to something, an ID set to something to work with the label. But they're missing a very important attribute, which is the value attribute. Recall that the value attribute on a radio button is the actual value assigned to each option. So what piece of information will be sent if I select half marathon as an example? Well, if I submit this form, and remember, we're not really sending it anywhere, but we can see, I don't know if that's going to show up. Let me just copy this over here so you can see it a little bit clearer. We have first name, Jones, race, right here, race equals on. So the actual information that was sent for this entire set of radio buttons, which is grouped with the name attribute of race, right? Here we go, race, name is race, name is race. All that we got was race equals on. So not very helpful. What we want to do is send through a specific value for each one of these options. So I'm going to add a value attribute. So it's not going to alter anything that we see on the form. But once we actually work with form data and send data somewhere, we absolutely want those values. And also, just to be complete, we want to have a value there. So value here, I'll just do the same as the ID. So fun run, and then value here will be half, and then full. So again, won't make a difference to what we see, but I'm going to save, and then I'll refresh. Okay. So let's see what happens. I have half marathon selected. I'll click register. Let's copy what we have up top. I'll blow it up down here. And where are you? Got to scroll through all of that lovely stuff. Here we are. Race equals half. So now that value that I checked this one. It says half marathon to me, my eyes as a reader, but really what we're sending through is just the word half. That's the value associated with this input. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but I thought I should address that, and it's kind of hard to just put all that in a text annotation or as a note, so that's why I interrupted you. Now we're going to go back to building the rest of the form, and you'll see in the rest of the video I don't have those value attributes there, but the solution code has the value attributes, as well as this interruption has those attributes. So put those in there, and that's it. Back to the version of me from 2 months ago recording this video. Bye. Next up, we've got two more inputs, an email and a password input. So I'm going to do another div, and then input type is email. Nope, I hit enter too early. There we are. Name will be email. ID will also be email. And then the label will just be for email to match that ID. And then here we'll type email. And let's see, there it is. Let's also do password. So label for password, we can just preemptively come up with that ID, password, and then input type is password. Name will be password, and ID will be password. They should be connected. Click on the label. Yep. Click on the label here. Looks good. This is a password input. Great. And then what do we have at the end? We've got the button and then select age group. So that will be a label for this select. And then our select will have a couple of options. So we'll do another div. We'll put a select in there. We'll call this maybe division, group, age group, something like that. Make sure it matches, division as well, select age group. And then we need a series of option elements, and each option needs a value, and it needs some text. So let's go with under 18, we'll call that kids, duplicate that a couple of times. 18 to, 40, call that adults. No, let's not do that. Let's do 18 to 35 or something, 30. That will be, sure, young adults. And then 30 to 50, maybe 30 to 60. I don't know. These aren't very fair age rankings or age groupings. In a real marathon situation, they're far smaller groups. 30 to 50, that's quite the span. Anyway, this is fine, though. We'll just go with adults and then seniors for 50 plus. It's just not really senior, but good enough. All right, so there we are. A couple of options there. And then finally, we need a button to submit. Button, we'll go with register. Okay, So there's a couple things, at least one that I'm missing, which is that these are supposed to be required inputs. And right now I can leave them off. That's totally fine. So I need to require these 4 inputs here, and that's easy to do. I just need to find them. I'm just going to make multiple cursors by holding Option as I click, and do it again here for email and password. And then I'll just add required, just like that. Save, refresh, and now it's going to bug me about putting something in there and there. And then here, if I left it off, first it would say required. Now it's going to complain that it's not a valid email, or at least that it doesn't follow an email pattern. And then password needs to be filled out as well. Okay, and there we go. It submits all that horrible data and just refreshes the page because I didn't specify a different action. I just said nothing, just refresh the page. That's where you're sending the data to. But that's all that matters for now, just setting up our form. It's a lot of work, but it's something we do frequently. We'll get a lot of practice. Definitely want to make it very clear that labels should always be there. They're important, even if they seem silly, even if it's annoying to connect them. For accessibility purposes, always include labels. So that's our form. Time to go run a marathon. Congratulations on graduating HTML. I'm so proud of all of us for making it, and you should be proud of yourself. We're about to enter a whole new world, the world of CSS. It's a world that might seem scary, it might be exciting, it might be both, but it's certainly full of possibilities. This is the start of an amazing CSS journey, not just the end of an HTML journey. Today is the first day of the rest of our... Okay, all right. I guess that's about as much as I can do. This is our first CSS section. It is a big landmark in the course. We are not done with HTML. It's going to play a role from pretty much here on out in most sections. In fact, we'll be using a lot of HTML in this section because CSS is used to style existing HTML elements. So we have a couple of sections on CSS. It's a relatively huge topic, but it's also pretty simple. So this is an introductory section, and like most of the intro sections, pretty much everything here is crucial. Understanding CSS, conceptually what it is, what it does, understanding the basic CSS syntax, the recipe, if you will, for using CSS, crucial. Including styles correctly. We need to be able to include CSS files in an HTML document. How do we link to them? So it's just a single new HTML element. It's pretty straightforward. We'll talk about color systems, crucial. We use color a lot in CSS. We need to be able to specify text color, right? Here's black text, here's white text. Background color, here's green, yellow, purple. Things like the color of a border. So there are different color systems, and we'll spend a little bit of time talking about them. Now, I have this one yellow card for common text properties. There's one video in this section. I think I cover like 6 or 7 different properties that have to do with styling text. Some of them are quite important, but then some of them are just much less commonly used, like changing the spacing between the individual letters in a word. Good to know, but you definitely don't need to stay up at night making flashcards and quizzing yourself on those properties. Then we do talk about one called font family, which is how you change the font of some HTML elements, rather. It's pretty important too. I'm going to call it crucial. This is an intro section. All of this stuff should go by pretty quickly. I hope you enjoy it. I found a lot of students do enjoy Intro to CSS and CSS in general. It's pretty easy. It's just big. So I think there's actually a video in this section called CSS is Huge, Don't Panic. And that's coming up pretty soon. So without further ado, good luck. And it's been an honor teaching and learning alongside all of you, each and every one of you. Onwards we go. Why don't we start with a quick recap of what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript each do. You might recall this slide from early on. The purple dino danced. The idea here is comparing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, 2 different parts of grammar, where we have nouns, adjectives, and verbs. So we just learned HTML, the nouns, the what, the dinosaur in this case, or in HTML, it might be something like the button, or the heading, the form. So we're moving on to adjectives, to CSS, which describe those nouns, the purple dinosaur, or the purple button. the large button, the small button, the rounded button. CSS allows us to style and manipulate the visual, for the most part, visual representation of our HTML content on the page. But we still have to have that HTML there first, which is why we began with HTML. So CSS, I guess we should get this part out of the way. It stands for Cascading Style Sheets. The style sheets portion, I think, is relatively self-explanatory. We're styling content. Cascading part is something we will come back to once we learn a bit more about CSS. So just to recap what CSS is, it is a language. It's not a programming language necessarily, but it's a language that we can use to just describe the appearance or the visual representation of our documents. And in the next video, I'm going to address this bottom point, that there is a lot to CSS and it might seem intimidating, but it's actually pretty easy to get started with. And as long as you don't have the wrong mindset going into it, it should be a relatively painless process. It's a fun thing to learn in my experience. So whenever we write CSS, we're writing CSS rules. They look something like this. Now, this is a generic sort of extracted version. This is not valid CSS here. This is the basic pattern or template. So we have something called a selector and then curly braces and then property : value : semicolon. So let me make this a bit more real. Here is how we would make all H1 elements on our page, of which there should only be one in the first place. Here's how we make them all purple. H1 and then curly braces, color, purple. So this will make all H1s purple. This formula, this pattern is very simple, but it can get more complicated. We can do two different properties. We can set the width and the height. So width will be 100 pixels and height will be 200 pixels. And we'll talk more about these properties and what pixels are and different units and height and width and color and all of that later on. But for now, this basic pattern: make all image elements 100 pixels wide and 200 pixels tall. Here's a much more complicated one, but it still follows the same pattern. We have a selector up top. This whole thing up top all the way until the curly brace, that is selecting something. What it is selecting is every other text input. So this is saying all inputs where type is set to text, and I want every second one. Don't worry about remembering this or memorizing it for now. What we want to do is give it a 2-pixel solid red border, and it would look something like this. So it's always this same pattern. We select something, all H1s, all images, every other input with a type of text. There's all these different selectors we will continue to learn about. We're not really learning about them yet, so we will learn about them in the next couple of sections. But for now, this pattern is what is most important. Select something and then set these properties, set these styles on those things we just selected. So just to give you a better example of how powerful CSS can be, here's another code pen I found. Did not make this. I am not a talented designer, but it's a pretty nice looking book e-commerce website, I think, or a read books website. There's HTML over here, and here's CSS. I'm going to comment out all of this CSS or delete it, and this is what we're left with. Our content is still here, but everything is huge or tiny in some cases. No nice fonts. Everything looks completely different, but all of the content is here. So all of these images for the books and the authors, all of the text, all of the descriptions, the ratings, all these paragraphs, more images, all the content is here, but I got rid of all of the styles. So HTML, the nouns, CSS, the adjectives, or the structure. Let's give it a second and then see what it looks like. And there we are, back to normal with our CSS. Look at all that stuff. It's a pretty amazing transformation. Same underlying content, CSS plays a crucial role. So we've got a lot to cover, but hopefully it's something you're excited about, or at least can recognize that it's important. And in the next video, I'm going to start by just showing you how many possible properties there are that we can style. There's quite a few. Before we go any further, I want to address this bottom point. There is a lot to CSS. There are tons of properties that you can use at any point. That does not mean you need to know them all at once, that you need to memorize them, that you need to worry about them. It can be intimidating. Compared to HTML, there's just a lot more to know. None of it is terribly complicated, fortunately, but there's just a lot. So just to give you an example, I put together a quick example here. These are all individual properties that have to do with border, the border of an element. So there are different properties to change the color for the entire border, or just the top or the bottom or the left or the right, or to change the rounding, the radius of the corner for the top, the bottom, the left, or the right, to change the width of the border, the style of the border, to change all sorts of things. You can see there's, I don't know, I didn't count these, but probably almost 50, maybe 40 different properties here. You do not need to worry about most of these. They exist, and there might be a time you need one of them, but the beauty of all of this, especially CSS, is that you don't need to hold it all in your head. You can find information when you need it online. Nobody expects you to be a master of every single property. The ones that you use the most, you'll just naturally come to remember, but the ones you don't use, or very frequently use, you'll just look them up. So MDN does have a CSS reference. Where are you? Technologies, CSS reference. Scroll down. This is a list of all of the CSS properties. So if you need to use a property and you're not sure how it works, for example, if I needed to use, I'll show you something I never remember, which is the gradients here. A conic gradient. I never remember how this works, but MDN explains it. We've got examples. I can see the examples here. I can toggle between them. I can scroll down and read more about how it all works. I probably chose one of the more complicated properties to show you right now. Most of them are even simpler than this, but the documentation is incredibly helpful. So keep that in mind. MDN's a great resource. And the other thing that I do a lot, sometimes you just may not know the property that you need to use. You may not know the name. You may not even know if it exists. So you can Google things. There's lots of guides and tutorials. For example, I might want to make some shadows in CSS, some shadows around text. So I would Google something like CSS shadow, and we'll find a couple different results. Generally, I try and avoid this website, W3 Schools. We've got MDN, so there's something called box shadow. There's something called a drop shadow. So there's all these articles that will explain different things, and there's nothing wrong with consulting them at all. It's just part of being a developer, is doing this research and finding things. So there's also a different type of shadow. We can do a text shadow, which I never remember the syntax for either. We can find it here. There's also these tools that you can use to help you out. So the fact that a tool like this exists, it helps me make a text shadow. I can choose how much I want to shift things up or down. You can see the result here and here. This is going to just spit out CSS that I can copy. The fact that this exists shows you that for a lot of people, they don't remember or they struggle to build these from scratch. There is no shame in researching any of this. Here's a different type of a shadow on an image. Here's a rounded shadow. Here's the text shadow documentation on MDN. Long story short, there's so much to know in CSS, but honestly, you don't need to know most of it. There's so much you could know. And there's a small subset of things that you definitely will know just by using them enough. And the rest you can just access when you need it. So don't feel like this is a huge thing you have to memorize. Please stay calm, light some candles, stack some rocks, smell some lovely flowers. Everything's okay. Just focus on the syntax, the patterns, and being able to access information if you need it, but not cramming it all into your head at once. So let's begin. All right, so before we start writing our CSS, let's talk about how we include it. Where do we actually write it in the first place? There are a couple of options for writing styles. I have them listed here. The first one is to write your styles directly inline in your HTML elements. This is not at all a good idea, really ever, but I'll show it to you. You may come across this. I'm going to make a new document. This one is called index.html. It's just a common name, just a sort of a standard home page or main page for an application, but it can be named anything. I'm just going to add an element or two very quickly in here. So let's do CSS intro, and then down below an H1, hello world, and I'll add a button as well. I am button. Okay, so I can add styles directly inline to any of these elements like this. I could say style equals, and then in here I could specify color should be purple. And when I open this up in my browser, here we go. It is indeed purple. And then if I have a button, I could do something like, how about background color will be pale green. Sure. Refresh the page. There we go. So this is not a great idea, mainly because it's really difficult. It's impossible to share these styles without duplicating them. For example, if I had another button on my website, often we want them to be branded and styled the same way. So if I want this button to have green or pale green text, I have to duplicate this whole thing and put that in here. And then if we decide actually we don't want pale green, now we want just forest green or green, I'm going to have to change that in 2 places. Or in a real website, I might have a dozen or more buttons. I'd have to change them all individually. Also, I can't share these styles between documents. I might have 10 different pages or HTML documents for an application, and they all need to have the same styles. So this is not a good approach, but you may see it. The next option is to use the style element, which allows us to write CSS directly inside of our document, but not nested or not embedded in an element. So I'm going to get rid of this, or maybe I'll just comment this out so you can see, inline styles, bad. And then I'll add in something else in here, like let's do an H2. I am an H2. And then what I can do is in my head, I can add a style element just like this, and I can write my CSS in here. Now we still haven't seen much CSS at all, but I can write some in here, like make all H2s have a color of, how about pale violet red? And I will refresh, and there's my H2. It is pale violet red. And I could have multiple H2s now, and they will all share that same color. So this is an improvement upon this approach where I wrote my styles in quotes in each element because I had to duplicate that style for every similar element. So this is much better. I can style all H2s, but we still have the problem of if I have multiple documents, multiple pages on my website that I want to use the same styles, I would have to copy and paste this into each one. So the best approach, and the one you'll see the most, is to write your styles in an external style sheet. So we'll make a new file, a completely separate file where we write our CSS. It needs to end in .css as the file extension, and then we can include that file in our own document or any other documents we make. So to do that, first I'm just going to comment this out. What we want to do is make our file, not new folder, new file, and I'm going to call this one probably app.css or my styles or styles.css, just anything .css. And I'm going to write the same exact rule that I wrote, H2, maybe we'll give it a different color. How about color of indigo? Just like that, and save this file. But I'm not done yet because these are not connected in any way. This HTML file knows nothing about that CSS file. We need to tell it about it using a new element called the link element. The link element goes in our head. So it's one of those things early on when I introduced the head, I said, we put the title in here and this is where we include scripts and style sheets. Well, now we're including style sheets using the link element. So we write link and then we specify an href attribute, which is the path, or it should be the location of the style sheet we're including. And then there's this rel equals style sheet. I don't think it's actually mandatory, but most editors will put that there for you. VS Code does, and you'll see it most frequently because there are other things you can include with a link tag. So let me just show you how we would do this. We'll add our link. I could just hit link tab, and it does this for me. It already gives me rel equals style sheet. href equals, and the path where I can find this exact file, app.css. It's in the same folder, but just like before, with when we did images, we could have a nested, styles/app. Now, if that doesn't exist, I don't have that folder, but I could, and I would use this syntax. So app.css, these link tags always go in our head. They are meta information. The style sheet itself, that link element, is not something we want to show up here. So we put them in the head. We set that href attribute. Let's refresh. And now we're getting our indigo H2s that tells us everything is working. So anytime you make a style sheet, app.css, styles.css, silly.css, it needs to end in .css. Also notice I'm getting the syntax highlighting from VS Code. And then to include it in a separate document in an HTML file, use the link element and specify the href attribute. We'll do that all the time. Follow that formula. Every single time you make a new style sheet, you'll need to connect it with a link element. So we're going to begin with some of the more basic, commonly used CSS properties, things like color and background color, changing font sizes, all of that stuff. And then we're going to talk more about selectors. So there is more to this first piece, right? Selecting, I mean, we've seen it already. You can select an element, or you can do fancy stuff like this. We will cover that, but we're going to begin with what goes in between these curly braces, the different properties that we can set for an element. And we're going to start with this one right here, color. So we can select, in this case, an H1 or all H1s, and set their color to be purple. The color property on MDN, I'm looking at it right here, is something that accepts a bunch of different types of values. Following this video, I'll actually have a standalone video on how color works in CSS. You can see there's all these different systems. We've got named colors, which you might be familiar with. We've got hexadecimal, RGB, HSL, HSLA, RGBA, all these different systems. But all of these values here just represent a color. However it's stored, how it's represented is different, but they're all just used to represent a color using text. Okay, so the color property is going to change the text color. So if we set this, what is it, a paragraph or something over here that's being updated, it's the text color. It's not the background color, it's simply the color of the text. And that's really all there is to it. So again, we're going to focus on colors in the next video, but if I make a couple of different elements here, I've got H2s, a bunch of them. Let's make a couple of buttons. Button 1, I'll duplicate that. Button 2, what else should we do? Let's do a paragraph of text with some lorem ipsum in there. Okay, so actually, you know what? Maybe let's do a little bit more. Let's do lorem times 3. Okay, so here's my paragraph, here's my buttons, and my H2s. I'm now going to hop over to my app.css, my style sheet, and we've already set color here to be indigo on all H2s. We can play around with some different values, right? We have the standard colors, red and orange and yellow. I'll show you the specific named colors we have. Let's go with something like teal. And as we've already seen, the text color changes on every H2. This is not the first H2, it's not the only one, it is all H2s in the document. So let's work on the buttons. Let's set them to have a color of, how about magenta? So when I refresh, what do you expect to see on these buttons? The text color changes to magenta, not the background, but the text. And then let's also do it for our paragraphs. So the P element, we use the name of the tag, right? P, button, H2. If we were making an anchor tag, or if we had an anchor tag over here, so the A, we're not going to write out anchor, we just write A. We use exactly the same syntax over here to select by element type. So H2 button, P tags are going to have a color of, how about olive? Sure. Not old lace. Well, let's just do olive. I didn't even know that was a color. And refresh. Okay, so that's working. But then we also have background color, which is different, and probably you can figure out what it does. It's going to change the background color of whatever element we are selecting, or elements we're selecting. So it's background dash color, and we can set both color and background color on an element. So if I wanted my buttons to have a different background color, I think the default is sort of a whatever grayish color, I could change it. Background dash color, and of course we have autocomplete here. So background dash color, thanks to VS Code. I'll go with, how about cyan? It's going to be quite the bright pair of buttons here. And there is our bright cyan background. I could do it on my H2s. I'll set background dash color to be, how about, we have teal there, pale, violet red, papaya whip, how about plum? Refresh. There we go. Now remember, an H2 is an example of a block level element. It goes all the way across in this case. It takes up whatever space is available in the container it's in. In this case, it's the body. Our body goes all the way across. So it takes up all that space, and the text itself is small, but by default, the background will fill all of that up. Okay, so that's background color. One quick note, you may see this as well, people using background without the dash color. So for example, on my paragraph, I could set background to be orange. Now, if I refresh, that does work. It's changing the background color. But technically, background is a different property from background color. Background does a lot more than changing the background color. We could set a background image. We could set a gradient. We can do lots of things with this background property. We'll learn more about it. So just know that Background color is the specific version just to change the color. Background, as you see it right here, is actually more powerful, or it has a lot more options. All right, so those are our first two properties. Next up, we'll continue talking about colors, specifically some of the values, the different systems that we can use to reference colors. This is something that will come up a lot, not just with the color and background color properties, but also things like border and shadows. There are so many things that we can assign a color or associate a color with. So we've already seen some examples of named colors. These are probably the easiest colors to get started with, but also the most limited set. Each browser, or all browsers these days, recognize, 140 named colors. So these are colors that have a specific name in English that you can reference, and every browser is supposed to know that, medium violet red is this exact shade, this exact color. So some of them I've put on this slide here just to show you. They range from simple names like orange and red and pink to dark khaki and medium aquamarine and light sky blue. We use some of them already. So anytime we have a property like color or background color that is expecting a color value, we can use those names. So what do I have here? I've got, so ugly. If I want to make the background color, instead of plum, I wanted to make the background color, one of these would be light sky blue, or if I like, how about papaya whip, I can just copy that name, papaya whip right there, save, refresh the page, and the browser knows the color I'm referring to. So these are easy in some ways, although remembering the names of all of these is pretty difficult. But even with that, we only have 140 different colors available, which is pretty limited given the fact that most computer monitors these days display 16 or so million different colors. Now, we can't all perceive those colors as humans. Maybe some of us can, but the point is that there's a lot more nuance and there's a lot more options than just 140 different colors. So there are different color systems that we could use to reference those colors. The problem with named colors is that we can't give a name to every single possible color value. I mean, you could, but there'd be no way to reference them. 16 million different names, it just makes no sense. The first system we'll take a look at are RGB colors, red, green, blue. So if you've ever seen a pixel up close, or a computer display, the arrangements might vary, as you can see here, but behind the scenes there are three different colors of light, red, green, and blue. And these colors can be added together to form every other color that you might need to display. So this RGB color model goes beyond the world of the web or browsers or even just computers, televisions. I mean, there's cameras. It's used all over the place. It is an example of an additive color system where we have different colors of light, red, green, and blue, and you can add them or mix them together to make different colors. So you can see it here. For example, red and green makes yellow. Red, green, and blue makes white. So you don't really have to get super familiar with how it all works. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to know the basic syntax. So each channel that we have in a red, green, blue color in the browser goes from 0 to 255. So 0 would mean off. So if we had 0 red, there's no red in this color. If we have 255 red, it's maxed out red. So here's an example or a couple of examples in the specific syntax that we use with CSS to reference a color using RGB. So we write the letters RGB, then we have parentheses, and then our three channels in order, R, then G, then B. So here I have maxed out red, 255, and I have no green and no blue. So we're just pure red. Here, I've done something similar, but I have zeroed out red and green, and I've maxed out blue, RGB, so we get pure blue. Here at the bottom, I have zeroed out everything, so we get black, 0, 0, 0. There's no light. If you're imagining, these three channels of light that we're turning on or off, or sliders, I like to think of like at a recording studio, those sliders on the desk that you move up and down, all of them are down here. 0, 0, 0 gives us black. And then here's a more complex color. You can see that we have some red, some green, and some blue, but we have a lot more red and blue than we have green. And we end up with this purplish color. Now the thing to remember here is that you're not expected to be able to just come up with these codes yourself. These are just things that you'll find from color pickers or from color palettes online. I'll show you an example. If we go over to this color picker, this is just one I like, but there are built-in color pickers on your machine. There are color picking apps. There's websites. If you just search color picker, I'm pretty sure Google just comes with one. Anyway, if you play around, you want to find a color that you like. You can see over here, the red, the green, and the blue channels are being displayed. So let's say I want a nice sort of olivey green. I don't know, that's not really olivey. Let's see, I need a bit more yellow, I think. Maybe something like that. I don't even know if olivey is the right term here, but let's say I like this color. It's 89 red, 151 green, and 0 blue. So to use that, I just need to remember that. 89, 151. And let's give our background color to our H2s, or how about our paragraphs? No, they're already olive. So let's do the background color for this H2. RGB parentheses. Red was 89, green was 151, I think, and blue was 0. Is that correct? And if we refresh our page, there we go. That's the color that I selected. So there is no need for you to be able to tell me, if I need to make a very light pinkish color. You don't need to be able to tell me the exact numbers, but if you know the basics, you know that we're going to need some red, right? And if we just play around with it over time, you get more comfortable with it. But you'll see, we're maxed out red, and then we have a lot of green and a lot of blue, because remember that this is an additive color system, and the way that we get white is by maxing everything out, and the way we get black is by zeroing everything out. So if we want a pinkish color, it's going to be fully red, but still a lot of green and a lot of blue, because it's a lot of light to make something lighter. Fortunately, this is not something you really need to be an expert at. You need to just be an expert at this syntax, which is nice and easy. Just RGB and then parentheses, R and then G, then B. Each one goes from 0 to 255. Copy the colors and the codes from color palettes and color pickers. There's a lot of them. If you search for color picker, pretty sure, one pops up right here from Google. So you can find your colors there, copy that. If you're working for a company, they usually have a palette that you're going to be limited to. So you'll have the color codes ready to go. And we've only covered RGB so far. Next up, we're going to talk about hexadecimal, which is a slightly different way of representing the colors, but the same principle. So next up, we're going to talk about another way of representing colors, which is using hexadecimal. Most people just say hex colors, short for hexadecimal. So it's based off of the exact same color model, the same system of having a red channel, a green channel, and a blue channel, and each one ranges from 0 to 255. But the big difference is that hex colors are actually written using hexadecimal notation. So if you're not familiar with that term hexadecimal, no worries at all. Let's start with the idea of decimal. Most of the Western world counts using the decimal system, where every digit in a number ranges from 0 to 9, right? So the largest single digit number we have is 9. Then we move on to 10, which is a 2-digit number. The largest 2-digit number we have is 99. So with a single spot, a single little place in a number, right? If we have a couple of slots like this, the single largest number that can go in each one is 9 in a decimal system. But we have other number systems. For example, binary. In binary, we have exactly 2 choices for each spot in a number. So the largest 3-digit number in binary is 111. Now, what we're talking about here is hexadecimal, which is different. It is base 16 instead of base 10 or base 2 like binary. In hexadecimal, every spot or every slot in a number has 16 choices. And because we run out of numerals, what are they, Arabic numerals, I think is the right term, 0 through 9, we then use letters, A, B, C, D, E, and F. So F here is 15. It represents 15 if it were in decimal, but we're storing it in a single spot using a letter. So the largest single digit number that we can represent with hexadecimal is just F. F is the same as writing 15 in decimal. So the reason that we would use something like hexadecimal is that it can lead to more compact color names or color references. We're basically giving a number to every color, that not every possible color on Earth, but we're giving a number to a bunch of colors, and we're using letters to help make those numbers shorter. We're using hexadecimal so that we can store more information in a single digit. Even if that digit happens to be a letter, it's still considered a number in hexadecimal. Anyway, here's what it looks like. So we have 6 numbers, and they consist of 3 pairs. So the first 2 are the red channel, the second 2 are the green channel, and the third 2 are the blue channel. So just like RGB, as we saw previously, we have a red, a green, and a blue channel, and they range from 0 to FF. But FF in hexadecimal is 255. So don't get too hung up on the math, but this is another way of saying 0 to 255. It's just a little bit more compact, and we do have this hash symbol, or I think it's technically an octothorpe, pound sign, whatever you want to call it. We have to have that there to indicate that we're writing a hexadecimal color. So this example here is full blast red, full green, and no blue. And in the RGB color model, red plus green gives us yellow. So that's what you see there. Here's another example. Here we have something a little bit different. We've got some red, some green, and some blue, and I do not expect anyone to be able to just look at this and know exactly what shade or what color it's going to be, but you can see that we've got a decent amount of blue, we've got a decent amount of green, and we've got some red, and we end up with this sort of, I don't know, like a darkish blue-green color. But just remember the order, RGB and 0 to 255, except it's really 0 to FF, which is the same thing. So if you look at any color picker out there, it's going to give you hex codes, and they're very commonly used, more so in my experience than RGB colors. Even though it's still an RGB system, it's just a little bit shorter. So if I want to use one of these colors, how about like a light blue like that? I'm getting the hex code right here. I'm also getting it here. I can just copy that and paste it over wherever I want to use it. Let's use it for the color of my text. There we go. Let's refresh. And you can see I'm getting that color here. So very easy to use. You do not need to really be able to look at this and understand what it is. But VS Code, one of the nicer features for CSS is this little color preview. It tells you what you're looking at. I really appreciate that, because otherwise, if you just saw this and you didn't have the little light blue square, it's a little hard to know what you're dealing with. So 2 different ways of referencing colors. RGB, where we write RGB parentheses, and then using decimal numbers from 0 to 255 separated by commas, and then also hexadecimal, where it's the same principle with an R, G, and a B channel, but each channel is stored with 2 hexadecimal digits. So use whichever you prefer. I generally use hex codes. So if I'm going to a color picker, this is an app that builds a palette for you. You can find different color palettes and upvote them and downvote them and all of that. But if I like one of these colors, I just copy the hex and I use that. If I like this one, copy that, or play around with this and find a color I want and use that inside of my code. But you can also use RGB. They both are equally good, and they both are much better than using the named colors built into your browser. Oh, and before I forget, there's also a shorthand that you may run into. You can have a 3-digit hexadecimal number if each triplet is the exact same digit. So that doesn't really explain it very well, but imagine we had 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What color is that, by the way? No color at all. No red, no green, no blue. That's going to be black. So if I don't know, how about I give my body a background color of black? So background color, just like that. Put my semicolon there, refresh the page, and it works. But because the red, those 2 digits are identical, same for the green, same for the blue, I can actually shorten this to just 0, 0, 0. Refresh, exactly the same. Now if I had a different color, how about something like CC, I don't know, I'm just totally making this up, 55EE, that pinkish color, sure, there it is. I can actually shorten this just to be C5E. I refresh, and it's the same color. So if you ever see that, if you see a 3-digit hex, you could expand it if you wanted to, right? Just add that in, CC55EE. Just know it's a shorter way of writing the same color. But we have way fewer options if we're only using those 3 digits, versus with 6, we can have all these other colors that don't have the same digit for each pair. Also, while I have you, this is super useful in VS Code. If you hover and you want to change something, hover over the color, change its value, just like that. And I don't know if, okay, you can click to go between RGB and hex. There's also a third system I'm not going to go into here called HSL. I actually really like HSL colors, but I just don't want to bog things down too early on. We could spend an hour talking about colors, and I don't want to do that. But I do have a YouTube video if you want more detail on HSL. It's really not going to be important for now whatsoever. We've got 2 color systems down, and they're the most commonly used, RGB and hex. Okay, I just want to quickly address something that I may not have made a big enough deal about early on, which is the semicolon at the end of every property declaration here. It's essential. You definitely need it in CSS. Unfortunately, you won't get a message or an error if you leave it off, but it is wrong. For example, let's say I leave it off here, color magenta, and I save. I'm going to refresh my page. My styles aren't applying to my buttons. They're not magenta and they don't have a cyan background color. Now, VS Code does tell you in the editor, it tells you, that it's expecting a semicolon. That's one of the good reasons to use VS Code. You get that little highlight. Hopefully that shows up on here. This is super useful as well with things like JavaScript, but we don't get any error in the browser. It doesn't tell us we did something wrong. It just ignores that. So those semicolons are crucial. It's how we tell CSS, or it's how the browser recognizes this is the end of a property declaration and we're on to the next property. So make sure those are there. And if something does not appear to be working, that's one of the reasons. If you're sure that it's written correctly, just check that semicolon. I don't know if I made a big enough deal about it, but now I have. Okay. So next up, we're leaving color behind for a bit, and we're going to talk about text and different properties that we can use to manipulate text. It's text alignment, the font weight. Is it super bold or very lightweight? Is it italicized? Line height, letter spacing, and other things, including font size. That's actually missing from this list for a good reason. We're going to devote an entire video just to font size and the different units. So all of these properties have to do with text. And let's begin with text align. Before we go any further, I'm working in an empty document. It's not empty, in a new document with no styles, just to keep things simple. The previous document with all those ugly colors was getting a little messy. So I copied some of the content from the Wikipedia page for cuttlefish, one of my favorite animals. You can download this code and follow along, or you could just type anything that included an H1 and some paragraphs and an H2 and some H3s and that sort of thing. It looks like this when I open it in the browser. Nothing crazy. Okay, so we're going to play around with text align first. I do need to make my app.css, or I already have it, but I need to connect it. So I'm just going to do that quickly. App.css, they're in the same directory as you can see right there. Okay, so text align is what we use to set the horizontal alignment on an element. Now, that does not mean how an element is aligned on the page itself, not spatially where it goes, but within an element. How is the text aligned? So let me show you an example. Let's play around with one of these paragraphs, or maybe the H1 is where we can begin with. So this H1 right here, there's only one of them, but I'm technically selecting all of them. H1, text align, and right now it's set to left by default. I could set it to center, and I'll refresh. And now it is center aligned. It just so happens that the element itself goes all the way across the screen, right? You can see there in the DevTools. So it's aligned to the center of that. And if I did text align right instead, it's going to go all the way to the right-hand side. There you go. But let's say I gave this H1 a width, which I recognize we have not yet covered, so don't worry about this. I'm going to give it a width of 50% of the page. Okay. Now, this is still aligned to the right. Can you see that blue box there? That box only goes halfway across the screen. So text align is not going to move the entire H1 around. It only operates within the confines of the content for that H1. Or for a paragraph, could do the same thing. So I think I'm going to go back to center align here. I can do paragraphs, text align. Let's do right. And now they're all aligned to the right of their respective paragraph sort of content boxes. So that's text align. The next property we'll take a look at is font weight. So font weight is how we can control the boldness or lightness of a given piece of text. There are a couple different ways that we can set this. We have keywords like normal, bold, lighter, bolder, and we also have numbers, 100, 200, 300, 400, and so on. Typically, the most common weights are going to be 400, which is usually normal, and 700, which is bold. And it's important to note that not every single font on Earth is going to have all of these available weights. So font is actually a topic we'll cover later on, and specifically how we include our own custom fonts and, use some nice cool looking fonts. For now, we're going to just talk about font weight. So I'm going to head over here on my H1 and set font weights to, why don't we start with normal? Because most H1s by default are bolded. Now it is normal weights. If you can see that there, it is large. It's bigger than this text, but it is not bolded. I could also do a number to go back to bold. I could set it to 700, and now it's bolded. I don't know if we'll have access to extra bold. Let's do 900. Yeah, so the browser, this font, whichever font it is, the default font for an H1 in my browser does not come with all those different weights. So I'm just going to go back to 400 or normal. It's the other way you could write that. So if you try and use a font weight that cannot be found for this given font, like if I tried to do font weight 100, the browser is just going to pick the closest one that does exist, which I think is 400 in this case. So we're not getting anything else. It looks exactly the same as it would if I had said 400 or if I had said normal. It looks exactly the same as if I had said 400. Yep. Okay. So remember, we have not yet covered changing fonts. I can't even remember if it's Arial or Times New Roman. That's the default font in Chrome. But anyway, we'll learn how to add fonts in and customize all of that. For now, we're working with the defaults, and it might be different depending on the browser you're using. But font weight is how we can make something bold or unbold something. So I guess I should show the opposite, taking a paragraph or something that's not bolded and making it bold. So all paragraphs are now going to have font weight of, I could say bold, or I could write 700. Oh, that is just hideous. I'm not going to do that, but that is how I would bold something. So the next property we'll look at is a bit different. It's called text decoration. And text decoration is actually surprisingly complicated. We could devote a lot of time to it. Complicated is the wrong word, but there's a lot to it. Text decoration controls the appearance of decorative lines on text. So this is how we control things like if there's an underline, if there's an overline, if there's a line through. So I'll just quickly show you an example. Why don't we make, I guess on our H1, we'll set text decoration to be underline, just like that. I'll refresh, and we get an underline right there. Well, there it is. We could also set that to be overline, and it goes above. And we can set it to, I think, is line dash through, and we get a strike through or line through, which can be nice if you're doing a to-do list or something like that, and you want things to be crossed off. But it's actually more complicated than this, than just doing an overline and an underline. We can specify the color. So I could say something like, I want a blue underline, and there it is, a nice blue underline. Or I could use any of the other colors that we've learned about. So I could use a hexadecimal color. I'm just going to make one up here. Whoops. Let's see what that looks like. All right, it's an orangish color. There we go. But it's actually more complex than that because I can also control the style of the line itself. Is it a dotted line, a wavy line? What else do we have? Just a solid line. Let's see, if we look at this property, text decoration style, solid, double, dotted, dashed, wavy, quite a few different options. Let's try wavy. So wavy like that and save. Okay, there's our wavy underline. So I think that's good enough for now. Most of the time I'm just using this to either do strike through, or another common situation is to actually remove a default underline. So if I add an anchor tag in here somewhere, let's do around mollusks right here. I'll do an anchor tag. href will just be nowhere. And I'm going to put mollusks in there. Save, refresh. By default in our browser, we get this underline. And if I don't want that, I believe on Wikipedia they actually remove that. Yeah, all of these are links. There's no underline until I hover at least. To do that, I can use text decoration and set it to none. So I can select all my anchor tags, text, decoration, none. And I'll refresh, and now it's gone. So we still have that color. We could change that, of course, but you definitely want to make your links clear. You don't want it to just look like regular text, but if you want to remove that underline, that's how you do it. So that's most of text decoration, although technically we also skipped the thickness. You can change the thickness of the line, but this is just way above and beyond what we need to know for now. But you could make it a really thick line or a thin line, but we'll just leave it at that. Next up, two pretty quick ones. Line height, which controls the height of a line of text. So you can see here, this is a normal line height, just whatever the default is. Now we go up to 2.5. There's a bunch of units you can use. We have not yet talked about units. We will cover that shortly. But if you just put a number in there, this is going to take the font size of whatever the element is and just multiply it by 2.5. So basically 2.5 times the normal font size for that line. So I could make something double spaced if I wanted to. I could take my paragraphs and give them a line height of 2. This is what they look like right now. Let's look at this one. Now it's double spaced, just like my old essays in middle school and high school. Got to pad them out. We can also do things like make it smaller. I think we can shrink things down. I'm not sure if I've ever done this. Ooh, that's quite the headache to look at, but it is possible. Let's go back to 2 for now. So that's line height, ignoring the other possible units. They all do the same thing, though. They all control that height of each line of text. So it's not controlling the text itself and its size, but the height of the line. You can see if I highlight something, let's refresh. I'll highlight one of these pieces of text. That highlight extends far beyond my text to the height of the line. And then we also have letter spacing, which is how we can control the spacing between letters in our text. So I can use a bunch of different units again, which we still have not yet covered, but I'll just show you an example. Let's do a trendy H1 here. I'm going to do letter spacing and space them out quite a bit. How about, 10 pixels between? Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that looks okay. We could even do more. How about 15 pixels? We have not yet covered what pixels are, but there we go. I'm getting slightly nicer looking H1. I mean, it kind of looks horrible too, but it's at least different than what we had before. So those are the basic text properties for this video. We covered text align, font weight, text decoration, letter spacing, and line height. Most of them are pretty simple. The only one that really requires a lot of explanation is text decoration. It can do a lot, but most of the time I just use it to remove an underline or set an underline or strike through. I don't think I've ever actually used the wavy thing in real life. Usually it's just a straight line. Alrighty, so next up we've got more important text properties, things like changing the fonts and changing the font size. We need to talk about units. That will help us a lot if we understand what pixels actually mean and what ems are and rems. So that's all coming up. So in the previous video, we talked about quite a few different text-related properties, but we did not cover changing the size of some text. The property we use to do that is called font size, and it's honestly very simple. On one hand, it's just font-size, and then we specify a size. However, what makes it a bit more tricky at this point in time is that the options for these values range a lot. We have all sorts of different units in CSS and different values for sizes. We have things like these named values I've never used in my life, small, medium, large, extra large, and so on. We have pixels. We have these things called ems and percentages. We actually have quite a few. Ems, rems, VHs, VWs, centimeters, inches, pixels, millimeters. The good news is that most of these are not used frequently. And also, we don't need to use any of them right now. I'm just going to show you pixels, which is actually not something I generally recommend using all the time, but it's the easiest to get started with. And then we'll come back and learn more about these left-hand units, the relative units like ems and rems and percentages. So pixels, just px, are the most commonly used of these absolute units. Now they're absolute because the end result size of using pixels does not depend on anything else, no other elements or a parent's font size. It's always going to be the same, at least in your document. If something is 10 pixels and something else is 10 pixels, they will be the exact same size. Now it's important to note that, yes, it's called a pixel, but it does not necessarily equal the width of exactly 1 pixel on your machine. So it varies depending on the size of your display. It varies on a lot of things, actually. So it is not guaranteed to be 1 pixel wide, but it is guaranteed to be very small. A single pixel 1px is tiny. Note that I put at the bottom, not recommended for responsive websites. Just keep in mind we'll come back and we are going to learn some of these other units that are more commonly used today. but pixels still have a place, and I'll point that out when we get there. So let's play around with it. Let's change the font size of something. How about this right here, our H1? It's just font dash size. And then I'm going to do pixels. How about 100 px? Refresh. And there we go. It's significantly larger. Now I'm not going to do that. How about maybe 80? It's still pretty big, but maybe that's okay. So we can change the font size of anything, any text. Pixels, px. We also have these other very weird absolute units that I've never seen used on a website, like millimeters and centimeters. I'm told that those are more commonly used in print, like if you're laying something out to print out, but I don't know if that's true or not. But pixels have been used for a very long time. They're very common, but like I said, there are better units to use in today's world. We will learn them in time. Okay, I promise. So font size, super easy. The actual property itself, font dash size, and then you specify some value. The last of the font adjacent properties that we're going to cover for now is font family. Font family is what we use to actually change the font of an element. So you can see some examples here. Just watch this text. That font is changing. Now, I have to warn you up front, changing fonts is maybe not as simple as you might think because it really depends on the fonts that are built into your browser. Until we learn how to install or include custom fonts, which is a separate topic, it's not terribly hard. It's actually very easy. It just takes a separate video. Until we get there, we have to rely on browser fonts or web-safe fonts. These are fonts that we can assume most users will have in their system. And there aren't very many. There really aren't. If we go to this website, I've included the link in the alongside this video in the resources. This shows us some of the most commonly used fonts and how many Windows machines have it versus how many Mac machines have them. So you can see something like Arial. Lots of support on Windows machines and Macs. But then we have other fonts like Franklin Gothic Medium, very common on Windows machines, uncommon on Macs. So if you want to use one of these fonts, and it's the only font that you want to use for a given element, you have to keep in mind that it may not be fully supported, and some of your users will see something different. If I don't have Franklin Gothic Medium on this machine, my text will look different. That doesn't mean the text won't be there. It just won't be the right font that you intended. So the way that we use this is font-family, and then the simplest form is just picking a font. So how about what's Arial, very common across both platforms. How about something like Verdana? Let's try one of those. So let's do it on our H1. Font family, Arial. Watch right here, I'll refresh, and it did change. It's not a huge change, but it did change fonts. Let's also try Verdana. I'm going to refresh, keep your eyes right there, and it changed again. Okay. So that's the simplest option, but generally what you'll see is something called a font stack. And a font stack is basically a list of fonts that you would like to use in order. So here's my first choice, Gill Sans Extra Bold, and then my backup or just a fallback font is actually not a specific font, it's a family, Sans Serif, any other sans serif font available. So let me show you what I mean. Let's play around with this. Let's pick a font I do not have on my machine. For example, I'm on a Mac. I don't have Perpetua. I'm just trying to see if there's a very obvious one. How about Segoe UI? I'm probably butchering that. So if I wanted to use that, Segoe UI, I'm pretty sure I don't have that font. And yeah, I don't. It's not showing up here. But I can then provide a backup or my next choice using that comma to indicate this is my first choice, then here's my next choice. How about, sure, Futura, like that, refresh, and that is indeed Futura. And I could continue on, right? I could specify something else like, Arial, which I do have. But that is not going to be displayed. I won't see Arial being used unless I don't have Segoe, I don't have Futura, but I do have Arial. So it shouldn't change at all, and it doesn't. Now, I can also provide this backup option, the fallback just to a generic family. And these are the families I can use. If you don't know much about typography, it's okay. I don't really either. But there are different types of fonts. Serif fonts, sans serif fonts, monospace fonts. And then some odder ones like Fantasy. You can see some of the examples here. Basically, your browser will just pick one if you choose Fantasy or Monospace or Serif. Now, this is not a comprehensive list, but these are some of the most commonly used fonts. So if I wanted to, I did Segoe and Futura. These would be sans serif fonts. So I could just say pick any backup sans serif, which is probably what I would do, right? You're trying to design your application or design your site with some font in mind. And if it's a serif font and the user who's viewing your site does not have that font, you generally want them just to use some other serif font at the very worst case. So I'm not going to see a difference at all. But if I did something like this instead, font family, just to show you, Fantasy, that's not specifying a particular font. That is a family of font types. And I think this is Papyrus. It's just a lovely font, isn't it? It just picked it for me. Same thing with, if I did Monospace, it picked a Monospace font. I don't know which one it is, maybe Monaco or something like that. I'm not positive, but one of these here. So that's basically it for now for font family. You just pick the name of the font or multiple fonts in a comma-separated list. This is your highest priority, and then your next highest priority, and then your third, and so on. You can have as many as you want. Typically, usually you have one or two, and then a backup. It's always best to provide a backup, this generic fallback, just a type. And then later on in the course, we'll see how we can include our own custom fonts so that we can guarantee that the user will have, or just about guarantee, that they'll have access to the font we want. Maybe it's some fancy font that most machines don't have. That doesn't mean we can't use it. We just have to take some extra steps. But for now, we're just relying on built-in fonts that most users will have on their system. Okay, so that's font family, and that about wraps up all this tech stuff, at least for now. Now that we've seen the basics of CSS, it's time to talk more about selectors. We've been working with very basic CSS selectors because we really haven't covered it much. We've been styling every H1 on the page, or every paragraph, or every div, or whatever it is. But there's a lot more nuance to CSS, and that's what we're going to focus on in this upcoming section. So there are quite a few different ways we can select elements to style, and I'm going to go over a lot of them here. There's a lot of green because most of them, they don't take a whole lot of time to cover. They're all selectors, so conceptually, they kind of do the exact same thing. They just select different elements or different subsets of elements. So a lot of crucial stuff. We've already seen how to select by elements, but I'm still going to put that in crucial. We'll learn how to select by classes and IDs. We'll talk about descendant selectors. Let's group adjacent selector, direct descendant, attributes, pseudo-class, pseudo-elements under important, but not as important as the bread and butter of CSS, working with elements, classes, IDs, and descendants. Honestly, the stuff in this column here under important, it is important and it will come up in the real world, just not as much as this over here. So I don't want to overload everybody with a whole bunch of CSS selectors. That's what the section is. So I kind of am overloading you with it, but I want to set the stage and just, highlight what really matters here. They're all useful, but these are the main focus. Then there's this one remaining card, CSS specificity. So this is a bit of a different topic. It's not a way of selecting things like all of these selectors are. Instead, it refers to a couple of videos at the end of this section where I talk about how does CSS figure out what styles to apply when there's a conflict. When you have, two different selectors both targeting the same element, which one wins? And that's a pretty important topic for a couple of reasons. So I'm going to put it under crucial. Number one, you will run into problems with CSS where your styles do conflict and you can't figure out why one is winning and the other one is losing. If you understand specificity, it helps you debug your own code, but it also is really important to help you write better CSS. If you know the rules of how CSS calculates specificity, how it treats different selectors, it can help you structure your code better. So it does take a bit more time to understand. It's really the meatier part of this section. These are all green, quick topics, but important. This one yellow topic, I would spend a bit more time trying to understand if needed. Okay, so let's get on with CSS selectors. So we're going to begin here by covering some of the most important CSS selectors that we can use. This is a crucial part of writing good CSS, is having a grasp of the different selectors that are available for you to use. So just to recap here, A basic CSS rule looks like this. We have a selector, and then our curly braces, and then some set of properties that we're setting. So we'll be focusing on that selector up top. There are lots of different possible selectors we can put there. Things like selecting by an element, as we've already seen, make all H1s purple, all the way up to more complicated things like what we have right here. This is a combination of an element selector with a attribute selector, and then a nth of type pseudo selector on top of that. So quite a few things going on, but by the end of this unit, you should have a good understanding of what the heck this is. Before we go on to our first selector, I'd like to just mention that I have a starter HTML file. If you want to follow along with me as I'm typing here, you can, or you can just see the finished result in index.html. And you can see this is the web page that we'll be styling. We're not going to do anything crazy here. It's not going to look beautiful. We will have projects that do look nice, but this is purely focused on teaching the selectors. So it's kind of a very slimmed down version of, I don't know, like a Reddit or some sort of blog where we have posts. There's a little form to sign in or to search, and then to log in and sign up, 2 different buttons. We've got upvote buttons. We've got, who posted something. We have, there's a couple of things I'll highlight as we go. Let's just leave it at that for now. So the first selector we'll learn is the universal selector. Honestly, I don't think I've ever used this. It seems like you might have a good use for it. It selects everything in the document. And so if you wanted to make everything black, or you wanted to make everything, a certain font size, it might seem like you could use this, and you definitely could, but it's not generally a good idea, because on a larger document, it can be pretty inefficient, and there are other ways to achieve this. So if you're trying to select every piece of text and make it black or make it purple, the star or the universal selector here is also going to be selecting every possible element on the page, including things that you're not going to be able to make black, like an image, for example, or all of the divs and containers and other elements that may not actually have text to style. So I'll just show it to you though. Here's my using that, and we can do something like, pink. Refresh, and now everything is pink, as you can see here. Or I could do, a background color is cyan. Now we get our body with a cyan background, but also the buttons have a background. The input has a background. Everything has a background of cyan. So that is the universal selector. Again, not very commonly used, but it is a thing. Now the next selector we've already seen, it's the element selector. This selects everything of a given type. So all images, or, if I wanted to make all of these, or all buttons, or I don't know what I would do, but let's say I want to select all buttons on the page and make them a bit larger. Button, and then font size, how about, 30 pixels? Again, we're not going for looks, but those are our larger buttons. So that's every button on the page. And then the last thing we'll see in this video is that we can use a comma to combine multiple selectors in a list. So right here, H1, H2 is going to select all H1s and all H2s. So it styles both of them and makes them magenta. So we can use this comma in multiple situations. We'll see this, but this is a very common one if you have 2 elements or more than 2 that you want to style similarly. So how about, I want H1s and H2s. So this is an H1. These are 3 H2s. If I want them to all be of a certain color or a certain size, let's just do color. H1, H2. I want color to be, how about white? Okay, well that's hideous and impossible to read, but it works. So how about something else? How about our color will be dark slate blue? There we go. All right, so those are the first basic selectors. Universal selector with the star, not very common. Element selector, extremely common, selects all elements of a type. And then we can use the comma to combine various selectors, and in this case, 2 element selectors. All H1s and H2s, make them dark slate blue in color. Next up, more important selectors. We've got quite a few. Next up, we're going to see another very common selector, the ID selector. So if you can think back to when we first covered forms and inputs and labels, we talked about how we associate a label with an input. we use the ID attribute on the input, and then on the label, which I actually don't have here, but I could add one quickly, for, how about search, and that will be our label text. I need an ID here that says search. So I have connected this label to this input. Let's go back to our window, click, and I now can focus in on that input, and this is more accessible for screen readers. Now, if you don't like how this looks, there are ways of still making it screen reader accessible while hiding this, but we're not going to worry about that for now. The point is, we've seen IDs, but they have another use, not just to associate a label with an input, but we can use IDs on any element in order to provide a hook for our CSS to single out a single element. So an ID is something we can add on in our HTML as an attribute anytime we need to be able to style one thing differently. For example, I've got a bunch of buttons on this page. Log in, sign up, vote, 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 and right now I'm styling them exactly the same, but maybe I want this login button or the sign up button to look different. Maybe I want it to have a dark background color with light text, and I want this one to have a light background color with dark text or something like that. Speaking of which, I'm going to be using a color palette here. It's going to look terrible, but I like this website, Coolors. You can explore, if you click here, you can explore trendy or trending color palettes. You can also generate your own. It has a nice interface. There's a whole tutorial. It's a little app where you can pick a color, you can freeze it, you can randomly get a new color. Anyway, so I'm going to redo some of these colors very quickly. Let's take this background color, and I'm going to comment out this selector. I'm going to give my body a background color of that, and it looks like it does not copy with a hash sign or octothorpe. Okay, and then I'll also copy that darkish color, and I'm going to use that for our H1s and H2s. That will be our color there. I'll paste that. All right, and then I'm going to make all of my buttons have a lighter background color, like maybe this color right here. So all buttons, background dash color, just like that. Again, I'm just copying those colors. Okay, so there's that. And then what I'd like to do is make this sign up button have actually the inverse. I want it to have a dark background color. So I'm going to use this color here. And I need to be able to select that one button. Right now we're selecting all buttons. So I'm going to add an ID to that one button. Again, this makes no visual impact, at least not yet. It's purely just a hook for me in my CSS to refer to this button. So why don't we give it an easy name like sign up or register or something like that. Generally, IDs should not have spaces. I like to keep them as short as possible while still making them meaningful. And then over in our CSS, we use this exact syntax, the hash sign, the octothorpe, the pound symbol, and then the name of the ID. So for us, that is sign up. And then I want the background color of that button, if I can type it here, to be this color that I just have on my clipboard. It's just a dark color. So I'm going to refresh. There we go. This one button and only this button has that color. And I'm also going to give it lighter text. So I want this color. Maybe I'll just do the very light off-white color. So I'll set the text color, make sure I include that hash symbol, and refresh again. Okay. So I have singled out that one sign up button using an ID. Another very, very important thing to know about IDs is that only one thing on the page should have any given ID. So search, it should only be used once. Sign up, only used once. The whole idea is that it's singling out one thing. It's a unique identifier. So that's pretty much it for the ID selector. You add an ID to your markup, and then you reference it using the name of the ID and the hash sign, octothorpe, pound symbol, whatever you want to call it, in front of the ID. So no space or anything like that. Of course, this is very different than using a hexadecimal color. Yeah, it's the same character there, but a very different meaning in CSS. Also, just one thing to highlight here, it can be tempting to use IDs a lot, but there are other selectors who'll be learning. You want to try and keep them to a minimum, but that doesn't mean you should avoid using them. you just don't want to spam them all over the place to style everything differently, there are other strategies and approaches. So I'm not trying to scare you away from using them. I'm just saying don't have thousands on a page or hundreds. Well, that's even over the top. I usually wouldn't have more than a handful on a single page, but that's just my personal approach. And we'll see something in the next video that I use far more often, something called a class. So that's coming up next. The next selector we'll learn is one of the most commonly used alongside the element selector. It is the class selector. So we haven't really seen classes yet. Basically, a class is a similar idea to an ID where we add something into our markup so that we can hook into it in our CSS, except that a class can be applied to multiple elements. It's creating a class of elements. So I can have different groups and style them similarly, which is really common for a typical website. You're not going to have every single thing be completely different. You often will have groups of things or classes that you style similarly. For example, I've got a repeated pattern here. So this is a span, and this is a span, and this is a span. It also happens that this right here is a span, this is a span, and this is a span because I want these to be little tags. I don't know if you've seen this on Reddit or similar websites where in the post you can tag the title with something. If not, hang in there. I'll hopefully explain it. But let's say I want to make all of these spans grayed out and maybe a little bit smaller. Or maybe not gray, but I want them to be maybe like this lighter blue color. So I'm going to select all spans to begin with and give them a color. Make sure I add in the pound sign there. So no classes or anything yet. Okay, so it grayed out those spans, but I only want it to apply to these spans. What I'd like to happen to these is I want to give them a background color, a red or a green or something bright, a background color, and indicate that they are a tag. They are not actually part of the title, but somebody tagged this with funny or someone tagged this with dogs or I don't know. It's just, I don't really know what it's supposed to be, but maybe you've seen something like that before. So I need to single these out in a group somehow, and that's where a class comes in. So over here, I'll find those spans. Let's see, where are you? Here's one right there. And I can actually do multiple cursors, which is what I'm going to do. Here's the next one. I'm holding Option and clicking. And then I'm going to type class equals, and I'm going to come up with some class name. How about tag? Nice and easy. Just like that. So now they each have this class called tag. It does nothing right now. They look exactly the same. But I can use this selector syntax where we use a dot or a period and then the name of the class. So very similar to an ID selector, except we use a dot instead of this hash symbol, but we still use the name of that attribute, whether it's the ID or the class. So in my CSS, I can select dot and then tag. And I can give them a background color. And I'm going to steal this reddish color from here. Paste that in, and I think I'm going to shrink them down as well. And I'm going to give them a very light text color, like that. And I'm going to make them smaller. I'm not sure exactly, but let's do font size of maybe 16 pixels. Might be too small. Okay, so it still does not look very good, but we haven't yet covered things like rounding corners and adding more spacing, which is what I would do. Make these larger. For now, though, this is good enough. The point is not really to make it pretty, it's to talk about the selectors. So by defining a class, we're able to group together content, and they don't have to be the same type of element. For example, I have a span, span, and span, but I could also give this class to something else. Not that I really would, but how about this anchor tag? Class equals tag. Save, and it gets those styles too. So I'm going to undo that. But I don't want you to think that, a class has to consist of all spans or all H2s or something like that. It's just a label. It's like a little just sticker we're putting on whatever elements we want to return to later. It's just like when I was 10 years old and my parents split up. My dad went around the house and tagged everything that he wanted or everything he was taking with him with a little blue dot. And my mom went around and tagged everything she was taking with a little yellow dot. And then, of course, everything had a blue and yellow dot on it, and it didn't really solve any problems. It just caused more fights. But that's the idea. We're tagging these things with some sort of class so we can reference them later. I do see students mix these up, the dot for a class versus the hash symbol, octothorpe for an ID. Make sure you keep that straight. In my experience, you'll use classes far more often than IDs, but both of them are important to understand. The next selector we'll take a look at is the descendant selector, which we write using a space. So in this case, we have li space and then a. And this is going to select all anchor tags that are nested or are descendants of an li. So they descend from, they're somewhere nested inside of an li. It's a long way of saying that. So that space is very important. It's very different than a comma. A comma is LIs and anchor tags. A space is anchor tags inside of LIs. So no LIs will be styled in this example. Only anchor tags if they're nested inside of an LI. So over here, on our example, we have a couple different things that we could play around with. I've got this anchor tag right here. Each one of these is inside of a span, and I might want to make it the same color of this, whatever that light bluish green color is, but I don't want to style all anchor tags. If I style all anchor tags, I mean, we know what happens, but I'm just going to find that color. I believe it's this color right here. And if I select all anchor tags or just A and then set color to be that, we end up with every anchor tag, and maybe, actually that's not the color I wanted. Whoopsies. I want this blue color here. All right. But maybe we do want every link and every anchor tag to be the same color, but maybe not. Maybe I just want these to be that color, and then I want these to be a different color. I can do that in a bunch of different ways. You know, I could give a class to each one of these. I could give a class to this down here, but I'll show some examples using the descendant selector. So instead of just saying all anchor tags, I could say anchor tags inside of a span. Now that's still kind of generic, and I might have other spans on my page with anchor tags inside that aren't these, I don't know what you would call these, posted by little bylines, posted by Not Funny, posted by Gooner for Life. But you can see that only those anchor tags in a span got that color. The other anchor tags are unchanged. So I could repeat that, but do it in a slightly different way. I could actually make this even more specific if I wanted to. I could say, if you look at my markup, it's an anchor tag right here. Where are you? Inside of a span, inside of a section. So I can actually repeat this stuff. If I go to my CSS and do something like section space span space A. Now I wouldn't recommend that necessarily. What I would do is something more like this. I might give every one of these posts, like this is a post right here, and this is a post right here, and this is a post right there. I might give that section a class. And the reason I would do this is it kind of represents a thing, right? And we might have styles we want to apply to each one of these. Eventually we'll learn how to do borders and add spacing and padding and margin, and we might want to, move these things around and space them out and just make them look nicer. So it would be nice just to have a class on each one. We'll just call it post or item, something like that. And now what I could do is combine what we've learned already, the class selector with the dot, and the space or descendant selector to do something like this, dot post space A. So all anchor tags inside of a single post, anything with a class of post. If I refresh, we shouldn't notice anything different. These are still the same color, that bluish light blue color, and these are unchanged. And if I wanted to style these specifically, they are nested inside of a whole bunch of stuff. They're inside of LIs, inside of UL or AUL, inside of a nav, inside of the footer. So if I wanted to make them a different color, maybe I want them to be red as well. Let's just grab that color from over here. I could come here and say any anchor tag inside of the footer, give it that color. So that space is very important, and I'm kind of just going on about it, but there you go. We get that red. I don't really like using the red down there, but it's a different color. So that's the descendant selector. It can be nested anywhere inside of a footer, and that's important to note because the next example I'm going to show you is not, or it behaves differently. So here we've got an anchor tag, and it's nested 1, 2, 3, 4 levels down from a footer, but it still is a descendant. Each one of these descends from a footer somewhere up the tree. So that's the descendant selector. It's very commonly used as well alongside the class selector, kind of like I just showed you here, dot something and then a space. This is pretty common because often you will have a class on something, but you don't need to apply a class to every single thing you want to style similarly. If we define this whole thing as a post, I could say the anchor tags inside of a post, the buttons inside of a post, instead of having to give each button a class as well, or each anchor tag a class. Sometimes it makes sense just to give the parent thing a class and use that as our reference. Anyway, that's descendant. Next up, a 2-for-1 video. We're going to cover 2 selectors that you should definitely know about, but they're not as commonly used as the previous selectors I've mentioned. We're going to talk about the adjacent selector and the direct child or direct descendant selector. So the adjacent, technically these are actually called combinators, just for the record. The selector here is H1 and paragraph. Those are element selectors, and this is a combinator that sort of alters the behavior of the overall selection. But most people just call it a selector. Anyway, this plus sign is the adjacent combinator, and what this will do is select the paragraphs that are immediately preceded by an H1, or you could think of it the other way, paragraphs that come right after an H1 on the same level. So they're adjacent. They're not children or parents are not nested in any way. It's one after the other. So we don't have a lot of, I can't think of a good situation really just to demonstrate this here with our current markup, but I'm just going to show you anyway. If we look at our markup, we've got an input and then a button immediately afterwards. It's a login button. If I wrote input and then a plus sign, button, and then let's do something like maybe change the background color to how about pink, just for a quick demo. I'm going to refresh, and we can see that the one button that comes immediately after an input is turned pink. It has a pink background color. Now, I'm not going to leave that, but let's find another example. How about if I actually work with these buttons to vote right here? Any button that comes immediately after an H2. So this will apply to all matches. The previous example, there was one match, but if we have more than one, like H2 plus button, maybe I want to resize them. I do think they're a bit big, definitely. So let's do that here. Font size, and I don't know, how about, what did I set them all to up here? 30 pixels, maybe 20 pixels. Refresh. It's not super noticeable, but it did work, but let me just make it really noticeable right away. Background color, magenta. There we go. So every button that comes right after an H2 on the same level, and that's exactly what we have, H2 and then button. Okay, so I'm going to undo that. I don't want magenta, but I'll leave this here so you have a record of it. And now the next selector we'll look at is the direct descendant or direct child combinator. We use the greater than sign, that right angle bracket. I think that's a right angle bracket. I'm not sure which direction you label them by. Anyway, it's a greater than sign. And this is going to select the LIs that are direct children of a div in this case. So not just generic children nested somewhere in a div, but they are the direct descendant, the direct child. So in other words, one level down. If we look at our markup here, what's a good example? I think I'm going to add in an anchor tag in this footer. And I'll do something like this. Content is available under these licenses, and I'm just going to make up a URL, license. Okay. So we have, 5 anchor tags? I think I'm going to move this actually after the nav. We have 5 anchor tags nested in this footer, right? 5 of them are here. I'm going to refresh, just make sure. And they're all getting that red color because of this line here. Any anchor tag in a footer is red, or this color of red. But if I wanted to select this one and single it out specifically, well, it happens to be a direct descendant of the footer. These other ones are nested inside of LIs, inside of a UL, inside of a nav, and then inside of the footer. So I can target this one using the direct descendant selector, footer, and then that greater than bracket, and then anchor tag. And I don't know what I want to do. I guess a different color maybe. Maybe this light greenish blue color. That might be too light there. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it's pretty light, but you can see that it's working. It's a direct descendant of a footer, versus the others are just general descendants. They're nested further down, but they're not direct descendants. So I don't use it all that often, but it definitely does come up, and there are situations where it is very helpful. So I don't want you to write it off. I just want to make it clear that it's not as commonly used as some of the other ones we've seen, like element selector, ID and class selectors, and a generic descendant selector like we have here. Any anchor tag nested anywhere in a footer, any anchor tag that is directly the child, directly descended of a footer or from a footer. Okay, so that's adjacent selector or combinator using the plus sign, and then the direct child selector / combinator using that greater than bracket. The next selector we'll look at is called the attribute selector, and this allows us to select elements based upon some particular attribute. So a really common example is working with input elements, where we've seen the type attribute drastically varies the actual rendered input, whether it's a checkbox, a radio button, a text input, a password input, and so on. If we wanted to select one type of those, in this case I'm selecting all inputs where type is set to text, we use the attribute selector. We use the square brackets, and then inside the attribute name equals something. So we don't really have a great example to select on this page. What I'm going to do is, I guess I'll add in another input type. I'll add a password input perhaps, maybe down at the bottom. I'll do, maybe just up top. I'll probably delete it, but just demonstrate this. So input type equals password, and I'll add placeholder that just says password as well. Okay. So I'll save. There's our beautiful password input. And if I wanted to select just that one and style it differently, maybe change the color of those dots, what I can do is go into my CSS. I'm not going to select all inputs. I mean, I could start there and just say color is, how about green, yellow? Sure. Refresh. And now as I type, oof, that's horrible to read, but you can see we get that green, yellow in there and over here. Maybe you can't see that. It's pretty tough. Very low contrast. But if I instead said input where type equals password, just like that, I need those square brackets. I need type equals password. Now it's only this input or any other password inputs. I just happen to have one, not this one, which is a text input. Okay, so that's one example. You can even do things that are kind of janky and odd, like I could select using any attribute, including something like class. Class is an attribute, so is ID. So I could say every section where class is equal to post. Now, it'd be much easier just to say post, right? But I could do this. Section where class is equal to post, I'll give them a background color of purple. And I'm going to delete this, but I just want to demonstrate that we can select by any attribute. Actually, a better way of doing this, just for the record, if we had this class post applied to multiple different types of elements, so not just sections, but maybe it was on a div or a nav or something else, and I only want to select the sections with that class, I can do this, section dot post. And that's going to select only the sections with the class of post. Anyway, there is more to the attribute selector. It's pretty rare at least in my experience, to use this syntax, but you can use these other versions where instead of just a direct equal sign, which is the most common, you can do things like star equals, which is like a fuzzier matching. So in this case, any anchor tag where the href attribute contains example. So why don't I go back to my index? Let's look at some of our hrefs here. We've got, they all start with this hash sign, but why don't I make one of them? How about instead of puppies, I'll do Google. And then in here, I'll do google.com, maybe www.google.com. And then if I wanted to select just this anchor tag, I personally think this is kind of janky to do it this way, but I can. I could say anchor tags for the href, star equals, and then Google. And I'll give it a different color. How about magenta? Sure. Refresh. And there it is. It gets that magenta color. And none of the other anchor tags do. So that's saying anywhere inside of the anchor tag. I can also do things like this. A $sign equals, which is the href has to end in .org. Now, this is not only for hrefs, by the way. This could be for any attribute. So I could do really weird things like any input where the type attribute starts with the letter T or the letter P or something. I don't know why you would do that, but you can. But most of the time I'm just working with the equal sign, if anything. But there are these other variants, just not as common in my experience. And if you have more questions on this, I wouldn't worry too much, but you can take a look at the MDN documentation. There are a couple of other versions that we did not talk about, and they have examples for all of them. There's also ways to make it case insensitive. So, if I had Google here with a capital G, it's not going to match right now because the attribute href on that anchor tag only has a lowercase g. Okay, so that is using the attribute selector most commonly. I'm using it for things like this, selecting based off of the type attribute to get one type of input, or maybe using an href attribute, but it's not very common that I want to style links differently based upon where they're from. So honestly, just know that it exists. It is important, but nowhere near as commonly used as the other selectors we've seen. So next up, we're going to cover some pseudo classes, which they're kind of modifiers. They're keywords that we add on to the end of a selector that specify a particular state of those selected elements. So this is how we can target things like checkboxes that have been checked, or elements that are being hovered over, or things like every other button. So we're still selecting buttons, but we only want every other, or every fifth, or every 10th. They are modifiers. They're keywords we add on. And notice that they all start with a colon here. That is important. We do need to add that colon to signify we're using a pseudo class. And why don't we start with one of the most commonly used ones, which is hover. So hover is going to modify our selection. Here we're selecting all anchor tags, and then this is saying all anchor tags when they are in the special state of being hovered over. So this is how we can make an effect like that right there. It's super common when you hover over something to have some sort of different behavior, or just a different, behavior is the wrong term, but a different visual representation to show you that you can interact with it. It's all over the place with anchor tags, that button right there, sign in button. Is there anything else? All of that. That's all done with hover. So why don't we work on maybe our buttons, the anchor tags. We could do the anchor tags first. No, let's do the buttons first. So when we hover over one of these vote buttons, let's have it change colors. And maybe we'll have it get dark red. So that will be button hover. And we'll go with background color is this reddish color. And then let's give it the text color of this light white right there. Just using VS Code's autocomplete. It's giving me the colors that I've used in this document already. It's really nice. Nice little preview. Okay. So I'll go back. I'll refresh. We don't see anything. Now I hover. Hey, it's working. So only when we're hovering. That will apply to all buttons. But you might be noticing with this button here, it's not working. Now, we're going to talk about why in a couple videos soon in this section. It has to do with something called specificity in CSS. It technically is being applied to this element, but it's losing the battle to the ID selector, which is making this dark blue. Anyway, we'll come back to that. So I can hover and they change. I can also get more specific, and instead of saying all buttons, I could say a button inside of a post. So I would just write the selector to do that. A button inside of post, and then when you hover over that button, just like that. So I'll just revise it here, dot post, button hover. When you hover over a button inside of a post, which is something with the class of post, it still works, but these other ones are unaffected. So hover, very common. We could do the same thing for anchor tags. I could make all anchor tags behave differently, give them a different color, or change their text decoration. I don't know how that would look, but we could try it. Anchor tag, hover, text decoration. How about overline? Refresh. And there, that's horrible. I'm not going to keep that, but it is working. We've got a hover effect. Or we could instead, we could remove the text decoration from all anchor tags. Or how about all anchor tags instead of a post? Text decoration, none. So they don't have that underline. And then when you hover, we'll add the underline in. But we should make those anchor tags a little bit, I think maybe just bolding them. So font weight, 700 to make them bolder, so you know there's something there. And then when you hover, we'll set text decoration to underline. And now hover, and we get that underline effect. Okay, so I think that's slightly nicer, but totally up to you. And we're only doing this currently to, well, this is actually all anchor tags we're doing that to. We should say anchor tags instead of a post. We shouldn't notice much of a difference. All right, so we have other pseudo classes, including things like active. Active represents something that is currently being activated. I don't know if they have any good examples here. Here's one. So when I hover, we get one state, and then I'm going to click but not release. You can see it turned red. Or on a button, that's pretty common, where you're clicking on the button, it's active. You can give it a different color or different states. So it's red, and then when I click, why don't I make it, I don't know, what's a different color? How about something totally different? We'll make it this bright green color. Sure, that one right there. So I'll just do button, active, and then background color will be that color right there. And I'm going to specify inside of the post class, just like we did there, right there. Okay, so I'm going to hover, it's red, I'm going to click, it's active, and it turns green. Now I release, we go back to hovering, and now I leave, we're no longer hovering. So I can combine them as you've seen here. This is a class selector with an element selector with the descendant combinator and the active pseudo class. So we have some others. We've got checked. I won't necessarily show this in an example, but this is how you can select any radio buttons or checkboxes that are checked. So not unchecked, right? You can see there the styles here are saying any input with type of checkbox where it's actually checked, or any input with type of radio where it's checked. You can see it's checked. We get that text. This is checked. It changes color. As soon as I uncheck or switch, in the case of a radio button, it changes color, and those styles are applying. So that's checked. And then one more I'll show you right now is nth of type. Nth of type helps us select based upon position in a group of siblings. So if I had a bunch of, we've got 4 links here, but if I had a bunch of them, or maybe if I had a whole lot of these posts here, so maybe I'll just duplicate my posts. I'm just going to duplicate all of this. So I'll get like 6 sections or maybe even 9. Just paste it in there. If I wanted to do something to every other one or every 5th or something like that, I can use nth of type. So I'll just start by selecting those. They're the class of post, and I can give them a background color. Let's do a slightly different background color. So this is, what color are you? This color. Let's put this in a color picker. I'm just going to paste it into Google. With that hash symbol there, is it really a greenish color? Wow, I guess, yeah, it is. And then I'm just going to darken it ever so slightly. I'm just going to drag it down. That's one option. Once we talk about things like RGBA colors and HSL colors, that's another option. But I'm just going to copy this new color right there. It's just slightly darker. So every other post, I want to have this darker color. Right now, that's not going to be the case. Every post gets darker, as you can see right there. It's not particularly nice looking. Okay, so in order to do things like every other, I'm going to use nth, so it's a pseudo selector, nth, or pseudo class rather, of type. And then this one's a bit different. I need to specify that n. So if I do something like nth of type 3 and refresh, I'm now selecting the third of these post classes. So it's not every third in a row, right? So it's not counting by 3s. It's just the third one. But if I use this syntax, 3n, this will get me every third. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if I want every even number, every other, I could do 2n. And there we go. I don't know if I really like how that looks, to be honest, but I'll leave it there. That's nth of type. And I think that's good enough for pseudo classes at the moment. There is a more comprehensive list on MDN, so we have quite a few of them. You can do things as granular as changing an element's styles when the placeholder text is shown, right? So we've got placeholder text there, and I could style it one way, and now when I click and type, it goes away. We could have different styles. There are things like first of type and last of type. I think that's enough for now. That is pseudo classes. Next up, something kind of similar sounding, pseudo elements. All right, so we just covered pseudo classes. Now it's time for pseudo elements. A lot of people confuse these, and honestly, it doesn't really matter terminology wise, but they are distinct concepts. So pseudo elements are also things that we add on, sort of like modifiers to our selectors, but they are going to select a particular part of the selected elements. So we can style things like the first letter or the first line of some elements. There are nowhere near as many. I'm looking at MDN at pseudo elements. If you remember, there were quite a few pseudo classes. And also, if you look at these ones that have that little flask next to them, they're experimental and they should not be used in production code, is what MDN tells us. So that really cuts it down. There's only a handful of them. And generally, we use 2 semicolons to indicate a pseudo element. However, most browsers don't actually care. You could use 1. Let's take a look at first letter. First letter is how we can select the first letter of some selection. So I could select the first letter of every paragraph or of every, span or something, and this is what we would end up with. So I'll try an example. Let's do the first letter of every H2 maybe in one of these titles. So that's an H2 inside of a post. I think we only have H2s in posts anyway. So I could do first dash letter. And let's make it bigger maybe. Font size. I don't actually know what font size they are right now, but sure. It's not that beautiful, but we can do that. And that's first letter of every H2 on the page. And before I forget, I'll just show you, if we leave off that second semicolon, it still works even though there's supposed to be 2 of them. Chrome is able to figure it out. So a lot of people do mix those up. They'll even use 2 semicolons for pseudo classes, which you're not really supposed to. But they all work, at least in Chrome. So I'm not saying you shouldn't care, but just you should know that some people do mix them up. So that's first letter. We also have things like first line. It does kind of what it sounds like. The first line of some, I don't really have much to do that on, but the first line of a paragraph. If I had a bunch of paragraphs in here, let's just add a paragraph with a bunch of lorem ipsum, lorem times 10. All right, and then I'll select paragraph, first, I already forgot my 2 semicolons there, first line. And let's go with a different color maybe. How about the first line will be purple. Refresh, and there you go. The first line of text, all of that is purple. And then one more we'll take a look at is selection. So this is going to apply to any part of the document that we have highlighted. It doesn't have to be any part of the document, but any part of some selected elements. As you can see here, we can change that style. And that's using the selection pseudo elements. So where would I want to do that? We'll just play around with this paragraph. So when you select that paragraph, selection, how about a background color of maybe just one of these colors? Let's pick a really nice bright one, maybe that yellow right there. Sure. Let's see what that looks like. So now we get this yellow selection. So I could also, if I wanted to apply this to the entire document, I could do that. And now everything I select is going to have that yellowish color. Or I could narrow it down like I did originally. So that is selection, first line, first letter. Those are examples of pseudo elements. We're selecting particular pieces, actual things on the page, rather than pseudo classes, which are states. If something's being hovered or active or checked, pseudo elements are things or parts of an element we're selecting. So that's it for our brief intro to pseudo elements. If you are the adventurous type, you could take a look at before and after. They are pretty interesting, somewhat useful pseudo elements. Do not feel like you need to go learn them right now. You've got a lot on your plate if this is all brand new to you, but I would be remiss if I ignored them entirely. So if you're curious, take a look, and that's it. I'm going away. Bye. In this video, we're going to talk about the cascade. Remember that CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. We're now going to revisit that cascading part. It's actually very simple. All that it refers to is the fact that the order our styles are declared in actually matters. Think of a cascade going down, starting at the top of our styles all the way down to the bottom of a style sheet or onto the next style sheet. The order matters, and the order that things are encountered in is going to be reflected in what you see in the browser. So if there is, in this case, 2 conflicting styles, two H1 styles, one is red, the other is purple, it's going to be set to red first, but then, thanks to the cascade, it will actually be set to purple instead. So we could see some simple examples of this, right? I'm making H1s and H2s this color here. I could then afterwards, anywhere on here, say actually H1s and H2s are actually going to have a color of yellow. And I'll refresh, and they do. That order matters. And that order also matters if we have more than one style sheet. So if I had another style sheet here, just call this more styles.css, and I include that link more styles.css, and then in here I'll do something like all H1s and H2s actually have a color of about olive drab, just like that. The order matters here. The browser will encounter all of these styles first, one after the other, just going down the page, and then it gets to the next link, which is this style sheet. So it goes here and it encounters these, and it's going to overwrite what it had earlier. So originally all H1s were supposed to have this bluish color, and then actually scratch that, they're supposed to be yellow, and then actually now they're supposed to be olive drab. So if I refresh, there we go, we're getting that olive drab color. So that order matters, and if I had moved that in front and I refresh, now they're set to yellow. Okay, so I'm going to undo that anyway. I don't really want that. But this is just a very important, hopefully easy to understand topic in CSS. The order things are declared in does matter. But there's a more important topic we have to cover next, which is specificity. Next up, what happens when we have conflicting styles that are targeting the exact same element or elements? Well, we already talked about how order matters. So in this case, if H1, that's our main selector, just all H1s, we want them red, and then later on, all H1s, we want them purple. Well, they're basically the exact same selector. They are the same selector, so it just comes down to order. But what if we have different selectors? This is where specificity comes in. Specificity is how the browser decides which rules to apply when there's a conflict. So we have a couple examples of this, actually. I'm going to undo this hideous yellow color and go back to this. Okay, so at the moment, I have my buttons here inside of a post. I gave them this background color when we hover, if I can find that, right here. They get this red color when I hover. But maybe I decide I want all buttons to have maybe an orange or a green color when I hover. So it doesn't matter really where, but I'll do it at the bottom just to be safe. Button, hover, background, color, and I'll do olive. Just like that. And I'm going to refresh. Nothing, well, I shouldn't say nothing happens, but they stay red. Nothing here, but this one turns green. Why is that happening? It's kind of odd. And what if I do something else, like I set font size to be very small on any button that we hover over, 10 pixels. Let's see what happens. So that does work, but the color is only working on this button. It's turning green, but every button is changing size when I hover. So what's going on here? Well, it all has to do with specificity. There's a conflict where I have more than one style that is applying or that could apply to the same elements. So let's take a look at what is competing. So in the case of these buttons right here, inside of a post, we've got this right here. I'm just going to move it down so we can group them together. We've got these two conflicting, where I have a button inside of something with the class of post. When that button's being hovered, make it red, versus here, any button on the page, when it's hovered, make it green. So both of these could apply to the same elements. And if I get rid of this style, right, we'll see that these do turn green, just like this button. But when this applies, the red wins out. So in situations like this, the browser actually does a calculation. It measures how specific a given selector is, and the more specific that a selector is, it will win. It will beat out competing selectors. So here, this is calculated to be more specific than this. Now there's an actual calculation. You don't really need to know how to do it. You don't need to know, the exact math behind it, but you can generally get a feeling for it. I mean, something like this right here. We've got an element selector, just all paragraphs, make them yellow. And then here, an element selector plus another element selector. Make all paragraphs inside of a section teal. So if you just look at it, this seems more specific, right? We have 2 times the number of element selectors, and indeed it is more specific. But it's not that simple. This is the general formula you should remember. An ID is extremely specific, and it will beat out any number of class selectors. And class selectors are pretty specific, and they'll beat out any number of element selectors. So if you actually wanted to do the math or know the formula, it looks like this. Imagine 3 digits arranged left to right. ID selectors are our score goes over here. Any class, attribute, or pseudo-class selectors go here, and any element and pseudo-element selectors go here. So we total up the number. Let's start here. Total up the number of element and pseudo-element selectors. Well, 1, 2. So we put 2 right there. And our total specificity score, we read it from left to right, would just be 2. Now here's another example. If we have an ID, we put 1 right here. Or if we had 2 IDs being used, we would put 2 there. And then we read it from left to right, and we get 100 as a score. So you can see that these count for 100 times more than a single element selector, or a class selector counts for 10 times more. So if we were comparing these two, this selector is far more specific. Here's another example. In this selector, we have all anchor tags with a class of active nested inside of a nav element. So that is 2 element selectors, 1, 2. We put a 2 there, and 1 class selector. Once again, this is not something you need to be able to do on your own, but you should be able to quickly recognize that an ID beats out a class, and a class beats out element selectors. And if you have a tie, more element selectors, like 6, if you ever had that, is better than just 1 element selector, or more specific rather, it's not better. And if you ever are confused and you want to learn more, there are tools like this one I'll include as a link, Specificity Calculator. We can take these 2 styles here. So we've got this one, or these two selectors, button, hover, nested inside of a post class, paste that in, and then take this one, just button, hover, put that there, and we see the difference in specificity. This one has a single pseudo class, hover, and a single element selector, so we get 11 as the score. And this one has a score of 21 because it has another class or pseudo class selector. So post and hover are both in this category. We read this top to bottom, 21 versus 11. This wins. Now that's only going to apply when we have a conflict. So background color here, there's a conflict. Which one wins? The more specific, which is this red one. But then font size still applies. It's just there's no conflict, so they're all going to be 10 pixels when we hover. But then we still have this one up top, right here, that's working, but this one is not changing color. I'm going to get rid of this font size, it's obnoxious. But this one here, sign up, when I hover, nothing appears to happen. Why is that happening? Well, let's look at how we made that one dark blue. If we inspect it, you'll see that we gave it a background color using an ID selector. And an ID selector is very specific, as we know. Here it is. So we have our ID selector sign up. And that is going to be, if we go to our calculator, and I just put that in here, sign up, a score of 100. So it's way more specific than what we have here. So this will win. And that's exactly what's happening. The background color is being set to this dark blue color, as we see right there. It doesn't matter, this other style that's supposed to apply when I hover, it doesn't apply because the selector is not specific enough to win. Now, another thing you should know is that this is not a normal number system, a decimal system where, if you had 10 classes, it would equal 1 ID. I could continue to add on elements. I'll just do an example here, right? And it's just going to keep adding them into that one number here. So I could have 29 element selectors, and it's never more specific than a single class. So it's not the same as a typical number system. So you might think that this is 28 versus 10. It's not quite that simple. It's 28 of element selectors, but 1 class selector that is still more specific, is higher priority. So specificity is something that it will come up a lot. If you're dealing with CSS, you'll find that you have things that aren't necessarily applying when you expect them to. You're not sure why something's not applying, and the DevTools can help with this, and I'll actually show that in the next video. In this video, I'd like to quickly talk about some of the CSS DevTools that are built into Chrome that are very useful. So we've already seen that we can right-click on an element and go to Inspect, and we've got our HTML element nav or element inspector up top. I can navigate through them. I can open, expand things. But I also get this CSS down here. So if I'm not sure why something is applying or not applying, I can select that element. So how about this right here? I've got these two, or these H2s. I select one, and then I can see the styles here. And I can see that they are set to olive drab. But why is this blue color here and it's being crossed off? Well, that's showing me that yes, this could be applying, or it could apply, but it is not winning in the specificity battle. So for whatever reason, maybe it's order, maybe it's less specific, this style is not being added. It's not being applied to this H2. And if we look, right, this is something we did earlier. I set them to be olive drab in my second style sheet, and I set them to be blue, wherever that is, in my first style sheet. And if we look at the order, first one and then second one. So they're going to be blue first, and then they're overwritten to be green. And if I wanted to see what they looked like, I could uncheck that, and you'll see they go back to blue. But that's not changing anything outside of this one window. My style sheet is unchanged. If I refresh the page, I lose that, but it does let me play around. So I also can do things like tweak the color here. I could put my own color in here. I also get a color picker. If I click on it, I now can look at different colors. I can play around with colors and see the hex code there. Once again, it's not updating my HTML, but it is very useful. And I can also add things in here, like maybe I want them to be larger. Font size, 30 pixels. I can do that inline in the browser just to play around and see what things look like, toggle them on and off. You'll also see down below some of the default styles that we get from Chrome. So for example, every H2 has font weight of bold, but I could change that and say font weight normal. And there we go. It's no longer bolded. I refresh, everything goes back to normal. So those dev tools can be very useful, especially when something is not applying the way you expect. Here we can see, I've got this button. All buttons have a background color of this light blue color that you can see right there, if I don't hover, that light blue. But this one has an ID, and so its background color is this dark blue. But if that ID selector were not there, it would be light blue. You can see that specificity battle happening right there. This is more specific than this. So this is crossed off. That's Chrome's way of telling us this does not apply because of specificity or order or some other reason. So that's all I want to mention with the Chrome DevTools. Super useful. There's more to CSS. I mean, if you have a ton of styles, there's a lot that you can do in here. You can search and filter. Also, if you're trying to figure out what's going on with hover state, right? So why is this turning red and this is green and this is, let's say, why is this not turning green? Let's start with that. If you toggle this, force element state to be hover, and I'm going to do it not just on that button, but let's do it on this button here. So I select that button. Once again, click, select, force to be hover, and then we look at the styles. You can see our selectors now, button hover, it does have that red background. This green is not being applied because it's less specific than this one here that also has a class selector. So these dev tools are super useful. Make sure you get comfortable using them. Just practice, play around with them, and you'll honestly find a lot of situations where you have no choice but to use them anyway, or else you go crazy. So highly recommended. Chrome DevTools, CSS, bye. To wrap up our discussion around specificity, there are two other things I need to mention. The first is inline styles, which are actually more specific than IDs and classes and elements. They are the most specific thing we've seen yet, and that's one of the reasons that almost nobody recommends, I don't think anybody recommends you use them, and almost nobody uses them. But remember, they are a valid way of styling an element. So for example, I've got an ID on this button, and I have the color set to white through that ID selector right here. It's white-ish. But if I added an inline style on that button, which is right here, I could do something like style equals, and then color is actually what's really obvious. How about coral? Sure. Just like that, and I refresh, you'll see that the text is indeed coral. It doesn't matter that there's an ID that we have used to select and set the color, because IDs are less specific than inline styles. So generally avoid inline styles. They can lead to confusion. The fact that they are separate from your actual style sheets is extra confusing because, I may not know that I actually set this style here when everything else is set in my CSS. So avoid that. And then the next other topic that I have not yet mentioned is something called importance. The important rule is something that we can use on individual style declarations. It is generally something you should now use. I don't recommend you use it, but you should know about it because you may see it, and there could be a time where it makes sense to use it. But here's what I will do. When you assign a declaration, a style declaration, as important, let's see, as you can see right here, you put it after some property. So color, red, or firebrick, important. It's exclamation point important. What that is going to do is signal to the browser that this should be the most specific possible thing, and it should override any other declarations. So technically, as you can see here, it has nothing to do with specificity, but it is, you can think of it as super specific. It's actually an exception outside of the model here. It's not like there's a calculation for important. It just wins automatically. So I'll show you an example of that. Why don't we take a look at the same button that has this ID that is making it dark blue. And instead of setting the background color to be blue here in the ID, I'll just do a generic button selector. And I'm going to give it a background color of magenta, just super obvious, right? And we only see that take effect on these buttons that don't have any more specific selectors targeting them to set that background color. But this one does. Its background color is set through an ID selector. But if I simply add on important right here, important, just like that, and refresh, now this one also has a magenta background color. So I'm kind of throwing a wrench in the whole system. I'm messing everything up by using important. Now, there are maybe some situations, like I said, where it might come in handy if you're working with styles that somebody else wrote, like an external library or a tool that you don't necessarily have control over, and you're trying to change or override something. You can use important, but generally, I don't think I've ever used it. I mean, not in the last couple of years. I haven't had a situation where I've needed it, but you should know about it. So two things that are kind of bad ideas to use. One is inline styles. The other is the important declaration, which will just ignore specificity and just make something win automatically. So both of them are there. They are things. You should know about them. And more importantly, you should know not to use them. Next up, one pretty quick topic, which is CSS inheritance. It's something that we've actually seen in practice, even if we haven't explicitly called it out yet. It's just the fact that some CSS properties will be inherited by child elements if they're not set on that element specifically. So I'll show you what I mean in this new demo that I've made. It's nothing fancy. It's just some basic HTML, no styles yet. It's in a new folder. I called it Inheritance Demo, if you want to follow along with the code. So we've got the body, an H1, and then a section that has an H2 and 2 paragraphs, and then another section with another H2 and a form with a label, input, and button. Okay, so if I go to my app.css, which I've already included, it's empty, and if I give the body a color, let's start with color, just text color. So color is, let's do purple, just like that. What do you expect to see when I refresh here? The body element itself has no text directly inside of it like this, but it has a bunch of elements. Given that this video is on inheritance, you may have gathered that these elements will inherit that purple color if we have not explicitly set a color on them. So if I, style an H1 and I give it a color, of course, we've already seen this color. How about blue here? That H1 is blue. So that is not inherited from a parent. That is set specifically on the H1. And if I open up my DevTools here, go to Elements, and we look at, how about this section here, maybe that H2 right there. If you want to know where that purple color is coming from, we don't see color purple set anywhere here on H2. But if we scroll down, inherited from body, color purple. So that's how the DevTools handle inherited properties. You can play with them. You can change those colors. You could do teal instead and see what happens. So inheritance continues to work. Let's say I take each section and I give them a color. How about aqua? Just like that. We look at our markup. We have two sections. Here's one and here's another. So they have content inside of them. And let's just refresh and you'll see what happens. The H1 still has no color set on it explicitly. I removed that blue color, so it inherits purple from the body. And then these elements don't have a color set explicitly, so they inherit from the closest parent that does have a color set. So they could inherit purple from the body, but there's a closer element, the section here, and this section, that has a color set on it. So I could do one more level, right? I could set this form to have a color. Form, color will be, how about a green color? Like green-yellow, sure. And I'm going to refresh, and you'll see that this label does inherit that color, but these two elements don't, the two form controls. So we have a text input, and we have, well, actually, just to demonstrate for sure that the color is not inherited there, this is placeholder, which is different, but here's text. This is what would change if the color was green. And this button doesn't change either. Oh no, I submitted my form. So why is that happening? Well, certain elements don't inherit things by default. And if you want them to, there is a workaround. It's not that common to do this, but I could select my button, just as an example, and I can set the color property to the keyword inherit. And I can actually do this for any property. I can set it to inherit. And if I refresh, oof, it's a little horrible to look at, but it does inherit that color. And I could do the same thing for this input. Input, that's all inputs. Set that color to green, and there we go. Well, I'm not setting it to green. I'm setting it to inherit from whatever the nearest parent is that has a color. So if I got rid of this, what color are they going to be now? Well, they're in a section, so they're going to have that aqua color. And if I got rid of that, they're going to inherit from the body, because everything's in the body. So not every element will inherit every property. As we just saw, for color on a button and input, we had to explicitly set color to inherit. Not super common, but I just wanted to show you that you can. Also, not every single property on Earth will be inherited anyway. Some of them are not inheritable. If you take a look at any property on MDN, we haven't actually covered border yet, but it does what it sounds like. It makes a border on elements. And if you scroll down, there's always this blue little box here of additional information or special, properties. And if you look for inherited, it says no for border. But if we look at another property like color and we scroll down, where are you? Here we are, inherited, yes. So if you ever have questions, you can look at that, but you'll also just figure it out over time that certain elements or certain properties are inheritable and others aren't. That's all I want to say for now. Just a quick demonstration. Okay, so that's inheritance. Today is day 6,799 of teaching CSS in this course. I'm still alive, very thirsty. Haven't had anything to eat in at least 10 days. Whenever the last full moon was, I've lost track of time out here alone. I guess that's supposed to be funny or quirky or something, who knows. Anyway, we're still talking about CSS. We're in the middle of a large CSS island. We've got a lot of content about this topic. In this section, we're going to talk about another pretty fundamental aspect of CSS, something called the box model, which really consists of four different properties. Well, a couple more than four, but four key properties that work together to form something called the box model. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Those properties are border, crucial to understand how border works, padding, also very important, margin, very important, width and height. All of those, very, very important to work with and to be able to explain, but also use on your own. One that is not as important, it has border in the name, but I'm going to put it in nice to have, is border radius. It just allows you to change the curvature of the corners. So you can see here, right, this isn't a straight 90-degree box or an angle. There's a nice little corner there, or a rounded corner. That's thanks to border radius. Anyway, I'm not supposed to be teaching you in these videos. I'm supposed to explain what matters. So these are definitely crucial. Box model is simple enough, honestly, but yeah, it's not crucial. Then we have two other yellow cards. Two yellow cards makes a red card in soccer, but not here because I make the rules up. Display property is going to be crucial. The reason it's yellow, just a single property display, but it's yellow because it actually impacts how some of these properties behave. So in that video, it's not as simple as me just saying, here's this one property and here are some values. I also have to explain how those values impact other properties. And then another very important topic we cover at least we start to cover, are units, different CSS units. We've talked about pixels before. Now we talk more about some other units, percentages, ems, rems. So it's a little bit of a longer topic because it's important and there are different units, and we still only touch a small subset of the units that are available in CSS, but it is yellow because it's more complex in some of these other topics. So yeah, unfortunately this section has a lot of important things, very crucial. I recognize, this video is not all that helpful if I just say everything matters. But, well, as my stepmother used to say, it is what it is. So annoying. It's a horrible phrase. All right, so we're going to begin with a discussion around the box model. The box model is basically just the idea that everything in CSS is a box, and those boxes have a couple of different properties. If we look at any web page, this one, for example, on MDN, and I open up my DevTools here, and you've seen this definitely before. As I hover, you can see there's a box around pretty much everything, even things that don't necessarily look like a rectangle. Let's see if I can find an example here. How about one of these icons down here, the Twitter icon? If I hover, we can see there's a box around that, even though it's not actually a box, the thing that's being displayed. But in the mind of the browser, everything is treated as a box, or it has a box around it. And each box has a couple of different properties. You can actually see different colors, right? You can see blue, you can see green, and you can see an orange color. And those each indicate something from the DevTools. So that's just how Chrome displays it. But that shows us that there are different components or different pieces. And in this diagram over here, we can see the core pieces. We have an inner content box where the actual content in an element is, like the text in a paragraph. Then we have something called padding, we have a border, and then we have something called margin. So we're going to talk about all of these different properties because they're essential in laying out our contents, in changing the size of our content, the appearance, the border, the spacing. So we need to understand all of them. And we're going to begin with two that control that inner content box, width and height. So width and height are relatively simple. They do exactly what they sound like. They'll set the width of an element or the height of an element. Now, technically, if we go and read the MDN page for one of them, width, for example, it says by default, it sets the width of the content area. But there's this other property we're going to cover later called box sizing. And if you change it to border box, it will set the width of the border area. Let's ignore that for now. For now, in our box model, in this world, width and height control this part of your element, the inner content area. So I have a new HTML document. It's empty. It looks like this. Beautiful. I'm going to add in, I guess we'll just do divs because we're not really, let's see. Yeah, let's do some lorem ipsum text in there. Lorem, just like that. I'll duplicate that. Maybe 3 of them. 3 divs. So there they are. 3 divs. Beautiful. And good enough for now. If I inspect this and we look at one of these divs, that blue area right there is the content box itself. It looks like currently it's 859 pixels wide. I don't know if you can see it disappeared, but there's a number there, 859. It's actually just taking up the width of the page, as much of the available space that it can. But I can change that, and I can say each div in my CSS has a width of 200 pixels to start. Now there are lots of units that we can use here. We still haven't covered things like ems and rems and percentages, but I'm going to use pixels for now until we cover those other units. Now I'm going to refresh. And you can see immediately that these divs are definitely nowhere near as wide or as long. But if I hover over them, you can see that blue area. Don't worry about that orange for now. That blue area right there is the content box. We set the width on it. We restricted it to 200 pixels. So now the content takes up that much space. Or it may take up less space if we had, one word in a div, but that is the width of the content area. So I can do the same thing for the height. I can set a height. How about, let's do something shorter, like 100 pixels and see what happens. And there we go. They're smashing into each other, as you can see. Each div is restricted to be 200 by 100. That's at least the inner content area. But I'll probably do maybe a square, 200 by 200. Okay, so now we have this dead space or just empty space where there's no text, but the width has been set, or the height has been set explicitly, and the width to 200 by 200. So that's width and height. If I give them a background color, we'll do something like background color. I'm going to steal from one of these trendy color palettes, maybe that color right there. Put that in there. You can see that that background color now only goes in that content area, at least with what we have right now. It doesn't go all the way across the page like it would if I hadn't set that, right? We've seen this before, or on an H1, for example, if I have one of those in here, H1, hello, and I give my H1 a background color of pink. That background color goes all the way across, as we can see right there. Even though our text doesn't take up a lot of space, the width of the element goes all the way across. Now I could change that. Width is 100 pixels, a very skinny H1. And now that background color does not go all the way across. Okay, so that's width and height. As I mentioned earlier, there is this caveat we need to come back and talk about with border sizing, or border box and box sizing. And we have to talk about different unit types. But all of these values control the width of that box. And the same thing goes for height. All right, so that was width and height. Next up, we're going to talk about border. Now, border is actually, well, there is a border property, but there are also dozens of border-related properties because there are different pieces that we can control: the thickness, the style, the color, and then we can do that for the left, the right, the top, the bottom. Plus, we can do things like rounding the corners. There's quite a bit that we can do. So we're going to take it slow, but obviously a border, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I think border is one of the more obvious one of these properties for the box model. It is the border around an element. We see borders all over the place. This is MDN. If we take a look at, this right here, that search box has a border around it. It has rounded corners, but it is a border. Right here, we've got a border around this element, or this, whatever this is, a div, a nav, and a side, and then likely a top border that is different. Same thing here. We've got a blue border around each one of these little items and a thicker left side. So we can control all of that. We can get quite granular. Here, I assume, is a left border, a thick left border, and no border on the top, right, or bottom. Long story short, borders are all over the place. They're an important part of making, first of all, a nice looking website, but also they play an important role in making it clear what certain things do, or bringing attention to certain elements. We can change the border, for example, as I hover, and that makes it very clear that I'm doing something when I click, or that this is clickable or selectable, right? I can interact. Okay, so the main properties you need to understand, the first three are border width, border color, and border style. I don't know if I went overboard making this diagram. It's not very intuitive, but I'm showing that border width controls the thickness. We have border color, it controls the color, and then border style controls the line style. So that can be dashed or dotted, solid. There's a couple others. Most of the time I'm just dealing with a solid border, but I'll show you all the possible options. So if we want to add a border to one of our elements, I think I'm going to start by making these just have a different color, just quickly. So I'm going to give them each div an ID just to make them easy to target. So ID equals 2. This is not really a good strategy if you were trying to style these in the real world. I mean, you could, but I'm just doing it to make it very clear here. So we'll have background color there. We'll have 2. We'll have its own background color as well. I'll use this background color for 1. They'll all be 200 by 200. And then 3, we'll have this darker color, I guess. Is that right? Sure. So background color on 3. And I'm just doing this to make them distinct, because right now we can't exactly tell where one ends and the next begins. Okay, so those are our 3 elements, 3 divs. Now what I'm going to do is add on a border. So I'll just do it on the top one maybe. I'll set border width to be some number of pixels. Now we can use other units, but pixels are commonly used for borders because generally a border is going to be small and it's going to stay roughly the same size. So pixels are a pretty good unit to use. So I'll do something like maybe 5 pixels, a pretty thick border, and we don't see anything. Well, that's because we haven't set a color and we haven't set a style. So that next property is border color, And there's no order here. You don't have to do with and then color. But let's start with black. Do we see anything? Nope. And that's because we're missing border style. And border style, I'm just going to start with solid. But we do have other options. And finally, I have my border. Alrighty. So a couple of things. You can see the border here. It goes right up against our content, up against this pinkish salmon-y color background, whatever you want to call that. And then it's 5 pixels wide. So that means 5 pixels here, 5 pixels here. So it's shifted over 10 pixels. You can see that difference right there compared to the one below it. This element is no longer 200 pixels wide by 200 pixels tall. It's 210 by 210 because our border is 5 pixels on either side. And if you look right here, I'll hover again, you can see that Chrome tells us 210 by 210. Now we can actually change this if we wanted to. I'll just show this very, very briefly. We have a property called box sizing. If I set it to border box, now the width of our element is actually going to go from border to border. So from the outside edge to the outside edge of the entire element. So what that means is, if I refresh, this element, when I say it's 200 pixels wide, it's going to be exactly 200 pixels. And if I have a border, that's actually going to subtract from that 200 pixels. So we end up with, 5 pixels, and then this pink area would be 190. Versus when I get rid of that, the width that we set, 200 pixels, corresponds to the width of our content on the inside, and then the border is added on top, so it actually grows. So 2 different models that you can use. It really depends. Sometimes this is easier because you can set the width of the entire element, including the border. Anyway, so that's the first little bit of border. Let's play around with a couple other things. Let's give a different border to the second element. So border, let's do border color of, how about, let's steal one of these colors again. How about a very light border there? It's not that light, is it? But we'll steal that. Border width will be 3 pixels, and border style this time will be something else. And I'll show you some examples of what we can do with border style. You can have a dotted border, an inset border, which I guess is supposed to look like an inset box. We can have a dashed border. And you can actually have more than one style at once. If you can see this here, you can have dashed and then solid. This will do the top and bottom, and then the left and right. Or we can do something like this. We can have 4, where we set the top, and then the right, and then the bottom, and then the left. Honestly, very rare that you need to do that, but you do have that option. I should just show it to you. But here are the ones that we can use. I'll do a dashed border. So let's try that. Border style dashed. I'll go back to my code, refresh. Ooh, that is just so hideous. But there's my dashed border, and it's 3 pixels on each side. Is that what I said? Yes. Okay. So we can also do things like set the border left color to be different. So we have all of these properties, color, width, and style, or border color, border width, and border style, with variants for each side. Border left color, border left width, and border left style, and for right, top, and bottom as well. But I'll just change the color of the left one maybe, or how about the thickness maybe? Border left width will be 8 pixels. We're not going for beauty, but you can see we do get that thicker border there. All right, so now what I'll show you is what you'll most commonly encounter, which is the border shorthand. It's a single property that can be used to set the border width, the border color, and the border style in one go. So it's just border, and then typically I provide a thickness, I provide the style and the color in one go. You can also provide just one of those at a time, or you can provide all of them, but that's what I like to do. Always reference the docs if you have questions about the order of things, but width, style, and then color. So we provide those 3 in a row. Now this is a pattern, this idea of a shorthand property, which will set multiple other properties in one go. Border is just one example. We'll see some others, but let's just start with border. So if I wanted to add a 4 pixel dotted border, it's going to be ugly, and I want it to be, black, sure, or white. Let's do white on this one. We'll do black. Okay, if that's what I want, I can simply set border, and then first is the thickness. So I said 4 pixels, I think, and then next is the style. So I'll start with solid, And then after that, the color. So 4 pixels solid white. Refresh. It's a bit hard to tell because the background is white, so that was very stupid. Let's do black. There you go. You can see that black border. It's 4 pixels. It's exactly the same if I had done these properties individually, border color, border width, and border style, but it's shorter. And this is definitely what you'll see the most often. And what I like to do is, if I have all sides are going to be black, but then actually one of them is going to be thicker, or one of them is going to be dotted. You can set them all like this, and then afterwards say, okay, border left style will be dotted. So you can come in and update one out of those or two or whatever you need to do if there's a situation where that makes sense. Just as an example, like one of these divs right here or whatever these are, they've got some border, let's say it's 2 pixels blue on these 3 sides, and then the left is thicker. So you could totally do that using this exact same approach. Set them all at once and then make the left one thicker or dotted, something like that. And while we're on the topic of border, one other thing I should mention that is related to border is border radius. Border radius allows us to set the radius of our corners here so we can make more rounded edges. So you can see some examples here. This is setting border radius to be 30 pixels. So you can use a pixel value, though often what I like to use is actually a percentage. And the reason for that, I'll just show you here. Let's make one of them, what should we do? Maybe the bottom one here. These are all going to be pretty ugly looking. But if I set a border radius on here to be something like 10 pixels and I refresh, that applies to all 4 sides and we get slightly rounded corners, which is nice. But if I use a percentage, the percentage will be a percentage of the width of our box and the height of the box, depending on, so it does 2 axes. You can set your border radius, right, to be different, going one direction versus the other. You can have an elliptical corner instead of just a circular corner. Anyway, what I'm going to do is set this to be 50%. Just start with that and you'll see what we end up with. This is a really common approach to make circles. So the content itself is not going to be contained in that, but we could use this to create circular images. And there are ways of getting your content to stay within this. But for now, just wanted to show you can play with border radius to make slightly rounded corners or very rounded corners. You also can do it just for 1 corner or 2 corners. You can see there's a bunch of different options on the MDN. And there's also separate properties like border top left radius, border top right radius, and so on. So you can set them individually, set them all at once, set it with a pixel value, or set it with a percentage. And it's how you can create these nice rounded corners. People use this to make different shapes as well. So if you do it differently on 2 corners versus the other 2, you can end up with these kind of nice looking shapes, some of them at least. But generally, I use it most frequently to either round the corners slightly, to create something like this maybe, or to make actual circles. So that's border. We saw a bunch of border properties: border width, border color, border style, and then we saw the border shorthand, and then we also saw border radius. Really commonly used properties. They'll come up a lot in the rest of the course. So the next piece of the box model we need to cover is padding. Padding is the space between the content, the actual content box, and the border of an element. Think of padding in the real world. If you're shipping something that is fragile, you have the actual content, then you have your box that you're fitting it in, and then in between the two, there's some sort of padding, whether it's styrofoam or bubble wrap or who knows. So just like with border, we have multiple properties to set padding. We have padding left, padding right, padding bottom, padding top, or we have the shorthand property, which is just padding, that will do it all at once. And that's what I tend to use most frequently, but I'll just show padding left, right, top and bottom quickly, and I'll show some examples of padding, by the way. If we take a look at really anything on this page, but how about something like this right here? If we look at this element right here, it's an H3. You can see that it has a background color. Here's the content itself. If I hover, can you see what turns blue? And then what turns green is our padding. And we can see that there is padding. I'll toggle it on and off. Now that space, some of that space at least, goes away. Or here's another example. This element right here, zoom out here, this entire box has content. That is our content in it. Here is the border. There's only one border on the left. But if we had a border all the way around, there would still be a lot of space between that border and the content area. Again, that's the content area in blue. In green is the padding. And I'll change some of that. I just removed the padding on the left. Other elements on this page probably have padding all over the place. Things like this right here. There's padding for sure in this table. You can see there's space between the content in the table, which is in blue, and then the border, which is very thin. It's a white border. There's green padding. Green in the DevTools, not green in the actual browser. Okay, so let's try adding padding to one of these elements. How about we start with our H1 up top? So I'll go to my H1, and I'll give it, how about padding left of 30 pixels? Okay, how about 100 pixels? Great. Let's do padding top as well, just so you can see it. Padding top of maybe 50 pixels. So we are adding space between the border. Now, we don't happen to have a border showing on this piece of content, on this H1, but the border would be all the way around that pink, between the pink and the white. So we have space between the content box, content area, and the actual border. Or let's do another example here with, how about this one maybe? Or the second one? Sure, 2. Let's set some padding. How about padding right 50 pixels? I'll refresh. And now we have space there. So padding is actually really common and very useful. It's just commonly used when you're spacing things out and you want to make something breathe a bit more. Let's find some other examples of padding just very quickly. Here I'm on YouTube, and just this button right here. There is space between the edge of that border, the edge of the button, and the content. There is padding. And I could actually remove all of that if we want to see what that looks like. I'll select that element. Okay, and I'm just going to set padding to be 0. And that's what it would look like without padding. So the same goes for, actually I believe there's padding on each one of these elements. It shows up in green. So there's, I think, 24 pixels of padding right there on every one of these little text, description, title, whatever you want to call them. There's padding around the sign in button. You can see it there. Got to make sure I select the button. And then if I set padding back to 0, there you go, much more cramped button. So yes, padding is used all over the place to add some space and to make things larger without actually making the text inside larger, right? I might want a larger button that takes up more room, but I don't want this text to be any larger. I can add padding to pad it out. Okay, so yes, we have padding top, left, right, and bottom, but we also have the shorthand property called padding, which is used to set all 4 at once. So there are 4 different ways of using it. In the first example, the simplest, padding and then a single value, that value will be applied to all 4 sides. So why don't we use a button as our demonstration here. So I'll add a button, pad me, okay, just like that. And then I'm going to select our button down here, and I'll begin, well, why don't I begin with no padding so you can just see what it looks like. There it is. Now I'm going to give it padding. I'm going to give all buttons padding of 20 pixels. The shorthand padding property will set 20 on the top, left, right, and bottom. So there we go, even padding around on all 4 sides, 20, 20, 20, 20. Then we have the next option, which is to pass in or to provide 2 separate values separated by a space. The first value will be used to set the top and bottom, the vertical padding, and the second will be the left and right. And this is pretty common. So let's just do an example of that. Let's do 10 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. Okay, and now you can see we have more on the left and right, but we still have some on the top and bottom. Also, if you ever want to remove padding or you don't want anything, let's say on the top and bottom, we can just add 0 or use 0. And now we have, kind of like that YouTube button I showed you, padding on the sides to add some more space, but not on top and bottom. Then we have this option, which honestly I pretty much never use, which is 3 values. It's the top padding and then left and right together and then the bottom. Now I think that's just kind of confusing. Why is horizontal together? I'm sure there's a good reason, but I never use this syntax, but it's there. And then we have the 4 separate value syntax. And the order here is top, right, bottom, left. Think of it as going around a clock. Top, right, bottom, left. So this is pretty common to see in the real world. I think it's just the way my brain works. Every time I see it, I have to stop and remind myself, okay, clockwise, top, right, bottom, left. I don't know why. I just can never seem to remember it. But you will see this frequently instead of doing, 4 separate padding left, padding right, padding bottom, and so on. One line, and we could set, how about we do something very obvious, like 10 pixels on top, 20 on the right, 30 on the bottom, and 40 on the left. There we go, smallest, medium, slightly more, and a lot more padding over here. So that's the padding shorthand. Lots of different options. Just keep these in mind. This one's very common to add padding to all sides. This is common to see. So is this one to some extent. This version with 3 values is rarer in my experience. Also, pixels is not the only unit that we can use for padding. We can use any of the units that we've seen so far and many that we haven't seen yet, like ems and rems and percentages. But for now, the property will behave the exact same way no matter what unit you're using. I could replace this if I really wanted to with millimeters for some reason, and it still works. It just is a different length, a different size. It's just very weird to do that. But soon we will see some of these other more useful units. So that's padding. It's the space between an element's content area or content box and its own border. It's internal spacing, like the layer of fat between your muscle and your skin. Okay, goodbye. The remaining piece of the box model we have yet to cover is margin. So margin is the space outside of an element's border, between that element and something else, other elements. So padding is the spacing on the inside of the border, margin is the spacing on the outside. And just like padding, we have the 4 individual properties, margin left, margin right, top and bottom, and we have the shorthand margin property, which works exactly the same way as the shorthand padding. In terms of the syntax, we can provide one value to apply it to all 4 sides. We can apply 4 separate ones. It goes clockwise, so top right, bottom left. We have 2 and 3. It's just margin instead of padding. So if we take a look at some examples, I'm on MDN. We can find margin all over the place. You may not see it right away, but if you inspect and you just get that little, where are you? There we go. Click that, and we start to hover. Anytime you see orange, so there's a little bit right there, or how about further down, right there, that orange is margin. So it looks like this element, is it this H, what are you, an H2? It has margin on top, a significant margin, 60 pixels to add some spacing there. So that space is not on the inside of this border. I think this is a top border. Yes, it is. As you can see right there, border top. So the spacing is on the outside between that border and other elements, which what comes next, that div right there. So that's margin, just one example. In the Chrome DevTools, it shows up as orange. You can also see it here, the little box model DevTools. You can play around with it. I believe you can edit it too. If we wanted more margin on this thing, how about 200 pixels? There we go, a lot more space. So let's play around with it on our elements. Let's pick one of these, perhaps. Well, why don't we start with this H1 actually? I don't know if you can see this. Hopefully you can. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. These elements don't have any spacing between them. They're just divs. But this H1, by default, it actually gets margin. Just like by default, an H1 has a larger font size and it's bolded, it also has margin. So I can remove that. If I just set margin bottom to be 0, if I only want to remove that bottom margin, margin bottom 0, and refresh, and now there's no spacing there. Now we also have margin over here and up top, so I could use the shorthand property of just margin 0. Now we set all 4 sides to 0. Now that still has some space. Where's that space coming from? Well, this is actually something we just haven't gotten to yet, but by default, your body element has some spacing. It has some margin associated with it. It looks like it is 8 pixels by default, but I can set that to be 0. And that's what a lot of people do when they begin a new web page, is set margin to be 0, so that we don't get that extra space and our content goes all the way across. There we go. Now you may not want that all the time. Sometimes you want a margin on your body, but a lot of the time it's useful to get rid of it first, and then you can add in your margin when needed. Otherwise you have that mystery space. Okay, so I got rid of all margin here. Let's now add margin onto this element, which is our, the ID of 1. So I'm going to start with maybe margin left, just as a demo. How about 50 pixels? and it moves over 50 pixels. It has that margin of 50 pixels. Okay, now we also have top, left, right, and bottom. Let's just pick one of them. Margin, how about top will be, actually how about bottom? Margin bottom will be another 50 pixels maybe, or 100 pixels. And we get all of that space right there. Okay, then we also have the shorthand version, which we can use to add margin on all sides at once in a single property. So let's pick maybe our second element here and just set margin to be, how about 200 pixels? Very obvious. That will add 200 pixels of margin, top, right, bottom, and left at the same time. And there we go. You can see we get a lot of margin there. I think that's honestly all I need to show you for now. There is more to be discussed, specifically around, I'll just show you an example. If I have, within this H1, I have a span. Hello, what should I put in here? Maybe a happy face to start. And if I wanted to style this happy face to have some margin, well, first of all, you can see that I've exceeded the width I set. So how about 200 pixels wide for that H1? Okay, so if I wanted to, I don't know, maybe move this thing over to the right, you might think, oh, just select the span and set margin left to be, let's just go with maybe 30 pixels. And that should do it, right? And it does do it. But then what if I wanted to move it down? So I'll set margin top to be 30 pixels. Nothing happens. Why is it not moving up or down? That's something we're going to cover in the next video. We need to talk about a very important property called display. So margin, just to wrap this up, is the space between the outside of an element and other elements. Between the border, even if that border is not visible, there's always a border sort of present in the model. So margin is that space between elements. Padding is between the border on the inside of an element and its content area, and then width and height will control that content area unless we play around with that property that we saw earlier, which is box sizing. We can set it to be border box, and then width and height will actually govern the entire total width and height, and border and padding will be subtracted from that. But with what we've been doing so far, and by default, width and height control this grayed out area. Okay, next up we'll cover another very important property. It is the display property. So early on, like very, very early on, I think maybe the first 15 videos of the course, I showed this slide where I talked about how some elements are inherently, or rather I should say by default, inline, or by default block. So an inline element is going to fit alongside other elements in the same line. So you can see here, the sky in yellow is not pushing everyone else onto a separate line, which is what a block level element does. Now that's not actually the sole difference between the two. Now that we've covered things like margin and padding and width and height, we can further explore the difference. So there is a property called display. And this display property actually does a lot. There are a lot of different possible values, which is why I wrote our first encounter. If you look at display on MDN, these are all the possible different options that we can set display to. So there's a lot of them here. Although a lot of them currently are not fully implemented or have been phased out across different browsers, there's a lot of red here. But still, there's a lot of green too. So we're going to focus just on 3 possible values to start: inline, block, and inline block. It's kind of confusing. Inline, and then block, and then inline dash block. So let's head over to an empty document I've made. I'm in a new folder. I'm just calling it display. There's nothing to look at yet. And I'm going to start by just putting 2 H1s here. I am H1, and then duplicate that. I am also H1. Okay? And as we know, I'm going to refresh. These elements by default, all heading elements, are going to be block level elements. They are not inline. So if I give H1's a background color, background color of, how about pale goldenrod? Sure. And let's give them a border, just a small one, 1 pixel solid black. And I refresh, we can see that the element itself extends, each one of them extends all the way across the available space. So in this case, that's the entire body. So these are block level elements. Headings are. Other elements like paragraphs are by default block level, but we can actually change this behavior. And then we have other elements like, spans. Let's add 2 spans in here. Span, I am span. Let's do another one. I am also span. And let's give each of our spans a background color. How about pale something else, pale turquoise, and a border of 1 pixel solid black as well. We refresh. No surprise, hopefully. Spans by default are inline. They do not take up an entire line of space. They don't push other elements or other content onto a separate line. There's no break, versus the block level elements like H1s. So the display property allows us to change that. For example, on my H1s, I can set display to inline. That word inline is very important here. Take a look at what happens. These previously block level elements are now behaving as inline elements, just like a span. They are bigger. That's just the text size. I could change that. I could set font size to be whatever this is, but ignoring that, they're behaving the same way. They are not breaking onto a new line. They're not taking up all the available space going across the screen. They are inline. And likewise, I can do the same thing. Actually, I guess likewise is not the right term. Unlikewise, I could set all spans to have a display of block. They're currently inline, but I could set them to be block. And there we go. Now, our previously inline spans are taking up an entire line or chunk of content horizontally. This one pushes whatever comes after it onto a new line. It forces a break. They're behaving as block level elements. So the reason I'm introducing this right now, I'm skipping inline block for just a moment. The reason I'm introducing it now is because of how inline and block level elements behave with margin and padding and width and height. So I'm going to make another example here. Just get rid of this. We don't really need it for now. I'm going to make a paragraph with a bunch of lorem ipsum text in here. So let's do something like lorem times 10. That might be a bit much. And then I'm just going to pick somewhere inside of this to put a span. And this span will just say something stupid, I am span. Okay, so I still have my styles being applied. So this span is a block level element. I'm going to delete all of that. Now it's hard to see, but there's our span. So I'm going to make it obvious. I'm going to give all spans for now. There's only one. Background color again, how about pale violet red? And then a border, 1 pixel solid black. And let's see what that does for us. Okay, so there's our span. Now what I want to focus on is what happens if I change margin? Or what happens if I change padding? Or why don't we start with width? What if I want this thing to be wider? It's a span. I'm going to make it have a width of maybe 500 pixels. That's definitely wider than what we see right now. I refresh. Nothing happens. Why? Well, that's just what happens with inline elements. If an element has display of inline, width is ignored, height is ignored. What about things like padding? What if I do padding of 10 pixels on all 4 sides? Okay, so that worked, right? We can see that that padding is respected and it's added in. What if I do like 100 pixels? Very large amount of padding. It's a little hard to see because of this background color, but this span right now, this big old block with all that padding, it's not actually pushing content away. It is not taking up space. It's kind of just like sitting on top or sitting below, depending on how you want to look at it, the rest of the content. So yes, we do have padding, but if I get rid of that background color, you'll see that it's not really like a force field or anything. I don't know if that helps to explain it, but the content just ignores it, right? So the padding is there on the element itself, but it's not respected by the rest of the content on our page. So what about margin? I'm going to go back. Let's do something like maybe 50 pixels for padding, and then do margin 50 pixels on all sides. Are we going to have 50 pixels of space everywhere? No, we don't. What happens instead is that, yes, that margin is respected horizontally, at least on this one line that is in line with our element, right? I am span, it's in line here. So 50 pixels, but vertically, it's completely ignored. And that's important. That's a really important point to understand. And if we compare that with block, so if I just have, let's just do an H1 or maybe 2 H1s up top. H1, I am H1 again. Duplicate that. I am also H1. All right. And then we give them same thing we've done here. I'm just going to copy this to start. H1's background color will be pale turquoise or something. Black. Okay. So with block level elements, there we go. We've got 2 of them here. If I set them to have a width, we've already seen this before, a width will be respected. If I do width of 300 pixels, they are now 300 pixels. That was not the case with my span here. If I give them a height of about 200 pixels, that is also respected. So width and height work. They're not ignored like they are on an inline element. And if I do something like give them padding, how about just an extra 50 pixels of padding everywhere? That applies. So we do have that padding everywhere. And lastly, margin. If I apply margin, top, bottom, left, right, it doesn't matter where, it is going to take effect. It's going to be a real margin. So 100 pixels margin on all four sides, that is respected. Unlike this margin here, which only worked on this one line of text, everything else is kind of just like overlapping. They're living in the same space. It's not an actual force field pushing anything away. So that's important to understand the difference between inline and block with respect to these new properties we've learned, margin and padding, and width and height. Now that brings us to the third value that we're going to cover, which is inline block. So this is going to behave like an inline element, except width, height, margin, and padding are going to be respected. So I'll show you an example of this. Let's just have, I guess, should I do it up top? Sure. We'll have a couple of divs, just generic divs. Let's do 3 of them. And I'm going to give all divs a height. I'll make them squares maybe. 200 pixels, a width, 200 pixels. I'll give them a background color. Background color this time will be olive drab. Let's see what they look like. Okay, let's give them a border. 1 pixel solid black. Now before I refresh, why do they look like this? Why is it a rectangle? I thought I had 3 divs here, 200 by 200. Well, we do, but they are block level elements, so they take up a full block. Even if I made the width narrower than the rest of this page, the element itself is going to take up all that space, if you can see right there. So the background and the color itself, the green, is small, but it's not going to share space because it is not an inline element. So I'm going to refresh. Here's our border. Maybe something slightly thicker, about 5 pixels. All right. And now if I want them to be in a row, I want 3 of them in a row together, and I want them to be a little bit spaced out too. I want some margin between them. Well, if I tried to set them to be inline, display of inline, oh, we run into some serious issues. Why is that? Because width and height aren't respected, as we saw, for an inline element. But if I do inline dash block, and I refresh, there we go. So now they are behaving like inline elements. They are sharing the space or sharing the row, right? They're sitting in line together. They're not forcing each other onto a separate line. But all of the other properties with respect to the box model are going to work. So width and height, they work. Margin will work. If I set margin to be, I don't know, how about 50 pixels on all sides? That works. There are 50 pixels on the top, left, right, bottom, and all of that. Okay. So I think that's good enough for now. Some key differences there between inline block and inline block. Confusing to talk about. We'll learn more about the display property as we need it. I guess one thing I could show very quickly is that we can hide an element very easily, setting display to none. So if I instead did display none, how about on our H1s? Display none. The element itself is not going to be completely deleted or anything like that. It's actually there in the document. Here are the H1s, but they take up no space. We don't see them. Their display is set to none. So later when we get to JavaScript, that can be useful. You may want elements to be on the page that are not showing at the beginning, and then later you could show them, or vice versa. But for the most part, what we've covered here are inline block and inline block. 3 different options for display. It all has to do with how elements fit in with other elements and how they're affected by box model properties. Okay. Well, the time has come for us to revisit CSS units. I know it's not the most glamorous topic or the sexiest thing on earth, but it really is important. We've covered some of them already. Really, we just talked about pixels, px, and then I mentioned, that there were other units we would come back to once we had a reason to. I didn't want to overwhelm you right at the beginning. So this is that time. We're coming back to these units, and we're mainly going to focus on the ones on the left here, relative units. So pixels are the most common absolute unit, as this slide makes clear. By far the most commonly used absolute unit. The other ones I don't think I've ever used in my life, except to explain that they happen to exist. These units, however, on the left-hand side, the relative units, are all relatively commonly used. So we're going to begin with percentages. A percentage value in CSS is always relative to some other value. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a percentage of something, right? So it depends on what that something is, what the property is that we're setting. As an example, if we use width, if we set width to be 50% on an element, we are setting it to be half the width of the parent element. And this can be really useful. If you have some container that's, I don't know, the middle of your page, it's like the main content of your blog post, and it's 800 pixels wide, and then you want something to go 40% of the way across or 80% of the way across, you can use percentages. You don't have to calculate the number of pixels. Then we have other properties where it actually works differently. Instead of being a percentage based upon the parent's value, it's a value from the element itself, and I'll show a demonstration of that. But let's start with the first scenario here, where a percent is relative to the property from the parent. It's pretty common to use a percentage value with width. So let's make a div here, not a dove. Or maybe we'll do a section, and then let's give it a specific width and a background color. I'm working in a new document, by the way. So maybe I'll give it this background color here. So section background dash color, like that, and I'll give it a width that is hard coded as just pixels for now. How about 800 pixels, and a height maybe 800 pixels as well. Okay, let's see what we're looking at. There is my section. So inside of that, I'll add, I guess, just a generic div for now. And this div is going to have a different background color. Background color of, let's steal one of these colors again. Maybe that one right there. Great. And I'm going to give it a width of 50%. And I also need to give it a height. We won't see anything because there's no content inside. So it takes up no space, really. We can't see it. But if I give it a height, I could just do 50% as well. In this case, what I'm saying is I want this to be 50% as wide as whatever the parent element is. And in this case, the parent is the section. And then same thing for height, 50% of the parent's height. And there we go. Half across and half, well, I don't know how to say that. It's 50% width, 50% height of this parent element. And I could do, something different. I could say I want you to go 70% width and 50% height, or 20% of height. These can be pretty useful to use percentages here. Otherwise, trying to figure out that exact number, right, is obnoxious. And of course, if I change that parent width, I make this 400 pixels wide, this is still going to be 70% of whatever that is. So it's a relative unit, and that can be very useful. But as I already mentioned, for some properties, percentages work differently. They are relative not to the parent, but to the font size of the element itself or some other value from the element itself. It really is on a per property basis. But generally, I'd say percentages are most commonly used with things like width and height anyway. So with line height as an example, if our font size on some element is 100 pixels, line height of 50% is not 50% of the parent's line height. It is 50% of the elements itself, its own font size. So I could demonstrate that here. If we take, how about an H1, just CSS units right there. Let's add in a little selector for our H1s and set font size, just to be very explicit, to 40 pixels. Okay, so there that is. And you can see as I select, that's my line height right there. I could also give it border, 1 pixel solid black. Okay, so you can see it there. There's my line height. Now, if I set line height to be, let's say 200%, that should be 200% of the font size for this element. It has nothing to do with the parent. And there we go. And we could calculate that out just to verify. 200%, 40, that should be 80 pixels if I was to be very specific, and nothing changes. So not that common to use percentages in a situation like that, but I just wanted to prove that it does behave differently depending on the specific property. But with width and height, it is referencing the parent width and height. Next up, we've got ems and rems. Next up, we have two units we have yet to cover, EMS and REMS. It's spelled EM, but it's pronounced M. As far as I can find, it's an old term from before CSS that has to do with the width or the height of the uppercase letter M in typography. Anyway, I've always heard it as M, so there we go. EMs are relative units, as are REMs, so they are relative to some other value. And what's mildly confusing about them is that that other value changes depending on the property. So let's start with font size. On an element, if we set its font size to be 1em, it will have the same font size as its parent element. So 2ems will be twice the font size of the parent element. So let's just demonstrate that very quickly. Let's make maybe an article in here, and then put an H2 inside of that. I am H2, and then maybe a paragraph in there, lorem times 2. Okay. Then we'll hop over to our CSS, and then I'm just going to say an H2 will have a font size of 2ems. Now if I refresh here, here's our H2. It's supposed to have twice the font size of its parent element. Well, what is its parent's font size? Well, its parent is an article, and it doesn't have an explicit font size set. It's inheriting a font size. But if I give my article a font size, like, what if I say your font size is 30 pixels? Well, then our H2 will have a font size of 60. There you go. So I never set any, or I didn't change anything on the H2 itself. It's still just twice the parent's font size, but I changed the parent. So I could also say a paragraph should have a font size of, well, right now, it's going to be 1em, right? This is inheriting from the article. If I refresh, nothing changes. But if I want it to be slightly smaller than the article's font size, I could say maybe 0.8ems. Sure, it's kind of odd, but I could do that. Or I could do something like put an H3 in here. I am H3. And I want an H2 to be 2ems. I want an H3 to be maybe 1.5ems. Just like that. And I'll have a paragraph just be 1em. So I've established this relationship where this is the font size of the parent. This is 1.5 times, and this is 2 times. Kind of large for an H2 when you look at our H1 on the page, but it's not really the point of this demonstration. It's just to show you how this all works. So if I change that article font size to, 10 pixels, our paragraph is 10 pixels. This is, 15 pixels, and this is 20 pixels. 2 times, 1.5 times, and 1 times. So that's a basic concept of EMs when we're working with font size. Then we have other properties. For example, padding and margin, which are actually pretty commonly used, or it's common to use EMs with those properties. And in those situations, 1em is not equal to the font size of the parent or the margin of the parent. Instead, 1em is equal to the font size of the element itself. So I'll show you what I mean. Let's go back to a different, how about 20 pixels maybe? If I set maybe margin left on this H2 right here, and I set it to be 1em, so margin left 1em, what I'm actually doing is taking the current font size, whatever that's computed to be. So that will be, it looks like 40 pixels, right? 2 times the parent, which in our case, we only have one H2. So this is technically every H2, but we only have one. So 40 pixels. And then whatever that evaluates to will be our margin left. 1em refers to the exact font size of the element itself, or 2ems or 3ems would be just a multiple of that. So I'll refresh, and there you go. You can see as our font size changes, this is actually going to scale as well. So if I made this, how about 5ems? Font size is 5ems. Margin left is still just 1, but it's going to grow because as I change that font size, that margin also changes. An M in margin refers to the font size of the element, and M in font size refers to the font size of the parent. It's kind of confusing, but this can be really useful. I'll show you a quick example. If I wanted to make a button, and I wanted this button to have rounded corners. So maybe I'll just do it, where should I do it? Maybe here, button, click, me. Just like that, and then I'll select my button, and I'll give it a font size. I'll just do pixels to start. How about 30 pixels? and I want it to have some padding on the left and right. So I want it to be, I guess, 0 on top and bottom, 30 pixels left and right. Let's see what that looks like. And I want rounded corners. So we saw this earlier, border radius, and I'll set it to be maybe half of that, 15 pixels. What's that look like? Okay, so let's say I like how that looks. Yeah, the color's horrible. We could change that. Okay, and I gave it a new background color and text color. Now, what I want to show you here is that this button does not scale well at all. So if I wanted this to, grow depending on the context that it's in, like if I don't know, if I made this entire article bigger, I want the button to grow, or I want a smaller button, I want it to roughly proportionately scale. With pixels, that doesn't happen. If I change my font size to be twice as large, or even more, how about 80 pixels? It's not the same shape, right? The corners are still rounded, but it's a very slight rounding compared to before. Or if I exaggerate that even more, 200 pixels, those corners are barely rounded, versus what we had back at 30 pixels. Come on, there we are. It's pretty rounded. We could even go more if we wanted to, but I think that's fine. Now, if I use M's, I can keep things relative to the font size of the element. So I could say, I actually want this to be 1M for the font size, or maybe even, 1M's fine, sure. And then padding here will be 0, 1M, and border radius could be half of that, so 0.5 M's, half of the font size, whatever that turns out to be. So now the font size is not set in stone, neither is padding or border radius. It all depends on what the parent's font size is. And in our case, it's in an article, so it's going to be smaller. But there you go, you can see as that parent font size changes, let's see, it's 20 pixels here, so font size is 20, padding is 20 on left and right, border radius is 10. But now if my article font size grows significantly, how about 50? Our button still maintains that general shape. We still have a good amount of padding that grows in line with the font size. That border radius grows in line with the font size as well. So, okay, that's a little excessive here, but if we find that button, there you go. This is 200 pixels now. It's a very large button, and the corners are rounded appropriately. Okay, so I'm going to undo that. That was a disaster. So now I can take that button and put it anywhere else. So I could have it in this article. I could have it in an H1, which is kind of odd, and I could have it just on its own outside of the article. Its font size is going to change in each one of those situations. As you can see here, we've got a small button, a very large button, and a pretty darn big button too, and the proportions are staying roughly the same. That font size grows thanks to the fact that we're using M's for font size, but then everything else changes. It grows or shrinks depending on what that font size was evaluated to. So this is really nice, right? If we use pixels, I would have to tweak every one of these numbers. But if we use M's, things scale as that font size changes. So that's the basic idea of M's. Now in the next video, we're going to cover REMs, and you'll see that maybe M's aren't always perfect. There are some issues that come up. So that's coming up next. Okay, so we covered M's. In this video, we're going to talk about REMs. But in order for that to make sense, I want to showcase one of the shortcomings or one of the common issues with M's. So I've undone some of the super large fonts that we had at the end of the previous video, and I'm going to add some markup in, maybe just to the article here. In this article, I'll add, how about a bulleted list? And in our list, we'll have, what should we have in here? Maybe types of foods? Sure. Pasta. And then we'll have another type of food. How about salad? And one more. Pasta, salad, and gelato. Sure. Okay, and then instead of pasta, we're actually going to add a nested list. So we'll have a UL with different types of pasta. So ravioli and how about, if I could spell pappardelle, I don't know how to spell that. Kind of butcher it. How about penne? Okay, and then almost there, inside of ravioli, we're going to have two types. So a UL with an LI. We'll have spinach, ricotta, and maybe we'll just leave it at that for now. Okay, so there is my nested list. The contents really don't matter. I probably just wasted about 40 seconds of your life on that. I'm sorry. What I want to show is that if I style my UL and I want to change the font size, let's say I want it to be smaller or larger, maybe a bit larger, and it's inside of this article, right? And the article has a font size of 15px. So I could say UL has a font size of, how about 1.5 ems? So just half larger, 50% larger than whatever the article's font size is. I'll refresh. Whoa, what's going on here? Well, we have nested ULs. This is sort of a forced example, but it does illustrate one of the problems with ems is that they can stack. They can grow or shrink very quickly, right? If I had done this the other way and said I want 0.7 EMs, our text gets quite small as we nest further and further, because ems, for font size at least, are based upon the parent's font size. So if this is 1.5 times the font size of that thing, well, we have another UL here, and that is going to get its font size from the parent and multiply by 1.5. Then we have another UL, another 1.5 times greater, and it keeps going. So this is one of the issues with ems, and it leads us to rems. So rems or root ems are similar, except rather than deriving the font size from the parent element, they derive the font size from the root HTML element's font size. So it's relative to this one font size for the entire document. So if your root HTML element has a font size of 20 pixels, one rem is always 20 pixels no matter where you are in the document, no matter what you're nested inside of. So I'll show you how this could work. So I've updated my markup just a little bit to make it easier to avoid conflicts. I've given this article an ID of ems. That's for everything we just did. So now I can have another article or a section or something with the ID of rems. So my styles are now very specific. They're based off of that ID, just so that they're not competing. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this entire article. Come down here, change the ID to be rems, just like that. Okay, and then I just updated this heading to say using rems instead of ems. And I'll go in here, I'll select rems. And remember, this is all based upon the root element's font size. And the root element, in case I haven't made that clear, is this thing. So it has a default font size, but you can also change it. But let me just show you how this works. So if I want this to be, this H2 to be larger than this, and I want this to be larger than this, and I want these to be smaller than this, or larger than this, or whatever it is, I want to have some sort of ratio that I can maintain. And I don't want it to scale based upon parents. I don't want this weird jankiness to happen. I want it to be constant. That's where rems come in. So I could select the H3 in there, inside of that ID of rems, and give it a font size of, how about 3 rems? And that will be 3 times whatever the root element's font size is. And there we go. Now, I meant to do that to the H2. And then I could do the same thing for the H3, and maybe make it 2 times the root element's font size. Okay? And then I can do things like the UL in there, and this is the big one. I can give it a font size of 1 rem, or of, I don't know, how about 0.8 rems? And it's kind of small, honestly, but we don't get any of that snowballing effect, where it's all based upon a parent, and we're multiplying by 0.8, and then by 0.8, and so on. Instead, it's always based upon the root element's font size. So now we have this scale that we can use across the entire document. I want this thing to be 3 times the root. This is 2 times. This should be 1 time. I want this button to be 1.5 times, right? I can do all of that stuff. I could say rems, button, font size is 1.5 rems, if that's how I wanted to handle this. Often you'll see people mix ems and rems together because there are times you want something to be situationally dependent. Like this button, maybe the font size is based upon rems, but the padding, the border radius, should change depending on what this actual font size is computed to be. But if we set the border radius to be based upon the root element, that does not account for the actual size of the element. Now this is getting in the weeds a bit. I think this can be a little intimidating if you're starting out, but just remember this concept of rems. If you change the root element's font size, which I can do, let's just do it up top. HTML, font size, let's make it really small, 10 pixels. Everything that I used rems for shrank down. The other things didn't really change much. If I go very large here, 30 pixels. It's not huge, but everything based upon rems is now starting with a single rem being 30 pixels. So if I have 5 rems, or how about 2 rems, that's going to be 60 pixels. 3 rems is 90. It's not going to change unless that root font size changes. M's change based upon the parent element's font size, as we see clearly demonstrated here. Every single UL here has a font size of, 1.5 M's? Here, everything has a font size of, 0.8 M's, or I could do 1.5 rems, rather, and they're all the same size. So that's the main difference. It's a significant difference, and rems are often easier to work with. They're easier to predict, but M's do have a place, as I showed with this button, for example, when you want to make like a little component, a little thing that's reusable and might scale up or down nicely based upon that font size. Rems is really how something looks relative to the rest of the document. Okay, that's enough units for now. It's a bit of a dry conversation. Thanks for hanging in there if you're still there. We got to move on to some more exciting stuff soon. Welcome back. Still stuck in CSS land. I shouldn't say stuck. Hopefully you're enjoying CSS. We have a section with a horrible title, at least the working title, of Other CSS Properties. Wow. This is a bit of a hodgepodge of different properties that I want to show you that are, to some extent important. I won't say they're all crucial, as we'll see in this video. Honestly, what happened is that they were all grouped with the previous section, and then I realized, wow, this section is huge. Once I started editing and uploading all the content, I realized this is just too large. So I cut it in half roughly, and that leaves us with a bit of a severed section that it's not very cohesive, except that it's all CSS properties, but that's fine. So there are a couple of quick things in here. Opacity and alpha channel, that refers to how we can control transparency of different elements. I'll say it's important. It's not going to be absolutely crucial going forward. Transitions, I'll say, is crucial. I won't say much more about it, but I think you'll enjoy transitions. Most people do. It's basically how we can add little animations between different CSS property values. Google Fonts, I'll put somewhere between important and crucial. I'll put it in important because it's not crucial to being a web developer or to working in CSS, but it is crucial if you want to make a good looking site and you don't have a lot of money to buy expensive fonts. So I'll put it in important. Then we get to some slightly meatier properties, including transforms, which is one of my favorite things in all of CSS, but I'm going to say it's nice to have. This refers to fancy transformations that we can apply to elements. We can scale them, we can translate them. I don't know why I said that weird. Translate them across the X or Y axis. We can skew them, warp and sort of distort them. There's a lot we can do. We can rotate them, but I'm just going to call this a nice to have. It's not going to make a huge difference for us going forward, but it is fun in my opinion. Same thing for the full story on the background property. Maybe I'll put that as important because I'm going to show you how we can set background images instead of just background colors. And we'll also see gradients and some other fun things. And then the position property is a pretty important property. I'm going to put it under crucial, but I will say that it's kind of a pain to learn, or it can be. You'll see that the values often can be confusing. It's easy to mix up the values. So while I'm saying it's crucial to CSS overall, it's important to know about, it is not crucial that you master it to move forward and go on to the next section. It's actually not going to come up a whole lot in the rest of the course, but I feel pressured by the world around me to say that it's crucial. So I don't know, this is kind of a wishy-washy explanation, but watch the video. Definitely don't skip that one and take some notes or something if you feel the need to, and then revisit this at some point. Right? It's important to know. It's just not crucial for the rest of this course. Okay, here we go. I need to just shut up. Next up, we're going to talk about the opacity property and also the alpha channel that we can use with colors. So basically, both of these have to do with transparency, but they are different. So we're going to begin with alpha channel, which sounds more intense than what it is. If you can recall RGB colors, red, green, and blue, we also have RGBA, where there is now a fourth channel called the alpha channel. And this governs the transparency of the color, how see-through is the color. So it's a value from 0 to 1, not 0 to 255 like the other three channels. 0 to 1, 1 is not at all transparent, and 0 is completely transparent. So I'll show you some examples. we can use this in place of any color. So let's go into our body here. I'm in a new document once again. I'll add maybe a section here with a div. And this div, I'm just going to give it an ID of RGBA because I'm going to show another example of something else, and I'll give that one a different ID so I can just easily select them. Okay, so in my CSS, I'm going to give the section itself a width of maybe 500 pixels, a height of 500 pixels, and I'm going to give it a background color of, how about magenta? So there is our background color for the container, and then I'm going to select that div itself, which I called RGBA. I'll give it a width of maybe 50%, a height of 50%, and then a background color to start of, how about just white? All right, so there is our first div that we're now going to give a different background color to. If I want an RGBA color, if I want it to be white, I could do 255, 255, 255, and then 1, which is just not transparent at all, and we shouldn't see a difference. But if I set this to 0, now our background is completely transparent. If I do something like 0.7, it's partially transparent. So it's white, but that pink or magenta is bleeding through. Now what's important to note here is that the A part, the alpha channel, this color, is only going to affect the background color of the element, or wherever I'm using this. I could use RGBA colors for text colors, but if I actually added text in here, right, let's just do some lorem, and I think just by default it's black, that text is still completely black. It itself is not changed in any way. So the background is transparent-ish, but everything else is not. Now, if we compare that to the next property, which is opacity. Opacity is different. It is not a piece of a color or a channel like RGBA. Instead, opacity is a property we set on an element that will make, or it governs the entire element's transparency, including its contents and any descendants. So if I made just a duplicate of this, but this time I give this div an ID of opacity, and then I hop over here, and I'll select the opacity ID. I guess I'll just duplicate this entire thing, but let's give it a different background color. Background color of maybe yellow. Let's see what we are looking at here. Okay, so there we go. No opacity in play at this point. Now, opacity is a property that goes from 0 to 1. So 0 is completely transparent, and then 1, not at all transparent. It's not hidden or anything. So if I give it a opacity of 0.5, halfway transparent, that applies to the entire element. So if you look at that text, I'm hoping it shows up in the screencast. Maybe I'll go with 0.3. It's very magenta-y, right? It's barely black. It's very transparent, so we see that magenta coming through. And there's also a very significant difference here between the two. On opacity, or with opacity, if I have a button or any other content, this is also going to be impacted. The entire element, this entire div, is going to be transparent. Versus with RGBA, I'm really just doing it on one tiny property, background color of this one element. So if I have other elements in there, they're not impacted unless I also give them a transparent background color. So that's all I want to show for now. I will mention that there are alpha channel colors for different color values, so not just RGBA, but if you use a hexadecimal color, so I'm just going to make one up here, or maybe I'll use the color picker. Why don't I do that? So let's pick one, and I can change the syntax to be a hex. Let's go with maybe one of that color, sure. So that's my hex color. That is not at all transparent, it's just full color. Now with alpha channel for RGBA, we have an extra number from 0 to 1 that we add. For a hexadecimal, for a hex color, we actually have 2 digits, hexadecimal digits, going from 00 all the way up to FF. For full transparency, it's 00, FF is no transparency at all. Think of it as 0 to 1. So if I want to slightly, we can actually play around with it here, but if I wanted a different level of transparency, if you watch this last 2 digits here, as I scroll down in the color picker, they go from 00, that's completely transparent up to FF, although if you get to FF, it will just be shortened because it's not necessary. But those last 2 digits there control that opacity of the background color, the alpha channel. So not of the entire element. So if I do something like that, it's pretty it's pretty transparent, and you can see the background is shining through, and we're using hex colors. Personally, I prefer RGBAs if you're going to be changing that alpha channel very much, because it's just easy to quickly look at it and understand how transparent it is. If you look at this, yes, it's not that hard, especially once you get more practice with hex colors, but it's not immediately apparent. But I just wanted to show that to you. So we have hex is one option with our alpha channel, and then more commonly we have RGBA colors, where we have that explicit alpha channel, and we have to write RGBA instead of RGB. Okay, next up, we've got a property that is really useful, but also can be very confusing to beginners or to everyone. The property name is position. It's kind of just like a generic sounding property, in my opinion. It doesn't tell you a whole lot, and the property values that we can use are things like static, relative, absolute, fixed, sticky. They are easy to confuse. That might just be my experience, but I've seen lots of students have to refer to the docs for this property. Now, it's super useful. The official description, I guess it's not official, but MDN's little short description is that position sets how an element is positioned in a document. And what you need to know right now is that it establishes how 4 other properties we have not yet used, top, right, bottom, and left, it determines how they work, depending on how position is set. So I'm going to do a demonstration here. We're going to go through this slowly. Once again, I'm in a new folder called position this time. And this is what we have to start with. I have 3 divs. They are all, 100 by 100? And they have a background color. The middle one is what I'm going to play around with and change the position on. So I gave it a different color. And that's pretty much all you need to know for now. Okay, so if we set the position to static, this is the default. This is what every element we've been working with so far is positioned as. So I'm going to begin by setting this div to have a position of static. So I've made a section here with the ID of static. So I'm just going to select that section, and then I gave it the ID of middle just so I could call it out. This is honestly overkill, right? I could use nth of type or something, but just to make it very clear, I'm styling the middle div in, why did I write section? It's supposed to be static. And I'm going to set its position to static, and you'll see that nothing changes. It's what it already was. And these properties I've mentioned, things like top, we don't even know what they do yet, but if I try and use them, nothing happens. They have no effect if an element is positioned statically. So that brings us to the next possible value for position we'll cover here, which is relative. So relative is going to keep the element in the normal flow of the document, but we can offset it relative to itself using top, left, right, and bottom. So for now, it's static. I'm going to change that so it says relative, although that doesn't actually do anything. And then over here in my CSS, I'm just going to select that relative div or section that I created, the ID middle inside of it, and I'm going to set position to relative. I'll refresh, nothing changes, but now I can go in here and use top, bottom, left, and right. So this is going to offset my element from its current position. So if I set top to be 100 pixels, I'm basically pushing it down 100 pixels. But it didn't shift other stuff around at the moment, right? The space is still left. It's positioned relatively to where it would be if it was just normal, if I didn't offset it. So that space is there. I could move it left, right? Another 100 pixels. Although I'm actually moving it right because I set left to be 100. I'm offsetting it and we move to the right 100 pixels. I could also do negative values if I wanted to offset it to the left. And if I wanted to go up, I can do negative. I can use other units. It's not just pixels, but I'm just going to do something a little bit neater. How about 50 pixels and 50 pixels? Okay, so that's relative. The element is positioned relative to where it normally would be. Its place in the document is still there. That brings us to our next option, which is absolute. So I'm just going to copy this again, duplicate that, absolute. Okay. So when we position an element absolutely, the element is removed from the normal document flow and no space is created for the element. So this is really important to understand. If I set absolute, which is that parent container, that middle div, and I set its position to absolute, and I refresh. It looks like we only have 2 divs here, but that's not what happened. There is a div behind it. The other blue div, that dark blue div, is behind this, and this element, the green div in the middle, doesn't take up any space in the document. It's removed from the flow, so it's like this space just collapsed, and they're stacked. Now if I use top, let's offset it, top 50 pixels. Where'd it go? Whoa, all the way up here. Why is it doing that? Let's try left. Let's do left 50 pixels. Why is it behaving so oddly? Well, if we go back to the docs, you'll see that the way absolute works is that yes, the element's removed from the normal document flow, but it's positioned relative to its closest positioned ancestor, if any. Otherwise, it's placed relative to the initial containing block, which you can think of as basically the body. It's positioned relatively, as we saw, to the top of the screen here, if it is not nested inside of a positioned element. This is the part that trips people up. What it means for something to be positioned is that it basically has a position set to anything other than static. So I could position its parent, which is this section with an ID of absolute. So if I give that section absolute a position of relative, for example, all of a sudden, this div that I have positioned to have position of absolutes and offset by 50 pixels top and left, it now has an ancestor that's also positioned. So it's no longer going to be positioned up here. Now it is relative to its ancestor. Now there's margin here, and this is what's probably throwing you off. But if I select that section, that's the section itself right there. So it's offset from that corner right up there. But these divs each have margin, so they're not actually, up against the edge of that div. And we've got that H2 in there that says absolute, but it's positioned absolutely, this div here, so it does not take up any space, unlike this right here. And it is now positioned relative to its parent, which also is positioned. It's very confusing to talk about, but it's positioned relative to that. So if I, set this to be 1 pixel, or even, 1 and 1. There you go. That gives you a better idea. So that one can be tricky for some people to understand because it does depend on the parent's or some parent's position property. And then we've got one more that I'm going to highlight here, which is position fixed. So I'm going to make one more div here, fixed, and then change this title here, this H2, to say fixed. Now for this to really make sense, I guess I could just show it to you first of all. If I position that element, so fixed, the middle div inside, we'll have a position of fixed. And if I refresh, okay, it doesn't seem like much happened. It looks like the same thing as when we had absolute. Now I'm going to give it a top of, how about 100 pixels? Okay, it's up here. Let's do a top of, how about a top of 0 just to make it easier. Top of 0 and left of 0. It has no offset. It goes all the way up to the containing block, the top of our page, essentially, for now. But what's really important is that when something is positioned fixed, it's going to stay there. Its position is relative to that containing block always. So it's kind of like absolute, except it has nothing to do with any parent elements or anything like that. So yes, it's removed from the normal document flow, no space is created, but it's positioned relative to the initial containing block. There is a little caveat here, but we're not going to go into that for now. So what I'll show you, though, is if I add a whole bunch of stuff down here. Let's add like a paragraph with lorem times 100. Whoops, did I not hit tab? There we go. And refresh. Take a look at that. It's fixed to the top. How cool, huh? Well, that might have been a little overly enthusiastic, but it's going to stay there, always offset from that initial containing block, in our case, by nothing. 0, 0. Or I could do something like, 400 pixels on the left. And this is how you can make certain things like a nav bar, for example, that stays up top on your screen as you scroll. There's one more value I'm not going to go into for now, but it's kind of cool. It's called sticky. And sticky looks like this right here, where something begins not fixed to the top. It will scroll along with content until it hits the top, and then it stays there. So it sticks. So that one can be nice too, if you want something to start out not fixed, but then get fixed later. So that's position. It can be confusing. The terminology can trip you up, absolute versus relative versus static and fixed. But just take your time and keep the docs open. These are super useful. So next up, we get to talk about one of my favorite CSS properties, transitions. Really, it's more than one property, in the same way that border is more than one property, even though there is a single border property you can use as a shorthand. So transitions allow us to animate the transition of one property value to another property value. I'll show you a very simple example to start. I'm in a new document, empty, nothing very exciting to see in here. There's some content in here that I'll come back to. I'm ignoring it for now. I'll just comment it out. And I'm going to add in, how about a div with a class of circle. I'm going to style it as a circle. Okay? And let's see, I'm going to leave it completely empty. Then in my app.css, I've got a whole bunch of stuff in here too. I'm going to comment that all out. I'll explain why it's here momentarily. But I'm going to begin by just styling that circle div to have a width of, 300 pixels, a height of 300 pixels, and a color, or background color rather, of, magenta. Okay, there it is. Now I did say it has a class of circle, so let's actually make it a circle. Border radius, 50%. And now we have a beautiful circle. Okay, now when I hover over this circle, I'm going to change the color to be cyan. See if that works. Okay, that works great. I'm also going to, maybe I won't have it be a circle now, but when I hover, I will have it be a circle. Like that. Okay? So, no transitions involved at the moment. We have multiple properties that are changing on the page, or on this one element, right? The background color and border radius, but it's an immediate, like a switch, right? It's flickering between them. It's not very graceful. But I can transition them. I can say that I want the color and the border radius to take 1 full second to change. So don't just flip immediately, but take a full second to fade between. And to do that, I can set transition to be 1 second, just like that. 1s. And now as I hover, ooh, look at that. So that's 1 second, right? I can do like 3 seconds if I want to. Okay, very slow. But you can see that both of those properties, or if I had other things that were changing, they would all be animated. That transition would be animated. Now, it's not always just hovering. That's a very common example, but in JavaScript, you'll often apply classes or remove classes and change styles on the fly, and you can still apply transitions to that. So it's not just about, when you hover over something and switch from one CSS property to another property. There are other situations. But for now, this is the easiest way for me to demonstrate. So that's a very, very simple example, setting everything to transition for 3 seconds. But the syntax actually goes a lot further than that. I can specify a specific property name, how long I want that one property to take to transition, a delay, and then the most confusing part when you're beginning, a timing function. So why don't we start by just singling out property name. So instead of saying 3 seconds for everything, which is what I'm actually saying here, if there were other properties changing, they would all be animated during that transition. I can single out background color, just like that. And now only the background color will take 3 seconds. You can see the border radius changes immediately. So, you probably don't want that, but we can single them out. I also can do things like specify a delay. So, let's see. I want a 1 second delay. So now when I hover, it's going to take 1 second before that transition even begins. It's kind of hard to see because of how slow the whole thing is. But if I make this a 1 second transition and it takes 1 second before anything happens, so I hover, nothing, there we go. Okay, nothing, and then 1 second. It goes both directions. 1 second wait, 1 second change. 1 second wait, 1 second change. Now we're just talking about background color. If you want all properties, you can also just specify all like that. And now the same thing will happen. 1 second of nothing, and then 1 second, both properties change. All right, so that's the basic idea of transition. I'm just gonna go back to background color. I can also specify different transitions for each one. So background color could take 1 second, and border radius can take 2 seconds. And you'll see first, 1 second of color, it finishes before the border radius finishes. It's a bit hard to pay attention to, but hopefully you can see that. This thing will be fully cyan before it's a circle. Okay, now there is this third thing that we can specify, which is a timing function. And to illustrate that, I actually have a demo I've already pre-made just to save some time. So I've got these sections here, or one section rather, with 4 divs. And I'm just going to add some styling in here really quickly. Okay, so I added some styling in here. They each just are a turquoise 100 by 100 square. And they have a transition on their margin left, which typically we don't actually animate. In the next video, I'm going to show you a better property, a more performant property to animate, to move things around. But you will see that when I hover over this section, every div is going to have a new margin left of 500 pixels. So they end up moving 500 pixels to the right. And I give them a transition on that margin left, 3 full seconds. Okay? So right now, there's nothing different than what we've talked about, right? It's a single property, a duration. But I mentioned we would cover this timing function. So when we specify a transition, there are many ways. If we have 3 seconds, let's say, there are many ways to go from red to blue in 3 seconds. Do we just go evenly, just, in a line as smooth as possible? Or do we start really quickly and then slow down at the end? There's a whole set of these transition timing functions that are built in. They have names like ease in, ease out, linear, cubic, Bezier curves, lots of different options, but they all specify, actually I think it'll be easiest to show you here. This is a linear transformation, or transition rather, where it's just happening smoothly. It never speeds up or slows down. It's just going in a straight line. Here's one called ease in. So in ease in, you'll see that it starts out slow and then it speeds up. It's easing into it. This is called steps. So we get 6 steps in this case. And then here's a cubic Bezier curve. Can you see that? It sort of goes forward and backwards. All of these take the same amount of time to go from the beginning to the end, but they get there in a very different way. So I'll show that here. I have 4 squares, 4 divs. They look exactly the same, but then I give them each a different transition timing function. So I could specify, all the same, just transition, margin left, 3 seconds, ease in, but that defeats the purpose. I want them to have a separate timing function. So I'm using the named property, transition timing function. Just like I can set, border for everything at once, like I can do 2 pixels solid red, but I also have, border color that I can set separately, or border style. I'm doing the same thing. So I'm giving them all a 3-second transition on margin left, but then individually assigning them a timing function. Okay, so let's see what that looks like now. Here we go. Look at that, very different, but pay attention at the end. They all get to the same spot at the end at the exact same time. So a very different journey. This one takes forever to get started here. But when it does, it speeds way up versus... What else do we have? The first one is ease in. The second one is ease out. So you'll see this first one starts off slow and then speeds up pretty good. The second one starts off quickly and then slows down. It eases out. And then the bottom 2 are cubic Bezier curves that I found online. I didn't type this out myself. There are websites like this one here, which is easings.net. And this just demonstrates, it shows a chart, a diagram of a timing function, but it also allows you to see it in action when you hover. That little bar, or this little thing on the right-hand side is being animated. So if we start with an obvious one, here's an ease in, you can see, versus something like this, where we get a big bounce in the middle. Or here's ease in exponential. It starts slowly and then really speeds up. you can click on one and then just copy that curve there if that's what you want to use. So this is just a very quick intro to timing functions and to transitions, but just to summarize how it works, there are 4 things that we can specify. A property that we want to animate, a duration, that can be in seconds, it could also be in milliseconds, but usually I prefer 0.5 seconds personally instead of 500 milliseconds. They're the same thing, obviously. We also then, after that, we can specify a timing function, which I'm not doing here, but I could do ease in as an example. And then after that, a delay if I want a delay. The default is no delay. So you probably won't notice this ease in on the background color, but I can try it. So this background color should start slowly. Well, I guess you can see it. It starts changing slowly and then speeds up. It's a little hard to tell. It's a lot easier to see the timing functions in an example like this. So that's why I did it. And that's it for transitions. Very, very useful, especially commonly used with hover effects to make nice little transitions from one state, a button not being hovered, to the second state, which is a button being hovered. Often we call attention to the buttons that are being hovered or selected, and we'll probably do a little demo of that in the next video, just a quick little button that we'll build together. Actually, 2 more videos from now. I'm going to cover transforms next. Anyway, that's transitions. You'll see them come up here and again. The one last thing I would mention is definitely single out the properties you want to transition. Don't just do transition all, because eventually you'll make some changes to your code. You'll update something in your hover CSS, and suddenly you end up with transitions you're not anticipating, you're not expecting. So even if these are the only 2 things right now, and I want to say just transition everything that changes, what if down the line something else is added in here and I don't want it to transition? That's why it's better to single out the properties you want rather than just being lazy and saying transition all. Okay. Next up, we get to cover one of my absolute favorite CSS properties. It's called transform. So transform allows us to do a lot. We can rotate things and warp their perspective. We can scale them and stretch them and skew them. We can translate or move them across the page up or down and all sorts of things. We can do multiple at once. I can rotate something and scale it. Really, the thing that ties all this together is that we are transforming elements. If you have ever used Photoshop, there are similar transformations or transforms that we can apply to an image. You can rotate it, you can skew it, and I think they used to be, I don't know if they still are, but they used to be under a transform menu. Same concept here. So there's a lot to it, but we're going to step through one at a time. Before I do that, let me just show you the setup I have here. I've made a new document in a folder called transform. It's just like the pattern I've been following. And I have a bunch of H1s, which honestly, as the comment says, it's not a good idea in the real world to have multiple H1s, but here, really, we're not following any rational structure for a page anyway. It's just a bunch of headings. There's no content. So this is just for educational purposes. Don't copy that. Don't do a bunch of H1s in a real document. So I've done some nice fancy colors from one of these color palettes, and I've created different elements for us to transform. But before we do that, what I'd like to do is hop over to my CSS. I want to center these elements. I'm going to show you a way of doing this we have not yet seen using something called margin auto. So with a block level element, like an H1, if I set the left and right margin to be auto, that element is actually going to be centered in its container. So whatever space there is in this container will be automatically distributed to the left and the right. So I'll keep margin 20 pixels for the top and bottom, but I'll do auto for left and right on all H1s, and there we go. So it really doesn't matter for this video, but I figured I should show you at some point. Next up, let's actually take a look at transform. So as I showed you, there's a bunch of these different transform functions that we can use. And why don't we start with a simple one? Well, it's not that simple, but why don't we start with one of the easier to understand ones like rotate. So rotate takes a couple different units. It will accept, let's see, angles. We can specify as degrees, as radians, if you remember geometry, as gradients, G-radians, I don't think I ever learned those, and then also turns. So for example, we could do 360 degrees or 180 degrees. That would be a half turn. So we could also write 0.5 turn. Usually you'll see people using degrees, sometimes radians for certain things where it makes it easier, but generally degrees. So let's take this first H1 right here and let's rotate it. So I'm going to just select h1, nth of type. I'm going to do nth of type just to style each of these differently. So the very first h1, transform, and then rotate, and then a number of degrees. So how about 45 degrees? So this is a little different than other properties we've seen before. We have these parentheses, but overall same approach, property name and a value. So let's see what that looks like. Whoa, take a look at that. 2 rotated, transformed h1s. Now I actually wanted to just do the first one, but I broke this up into 2 sections for a reason we'll see later. So what I'm going to do is just say the first section, the first h1 inside of that. So section first of type, first h1 inside of that. Okay, so we've rotated it 45 degrees. I could do something like 180 degrees. Totally upside down. I can also actually change where this rotation is happening from. So right now it happens in the middle of the element. Think about putting a pin right here and then rotating around that. But I can actually change the transform origin. There's a bunch of different ways of doing it, but frequently I'll just use these keywords like center or top left, bottom right. You can also offset it by number of pixels. So I'll show you what that would look like. If we go back to 45 degrees, this is happening around the middle of the element. What if I did the bottom right? So transform origin, bottom right. Now it is starting, basically putting a pin right there and rotating it to the right clockwise 45 degrees. So we lose most of that. If I did, top right, now it's rotating from this portion right here. So I'm not going to do that, but I'll keep that so you can just have a reference to transform origin. So that's rotate, traditional rotate. We're rotating an element around a fixed point on the 2D plane. But we also have things like rotate X and rotate Y, where we rotate around one of the axes. So you can see things like this. Imagine, it's kind of 3D space where we are rotating it away from us. Versus if we rotate on the y-axis, we're rotating it as if it's on a pole or something. And then we can rotate on the z-axis as well. So I don't use those as often, but they are sometimes useful when you're making 3D effects, like a card that turns around and shows another side behind it. But again, this is just an intro, so we're not going to go crazy. Next, let's take a look at scale. So scale is another transform function that we can use that will change the size of an element. We can grow it or shrink it. And there are different variants of scale. Once again, scale X, Y, Z, scale 3D, or just scale. Let's just go with regular old scale for now. So let's take this second one right there. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing. First section, nth of type 2. So that's second H1. We're going to set scale to be maybe 0.5. Need my semicolon. Refresh. And it scales down both on the X and Y axis. It's shrinking equally by a factor of half. It's half as large. We could scale it up. If I did 2, I'm going to double its size, much larger. And we also have options to pass in more than one value. So I could do 2, how about just 1? And you'll see what happens here is that the height stays the same, but the width is scaled by 2. So we also have separate scale X and scale Y. So I could do scale Y by 2 to get the same, or the opposite effect rather, where we double the height along the Y-axis, but the X-axis, the width stays the same. So this is another transformation. I'm scaling something. I think I'm going to go back to just shrinking it down though. So scale about 0.6. It just expects a number. Next up, we have translate. Translate allows us to take one element and move it around. So we can move it to the right, move it up, move it down, or do both at the same time. So we have a translate X, translate Y. Also, we're ignoring the 3D stuff, at least for now. So let's just look at X and Y. So if I want to move something horizontally, I can use translate X. And I need to pass in, there's a couple different values, but it's either a length or some percentage. And that length can be really any unit that we've seen. It could be ems, rems, pixels, even centimeters or inches if you wanted to, or we can pass in a percentage. So let's try it. Let's do a translate X on the third one down here. So nth of type 3, translate X, how about 200 pixels? Okay. So I'm going to refresh our page here, and it's moved over 300 pixels. And let's do the one below it, nth of type 4. But we'll actually, instead of translating x, well, I'll just show you can do negative pixels as well to move it to the left. We also have translate y. So if I did negative 200 pixels on the y-axis, it moves up. Or if I did positive 200, or about, I don't know, 100, so we can see the other ones, it moves down. It's translated down. And then we also just have translate, which takes two values, an x and a y. So let's say I want to move it left and I want to move it down. So left will be, I don't know how much we want to do, negative 200 pixels, and then downwards maybe 100 pixels. And there we go. Well, maybe I won't do 100 here. Maybe we'll do 50. Sure. Okay, so that's translate, right? This is going to move something across the page. The last one we'll take a look at here is skew. So skew is going to skew an element on a 2D plane. We also have skew x, skew y, and it accepts angles. So degrees or radians or turns or gradients. So let's play around with that. Let's go back to our document here. Let's do our next section. So that will be section nth of type 2. Take the first h1. And now I'm going to give this a transform skew. How about, I don't know, 30 degrees on x and y. And there you go. That's what one example of skewing looks like. Let's do one more. We can also pass in two values. So I could do 10 degrees for our x skew, and then, I don't know, 25 degrees for the y skew. And there we are. Now let's maybe dial that back a bit, maybe 5 degrees. Okay, so those are all examples of individual transform functions that we can apply. And we can also apply more than one. We can combine them if we just separate them by spaces. So I could rotate something. Let's take this third example. I can rotate it and make it larger or shrink it down or whatever I want at the same time. So I'll do that here. Let's select it. So nth of type 3. I'm going to rotate it. So rotate, and how much? Maybe 90 degrees. And I'm going to scale it by a little bit, maybe 1.2, maybe 1.3. Let's start with that. Okay, so it's bigger and it's rotated. Maybe instead of 90, we'll do like 20 degrees. Can you tell? Hopefully you can. We can also do negative degrees. Haven't shown that, but you could go the other direction. There's negative 20. And then we'll do one more at the very bottom, nth of type 4. Let's also move something around. So let's translate it all the way over to the left, maybe. Not all the way over, but significantly over to the left. Translate x, maybe negative 300 pixels. Let's just see what that looks like. Maybe even more. Okay, I think 500 pixels will work. And then let's also, how about we turn it upside down? So rotate it upside down, which will be 180 degrees. Or just to mix it up, how about half a turn, which I never really use, but we can. It's upside down. And is there anything else we should do? How about we scale it upwards? So we stretch it out upwards. So that will be scale y. How about 1.5? And there it is. Okay. So crazy looking web page. The other thing I'll just mention about transform that's important is it's actually going to apply to whatever the contents are of our element. So it's not just limited to our H1, but if we had a button in the H1, which is not very common, but if I'll put a button right there, I'll delete it, but you'll see that button is also transformed, in this case, rotated. Or the reason I actually put sections around this is that I can select one of these sections. What should we do here? Maybe take the bottom one, these guys, and let's shrink the whole thing down or rotate the whole thing. So section nth of type, I'm now operating on the section. I'm going to scale the whole thing down, 0.7. Take a look, everything shrinks in that section. Or I could rotate it, right? Rotate, or why don't I translate it? Translate x, maybe 500 pixels to the right. There we go. So that's very important to understand about transform as well, is that everything we do is going to apply to not only the parent element, but also its contents. And this makes it super powerful, right? We can do all sorts of animations and cool effects with transformations. We have yet to do any of that, but we can. So that's a rough intro to Transform. There's a lot to cover, right? And you'll always be referencing the docs, and especially if you get into the 3D stuff, if every time I do that, I have to remind myself how it works. It's not even reminding. I have to relearn the whole darn thing. So there's no shame in that. We didn't cover Matrix and Perspective, but we covered the basic ones, and those are really commonly used. So that's Transform, one of my favorites. All right, so next up, we're going to take some of what we've learned around CSS transforms and transitions, plus a couple of other properties we've seen along the way, to build a very simple but somewhat effective little CSS hover button effect thing. So it's just a button, but when you hover over it, it rises off the page a tiny bit. Obviously, it's not supposed to be incredibly impressive. It's just a nice effect, and you'll see things like this employed all over the place. Maybe not exactly this, shape and this color and this exact shadow and exact font and all of that, but you'll see a lot of very slight interaction effects on websites when you hover over something, when you click a button, or when you're about to click a button, when you hover over a menu, a nav bar. These sort of things play an important role. I'm no UI designer or any sort of designer, but even I can tell you that providing that sort of feedback to a user that you're hovering, that this is an interactable thing, makes for a better experience. Okay, so there is starter code for this video. Here's what it looks like when you run it in the browser. Stunning. It's literally just a button in the body. There's one reason I gave you starter code, which is that I also gave you a font. Now, we haven't talked about fonts yet, and Google Fonts, that's coming up in just a couple of videos from now, but I just decided, to make this look as nice as possible, I'll give you a font. So that's there, and that's really the only reason that it's there. And then the CSS file uses that font and applies it to the body. It's called Roboto. So that one line right here is linking to a font. If you get rid of that, then you won't be able to use Roboto. So we're actually going to start with a bit of advanced cheating stuff that we haven't talked about yet. Just to get our button in the middle of the page vertically and horizontally, we're going to cheat and use Flexbox, which is something we have not yet covered. We're going to move on to that in just a couple of videos. So for now, just wipe this from your memory. Don't ask any questions, okay? I'm kind of kidding, but also you're going to have questions if this is new to you. And we're going to cover them all in a couple of videos. It will all make sense. And right now, it probably won't make any sense. So I'm going to set display to flex, align dash items to center, and justify dash content to center. 3 properties we really haven't seen. Well, we've seen display, but not the value of flex. If I refresh, did I mess something up here? Oh, I forgot to set the height of 100 VH, 100 view height units, viewport height. Okay, so now we have a button centered vertically and horizontally. I'm also going to give a background color to my body. So background dash color of, I have this written down, I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere, 1F1B29, obviously. And there we are. Okay, so that's it for the body styles. Remember, don't worry about any of this stuff with Flexbox. Next up, we're going to add some basic styles to our button, pre-hover. Just make it look like this button does before we hover over it. So what we're going to do is set on the button, background, just to be none. Get rid of that default ugliness. And there it is. Now we do have this lovely border we also want to get rid of. I'm going to set the color of our button to another color I just have in front of me. It is a hex color, FFA260, sort of a light orangey color. There it is. I'll just stay zoomed in here. Then we're going to set the border to be 2 pixels and solid instead of that. I think the default is like inset. Is that what it's called? Yeah, inset. That makes it look like that 3D effect, a very poor 3D effect. I'm going to make it a solid border. There it is. And I'm going to add some spacing in there. So how would I do that? Just a quick little quiz here. If I want spacing on the inside, between the border, I'm zoomed in. There we go. So they don't look quite the same. But how do I add that spacing there? It's padding. Padding between the content and the border. So I'm going to do padding and 1M on the top and bottom, 2 on the left and right. There we go. Looks all right. I'll also set the font size, font dash size to be 1M in this button just from the parent. That just makes it slightly larger, and it should scale as the body size changes, or whatever the parent is. And that's pretty much it for the basic button. Next, I'm going to work on what happens when we hover. So let's add in our basic hover selector there. And for now, just all buttons. There's only one on the page, so that works. Okay. The first thing we're going to do is just change the border color. And if you take a look at what we're going for, we give it this yellowy greenish, I think it's more of a yellowy color, when you hover. So just change the border color. And I have this color in front of me, F1FF5C. There we are. Let's go to our version. We'll hover. Cool. I also make the text white. So that's just regular color, white. And that gives it, I think, I mean, you don't have to do this. You might want it to be that yellow color. But to me, it kind of makes it seem like it's glowing from within, especially once we add the box shadow down below, which I guess we'll do right now. So box shadows allow us to add a box shadow. There's box shadow and text shadow. I never remember the syntax for box shadows because, I mean, look at that. What is that? I can tell that this is the color of the shadow. That part's easy. If I change that to red, we get a red shadow. Now, I do know this because I just looked it up. We've got the X offset, the Y offset, the blur radius, and the spread radius, I believe. So if I change this, the spread radius, or let's do the blur radius to be like 10 pixels. Can you see how there's a lot more blur there? And then the spread radius will be 10 pixels. That's just how far things spread, I guess. I'm not sure what the terminology is, but you can always consult the documentation here. If you pass in 5 values, offset X, Y, blur radius, spread radius, and color. So I have a box shadow pre-written down, and it's just box dash shadow only when we hover. And it's going to be 0 for the X offset, and then 0.5 ems for Y, 0.5 ems for the blur, and negative 0.4 ems for the spread radius. And the color is exactly the same as the border, that yellowish color. Refresh, and we hover. Okay, there we are. It looks like it's lighting up. Now the next thing to do is make it move. Make it move upwards just a tiny bit when we hover. And we just talked about in the previous video, the best way to accomplish that in terms of performance is not to set a margin or something, but instead use transform. So to transform something, right, we have lots of options, but the one that we want, transform, the one transformation that we want is to translate. So we're not rotating or scaling or skewing or anything like that. We're just moving it. So translate, and we're really just moving it in one direction, which is up. So we can do translate Y. And then I need to pass in a value, and I'm going to do a small number like 0.25 ems. Now a positive number will actually move down, and that's not what I want. So I want a negative number, negative 0.25. Refresh, try again. And that's pretty much it for the properties we want to change when we hover. Now we just need to smooth it out, add a nice transition. And fortunately, we just learned about transitions, nice and easy. The simplest option is just to say transition all, even though I advised against doing all, we'll just start with that. And then you can play around with the duration. So I think 5 or 0.5 seconds is too long. Well, that's not it. That's the solution. Here's the one we're working on. That's just too slow. It feels like things are lagging and just bad. We don't want that. So I think 0.2 or 0.25 seconds at most. Again, I'm not a UI guy, I'm not a designer, but in my experience, you want something that's just on the edge of noticeable and not noticeable. You definitely don't want it to be distracting. So this makes it clear that you can interact with this, but we're not sitting here just waiting for the button to move so that we can click. It's very quick. So I think that works well. Like I've said, if you don't want to say transition everything, because potentially down the line you might have other properties and you don't want them to transition, you can list them all out like this. Just duplicate this border. Unfortunately, you do have to list them one at a time. You can't just say color, border color, 0.25 seconds. You have to have a pair. So I've got box shadow. And is there anything else? Yes, transform. Transform. Like that, and we shouldn't notice a difference. And we don't. Another thing I would do is add in a change to the cursor when you hover. to make it clear that you can interact with this button because it doesn't look like the default button. If we change that cursor to be a pointer, you'll see, you may have seen this, well, I'm sure you've seen this in the real world, where my cursor looks like a little gloved hand now, like a Mickey Mouse hand, versus the traditional just like triangle pointer. All right, and that just makes it clear that we can interact. So that's kind of it for our button. Yeah, I think it's somewhat effective. It's simple. Obviously, it's not an entire application yet, but it is something you can take and integrate into other apps. You know, tweak all the colors, tweak the shapes, the sizes, the durations, and come up with your own hover effects. And that's it for now. So a simple demonstration of some of the concepts we've been covering recently. Next up, we're going to talk more about the background property, which is actually shorthand for a bunch of different properties. There's a lot we can control with our backgrounds on an element. We've been working with background color. That is just one of the possible background values we can manipulate. We can do things like a background image. We can position that image up or down or left or right. We can scale it. We can have the image repeat if it's too small. There's a lot that we can do. We're not going to go into all of it, but I'm just going to show you some of the most common things. And one of the most common is adding a background image. So I've got a new document. Surprise, surprise. I'm going to add a section in here maybe. Sure. Section. We'll have an H1 in there. I am heading. Sure. And I'm going to make this section very large, or at least larger. Let's close down some of our old stuff. And in my app.css section, let's go with, what should we do? Width of maybe 80%. And our height will be 800 pixels or something like that. And I'm going to just start by giving it a background color so we can see what's going on. Okay, there we are. And now I'm going to center it with what we know so far, margin auto. And that's good enough for now. Okay, so I'm going to make my H1 slightly larger, I guess. H1, font size. What am I doing? 100 pixels, maybe? Well, let's see what 100 pixels looks like. Sure, and we'll give it a color of white. Alrighty, so what I'd like to do is give this a background image, not a background color. And there are multiple ways of doing that. We have an actual property called, one of these here, where are you? Oh, there we are, background image. And background image actually allows us to set a gradient as the background image as well. We're not going to cover that at the moment, but generally what you'll want is a URL where you specify a path to your image. And that can be in a folder like these examples, or that can be hosted online. So I've got this image I'm going to use. I'm going to copy the image address. It's coming from Unsplash, a great resource for free images that we have full license to use. So then I'm going to head over to my document. Totally lost it. Here we go. Instead of background color, I'm going to set background image, URL, and then in quotes, paste that massive URL. Refresh the page, and there we are. Now the thing is, I'm pretty sure that that image is far larger, and it is, than what we're actually displaying here. So that brings us on to some of the other properties. For example, background size, which will decide how the image is sized. We have different options like cover, contain. What else do we have? Auto. So contain is going to scale everything as large as possible without cropping anything or stretching the image. Cover will scale the image as large as possible without stretching, but it will crop it. So I'll show you what that looks like. Background size, cover. You can see there it grows the image as large as possible, or actually rather shrinks it down as large as possible to fit in this box, but then it crops stuff off if needed. And then we have contain. And it keeps the image as large as possible in this box without stretching it or cropping it, and instead we get a repeat. So generally I go for cover, not contain, but we do have the option to play around with background repeat. We can say no repeat. We can decide how it repeats if we're going to have multiple repetitions. So you can use this if you want a pattern or something. Generally though, I don't want my backgrounds to repeat. So I just stretch the image, or I change the size of the element that I'm trying to cover. So I'm just going to go back to that background size cover, and there we go. Okay, we also have a couple other things that we can play with, including background position. This allows us to decide where that background actually starts. So is it aligned to the the top left or the center, that sort of thing. So I can show you that. Background position, like if I do bottom, the bottom of this image is going to come up. It's hard to see that there with this. This is sort of a poor choice, even though it's cool. If we do one that's a bit easier to see, sure, like this. I'm going to copy this, put it back in here, refresh. The bottom part of the image is what's being used, or that's where it starts. Versus if I position it based off of the top, we'll see the top of the image aligned with the top, and then we miss a whole bunch of other stuff. But yeah, we're getting the top. We can do left and right and so on. So that's background position, that's background size, background repeat, and that finally brings us to the background property, just background, which is shorthand for all of the properties we've seen and others, including background attachment, including background clip. We didn't cover those. They're not as common, but they're worth taking a look at. So it's shorthand, meaning we can set all of them at once, or just set a couple at once, or even just set a color, like green, as the background. There are a couple things, really one thing that you should know. The order generally doesn't matter. So I can do something like, if I want to replace what I have here, let's just copy that URL and comment all of this out and just set background to be that image like that. That will work. Okay, there we go. It is repeating, right? So I could say no repeat, no dash repeat, refresh, and we don't get that repeat, but it's also not covering the entire thing. But I could also put that no repeats, whoops, at the very beginning here, no dash repeats. And we still get the same result. But there is one thing that does matter, which is if we want to specify that I want this image, let's say I want it centered for background position. So I'm going to set center, and that looks pretty good, except I want it to cover. I don't want it to repeat like we're seeing here. So I want to set background size to cover, which we talked about earlier, and I think it's what we had already. So if the order doesn't matter, I should just be able to do cover like right there, but it breaks. So this is the one thing you need to know. If you are using background size, it may only be included immediately after position, separated with the / character, like this right here. I don't know why. It has to do with, I guess, how it's parsed and understood. But if you want to include that, you have to put it afterwards. So it has to come immediately after the position. So we have center, then I need /cover. And it should work. And there we go. Kind of looks a little trendy. Maybe not. So I could put that at the beginning and it would still work. They just have to follow one another. It has to be the background position and then size. Still works though. Okay. One last thing I'll mention is that you can actually have multiple backgrounds. So let's make this image way smaller. Instead of cover, I'm going to set it to 20%. It's going to be very small, maybe a little larger. How about 40%? And I'm going to say no repeat. So no dash repeat. And now we're going to have a bunch of empty space behind our image. What I can do is now set a different background if I wanted to. I'm just going to do a color to make this obvious. How about a blue burly wood? Sure, that's not even, whatever, blue violet. Okay, refresh, and there we go. We're getting that background. Now this could have been a different image even. I could have two images. The point is we're not limited to one background, but generally it's not that common to have more than one. So I'm just going to go back to what we had before. Center, cover, just like that right there. Okay, so we covered a lot of different background properties, background image size, position, background repeats, and then we saw the background shorthand, which does it all. And you can use this to set the color. I like to use background color just to be more specific. Not specific in terms of CSS, but just in English. It's easier to see, but it really doesn't matter. So that's a ton of information about backgrounds, but backgrounds are all over the place. Okay, moving on. Next up, we're going to cover one of the most useful free resources online. It's called Google Fonts, and it enables us to use all sorts of interesting, crazy, but also just nice-looking fonts. If you can recall back to when we first covered the font family property, I'm in a new document once again, just some random placeholder stuff. If I wanted to set something or change something's fonts, we use font family. And then I have to pay attention to, or I have to be careful around which fonts I use. I could put whatever font I want. It might work on my machine, but I have no guarantees that that same font will exist or be installed on your machine or the average person's machine. So there are these web-safe fonts that we talked about, a pretty small list of fonts that we can use or that we can assume most people will have. But obviously, websites use a lot of different fonts. And one option that we have is to actually include a font as part of our document. We can include a font file. So you can buy a font, you can download them. They get pretty expensive, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And some of these fonts that are paid actually charge you per page view and the number of times the font is loaded. So Google Fonts is free, and it gives us, 992 different font families that we can choose from for free on any web page. So it's just fonts.google.com. You can read more about it if you go to About. And then what we can do is search. There's all different fonts in here. You can look at trending fonts or just the most popular fonts. You can also sort by or filter by different types of fonts if you want a handwriting font, a monospace font, and so on. Different languages. You can view them at different font sizes. And then if we find one we want, how about, these are pretty popular ones. So why don't I just go the most popular? Roboto, really standard fonts that a lot of people like, and it looks nice. There's a bunch of different font weights, and we have to decide which font weights we want. Each one increases the size of the download, if you will. So you don't want to include every single font weight if you're not going to use it. But let's just go with maybe a normal font weight. Sure. Regular, and then a very thin one. Okay. And I get this sort of shopping cart looking thing. And I can take this as it is and just go to embed. I can also download, but I'm going to embed and then copy this link right here. It gives me a link tag. And then it also shows me the CSS rule that I should add, Roboto. So font family, Roboto, sans serif, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, put this in my document. That won't do anything for me right away, right? I mean, I have the font, I have access to it, but I'm not actually adding it or assigning it to anything. So let's do my H1s, or should I just do everything? Maybe just the whole body. I'll do font family, Roboto. You don't actually need those quotes. And then sans serif as my backup, just a generic family. Let's refresh. And there we go. Immediate improvement. So it's already changed, right? We see everything now is using Roboto. Why don't we also just give the body, should I do the body, or maybe I'll add a main element. I want to center things a bit. Just like that. I'll select the main, give it a width of maybe 80% and a margin auto on the left and right, as we've seen before. Maybe even a bit more, or a bit less, maybe 60%. Okay. And then what I want to do is make my H1 use the light font weight. So font, whoops, that's not H1, are you? Let's do H1, font weight 100. I think I included 100, and I did. Now, I did not include a bold font weight. If you see here, right, I just did 100 and 400. So if I try and do, 700, it's just going to go for the nearest one, which is 400. Okay, so let's also include another font. And you can do whatever you want, but Google Fonts actually has a pairing section where it shows fonts that it's commonly paired with. So here we have Roboto used as a header, or the heading font, and then our body font is Open Sans. I can swap them out. I can try some others. Sure, let's try this. I like Montserrat there, or we could swap them. Nah, I think I like Montserrat as the body font, and then headings will be Roboto. So if I want Montserrat, how do I get you? Where are you? There we go, plus sign. And then I can decide which font weight I want. I'm just going to go with 400. And then if I look at my embed link, it now has Montserrat in here and Roboto. So this link is not actually downloading the fonts to my computer right now or anything like that. It's simply telling the browser, go and get the stuff at this URL when you load this page. So it goes and fetches those fonts, Montserrat, Roboto, the different font weights that I specified, and then I can use them. So I'm going to give everything the font family of Montserrat. Is that Montserrat? Yes, okay. like that. Let's just make sure it works. Everything should now show up as Montserrat, and it does. But I want my headings to be Roboto. So I'm going to do H1. Let's do this. H1, H2. I think I have H3s as well. Font family will be Roboto. Sans serif. I just have this habit of adding the quotes. You really don't need them unless you have a space in the font name. And then we can decide if we want that lighter font weight for all of them or not. Maybe we do. Let's see. Sure, maybe that's fine. And then what I might do is make the font size of my H1 larger. So H1 font size, maybe 3 rems. That looks decent. And then I'm just going to remove the margin bottom on it. This really has nothing to do with fonts, but let's, I don't know. Should we set it to 0 and see what that looks like? And then we've got this margin top, I believe. I just want these to be spaced together, or closer together. Yeah, so we've got margin top on our H2 there. So I'm going to just do something kind of janky. Adjacent selector. We'll do margin top 0 and see what that looks like. Are they too close to one another? Yep. So let's do something smaller though. How about, sure, 10 pixels. Okay, so we have 2 different fonts we've included here. We've got Lato, no, we have Montserrat that we're using on everything that is not a heading, which right now just is paragraphs, at least on our document. And then we have, what do we use? Roboto for the headings, at least H1s, 2s, and 3s. And we don't have to pay for any of this. It's free. It's super useful, and it's used all over the place. There are so many great fonts that you can use, ranging from very nice, trendy ones, like the ones we've been using, up to some very fun ones. Like, I think there's like a dripping and blood font. If you're making a vampire social network, we've got sort of sci-fi looking fonts, cursive handwriting fonts, lots of stuff on here. But I generally use it for, oh yeah, that's a fun one. Monotone. Anyway, I use them just so that we can have nice looking fonts without having to worry about users having certain fonts or not having them installed. Everybody gets the font for free when they load this web page. So that's Google Fonts. All right, so next up, we're going to take some of what we've learned around CSS to build a very simple photographer's homepage, portfolio site, something like that. It's, again, very, very simple. It's maybe 10, 15 lines of CSS and nothing crazy at all, but I think it looks half decent. In the real world, each one of these would probably be a little gallery you could click on to expand, right? This wouldn't be the entire website, just the homepage or a portion of it. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. There's a few things I need to explain. There is starter code for this video if you want to follow along. In the downloads folder for this particular video in the resources, you'll find the starter and solution code. And so the starter code just looks like this. It's a single HTML file, and it tells you put your name in there if you'd like instead of my name. And then also it comes with the images already added in because they're a huge pain to add yourself. You could copy and paste or, download these images. These are images that I did not take myself. There are 3 different photographers that I found. All of them are licensed for us to use, fortunately, and they're all conveniently black and white images. All right, so if you want to follow along, go ahead and open that up in your text editor, and then this is what you'll see if you open it in your browser. It's not as attractive. So we've got a couple of really just 2 things to tackle. First of all, the images and wrangling them into somewhat of a grid. And then second of all, the header up here, the little nav that has my name or your name or whatever that you decide, whatever the name of your site is. We need to figure that out second. But let's start with the images. So we need to just get them to be a standardized width to begin with. So I'm going to make a style sheet. I don't have that at the moment. So I'll make that. I'm going to work in the solution folder just so that, at the end, the completed code is in the solution. The starter is exactly the same, but I'm not going to touch it. So if you're confused why I'm working in solution, I'll call this photos.css. And then let's connect that, of course. So link photos.css. And then in there, I'm just going to select all images, and then I'll just give them a width. How about like 100 pixels to start? Hard code that width. Refresh, and there we are. Okay, so we've got our images somewhat under control. The next thing we're going to do is talk about how we would achieve this where we have 3 evenly or equally sized images going across, and then space divided between them evenly as well. And, as I resize, you can see they scaled down. So they are not a hard-coded width like what we have at the moment over here. 100 pixels, these are always going to be 100 pixels. So instead, we're going to use another unit. We're going to use percentages. So why don't we do, 40%. Let's start there. We refresh, and this is what we see. 2 images per row, and they look to be about 40% each of that width. We've got, about 20% left over here. So that 40% is 40% of the body, of the parent element, and we get 2 of them side by side. Let's go with something, though, like 30%, and that should give us, 3 of them, plus a bit of space that we can then distribute, and you can see that space right there. Right? If I give the body a border, I don't really need to, but you can just see we've got this extra space, additional space, and I want to distribute that between these 3 images on each row. And now if I do resize, right, they do scale down. So that's the good news. It's pretty easy. But what's not as easy is figuring out how to space them out. So in a couple of sections, we're going to talk about Flexbox, and you'll see a much easier to use and just simple way that doesn't require mathematical calculations to add space between elements. Because the task in front of me is basically take whatever space this is. I don't know how many pixels, but take whatever that is and evenly distribute it across my elements or between them. And that's exactly what Flexbox helps us do. But we're not at Flexbox yet. So there is a way of accomplishing what I want to do. If we take that each one of these elements is 30% of that parent's width, that means we have 30 plus 30 plus 30, right? So that's 90% taken up, meaning I have 10% left. So if I want to distribute that space, 10% around the images, I can use margin, right? We can just set a margin on each image. Just to begin with, if I do margin, how about 20 pixels? That's all 4 sides. I do have to comment that out. We do have some space, right? Okay, 20 there, 20, 20, 20, 20, and so on. And that's working. But I don't want to hard code that because for one thing, that just doesn't respond to the size of the screen. Doesn't look great anyway, but it's not even, right? I have this extra chunk. So this is where we have to do some math. If we have 10%, we can divide that percent up into a smaller number, right? So this is 10%. How many places do I want to distribute it? Well, I've got this left side here. Then I've got the right side of this image. And then I've got the left side of this image and the right side of that image. So that's 4. And then the left side and the right side. So that's 6. 6 total spots for margin. Because remember, we add margin to the left and the right of an element. Theoretically, we could just do it, on the left of this element and nothing on the right. On the left of this one, nothing on the right. But then we have to worry about this margin over here. So we're just going to add it to both sides, left and right. We'll also do top and bottom so we get this effect as well. But we're going to focus on the left and right for now. We need to take 10% and divide that by 6. So what does that give us? 10 divided by 6? Well, you can enter it into a calculator. The answer is 1.666666, so on, percent. So this is kind of obnoxious, to be honest, to have to type that out, to have to do that calculation. And then if you want to change things, let's say we wanted to, resize this to be 25% or 40% or whatever it is, we want more images in a row, then we have to recalculate that margin and do more math. But I'm going to refresh, and there we are. This is now evenly dividing that space between our elements. And you can tweak this, of course, come up with a different margin if you don't like how it looks. But you can see this does respond to the size of our window. The images shrink down because we used a percentage. If the body width changes, then the image width changes. And we use a percentage for the margin, so that changes as well. And this used to be very common to see all sorts of weird decimals and mathy looking numbers in our CSS layouts because we needed to do that math. We needed to figure out, if this thing is going to be, if there's 5 of these going across or 3 or 7 or whatever, how much space do we put between them? We've got to divide, got to calculate, and then we have all these weird decimals in our style sheets. These days, there are easier options. We just haven't seen them yet. But I think it's important for you to see this because sometimes you'll still need to have a margin like this or, percentage-based width. There's nothing wrong with that. That's still very, very common. It's just more setting up that spacing between them is kind of janky. But as you'll see soon when we cover Flexbox, there are better options for spacing. Now, there's actually a better option. Instead of having to write 1.6666, there's an easier option where I can write something we have not seen at all. It's called calc, and it requires parentheses. And then I can pass in some mathematical thing for CSS to calculate, like this, 10% divided by 6. So this is just another option, but the reason I like to do this personally is that you can see the logic here, right? You can see, all right, we've got 10% that we're trying to split 6 ways. Instead of just 1.6666, that leaves a lot to you to figure out. But we end up with the exact same result, as you can see here. Alrighty, so that is our basic grid of images set up. It's not ideal, it's not, an amazing solution, but it's very simple, and it does use margin, right? And it uses width and percentages, and now this fancy new calc thing we haven't seen. I'll leave this original 1.666 in here so you can see it. And then next we're going to move on to just creating this header up top, which we'll use some Google Fonts, we'll use some margin and padding, and some of the other things we've seen so far. So that's coming up. The next step, we'll work on this piece of text, the nav at the top of the page. We want it to look like this. So a nicer font, everything's uppercased, there's some spacing, right? It's in line here, and it might be hard to see, but there's this very long extended line going underneath in this light gray color. It's just a border on the bottom. So that's actually a bit of a hint. If this is a border on the bottom, it tells us that the element itself, if I inspect it, is quite wide. Let's go back, right? You see all that green there? It goes all the way across here, basically the exact same width and the same margin as one of these images. So that element is just set up to be a nav right now in our HTML. Right there, put your name in there if you want that slash for this very hip minimalist effect. You can do that. You can put a logo in there, a little emoji, an icon, whatever you want. We're going to begin by styling it. We'll ignore the font for now, but we'll work on the width and the border bottom. So let's go to our CSS. Let's select that nav. Technically all navs, we just have one. Kind of being lazy about that. But if we expanded our markup and added more navs, we definitely would want an ID or a class or something. So what I'm going to do is start by, here's a quick win, text transform uppercase. We saw this a while back. Just uppercase all of my text. I could just do that in the markup itself, but sometimes you don't want that. You want to preserve your markup and just display it with uppercase letters. Next up, let's add a border bottom. So border bottom is going to be 2 pixels, and then I just have the color in front of me. It's a hex color, F1, F1, F1. Like that. Okay. It might be hard to see, but there's that border bottom, and it goes all the way across right now. So what I'm going to do is just replicate exactly what we did for our image. I'm going to say, don't go all the way across. Just go 30% of the way. They're in the same parent container, the body, so 30% is the same. But this isn't quite matching up because there's margin on this image, and there's not margin on this nav. So we can add that margin in, the exact same margin if we want. Refresh, and now they're in line. But I kind of screwed things up by saying margin on all sides because I don't want this space here. I don't want that space up top, or maybe I do, but I definitely don't want it down here. So I'm going to revise that to be margin left. Okay, great. What else? If we look at how this is spaced out, ignoring the font, there's a lot more space between that element or between the text and its border. Here, no space. So how do we increase that space? Padding. And I'm also going to add padding on the top. So it will be top and bottom. And, you can figure out what number works best. For now, I'll just do pixels if we want. We can rework it with M's or something, but I'll do 20 pixels, top and bottom, 0 left and right. And there we are. 20 there, no padding on the side. Okay? And then what else do we have left, really? We need to add in the font, and I think that's kind of it. Otherwise, we're in good shape. We want to change the font and the font weight. And I used a Google font, a really common one, Railway. So if we go to Google Fonts, it's probably in the top most popular ones. If we sort by most popular, you can also just search for it. Okay, here it is. I'm going to select, I think the only font weight I actually want is 800. So that's all I'm going to use. You could use a lighter one if you prefer it, but here is 800. And that's it. So I'm going to embed this in my HTML like that. And then all I need to do is set font family to Railway. So I'm going to do that for my nav, just like that. Let's take a look. And there we are. I think the only remaining difference at this point is the font size itself, which we could definitely increase, and we could play around with here just in our dev tools. So select the elements, and then if we go to font size, which I never set, font size, what would look best in there? We could start with a hard-coded number like 25 pixels, and that looks good, but then what about on a, that's a bit extreme. Well, actually, looks okay enough, on a mobile-ish layout. We don't want this to scale and get super small, so we almost never use percentages for font sizes. We could use something like M's if we wanted to, maybe 1.5 M's or so. Yeah, that looks good there. And yeah, I think that's pretty good. We could use M's for the padding as well. So if we're going to set the font size to be 1.5 M's, 1.5 M's, then for that padding, instead of doing 20 pixels top and bottom, we could do 1.5 M's top and bottom. Let's see how that looks. Might be a bit too much. So let's do like 1.2 M's maybe. How's that look? I think that's pretty good. And the nice thing about doing that is that if we do increase this font size at some point, like to 3.5 M's, that padding will increase as well, which you may or may not want, honestly, but I'm going to use M's here. I generally prefer M's over pixels. Let's do 1.2 for padding. Okay, and that's it at this point. So nothing crazy. Very simple web page, only at 10 elements, and 9 of them are images. There is one very important note that I am going to cover in this video that some of you may have encountered if you tweaked some of this code in here. This is a separate topic, so we're not going to change the styles. We're done with the app, but just a little note here that I'm sure will come up. What happens if I have my images on separate lines like this, which is how you probably would type it up yourself, right? This is at least how I would approach it. Instead of having them the way that I gave them to you, I put them on the same line, like they all just start and there's no space in between. Let's see what happens. What happens here? Why on earth do they go onto separate lines? We don't get 3 across anymore. Well, this is a really annoying thing in HTML. It actually has to do with white space. Here, there's a white space character between our images. And here, there's a white space character as well. Think of it like this. If I have 2 spans and images are both inline-ish elements. And if I have hello, and then another span right here, world, and I put a return between them, can you see that there's a space there? It's not just hello world jammed together into a single word. Versus if I did it like this right there, there's no white space character. And where are they? It is jammed together into a single word with no space between. Well, the same thing applies to our images. And this is just a very well-known, obnoxious part of HTML. If you are working with images like this, when we get to Flexbox, this won't be an issue whatsoever. But here, where we have these very specific calculations for width and for margin, they all get thrown off because we're calculating everything, assuming that the only elements we need to account for are these 3 images on each row. But in reality, there's actually a space in between and another space, a white space character in HTML in between here, and that has a width, and that screws everything up. So that's why I gave it to you like this, which is weird, but there's a reason for that. So if you run into that issue, just make sure that you get rid of any spaces between your images, delete all spaces, save the file again. You can format it nicely like I have here so that it still looks like separate images, and they are separate images, but they are running into one another, and they don't each get their own line. So kind of annoying, but with Flexbox, we won't have to worry about it. Welcome back. Next up, we're talking about more CSS yet again, but a very different topic than anything we've talked about so far. We're covering Flexbox, which is a newer thing in CSS. It's really useful for laying out elements and adding space or sharing space, distributing space to make a web page. Anyway, I'm going to teach it in this entire section. That's why we're here. So up front, you'll notice there's a lot of yellow here, and there's also a lot of properties. And frankly, they're hard to remember. Their names just don't really tell you a lot about what they do, at least up front. I mean, justify content, align items, align content, align self. They're so easy to mix up. And that's totally fine. I mix them up all the time, especially if I have been away from Flexbox for a little while and I'm coming back to it. Oh, it's a nightmare. I have to spend like a couple of minutes at least reteaching it to myself. But it is very useful and it's important to know about and be familiar with, which is why I'm including it here. So the first thing I'll say is, as I say often, focus on the concepts, not memorizing the specific CSS properties. That's probably the most important thing to take away here, because if you have a conceptual model of how Flexbox works, that's going to really help you out. Even if you don't remember exactly which property you need to do one thing versus the other, at least if you have a model of how the pieces fit together, it makes it way, way easier when you do find that property or you find that tutorial or the documentation on MDN and it gives you the answer. You're good to go. But if you don't actually understand how things fit together and what they do, then you're gonna have a bad time. So focus on concepts. With that said, all of these properties are going to be important in no particular order. I'm just dragging them over. When I say important, I mean, this is all stuff that I want you to know and understand, but I don't expect you to finish this section and be a master. Like I said, I pull up a cheat sheet for Flexbox all the time. So what I really care about is that, if you had that cheat sheet up and I asked you to do something, would you be able to look at the cheat sheet and then build whatever I'm asking you to build? So no memorization, no mastery. It's all just conceptually important. Then we get to one little outlier here, a different topic at the end of the section, media queries. This is very important, very, very crucial for building responsive websites, web pages that look different or have different layouts on different screen sizes, just as one example. We will talk about that at the end of this section. So it's a juicier topic. It's in yellow, and it's also very, very important. I'll put it up at the top here. It's one of the main takeaways from the section. So we are getting close to being done with CSS. This is really the last big topic. There's a million other CSS properties we haven't covered and we're not going to cover. A million is an exaggeration, but there are quite a few. But this is the last big thing that we really need to know about. So be patient, have faith in yourself, keep your head up. What's another platitude? Stay strong. You can do it. I believe in you. I hope that gives you a lot of confidence. All right, so next up, we're going to begin our CSS Flexbox journey. You'll love it. Well, you might not, but you'll probably end up using Flexbox a lot. I do. It's just incredibly useful. So what is it? Well, Flexbox is a newer part of CSS, so it has not been around for very long at all. It's really only become pretty standardized across browsers in the last maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. And it is a tool, or it's really a series of properties that we use to lay out items on our page in a box of content. So this is something we do all the time. We have some container and we want to distribute space inside of that container. How do we distribute that space? As an example, pay attention to this nav bar up here. There's some container, a nav element, or it might just be a div. Who knows what it actually is? I mean, we could look it up. But there's some container there, and then there's elements inside, and then there's space between them. And it's distributed between them. It's not quite evenly, right? You can see that as this moves down, as I shrink this down, these get closer and closer together. There's still space here around the input, the search field, and then eventually they start stacking. They go on top of each other. And then if I keep going, well, then they disappear. And that's done with JavaScript. Here's another example. Notice these three things right here. They're one on top of each other in a column. They're stacked. As I grow this, now they're not. Now they are in a row. And there's some space between them. Shrink it back down. No space, not horizontally at least, but they're in a column layout. Here's another example from Airbnb's website. Notice this little middle search input I don't know what to call this, the main way that you find something on Airbnb. So there is a container here, just this entire container, all that space. And then we've got 5 different things in here, a button, and then 4 different inputs. And the space is not entirely divided evenly, right? This is larger than these, and they are larger than the button. So we could manually go in and say, make this thing, 500 pixels. This is 300, this is 300, this is 300, this is 150. But then we're hard coding those values in, and you might be on a really wide, long monitor. You might be on a smaller browser window. And if you look at what happens here, that's no longer, let's say it was 300 pixels here. I'm just totally making that up, but it's shrinking. But that space is still being shared, and there's some mechanism for deciding how much space or who gets the most space. And we can see that this input, the location field, gets the most space throughout, but that space does get eaten up eventually, and now they're even. So how does that all happen? Well, the main tool or mechanism is Flexbox. Further down, we've got these. Let's take a look at these right here. We've got 4 different images, little captions below, and they're going to share some space. But as I shrink the screen down, they're sharing it differently, right? And now they're sharing it completely differently. They're all the same size. This is all over the place on websites. All of this here, all of this stuff, all of this stuff. As I shrink this down, they turn into a column, one on top of one another. They're sharing the space differently. It's being distributed in a different way. So that's the main concept of Flexbox. How do we, within one container, how do we distribute space across different elements to make those elements larger, or just add space in between those elements, move them to the left, to the right, split up the space evenly, make sure that the first thing gets more space or the middle thing gets the least amount of space. We can create flexible layouts. The boxes, the elements inside are flexing or flexible, right? This input, these guys, as I resized, they're not set in stone. Their sizes are flexing, and it's not even just a percentage. It's not always a percentage, at least, because you'll see that they 5%, and this is always, 30-something percent, because at some point, they're all even. So that box here is flexible. So that's enough of an overview with Flexbox. Let's actually dive into it. That's coming up next. All right, so now that we've had that basic overview of Flexbox, let's start by learning some of the properties. Before I do that, I just want to show you the code setup. If you want to follow along, which I highly recommend you do, there's a starter here, Flexbox starter, and it just has some basic styles. It has a container that we're going to work with, and then it has 5 divs. This is actually what it looks like. You don't see the divs yet, but we're going to style them and make them different sizes and arrange them in this container. So if you want to follow along, please do. You'll write all of your code in the app.css. And yes, I used inline styles, which I said is always a horrible idea, but just to keep things brief and to keep this out of the CSS file. Otherwise, I'd have to do a bunch of nth of types to get the first one to give it a different color than the second one, give it a different color, a third one. It would just be annoying. So I did it inline. Anyway, so I mentioned this previously, that Flexbox consists of a bunch of properties. Well, not a whole lot, but 8 to 10-ish properties. And they're all important. They all work together. But the first one that we have to begin with is actually a property we've already seen before. It's the display property. So we've seen display, display block, display inline, display inline block. What we have not seen is the value display flex. So what I'm going to do here is just show you this container that's already on the screen. It's just a regular old section, has the idea of container. And it has a background color, it has a width, it's centered thanks to margin auto, it has a height, and it has a border. I don't even know why it has a border, but there it is. There's our container. Now before we do anything with Flexbox, I am going to select all of my divs in that container div, and give them a width of maybe 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And you'll now see the background colors I added. So there are the 5 elements I created. We might make them 100 pixels or something, but there we go. This is 200 by 200, and it's totally fine if they're overflowing. As you can see on mine, they are. These are block level elements, each div, and they're inside of a section, a block level element. What I'm about to do, though, is set display to flex on this container. All right, display flex. And this is going to change everything. Take a look. Now they all line up in a nice row from left to right instead of what we had before. So this is the first really important part of Flexbox. We're basically turning it on. We want Flexbox properties on this element, our container. And you saw it changed how it behaves. Now we can cover all the other properties that rely on display being set to flex. All right, before we go any further, we need to understand some basic terminology. In Flexbox, or in this Flexbox world, when we designate some box or some container, a Flexbox, we set display to flex. In that box, there are two axes, the main axis and the cross axis. And these are very important for the other properties we're going to discuss. By default, the main axis goes from left to right. As you can see, our content goes from left to right. The green box is first. If we look in our markup, it's green to purple. So this is the first thing, that's the last thing. But I'm going to show you a property right now that allows us to change that. This property is called flex direction. Flex direction allows us to decide on the main axis direction in our container. So the default is flex direction row. So if I go to my container and I set flex direction to row, we're not going to see anything change whatsoever. Still left to right. It's the default. That is our main axis direction. But I can actually change that. One option is row reverse. Row dash reverse will then make our main axis go from right to left. So still horizontal, but the reverse. Row dash reverse, you'll see that they reverse. We now go from the right side over to the left. So still a row, but opposite direction. We have two very different options, column and column reverse. So I'll show you that. Let's do column, which is going to go from top to bottom. Our main axis goes from top to bottom. And notice my elements aren't 200 by 200 pixels. Why not? Well, I set a height on this container, 500 pixels. So if I made this, 800 pixels, they're going to grow to take up that space because I enabled Flexbox. But they're not actually 200 by 200, which is what I said they should be. Now, if I gave them enough room, if I gave them, 1200 pixels, now they're 200 pixels each, and we have extra space. But just to make it fit better, I'm going to stick with 500. It also just shows some of what Flexbox does. Okay, we can also turn that off or change this behavior. So that is flex direction column. Our main axis now goes from top to bottom. Not left to right, not right to left, but top to bottom. And then I can do column reverse, which will go from bottom to top, green up to purple. Now this is really, really important to understand up front. The terminology will take some time. That's why I spent a lot of time making these slides so you can reference them. Don't feel like you have to get it all right now, but just try and understand this concept, this main axis in every Flex container. And anything we set display to flex on, it has a main axis. The default is left to right. We can change it to be right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top. It just determines how the content flows in this container. Okay, so that's our first property. Well, display flex and flex direction. The next property we'll see is an essential one. It's called justify content. And this determines how the actual elements, how the content is distributed across the main axis. So the default is going to be flex start. That is the property name flex-start. And it's not always on the left-hand side. Let's be very clear about that. But if our main axis goes from left to right, the start is on the left to right. So what I'm going to do is go back to a row, just the standard row for our flex direction. And then I'm going to set justify content to be flex start, just to show you nothing changes. It's still piled up on the left-hand side. Then we have flex end, which is going to take the content and move it to the end of the main axis. So that's how it's going to be aligned along that main axis. If it's going from left to right, the start is left, the end is right. So it gets piled up on the right-hand side, as you can see here. Now we have some other options. We have center. This will center our content along the main axis. So let's try that. Here we go. Centered along the main axis. And then we have some others that are a little different. We have space between and space around. Now, space between is going to take all of the extra space and distribute it between the elements, but not on the outside edges. So between elements, but not between the element and the container. So we've got some extra space in here. If we do space dash between, just like that, there we go. So there's a border, just to be clear. That's a border I added. Otherwise, there's no space in this Flex container. And the space is all evenly distributed between the elements. Then we have space around, which gives each element the same amount of space around it. So this element has that much space, and then it has that much space again. And then this element has the same half of that, half of that. So it ends up with half of the amount of space on the left and right, which is a bit wonky. There's one more option, which is space evenly. And space evenly just ensures that the space is even between every element and between the elements and the container. So this is all along the main axis. And one of the questions I get a lot from students is, why is it named justify content? Why not name it something more obvious like horizontal alignment or something? But you have to remember, the main axis is not always horizontal. It could go right to left, sure, but it might be top to bottom or bottom to top, in which case the property name doesn't really apply anymore if we called it horizontal alignment. Now, justify content is still kind of confusing. Maybe there's a better way to name it, main alignment or main axis align. I guess that's a bit long. But let me show you what happens here. If I get rid of this here and I set flex direction now, well, let's just do row reverse to begin with. It starts over here. The main axis is right to left now. So flex starts, if I do justify content, is on the right side, and flex end now moves our content to the left side. So very different. I mean, not hugely different, but a different result based upon that direction. Or if we now go and do flex direction column, as you can see here, we're not going to get much to play with at this point. Our elements go from top to bottom. We don't have much space to move them around. But if I made this thing a lot taller, like 1,000 pixels, wow, I'm an idiot. That's exactly the amount of space we need. There we go, 1,200 pixels. I'll just zoom out so you can see the whole thing. Now I can do things like, how about space between or flex end? The main axis goes from top to bottom. So we're distributing space along that vertical axis with the same property. So justify content is not horizontal or vertical. It can be either, depending on flex direction. And that's why it's not called horizontal align or something like that. So if I do flex end, where's it going to go? Well, refresh, bottom to top. It's the end of the main axis. Our main axis right now is a column. It goes from top to bottom. So bottom is the end, top is the start. I can also do, space evenly, and we get our nice even spacing vertically. So that's justify content. It depends on flex direction. The way that it behaves depends on the main axis, and that main axis can change. Let me find my slide. There we go. So left to right, right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top. Really is up to you and how you have configured your flex direction. That impacts justify content. And we have yet to even mention the word cross-axis, or I guess it's 2 words. That's coming up next. Okay, I should stop. I'm going to stop talking. Next up, we've got a quick one. It's a property called flex wrap, and it determines whether our elements are going to wrap along the main axis onto a new line, if it's horizontal, or a new column, if it's a vertical main axis. So right now, if I go back, I don't think, we have too much space here for us to actually wrap it anyway. But let's say that I shrink this down. Instead of 1,200 pixels, we go back to, maybe 500 pixels for the height of our container. Well, what happens immediately, as we can see, is that these elements shrink way down. They're supposed to be 200 pixels tall, but instead they squash down so that they fit in this height. But I can set flex wrap, flex-wrap, to wrap. There's really only 2 keywords you need to know, wrap and wrap reverse. So I'm going to set it to wrap, and you'll see what happens. All of a sudden, our elements go top to bottom, and then a new column, top to bottom, and a new one, top to bottom. Now, what do we have for our main axis justify content? We have space evenly. But if I change that to, flex start, for example, you'll see that everything is aligned to the top because our main axis is top to bottom. We're in a column. So we also have wrap dash reverse. And you'll see what happens here. Our elements still go from top to bottom. Our main axis is unchanged. But if you remember all the way back in this diagram, there you are. No, there it is. There's a second axis, the cross axis. So in our example, right now, the main axis is top to bottom. But because we set wrap reverse, or we set flex wrap to be wrap reverse, our cross axis now goes right to left. So this is the first thing, second, third, fourth, fifth. So vertical, top to bottom, right to left. If we just went back to wrap, now our main axis is still top to bottom, but the cross is left to right. Now let's switch it up entirely, and let's do this with rows instead. So I'm going to, and if I leave everything as is, well, I'm an idiot, I didn't even go back to a row, but if I leave it as is, everything fits just fine in our row. But if I give them a much, much larger width, how about, 600 pixels wide? Well, they all squish down to fit in there, but if I set flex wrap to wrap, there we go, they now wrap onto the next line. So what is the main axis here? Well, it's a row, left to right. What is the cross axis? Top to bottom. But I can change that, wrap, reverse. Now, before I refresh, what change do you think we'll see? Here I go. Well, we're still going left to right, but now we wrap upwards. So we go main axis, left to right, cross axis, bottom to top. If I instead did, row reverse here, or column reverse, main axis changes direction. But that's the main principle of wrapping. It's really common to have elements in a row that you want to wrap over to the next row, or, you can leave it off. The default is to not wrap, or you can explicitly set it to no wrap. So there's actually 3 values: wrap, no wrap, and wrap reverse. And it will dictate the direction of the cross axis. So here I've pictured it going vertically, but of course we know that it can go horizontally if your main axis is vertical. So the next thing we need to learn is how we distribute space along the cross axis. So the next property is align items. And align items is going to distribute space, or distribute our items, along the cross axis. So justify content is along the main axis, align items is on the cross axis. Once again, it's not as simple as saying, it's always vertical space, or alignment, or how we distribute things vertically, because the cross axis could be vertical, but it could also be horizontal. And within each one, it could be left to right, right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top, and so on. So it's called align items, and it has some similar values. Flex start, for example, will align along the beginning of the cross axis. So if we visualize this, our main axis in a row goes from left to right, and the default cross is top to bottom. So the start of the cross axis is up here. So our items are being aligned to the start of that. So they're spaced out evenly on the main axis, justify content, but they're aligned to the top vertically in this case. So I've gone back to smaller boxes, 200 pixels, and why don't we justify them to the center to begin with? There we go. So nothing new. That's the main axis, left to right. But now let's say I want to align them to the bottom of my container. Well, that's the cross axis, which goes from top to bottom. So the end of that cross axis, I could use flex end, just like that. So let's do it. Let's do align items, flex end, refresh, and now our items are still centered on the main axis, left to right, but on the cross axis, top to bottom, they're at the end of it. The default, as we just saw, is flex start. Whoops, I have 2 semicolons there. Go back, and they go back to where they were. So we also have center, super useful. If we want to center something horizontally and vertically, we can set justify content center and align items center. Awesome. Now you should also know that this is going to work for different elements of different sizes. So I'm just going to be obnoxious and give one of these maybe a height of 300 pixels and just do it in line here. I'm going to undo this in a bit. And a height here of 450 pixels. Okay. Let's see how that looks. There we go. You can see how center works. It's taking the center of our content based upon that height. In this case, it's height. Now we also have one more option I have yet to show you, which is called baseline. And in order for this to make any sense, what I'm going to do is actually add some text. How do I do H, E, L, L, and then and O. Okay, so I've added hello as my text in there. So each div now has a letter. And I'm going to change that font size, absolutely. So let's do font size, maybe 4 Ms, see what that looks like. Okay, and then I'm also going to stop making these super large ones. Maybe we'll do 100 pixels, so a smaller one, just like that. Perfect. So right now, these are aligned on the center of the element itself, based upon the height of the element, because our cross-axis is vertical, top to bottom. So the text is not centered, or it's not aligned on the text, if that makes sense. But if I set align items to baseline, it's now going to use the baseline of our text to align those elements. Now I'll show you another example. This looks like they're just aligned to the top, and they are. But if I change one of the elements' font sizes, so I'm just going to do it in line again. Font size, how about 8 Ms? Take a look at that. Oof, that's hideous. I should have done it on a different one so it's not overflowing. How about on this element here? There we go. All right, so they're no longer aligned to the top of the container, right? This one is, but all the others move down to accommodate it so that the baseline, think of drawing a line through the bottom of each letter, that is what they're aligned on. So that can be useful if you have different heights for your elements, but they do have text and you want it all to be aligned, you can use baseline. Okay, so I'm going to undo all of that. Lots of changes there. And now what I'd like to show you is just how this works when we're not working in a row, because we're not always working in a row. So I'm going to change that, get rid of align items, get rid of that text on the inside, get rid of font size, almost there. Okay, should be back to normal. So in this case, our content is not wrapping at all. We fit perfectly comfortably in here. And the cross-axis by default goes top to bottom. But I can actually change that. So if I set align items, we'll take a look at this, align items, flex end, right? Our end is down here. That's the default on the cross-axis. But as we just saw, if we set flex wrap to wrap reverse, that changes our cross-axis, changes direction. So even if we don't have content that's wrapping, our cross-axis still changes. Now, our cross-axis goes from bottom to top. So if I had a lot more stuff in here, or if their widths were a lot larger, how about I make them, 800 pixels wide again? Now you can see we go left to right, so green is the first one, this light green, left to right, but we are moving upwards. That's our cross-axis, bottom to top. Okay, so I'm going to undo that. But flex wrap is how we change that direction of the cross-axis. And I'm going to undo that 800 pixels as well. And the last thing I'll do here is show you what happens when we're working with a column. So let's make a column here. Okay, so now our main axis is top to bottom. Our cross-axis is still left to right, but they're aligned over here because I set align items to flex end. So why don't we try something else? Why don't we do center? What's going to happen to my elements? Well, now they're aligned in the center of the cross-axis. So main axis, top to bottom, there's not enough space really for anything to happen. But if I set flex wrap to wrap and refresh, now we've got a lot of stuff going on. My main axis, top to bottom, that's unchanged. My cross-axis, left to right. And I turned on wrap. So now my elements are wrapping, and I set align items to center. And that has to do with the cross-axis, which is now horizontal. And if we switch this to flex end, now they align over here on the right side. If I do flex start, they go to the start of the cross-axis. So main, top to bottom, cross is left to right, and I could change that. If I did wrap or reverse, wrap reverse, geez, tripping myself up. Now main, top to bottom, cross, right to left. Oh, it's a lot of terminology, I know, but with practice, with time and patience, hopefully it will all make sense for you. So that is align items. It's how we align our content along the cross-axis. Justify content is the main axis. So again, it's not always horizontal and vertical. They could change the flip of a switch, right? Very different. At this point, justify content right now is set to center, and that's how they're centered on the main axis, which is vertical. But if I go to a row, all of a sudden justify content center is now horizontal, left to right, centering them. Okay, so next up we have align content, which we use to control or distribute space along the cross axis, but only when we have multiple rows or columns, depending on if we're in a row or column based layout. Basically, if we are in columns like we have here, align content controls the space between those columns. If we're in rows, the main axis is left to right, right to left. The cross axis is vertical. We're controlling space between the rows. So here's an example. We can use space between, space around, flex start, flex end, the different properties we've seen before, or the different values rather. So here's space between. Here's flex start. We still have our rows, 1 row, 2 row, 3 rows. They are moved to the left in this case, the beginning of the cross axis. Or we have flex end. They move to the right hand side. We've got center. So let me show you how this would work. I've got this layout right now. So we have a column layout, justify content center, align items flex end, okay? And then we've got flex wrap set to wrap. Now, if I want them to meet in the middle here, I could do align content center. Align content center. I'm controlling the space between the columns. There we go. Now, if we only have one column or one row, we don't have flex wrap turned on, align content does nothing for us at all. It just doesn't mean anything. It's only when we have wrap or wrap reverse for flex wrap. So if I want to move them to the left, I could do flex start. And if I wanted to spread them out and distribute the space between, I have space between, I have space around, but I'm just going to do space between. And there you go. Now let's switch this entirely to a row-based layout. So flex direction row. I have justify content center, and my items actually aren't big enough to go onto multiple rows, so let's make them wider. Let's do 400 pixels. Nope, still need wider. Okay, how about 600 pixels? There we go. Now we have 2 rows. So align content will distribute the space between those rows. Let's do space between. There we go. Let's do center. And those rows will be now centered vertically on that cross axis. So that's align content, space between rows or space between columns, depending on the orientation of the cross axis. It does nothing if you don't have flex wrap, you don't have content wrapping. And then the next property I'll show you while we're here is align self. Align self is very similar to align items, except it's actually a property we add to a single element, or it doesn't have to be one, but to individual items in the flex container. So it's the first property we've seen that we don't actually apply to the flex container itself, but to individual elements. And we can change the alignment along the cross axis for a single element using it. So here's our row. I did align items flex start, so everything is aligned to the top. But I did align self flex end on this one item. So let's undo some of what we've just done. Let's go back to 200 pixels. Okay. And I'm going to do align items to the start. So flex start, just like that. And then I'm going to pick one of these. I'll just use nth of type probably. So div nth of type. How about the third one? And then align self center. And there we go. It's aligned to the center of the cross axis. Or I could do flex end. So this is how you can position one thing at a time within this flex container. So I could do, just one more example. Let's duplicate this. Let's do nth of type 2. Let's do center. So let's see what that looks like. There we go. And that's kind of all that there is to it. Of course, if we are in a row layout, rather a column layout, this does work differently, but it's the same idea. Yikes, it's a bit of a nightmare to look at. Let's undo these changes for a moment. So here's the original layout where our elements are in a row or in a column, multiple columns, they wrap. And then I can align items, which I have already done, align items flex start. Let's do flex end. Okay, so they move over there. And now I can align one of these within this space. Let's do this one, this purple one, which is the 5th one, I believe. So let's do div nth of type 5, and then align self flex start, which should be to the left. And there we go. Okay, so that is align content and align self. They both have to do with the cross axis, as does align items. They just all have a slightly different role. Next up, we're going to learn more about making our elements flexible, making them grow, shrink, depending on the amount of available space. So next up, we're going to talk about 3 related properties that have to do with individual items in a Flex container and how they grow or shrink when there's available space or when there is too little space. So the first one is relatively straightforward. It's called Flex basis. It is going to determine the initial size of an element before it's placed in, sort of the starting point before it's added into our Flex container. So I'll show you what that looks like. Our divs right now are 200 by 200. If I go here, I just have them in a row, right? It's 5 of them in a row. They're all squares. Now I could give them a Flex basis of something different, and maybe something like 400 pixels to start. I do have Flex wrap on, and I'm going to refresh. So now they are set to 400 pixels wide, even though I said their width is 200 pixels. Flex basis is 400. I can get rid of width. It's completely ignored. It doesn't matter. Flex basis is going to be that measurement, the width that is used when we're in a row. Now, some people think, okay, why bother with flex basis? Why not just set the width? Well, flex basis is along the main axis, and that might be horizontal, but if I change to a column, let's do that here. Where are you? Flex direction column. And refresh. There we go. We're still at 200 pixels height. I'm now going to set flex basis to 400, and now we get much taller elements. They're 400 pixels tall. So flex basis is just the initial size that an element should be added into our box as. And it might be a width, it might be a height, depending on the main axis direction. Then we have 2 other properties, flex grow and flex shrink. We'll start with flex grow. Flex grow is going to control the amount of space that an element takes up if there is available space. So if we have extra space, let's go back. Let's do flex basis of 200, just the same as the width and the height. And let's go back to a row layout. We're going to have additional space. Right now, my elements are not growing to take any of that space up, but we do have quite a bit extra space. I can assign the flex grow property, flex-grow, to any element. So why don't I just take the first one? So I'll just do div nth of type 1, and I'm going to give it a flex grow of 1. So flex grow accepts a unitless number, and you'll learn more about how that works. But for now, flex grow of 1 to this box. Wow, check it out. It takes up all of the additional space, all of the available space. Why don't I also do it to this purple one? So that's nth of type 5. It's also going to have flex grow of 1. Now they are equally eating up that available space, and these middle 3 aren't touching anything. Now if I gave all divs a flex grow of 1, flex grow of 1, just like that, none of them are 200 pixels anymore. They're all growing to take up that space evenly. Now if I shrink this down, they're all sharing that space evenly as well. So here we are. They're probably about 200 pixels each here, but then they start to grow. And I do have flex wrap turned on. So this is interesting. Once we spill over, take a look at that, you'll see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. And then this one takes up all of the available space until this guy gets booted off right there. Once it goes smaller than 200 pixels, it goes on to the next line. It's wrapping. Now they're sharing that space. And that's what we end up with. Now you can change this behavior. We can decide, actually, I don't want this one to go past a certain width or a certain height. We can do things like set a min width or a max width, just as an example here, max width of 300 pixels on every div. So now they do grow, right? They start at 200 and they're going to grow to hit 300, and then there's just extra space. And you can do the same thing with min width to prevent them from getting too small if you want. Anyway, what's important about FlexGrow, though, is that I can assign a different number to other elements. So let's give all of them FlexGrow of 1. Actually, let's not do that. Let's give the first one FlexGrow of 1, and then the last div a FlexGrow of 2. It's all about proportions. So what this is saying is any available space, twice as much of it should be eaten up by this div, the 5th div, the purple one, as this green div. So both of them will eat the available space. So let me get rid of that max width, by the way. Here we go. They both grow, but this one grows twice as, or it takes twice as much of the space as this one. And if I open up my DevTools, I'm sure we'll be able to see. Let's move that. Hover there. So this one is, 520 something pixels? This one is 360. Let's go to an easier size. Here we go. So each of these are 200 still. This one is 250 roughly. It grew 50 pixels. And this one is 300 roughly. So it added 100 pixels. 100 versus 50, it added twice as much as that left one. So that's how FlexGrow works when there is additional space. How is that space divided? Now, if there is not additional space, if Flex Basis is much larger, I don't know, 500 pixels. Oh, well, I have Flex Wrap on. But if I turn Flex Wrap off, right, they're all going to be the same size. They're all trying to hit 500 pixels. They're probably actually not even 500 pixels. They're probably smaller. So it's not always going to make things grow. It's just if there is space available. And then that brings us to Flex Shrink, which is kind of the same concept. It governs the rate that elements shrink when there is not enough space in the container. So let's make them larger. I'm going to turn Flex Wrap off. And then I'm going to make one of them, or I'll give all of them a flex basis of something large, like 600 pixels. They're not going to fit as 600 pixel elements. Right now, they're all evenly shrinking. So let's give this first one a flex shrink of 2. Refresh, and it shrinks faster than the others. Now, I don't know what size these are. I could open up my DevTools here and pop this out. Let's see. So this is 433, 433, 433, 433. This one is 267. Now, if I wanted to make it shrink faster, I could do flex shrink of 3. And now it shrinks even faster. So I'm not telling it exactly how many pixels to shrink by. I'm just telling it how much it should shrink relative to other elements. So I could give, the last one here a flex shrink of, how about 0? Now, it's not going to shrink at all, and it should be exactly, let's take a look, 600 pixels. It's just not going to shrink. Everything else will shrink, including this first box here, that light green one. That one shrinks incredibly fast. This one does not shrink at all. And the others, the default value is just 1. They'll all shrink at the same rate. And there you go. You can see we've totally altered how these elements shrink down when there's not enough space. All right, so we just saw these 3 properties, flex basis, grow, and shrink. What I didn't show you is that there's a shorthand property called flex. So we use these properties so frequently that flex was created. It allows us to set all 3 in one go. There are a couple different options. You can pass in 3 different values, and the order here, if you scroll down, if there are 3 values, is flex grow, flex shrink, and then flex basis. If we have 2 values, it's just flex grow and flex shrink. If you have 2 values, but one of them is a width, pixels or ems or something, it's going to be flex grow and flex basis. And then if we just have 1 value with no number, or a unitless number rather, it's going to be flex grow by default. So we'll play around with it. We're going to make a new demo. So I've just added in a new container down here. It's a main element. I have 3 sections. And the goal that I'm going for, I'm going to have 3 sections. One is our main content in the middle. I want it to be a lot larger. And then 2 sidebars that are less important. So we're not going to use flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis, or we could start with them, but then we'll refactor to use flex. So here's my main element. I'm going to start by giving it display of flex. We won't notice anything. Now I'm going to give the sections in there. So I'll do main, I think I called it sidebar. I'll give that a background color of this purpley color. And then I'll get the next one going, our main container, or main content rather. So main content, which I'll give this bright green background color to. So we won't see anything at the moment. There's no content inside of either one, and we haven't told them to grow to take up any space. So I could start by just giving all of them flex of 1. So I could do flex 1 right there. Now if we only pass in one unitless value like I did right here, it's going to be treated as flex grow. So the two sidebars, top and bottom one, are going to grow, and they're purple. So we can't tell that there's two things there. But if I give them a border, border about 2 pixels solid white, you'll be able to tell that there are actually two elements. And then in between, there's this guy, main content, who has no width. So if I give him or her flex of 1, that's going to be flex grow as well. And now they all take up the same size because I didn't give them a flex basis. Now I can give them a flex basis either by flex dash basis, or I can just add it here to the flex shorthand. So I want my main content to be larger, let's say 600 pixels. I'm not sure how wide this entire thing is, but let's go with 600 there, and then maybe 250 or 300 for each of these. We'll see. Okay, so let's actually look at that size that we got at the end, the actual end result size. We're looking at 790, 490. Okay, so about 500 and 800 and 500 on my browser on this machine. Okay, so now I can control how they shrink down. And actually, I might want this one to grow more. So flex basis is the minimum space, or it's not necessarily the minimum, but it's the initial size that I would hope for it to be inserted at first, and then it can grow or shrink from there. So I'm going to give this more space. These are pretty wide if these are going to be sidebars. Let's say they're ads, maybe a nav bar on the side, table of contents, an ad over here. So instead of 300 and 600, I could start with that, but maybe I'll make flex grow 2 on main content. So it'll take up twice the amount of extra space, and maybe I'll increase that flex basis to 800 pixels. Okay, now let's talk about flex shrink. So I can control the rate that these things shrink, and I can do that using flex or flex shrink. Let's say that I want these to shrink much faster, these sidebars. So I'll give them a flex shrink of 2. Just to remind you the syntax, if we have 3 values, grow will be first, then shrink, then basis. Basis will be whichever one has units. Flex grow and flex shrink are supposed to be unitless. So I'll do flex shrink of 2 versus 1 for our main content. Let's see what that looks like. So as this shrinks down and we run out of space, okay, those sidebars are shrinking much faster. Yeah, it's a little odd. What we'll do shortly is learn how at a certain screen size, we could actually move them onto a new line. We could just hide them entirely. We could stack them in a column instead of these 3 in a row. There are different options, but there we go. This is how we can use the flex shorthand to control those 3 properties: flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. This is pretty common to see. It's super useful, although every time I see it, I have to stop for a moment and remind myself how it works, which one is which, compared to seeing flex grow written out and flex shrink. They're longer, but they're more explicit. Totally up to you. They work exactly the same way. It's just shorthand, just like we could do, border 1 pixel solid red, or we could do border color, and then border width and border style. So that's about it for the main Flexbox properties. There's quite a few that we've covered. We're going to get some more practice, and we're also going to learn something called media queries, which will allow us to change properties as the screen size changes. So that's coming up. So next up, we're going to talk about responsive design and media queries. So the term responsive design is something you may have come across before. It refers to basically making a website that is able to respond to the device that it's on, whether that means the screen size, if it's on a small device like a mobile phone or a super large monitor, or the orientation of the device. There are other parameters and other things that we can look out for, but the goal is to make a single website that is responsive to something around the device that it's being displayed on. So originally, early days of the internet, it was pretty much just computers, just monitors, and they were pretty standard size, right? They weren't like huge monitors and then super tiny ones. There just weren't very many computers. So it was easier to design websites. But then over the years, different devices and different sizes exploded, whether it's tablets, extra large displays, super tiny displays. I mean, even websites that you can view on your watch. There's all these different screen sizes. And early on, when it was mainly mobile devices and computers or laptops, whatever you want to call them, people would create actually separate websites for mobile. You might remember this. You might go to like reddit.com and then mobile.reddit.com or m.reddit.com or google.com or m.google. These were completely separate websites. They didn't really share anything in common. Yeah, the same branding and logos and stuff, but it wasn't the same markup. It wasn't the same style sheets. More recently, like the last, 7-8 years, the term responsive design has become a lot more popular. And it's, well, I already explained what it is. It refers to creating a single website or application that is able to respond to different screen sizes or different features on a screen or on a device. And the way that we actually do this is by using media queries. Media queries are features or things that we can write in our CSS, in our style sheets, that allow us to change our styles or add new styles depending on some parameter, most commonly screen width or device type or device orientation, landscape versus portrait. So we can do things like, if this is in portrait mode on a phone or landscape mode, display this. Hide it on portrait, show it on landscape. If we're on a super tiny screen, let's collapse the nav bar so that it doesn't take up as much space. Now, we're going to spend more time in the next video diving into media queries, but here's a preview of what it looks like. We have @media and then some parameter or multiple parameters, and then we write our styles inside. So these styles will only apply at a certain screen size or below. So let me show you an example of a responsive site. I promise I'm not being paid by Stripe. I just like their website. They have a lot of nice pages on this site. Here's their main landing page. This is their customers page back here. Nice animated header with all of their customers, or I guess some of their customers. Now I'm viewing this on a pretty large laptop display. I don't know what, I think it's 15 inches, 16 inches. Now I can shrink the screen down, right? And we can see that certain things resize, right? This text right here resizes. So it's pretty large here. There's space on both sides. That space shrinks, and then it resizes right there. Now, what else happens? Let's look at this little nav bar. So if I go back to the top, we have 5 pieces showing at once, but then I shrink down small enough. Now it's scrollable. So that's slightly different. What about the very top nav bar? This nav bar here is spaced out. I've got the logo. I've got the 4 links or 4 little things I can hover over and then sign in. Now, as I shrink this down, they're going to go closer together, I assume. Yes, they do. And then they collapse. So they're not there at all, and it becomes a drawer that I have to click or a little pop-up. What else? Well, let's keep going down. Let's look at some of this here. So we've got these 8 companies, and we've got this layout here, and I'm going to resize. Okay, so that text is shrinking down, and then eventually they stack. So the layout is different. It's not just scaling everything down, like zooming in or zooming out, which is what a lot of early mobile websites were, just a horrible experience, a very tiny version of the same website. I remember when I first got an iPhone and I went to read the news on New York Times, it was just the regular New York Times website, just really small, and you had to zoom in with your fingers to read anything. So that is not very common these days. We've got a totally different layout, right? So this goes on top. It takes up a lot more space. This text gets a lot more room to breathe. And this layout changed. We're now in a row of 2, or I guess in columns, however you want to view this. It's 2 across instead of 4 across like we have right there. Another thing you can do to view websites as they would actually display on a mobile device is open up your DevTools. And if you go to this button right here, Toggle Device Toolbar in Chrome, there's also a shortcut. I think it's Command-Shift-M. Yeah. This is going to open up our website in a different view, whatever page we're on. And we can actually select a mobile device to mimic. So here's what Stripe's website looks like on an iPad. I can actually click and drag to mimic scrolling with a finger or clicking on something. I can change the device orientation. So now we're in landscape versus portrait. Let's look at a Pixel. Let's do a smaller phone. An iPhone 5, I think, is relatively small. So let's see what the nav bar looks like here. Look at that. It's narrow. It fills basically the entire screen, that drawer. Now let's go look at it on an iPad again. Click on, oh, it's actually expanded into the nav bar. It's not shrunken all down like that. Let's look at an iPhone X. Okay, so it responds. As you can see, it's a slightly different shape, different size. The point here is not that you need to use these dev tools all the time, but they're here for you to view your own website and see what they look like, especially in the next couple of videos as we experiment with media queries. We'll learn how to change things. We'll learn how to do something like, first of all, let me turn this off, like make this text shrink down on a smaller screen. Okay, well, I didn't just shrink it. There we go. It just shrunk right there. Or how do we, make these stack on a mobile device and then go side by side on a larger device? How do I make this go from 4 across to 2 across? Or if we look at, the same thing here, same idea here, I'm sure this will shrink down and stack at some point. There we go. Totally different layout. We've got these 2 cards, one on top of the other. They'll go side by side, I assume, and they do. So in the next few videos, we'll learn how to do that. It's really just learning how to toggle the two or how to switch between them. We already know how to make something, go 2 across or go 4 across, or we know how to make text stack. We've talked about things like Flexbox. We know how to make text bigger or smaller. We just need to decide when and how we actually make that change, which is media queries, the next video. So that's coming up. All right, so let's dive into media queries. So just to recap from like 2 seconds ago, media queries are the main mechanism that we can use to make a responsive website, to restyle things or remove things, show and hide, change their sizes, go from a row to a column, whatever the style changes are, based upon an attribute of the browser, whether it's the width of the viewport or the height or the orientation of your screen. There are different features, different parameters. So all media queries begin with this @media, and then inside of parentheses, we have different media features we can look out for, things like width and height. There's also some newer ones like inverted colors. So if the user is, I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but you can invert your display. I used to do it as a kid all the time as, I guess, a prank or something to my mom's laptop or to the school computers. It was really stupid. Anyway, you can style things differently based upon, light level. That one actually makes sense. The light level of the environment. So this is still not fully supported. It says added in media queries level 5. Any of those that say level 5 are still going to have very spotty, if any, support at all. But one day, you'll be able to style things differently depending on the light level in the environment. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, the most commonly used ones are definitely width, sometimes height, things like orientation, if we're in landscape or portrait, but we're going to focus on width for now. So if we go to width here, the easiest, simplest thing to do is something like this, @media width 300 pixels or 360 pixels. And I'm going to do that in just a second. I have a starter file if you want to follow along in code with me. So I have the final version, media queries, that's where I'll be working, and then media query starter. Right now they look exactly the same. I have a nav bar that we're going to style and make responsive. I've got this H1 we're going to make responsive. I've added a Google font. And now I'm going to go into the style sheet. There's a couple of basic styles in there. And I'm going to write something like @media, and then in parentheses, width about 800 pixels. Okay? Now that's not going to do anything for me. But inside, nested inside of the curly braces, I can style things like, how about the body? Or maybe I'll do the H1. H1 color, and then I'll pick some color like purple. So what this is saying is not when the width is greater than 800 or less than, but when it is exactly 800 pixels. I don't think I've ever used this or even seen anyone use this, but it does work. Once I hit 800, come on. Where are you? Did I skip it? Let me open the DevTools. Oh, there it is, 800 pixels, and then it goes away. It's pretty hard to find, but there it is. We're turning purple at that one exact breakpoint, 800 pixels. So not very common. What is definitely more common is to use min width and max width. And just to be clear, this width is the width of your viewport. The viewport officially is the polygonal area in computer graphics that is currently being viewed in your browser. It refers to the part of the document you're viewing that is currently visible in its window. or the screen if the document is being viewed in full screen mode. So it's not the size of your entire page, it's not the width of the page, it's just what is currently visible. So this width here. Okay, so I'm going to use min width instead of doing just exactly width of 800. Let's do min dash width and refresh. Okay, so now if I scroll, or what am I saying, scroll, if I shrink this down, we start at black, and then as soon as we hit 800 and above, we're going to purple. So this is basically saying at a minimum of 800 pixels and upwards. So I could reverse that with max width 800 pixels. So now we're going to have purple up to a maximum width of 800 pixels. There we go. All right. We also can do more complicated things where we can actually combine media queries using the keyword and. So if I wanted to have things be purple from, let's say, 600 pixels to 800 pixels, I could do min width of 600 pixels and max width 800 pixels. Refresh. Change this size. We go to 800 right there. So between 800 and 600, and I go below 600, we're no longer purple. So I can combine them to do a range like that. What's most common, or what's very common at least, is to do something more like this, where we would have, let's say, one value. I'll do a little rainbow here. So at media, and then we'll work up from 0. So let's just do 0 to 500 pixels, or I don't know, how about 400 pixels? So max width of 400 pixels. Let's do our H1, and then we'll do color is red, and we can also have multiple selectors and rule sets in here. So I've only been doing an H1, but I could do something else here, and they all will only apply based upon this media query. So the color will be red up to 400 pixels, which I actually can't get to in this browser, but if I open up the DevTools, shrink that down, there you go. We're at, what, 360 by 640? So let's do maybe 500 pixel jumps. All right, then I could have another one come in here, and this time I'll go up to about 1,000 pixels. Let's go with orange. So let's see what happens now. Get out of there, refresh the page. We're just constantly orange. Well, not always, but from 500 and up, and even when I'm smaller than 500, if I open this again, what am I here? 360 by 640. So I should be red, right? But I'm not. Why is that happening? Because of the order things are written in. Here I wrote max width of 500. So anything up to 500 should be red. H1 should be red. But then I said, actually, anything up to 1,000 pixels wide for the screen should be orange. So that doesn't quite work. I can play with the order like this. And now I'll be red here. And then as I can just go to responsive right here and toggle. Now as I get to above 500 to 1,000, that will work. So I can work backwards. So the larger screen sizes first, like this, 1,500 pixels. Let's go with yellow. And now we go red to orange to yellow. That is one option. We can also chain them together using and, as we saw, to make specific ranges, in which case the order does not matter at all. Or I could do this the other direction, where I start by saying, okay, actually, all H1s begin as red. So just color red always. And then I come in with a rule that says at media, and then min width 500 pixels, H1 color will now be orange. Okay, so then we still have red, but that's not from a media query. It just starts as red. And then as we get to 500 pixels, it's now orange. And then I can continue with this, and we'll go up to min width of 1,000 pixels, and will be yellow. And then from there, we're going to do 1,500 pixels, and will be green. And here we go. So we start at up to 500, red, orange, yellow, where are you? There you are, and then 1,500, green. And then I could keep going. So there are different approaches, right, for targeting these sizes and different ways of doing it, but at the end of the day, it's the same pattern. We have at media, and then some sort of media feature, commonly min width. Let's do one more here, something different that is not width. Let's do orientation. How about landscape? So when we are in landscape, what should we do that will be obvious? How about body, and then background color, if I can spell that, will be magenta. Background. Okay, so I'll refresh here, and then I'm going to just go to, in the DevTools, once again, if you don't know how to get here, you click that button in the Chrome DevTools, and I'm going to go to, I don't know, how about an iPhone? So I'm in portrait right now, but I can rotate by clicking this, and now I'm in landscape, and I get that magenta background. So just another media feature. But most commonly, we're doing things like width. But just remember, there are quite a few others. Some of them are standardized across browsers. Some are a little bit newer and not quite usable, but on the horizon. But they all follow this pattern. All right, so in the next video, we'll get more practice, and we'll actually play around by making a responsive nav bar. Nothing crazy, but we'll build upon what we just learned. All right, so what I'd like to do now is take some of what we learned around media queries and apply it to our not very beautiful website, the starter code I've given you, to make this nav bar responsive. So we're going to use Flexbox. We'll actually make it look not nice, but we'll lay it out better. And then we'll make it responsive and have it stack in a column better than it does right now once we get to a smaller mobile size. And we'll also work on this text in here. It's a bit cramped. I don't want it to break onto 2 lines like that. I want it to stay on 1 line on smaller devices. So why don't we start there? One option is to figure out where it starts to get too cramped and take note of that size. So around 680 pixels or so. Another option is to use standard breakpoints. There are some common ones that there's a bit of consensus around, but that does not mean that they're the right breakpoints. These have just been popularized by tools like Bootstrap, which we're about to see. So from 0 to 776 pixels would be a portrait phone. From 576 to 768 would be a landscape phone. Tablets are 7, and you get where I'm going with this. But this is not at all, set in stone. There are mobile devices that are not in this range. That are greater than 576 in their landscape mode. Even just within, iPhones or a single product range, there's a lot of variation in sizes. But we can go with one of these. Let's do, what have we been looking at here? Where did it get cramped again? Let's say around 7. Yeah, let's just use these. 767, 768. So I'm going to do @media. And then I'm going to shrink that H1 down once we get to anything below that font size. So I'm going to, or that width, so max width, and 768 pixels. I'm going to select all H1s, font size, and I don't know what I have right now, 6Ms. Yeah. Let's maybe do 4Ms. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so we start large 6Ms, then we hit that breakpoint, we go down to 4Ms, and then we should probably have one more in here. We can just do our, 576 and below, if we want to do that. So I'll duplicate this, 576, right there, and let's maybe do 2Ms. That might be too small. Yeah, that's pretty tiny. So, it looks good on like this size, but it's very rare to have a mobile device like with 200 something pixels for its screen width. So maybe we'll do 3Ms or 2.5Ms or something. Okay, so there we go. We've made that somewhat responsive. Now let's talk about the nav bar. So what I want this nav bar to do is it's actually 3 pieces. I want the home button or the home link to stay on the left. I want sign up to go all the way on the right. And then I want these 3 middle links, learn more about and contact. I want them to be centered. Trying to see if there's an example of this anywhere. I guess, yeah, like this. It's not exactly the same. I want ours to go all the way to the left and all the way to the right, and then this to be centered. But there's a distribution of content. It's not just all centered, right, or all on the left or right. So we can use Flexbox to help us with that. What I actually have, and I've already done this in the markup, is I've broken our code up into one link and then a UL that has these middle 3 links and then our link at the end. But they're not all in the same UL. So we've got our link and then a group with 3 links and then a single link again. So if I make this nav Flexbox, or if I give it display of flex, I can control the 3 elements inside and move them around nicely. So I'm going to select that nav. I think I've already selected it. There it is. Display of flex. And then nice and easy, I'm just going to give it a justify content. I could start with center. That's not what I want. Now everything is centered, but what I want is space between. Remember, there's only 3 items inside. So 1, 2, 3. Space between pushes them away from each other. So that looks good. Well, it doesn't look good, but that will work. But then things get definitely too cramped. Maybe I don't want these links right next to each other. So I'm going to give that UL a border so you can see what's going on here. Let's do just UL border, 1 pixel solid red, just so you can see where it is. So that's the UL. Maybe I want it to take up a bit more space. So I could give it a flex grow. So I can select that right here, and I can do just our shortcut flex property. But now it grows to take up all of that space. So maybe I'll give it a max width of, how about 50% of the container. And then inside of that, I can now actually make this a flex container itself. So nothing to do with breakpoints yet, but what I'm showing you is that we can have nested flex boxes, very common. So this whole nav is a flex box, and it has just justified content of space between. And then the middle element is now going to be a flex box. So display flex. We won't see anything different, but now I can distribute the content in here. I could center it. Yeah, I could do, what do I want? Justify content. How about space, maybe space evenly? Okay, and there we go. So now it's working. It's not beautiful, but right, we've got that space. So it will grow to take up more space than it needs, but then it hits this maximum width, and once it hits there, it doesn't grow any further. So now let's address when it gets too cramped. Let's say, right about there, really, once these links start to get too small, I have a couple of options, but I'm just going to stack everything on top of one another in a column. So that's pretty easy with Flexbox. I'll get rid of this dictionary. All we need to do is set flex direction to row. We just have to decide when. So let's see, where does that make sense? Probably around that 700, whatever the breakpoint is. I can't even remember. I always mix them up. But right around here, where are you? There we go, 768. So below 768, I'm going to select that nav, and I'm going to give it, not display, flex direction column. So now we have 2 different selectors, 2 sets of rules for this screen size and below. All right, let's refresh and see what happens. So we start out with our row still, then we hit that breakpoint, and now we go into a column. It's not beautiful. There's a couple things I would do. First, I don't think we want these links to be on a row either, so I'm going to make that in a column. So that's the nav, I'm just going to do this selector, descendant. So nav, UL instead of nav, flex direction of column as well. So we're going to have 2 columns, 1 column nested inside the other. Okay, and then we could leave it left aligned like this, but I might just center everything. So which property is that? It's not justify content anymore. The main axis is up and down. We need the cross axis, left to right. So align items and then center. Okay, and then I'll do the same for our box, the UL here. Align items, center. And actually, looking at this, we could really combine this. We're doing the exact same thing to both of them. So we could just do this, nav, and then nav UL. And we get the same result. So we go from our row, where we have this element growing a bit. These guys are spaced on the right and left. And then we hit our breakpoint, and they go into a column layout, stack on top of one another. We can get rid of that border, wherever that is. Nothing's going to look terribly nice here, but it still is, it's at least demonstrating the principle of using breakpoints alongside Flexbox. And this is also the first time we've seen using nested flex containers. So we've got our first main nav that has display of flex, and then nested inside, one of the child elements is actually a flex container to organize these links. All right, so that's our first example of building something using breakpoints. Nothing crazy, nothing beautiful, but it's a start. All right, so next up, we're going to take what we've learned about Flexbox and media queries, and we're going to build a simple pricing table. So this is something you'll see pretty commonly where we have different pricing plans, different tiers, different subscription levels. It's all kind of silly gibberish here. This is actually heavily based upon a CodePen by somebody named Travis Williamson. And it's really nice looking CodePen. I tweaked it in a couple of ways I'll mention. First of all, I changed the assets here because I wasn't sure who created those assets. And there are some licensing and copyright rules, I guess, I'm paying attention to here. So everything on CodePen is supposed to be licensed with a MIT license. It doesn't really matter, but I wasn't sure who made those images. So I replaced them with some images that I made here. Pretty simple stuff. I'm not a designer at all, which is why I use CodePens frequently and why I recommend you use CodePen. I didn't actually create these from scratch. There's tools online that help you, basically fancy clip art. Anyway, so just shout out to this Travis Williamson guy. Take a look at some of his work. There's some pretty cool stuff that he's done on his CodePen. It's all here for you to use and reuse and adapt. All right, so Flexbox comes into play as well as media queries because this is somewhat responsive. First of all, you can see what it looks like here. We've got 3 columns and they're all centered vertically and horizontally in this panel. And then as I resize down to mobile, we just go to one massive column where everything is just 100% wide across the screen. And, the images get larger, everything gets larger to fill up that space versus this centered panel that we have here. So nothing crazy in terms of Flexbox, but it's a good example. There's a couple things I'll highlight. First of all, there's starter code. So you don't have to write the HTML, you can just write the CSS. So this is what it looks like if you download it. The 3 icons are in there. There's an index HTML that has the markup already. And then there's an app.css, which is completely empty. So if you want to follow along, start with this file, the app.css. That's where we'll be writing everything. This is what it looks like at the beginning. Not a whole lot. And the first thing we're actually going to do here is add in something called a CSS reset. So I haven't talked about this so far, but you will see these often in the wild. There are different variations. There's normalize, CSS reset, that they have different names. The goal is to normalize how browser styles work across different browsers, basically give you a clean slate, because some browsers have different default padding or margin or font sizes for headings. So this is just a couple of lines of CSS that people like to copy and put inside of their style sheets or make a separate style sheet with. And if you take a look at what it does, it just sets margin, padding, border to 0 on a whole bunch of things. It sets line height to 1 on the body. It removes list styles for OLs and ULs. There's a couple of other things. But if we take a look now, I'll refresh the page. It's kind of hard to see. Actually, it shouldn't have been that hard. If you look here, the font sizes all go away. They're all normalized, right? That H1, the bullet points go away. So this just gives us a blank slate to work from. All right, so you don't have to do that when you're making applications and you're writing your styles, but a lot of people like to do that just so that you do have this even sort of very blank starting spot that you can then add on to and modify. Anyway, in the next couple of videos, we will work on implementing this pricing tiers table. It's not actually a table, but this chart or panel. Remember, one more time, I don't want to try and pass off this work as my own. It is licensed so that anybody can use it and tweak it, but still, it feels bad to just, lie and pretend I made it. So the original is from a Travis Williamson. Okay. All right, so let's begin by just doing some of the basic stuff like setting the background color, making our panel have a white background. So let's do that. Let's take the body. So I'm just going to do this below all the CSS reset stuff. I'll take the body and I'm going to give it a background color of blue. The specific color is 60A9FF, and that's background dash color. All right, let's refresh. Okay. That looks good. I'm also going to set the font on the entire HTML element on everything. I've included Open Sans as a Google font link. So all we need to do, if you're using the starter code at least, is to take the HTML element and set font family to be Open Sans, and then the backup is just any sans serif. Let's refresh. Okay, so that's in there, it's working. Also, what I'll do is set box sizing to border box. If you remember what that does when we talked about the box model. it means that when we set the width on an element, like 100 pixels, that's going to factor in the width of the border. So we're not just setting the inner content, we're also including the border width. So the overall width would be 100. Okay, next up, if we look at the main content in here, we've got a div with the class of panel, and that wraps around everything. So that panel is this right here. So let's work on that. Let's get that to be, well, it should have a white background to begin with. So panel class, background color, white. And then I'm also going to, we can just start with that, but I'm going to change the size of this and center it vertically and horizontally in the body using Flexbox. So I'm going to give the body display of flex, and then we'll do justify content center. Okay, so our content is now centered horizontally, and then align items center as well. I'll also give my body a minimum height of 100 VH. And there we are. So the body now is this entire thing here at minimum. It's the 100 view height units. And then we're centering vertically and horizontally using Flexbox. Now we're going to make this panel itself a Flexbox container so that we can lay out the content inside of it more like this. Right now it's all just stacked in a column. But before we do that, we can add some tiny little changes to the panel. We can give it a border radius of 10 pixels. All right, so now we have those corners. I'm also going to give it some padding, 15 pixels and 25 pixels. So that just spaces it out a bit. Remember, this is the top and bottom, left and right. And then I'm also going to set the width to be 100% of its parent. But I'm going to add a stipulation, which is the max width is 960 pixels. So it never gets larger than that. As you can see here, there's our maximum width. So, you know, it's going to take up 100% until we hit 960, at which point it's just centered. Okay, so now we need to work on the inner content, and I think I'll put that in the next video just to keep these brief. So we've got, yeah, it looks okay at this point. We've got some basic styles in there. But next up, we're going to focus on organizing the content on the inside so that we use Flexbox to lay it out nicer. Okay, so now we're going to work on getting our content inside of the panel to look a bit like this here, where we have a layout, right? We have these 3 columns, and then they stack into this one big column on a mobile layout. Now, what we're actually going to do is design our site mobile first, meaning we're going to create the mobile layout as the default, and then on larger screen sizes, we'll change it to be row-based instead of column-based. So, whoopsies. Come back here. We're going to start by working on this size. So here, I'm going to make my panel have a display of flex. And if I refresh, we end up with rows by default, but I'm actually going to say I want it to be column-based. So flex direction column. And now I'll refresh, and it looks bad on a large screen size, but on the smaller sizes, it's actually closer to what I want. But then I can go in and say, you know, at some other screen size, a minimum width of, I don't know, 800 pixels will make you flex direction of row. Now we'll come back to that. We'll make it responsive in a bit. Next up, I'll do just a tiny bit of typography stuff. I'm going to center align everything in the panel. So that's text align, center. We end up with this right here, okay? And I'm going to set it all to be uppercase with text transform uppercase. Okay, that's a start. Next up, let's add in the borders here to delineate the different sections. So there's a border here, and then there's another border here. It might be hard to see on the screencast depending on the quality of the export. But basically, if we go take a look at the HTML, each one of those sections is it has a class of pricing plan. So there's 3 of them. And what I'm going to do is add a border bottom to each one of them. So I'm going to select pricing plan, border bottom, 1 pixel solid, and then the color we'll use is E1F1FF. Okay, so let's take a look. can you see that border right there, and right there, and right there? Now we might decide that we don't want that border bottom on the last element there, the last pricing plan. And this is what the original did. The CodePen, we can just say pricing plan last child, border bottom none. And it goes away. Okay, so we have that divider there from our pricing plan class. The next thing we'll do, probably the last in this video at least to keep them short, is just add a bit of margin on the images. You can see there's some space there on these images. So the markup, inside of each pricing plan, we have an image with a class of pricing-image. So we'll select those. Pricing-image class, margin bottom will be 25 pixels. Okay, and I'm just going to give them a width of 100%. And yep, we got a little bit more space there on the bottom. Okay, and while I'm here, I'll give them a max width of 100%. Okay, so I'll stop here. In the next video, we'll focus on making some of this stuff look good. We've got to worry about the buttons, and then we have the whole responsive side of things. So there's a lot left to do. Okay, so next up, let's work on some of the typography, the spacing of this stuff, so that it looks a bit nicer. The colors, the fonts, the sizes. So if we look at our markup, we've got a pricing header class. Let's start there, like this right there, this one, enterprise. We're going to give them a different font weight, letter spacing, and color. So over here, just down at the bottom, pricing header. Color is 888, also known as 888, shorthand. Font weight, 600. And letter spacing is 1 pixel. Okay, so can you see that letter spacing? It makes a little bit of a difference. And the font weight is thicker, and it has that gray color. Next up, we've got this whole chunk here, which the markup has a class of pricing features. So pricing features is a UL with 2 LIs inside, right? Here's the UL and then 2 LIs. And we remove the list styles, so we don't have to worry about that. The first thing we'll do is select them and add a bit of spacing. So pricing features, that's the UL. We'll do a margin of 50 pixels, 0, and then 25 pixels. Margin. And there we are. We got a little bit more space on the top and on the bottom a tiny bit, and then nothing on the sides. Okay, next up, we're going to change the color of the stuff inside, and we'll set that to be a 016FF9 color. Okay, so there we are with the new color. The next thing we'll do is select the individual items in there, the LIs, pricing features dash items, like that. And we'll give them a couple of things. I'm just going to copy what we did for the header. Font weight of 60 or 600, letter spacing 1 pixel. Okay. Pricing features item. I think that's what I messed up. There we are. Slightly bolder looking. Then I'm also going to resize them. I'm going to make them small, just 12 pixels. And then I'm going to add a larger line height. 1.5, and some padding just on the top and bottom, 15 pixels. There we are. And then lastly, a border top, and we'll do a 1 pixel border top for each of these items. 1 pixel, and then solid. I think we already used this color somewhere. It's that same. Did we use it? Did I make that up? Yeah, right here. E1F1FF. Let's take a look. All right, so there's the border top there. Those nice lines just separating things. And then we've got the buttons. So that free sign up, if you take a look at the markup here, we've got a span that says free. And then we have an anchor tag that says sign up, but we're going to try and make it look like this here. So the free text is large, and then sign up looks like a button. So let's start with that free text, which is pricing-price. So we'll select that. And we'll give that a color of 016FF9, which we already used. Great. And we're also going to set display to be block, even though it's a span, so this way it takes up its own chunk. Font size will be 32 pixels, and font weight will be 700, so it's a little thicker. There we go. Oh, also, I forgot to add on the bottom border on the last one of these items. So right now we only have 2, but if we had 5 of them, we want them all to have a top border, and the bottom one should have its own bottom border. So I'm going to do that here. Pricing features item last child. And then colon last child. We'll just take this, but do border bottom too. And there we go. We end up with that border. That looks better. And then we've got the button. And I think I'm going to move that to the next video because there's a decent amount of code to style that anchor tag to look like a button. So that's coming up next. So next up, let's work on this anchor tag that has the class name of pricing button. So we're going to make it look like a button. Pricing dash button. We'll give it a border to start. And this is a different color. It's 9DD1FF. There it is. Then we're going to give it a border radius of 10 pixels, and then a color, the font color, of 348 EFE. Okay, getting closer. We'll set it to be display of inline block and give it some padding. So 15 pixels top and bottom, 35 left and right. More buttony, certainly. We're also going to get rid of the text decoration. Set that to none. Okay. And then we're going to add some margin on the top and bottom. 25 pixels. 0 on the left and right. I mean, that's looking a lot closer. We're pretty much there. All that remains at this point is to set up the hover effect. Just a change of background color, nothing crazy. So when we hover over the pricing button, colon hover, and I'm also going to do it when it's focused. Like that. We'll set the background color to be something else, which is E1 and then F1FF. So we've already used that color. Okay, so there we are. Now I'm just going to add a transition. So on the button, we'll transition everything 150, maybe 200 milliseconds, ease in, out. And there we are. We get that nice little transition. Maybe we should just transition background color for now. Cool. So we have those buttons in there. And this is looking pretty much there on the smaller sizes, or on a mobile screen. So we're pretty much there with the styling, aside from our responsive stuff. There's one difference, which is that the middle button here on the completed version is styled differently because it has an additional class. If we look at that middle button, is featured. So you could add that class to anything, and if it is featured, we just make it behave slightly differently. So pricing button that also has the class of is featured, it's just different color. And I'll just copy, did I use that color yet? I don't think so. So background color, 48AAFF, and then color will just be white if it is featured. There we are. Okay, and then I'll add in its own hover effect. So if we hover over a button that is featured, or if we actually focus too, we'll give it a different background color, which will be 269 AFF. Okay, so you can see that slight change when I hover, and then a different change when I hover over the non-featured button. And that's pretty much it, except we need to make things responsive and make it look much better on a larger screen size. So that's coming up next. The last thing we need to do is make this look okay on a larger screen size. So we're going to go to a row-based layout instead, which we can actually just visualize. If we look at our panel, it's set to flex direction column. If I change that to row, that's pretty close to what we want. We need to tweak some things. Of course, we don't want that to happen on all screen sizes. I don't want that layout here. I want it to go to a column layout. So I'm going to set that as column as a default. We're doing mobile first. And then at a breakpoint, which I think I decided somewhere between 800 and 900 pixels and above, we're going to set it to be a row. So I'll just do that down here. At media, and then min width, let's do 900 pixels to start. We'll set that panel to have a flex direction of row. Okay, so we should go to column here, looks good. And then at 900, we go to row. All right, so there are a few things that I would like to change in addition. We have this bottom border for when these are in a column layout. That's the divider. But when we go to a row layout, it doesn't really make sense, especially because we only have it on 2 of them. So I want to remove the bottom border, and I'll add a right border on the first 2. So that's a pricing plan. That's the class name. I'm going to set border bottom to be none. You can see now we don't have that bottom border, but if we go to the mobile, let me get rid of this, mobile layout, we do have that. Then I'm going to add in a right border. Border right, 1 pixel solid, and then it is E1 F1 FF. So now we get that right border, and then I'm going to say that the last one, pricing plan, last child, will have a border right of none, just like we did for the others on the bottom border. Oops, there we go. Okay, so no right border over here. I'm also going to go ahead and set the padding on our pricing plan to be a little different. 25 pixels and 50 pixels. Yeah, that looks better. So now we have some spacing on the inside. Things are a bit smaller. And that looks pretty good. Right, so we've got the right border here and here. No border here. Shrink it down. And we go to a bottom border here and here, no bottom border there. And then of course we're going from a column to a row layout. And at this point we are done. Nothing crazy, but we're using Flexbox to center this entire thing. First of all, the panel, the body is a Flexbox rather, and we're centering the content. And then inside that panel, we go from a row to a column layout, whoopsies, or from a column to a row, depending on that breakpoint. So again, nothing crazy, but a really common thing to do. Go from row to column, column to row. Okay, so that wraps it up for this little tiny project.